This was the most gilded era of Hong Kong island capital surging, like restless tides, opportunities scattered everywhere, while the rules of the game had yet to be set in stone. He was but an ordinary man, yet he returned reborn carrying a vision and memories far ahead of his time. He seized control of financial currents, becoming the invisible hand behind the scenes that steered capital. From there his influence rippled outward to Asia, Europe, America, and the global markets. Some said he transformed entire industries. Others claimed he rewrote the very structure of wealth. There were even those who believed he had astonished an entire era. Yet he knew all too well, this was only the beginning. Xiangjiang, June 1978. 4:30 in the afternoon on the street outside Maryknoll Convent School along Oxford Road in Kowloon. The June sunlight filtered through the leaves of the banyan trees, scattering mottled patches of light upon the asphalt road. This girls' school, founded by the Catholic Maryknoll sisters, looked ordinary on the surface, yet it was in fact one of Xiangjiang's renowned English medium secondary schools. It would later become the alma mater of several future goddesses of Xiangjiang. After all, Wan Jiehui, Li Jiasin, Xia Meng, Liang Yongqi, and others had all once studied here. At that moment the school bell for dismissal rang on time. Soon groups of girls in pale blue uniforms streamed out through the gate in twos and threes, and the air instantly filled with the breath of youth and the chirping laughter of young girls. Pretty girl, have a look at these bags, such beautiful bags, all handmade, each one truly unique. Jiang Wenjie was squatting in the shade at a street corner, a dark blue plastic sheet spread out before him with more than a dozen women's handbags neatly arranged upon it. He strained his voice, shouting his sales pitch again and again. Jiang Wenjie's eye for opportunity was sharp. He knew that any girl who could afford to study here likely came from a well-off family, and their daily pocket money should be quite generous. To him, these schoolgirls were the perfect potential buyers for the so-called handmade bags laid out before him. Hey, how much is this bag? The three girls paused by the stall. The one leading crouched down, casually picked up an off-white handbag, examined it, and asked her question. He couldn't be bothered to look at this weak group any longer, and coldly ordered his subordinates beside him, load them up, take them to the abandoned barracks. Not a single person is to be left behind. His subordinates, a smile spread across Jiang Wenjie's face. This one, $150. You've got a good eye, pretty girl. This color suits you best. Wow, that's so expensive. The girl in glasses beside her cried out in astonishment. It's not expensive at all, pretty girl, Jiang Wenjie replied without so much as a flicker. Look at this stitching, all hand sewn. Machines could never create this kind of feel. As he spoke, he pointed to the stitches along the edge of the bag. In truth, these bags had all been sewn by hand in a small workshop, and the stitching was far from neat. Yet that very roughness became in his narrative their handcrafted charm. As for the cheap materials and crude workmanship in that era, most ordinary people's understanding of luxury goods was still extremely limited. These bags were more than enough to fool a few schoolgirls. Wow, the style really is lovely, another girl leaned in. This is based on the design from Fashion Magazine, isn't it? You've got excellent taste, pretty girl. Jiang Wenjie seized the chance to boast. Yes, it's made according to the very latest issue, the only one of its kind in all Xiangjiang. Buy it. You can use it for school and for strolling the streets. The leading girl was clearly tempted now. She picked up a small brown crossbody bag from the stall and held it against herself. If I buy these two together, could you give me a discount? If you take both. Jiang Wenjie adopted a thoughtful expression. I'll let you have them for $280. Let's call it making a new friend. The wholesale price for each bag was barely 30 Hong Kong dollars. When he first set his prices, he had already left plenty of room for haggling. In his mind, selling at 80 would have been perfectly acceptable. But faced with the girls from Maryknoll, Jiang Wenjie had deliberately raised the price to nearly twice his usual expectation. After all, this was a prestigious girls' school. Things ought to be a little more expensive. Wow, that's really pricey, the girl muttered, yet she had already pulled a wallet straight from the pocket of her uniform. Here, $300. Seeing the fish bite, joy flickered through Jiang Wenjie's heart. It was rare for a buyer not to haggle at all, but he kept his face neutral as he reached out to accept the 3 crimson banknotes of $100 each. The instant his fingertips felt the texture of the notes, his mind began to race. The first sale of the day was a roaring success. With these 2 bags, he had netted more than $200. If he could sell 3 or 4 more before packing up, this outing would be more than worthwhile. He lowered his head and rummaged through the coin pouch at his waist for a $20 note, just about to give her change, when a distorted shout suddenly echoed from the end of the street. Ghosts are here. Run, the inspectors are coming. The cry was like a stone hurled into still water, instantly throwing the entire street into turmoil. Jiang Wenjie's scalp prickled, and his body reacted even faster than his mind, leaving no time for thought. He snatched up all 4 corners of the plastic sheet in one swift motion, scooping the remaining 10 or so bags into a bundle, then hoisted the load and bolted without looking back. Hey, you haven't given me my change, the girl shouted anxiously behind him. Jiang Wenjie pretended not to hear. With the bundle slung over his back, he sprinted full tilt toward the narrow alley in the opposite direction. Wind howled past his ears, mingling with the crashes of carts tipping over, the clatter of spilled goods, students' intermittent screams, and the ever-approaching clack of leather shoes. That was the municipal small vendor management team. Although enforcement in the Kowloon area was usually somewhat lax from time to time, they would still launch sudden crackdowns without warning. Jiang Wenjie had been peddling on this street for half a year and had long since learned the rhythm of these raids, but today this squad of ghosts had appeared utterly without sign. Head lowered, he charged ahead, darting straight into a narrow alleyway. On either side stood the rear walls of old Tong Lao buildings, laundry poles jutting out at odd angles, with hanging clothes swaying gently in the hot wind. With practiced ease, Jiang Wenjie turned left and right, weaving around piled boxes of clutter. After squeezing through an even narrower passage, he finally emerged from the far end onto Natiesali Road. Only when he looked back and saw no one in pursuit did he slowly lean against a wall, gasping for breath in heavy gulps. Sweat streamed from his temples into his eyes, stinging fiercely. With the sweltering June afternoon heat and the frantic sprint, his t-shirt was already drenched, clinging to his back. When his breathing finally steadied, Jiang Wenjie set down the bundle and opened it to inspect the contents. Thankfully, none of the bags were missing, though a few had been squashed out of shape. He carefully straightened them, then folded the plastic sheet neatly and tucked it under his arm. As for the $20 in change that the girl had not received, "Sorry, pretty girl. If you must blame someone, blame the officers for coming too suddenly," Jiang Wenjie murmured silently in his heart. It was not as though he had intended to cheat those three schoolgirls. The situation had simply been too urgent. Had he hesitated even a moment, he might have lost not only his goods, but also all the money on his person to confiscation. In Shangjiang of that era, for people at the very bottom, trying to survive, a touch of selfishness was sometimes the only. After resting for about half an hour, Jiang Wenjie felt his strength mostly restored. Slinging the bundle over his shoulder once more, he decided to close up early and head home for the day. He then strolled slowly along the alley toward home. He lived not far from here in an old building near Sai Yung Choi North Street, by Sham Shui Pa in Kowloon Tong. On the third floor of an old Tong Lao on Sai Yung North Street in Sham Shui Pa, Jiang Wenjie took out his key and unlocked the iron gate. The room inside was as stifling as a steamer. He swung the door shut behind him, tossed his bundle onto the battered sofa, and walked to the window to push it open. At once the noise from the street market downstairs, voices, engines, hawkers' cries, poured in, mixed with the fishy reek from the seafood stalls and the greasy smoke from cooked food stands. Summer in fragrant Shangjiang had never been a quiet season. The flat was less than 500 square feet, partitioned into two tiny bedrooms and a living room with the kitchen and toilet shared. The furnishings were sparse: a bed, a wardrobe, a folding table, two plastic stools, and that second-hand sofa whose springs had already collapsed. Almost nothing that could be called proper furniture. Jiang Wenjie first took a bottle of soda from the refrigerator and tilted back his head for a few gulps. The icy liquid slid down his throat, dispelling a measure of the heat. Then he walked to the bed, fished today's earnings from his pocket, and carefully counted them. The two bags he had just sold brought in $300, and together with what was left from the past few days, he now had a little over $380 in cash on hand. He carefully tucked the money into a metal biscuit tin under the bed. Inside were already 3 neat bundles of banknotes. His savings over the past half year, a total of 37,000 Hong Kong dollars. In Shangjiang in 1978, this was by no means a small sum. Ordinary casual laborers earned only around 2,000 a month, while most office clerks took home merely 3 to 3,500. Jiang Wenjie usually made his living selling bags from a street stall. On good days, he could earn 500 to 600, and after deducting food and stock costs, saving over 30,000 in half a year was already quite an achievement. But Jiang Wenjie knew it was far from enough. He moved to the sofa in front of the low tea table and sat down, then picked up the day's copy of Ming Pao he had bought at the newsstand on his way home and began to read. In this era, the common person's main channels for information were newspapers and television, so Jiang Wenjie bought several different papers every day to read at home. On one hand, he kept up with current affairs. On the other, he would also take the chance to browse the serialized novels. Most Shangjiang newspapers now carried columns for wuxia or romance fiction. Today, Ming Pao was serializing Gu Long's Sentimental Swordsman Ruthless Sword and had already reached the latter half. After skimming through a few lines, Jiang Wenjie turned to the financial pages where, aside from stock quotations, there were only company news and economic commentaries. As he read, he suddenly recalled the transmigration novels he had devoured in his previous life. Among those fellow transmigrators, 9 out of 10 started out by writing novels or copying songs to earn their first pot of gold. Why was that? Because those two trades were almost zero cost and low risk, the most suitable industries for a novice transmigrator to start with. Just look at his own days hawking bags on the street. Every outing meant worrying about local triad toughs demanding protection fees, and also about the cops coming over to chase them away. He understood the logic, of course, but he lacked the perks other transmigrators enjoyed. They all seemed to come with systems or cheat like golden fingers. If not, then heaven itself remodeled their bodies and enhanced their memories the moment they crossed over. For them, reproducing a novel was effortless. Damn it, why wasn't I born under such a lucky star? Jiang Wenjie let out a wry laugh and flung the newspaper. Yes, Jiang Wenjie was a transmigrator, and in the form of soul travel at that. Half a year ago, he had woken from sleep to find himself lying in this dilapidated Tong Lao flat in Xiangjiang, inhabiting the body of an 18-year-old youth who happened to share his name, Jiang Wenjie. What was even more absurd was that the original owner of this body not only had the same name, but his features were almost identical to how Jiang Wenjie himself had looked in his younger days. Unfortunately, the resemblance ended there. In his previous life, Jiang Wenjie had never been truly rich or powerful, but he had at least graduated from a prestigious university and spent more than a decade clawing his way through the Lujiazui financial circle, eventually becoming a middle manager. And in this life's version of Jiang Wenjie, his parents had died early. After leaving school upon finishing Form 5, the equivalent of high school, he had dropped out completely. Living off the few connections his parents had left him, he scraped by reselling shoddy handbags, a textbook example of a petty bottom-rung citizen. What vexed Jiang Wenjie most was that other transmigrators either came with systems or spatial realms, and at the very least inherited some fortune or special skill. He, on the other hand, had nothing but more than 40 years of future memories crammed into his head. In the first days after crossing over, he had been full of grand ambition and had mapped out his future in detail. That very night, relying solely on memory, he wrote down the major events of the coming decades: the second oil crisis in 1979, the computer boom of the early 80s, the Plaza Accord of 1985, the stock market crash of 1987, the financial storm of 1997, the dot-com bubble in 2000. There were also those companies that would later rise as giants: Changjiang Shriaheji, Huangpu, Zhelongkang, HSBC Holdings, and the like. He even listed out every Super Bowl stock he could remember. So long as he bought in at their lowest points and held on for the long term, becoming a billionaire would be only a matter of time. The problem was that this so-called matter of time was precisely the greatest obstacle he now faced. He could hardly just sit and wait for shares to slowly appreciate, could he? Besides, trading stocks required capital, no small amount either. Only with sufficient principal could compound interest truly work, and the little money his original parents had left him barely covered basic living expenses. By his calculations, even if he had poured all his savings into the market back then to buy those stocks destined to multiply hundreds of times, he would still need to wait over a decade before he truly struck it rich. Over a decade. What would he eat during that time? What would he live on? And what if he fell ill somewhere along the way? He had also considered writing novels. Although he had never been a true literary youth in his previous life, he could still roughly recall the plots of some wildly popular web novels and literary works such as Harry Potter and The Lord of the Rings. But once he actually began to write, he discovered that remembering the plot and being able to put it down on paper were entirely different matters. All the more so in Xianjiang's literary scene of this era, where the realm of wuxia was dominated by giants like Jin Yong Gulong and Lian Yuxing. As for romance, the field was currently led by writers like Yi Shu and Sun Kailuan. What newspaper would be interested in the scribblings of a Form 5 dropout like him? Writing songs and breaking into the entertainment industry was even more far-fetched. After 2 lifetimes, Jiang Wenjie still could not even fully recognize the 5-line staff. Even if he remembered the melodies of classic songs by stars like Zhou Jielun and beyond, he had no idea how to turn them into actual sheet music. And even if he somehow managed to write them, he had no connections whatsoever in the entertainment world. Who would he sell them to? Even if he did manage to sell a song, he was just a nameless kid with no reputation at all. How much could his compositions possibly be worth? Therefore, after much contemplation, Jiang Wenjie ultimately chose the most pragmatic path: survive first, and then seek development. After inheriting the memories of his original self and that meager capital, the first industry he chose was to continue reselling counterfeit bags. However, while continuing the business of reselling bags, he made some modifications to the styles based on his aesthetic from his past life, making them more in line with the fashion trends of the coming decades. This strategy indeed proved effective, allowing his bags to sell significantly better than other similar products on. At the very least, he could earn several hundred Hong Kong dollars a day, and after half a year's savings minus expenses for food and drink, he now had over 30,000 Hong Kong dollars. Sighed, still too slow. Jiang Wenjie sighed, his gaze falling back on the financial section of the newspaper, and he picked it up to read again. After reading several newspapers today, he found that aside from serialized martial arts novels, most of the content was trivial matters. Either it was analysis of stock market trends or something similar. Indeed, the people of Xiangjiang loved to speculate stocks. The reason he initially chose not to enter the stock market at the start was mainly due to his lack of capital, which made him hesitant to touch stocks. But now he had saved money for more than half a year. Although his capital was still not substantial, he had over 30,000 Hong Kong dollars. If he were to invest all of it in stocks, even if he couldn't predict which stocks would surge in the short term, he could still speculate on those well-known stocks in the future. For example, the battle for the acquisition of Kowloon Warehouse by the Shipping King, which would last from the second half of this year until 1980, dragging on for nearly 2.5 years. During this period, the Shipping King Bao Yugong engaged in a thrilling acquisition battle with the British Jardine Matheson to seize control of Kowloon Warehouse. In this tug-of-war that lasted for 2.5 years, the stock price of Kowloon Warehouse rose from an initial price of just a few dollars per share to over $100 per share, nearly tenfold. As long as he secretly bought shares before the shipping king officially initiated the acquisition battle, he could then sell when the acquisition was officially launched. At that time, this would definitely yield a significant profit. Jiang Wenjia's heart raced as he quickly calculated with a pen on the blank space of the newspaper. He currently had $30,000 in capital, and if he bought all into Kowloon Warehouse, assuming the stock price rose from $20 to $100, he could earn $150,000. What did $150,000 mean in Xiangjiang in 1978? It meant he could easily purchase a nice small apartment in Kowloon or open a decent shop, so thinking of this made his heart race, but he quickly calmed down. 15,000 in 2 years. Jiang Wenjia shook his head with a bitter smile. It's still not enough. After all, what he wanted was not just to buy property, but the real first pot of gold, capital that could leverage greater opportunities. However, in this golden age, 30,000 Hong Kong dollars was truly insignificant. This is truly a low-quality reincarnation. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yet despite his complaints, Jiang Wenjia was not someone who easily gave up. After all, in his past life, he managed to fight his way into the financial circle of Lujiazui from a small-town youth, relying on his unyielding tenacity. Although this life started off difficult, he at least had over 40 years of foresight advantage. If he couldn't make a name for himself, even with that, it would truly be a wasted 2 lifetimes. Thinking of this, he reopened the newspaper and examined it more closely. Aside from Kowloon Warehouse, several other stocks caught his attention. Shang Kong Holdings, Hutchison, Whampoa, HSBC. These would be the pillars of the Xiangjiang stock market in the coming decades. Perhaps I can take a 2-step approach. Jiang Wenjia murmured to himself, one part for long-term holding of blue-chip stocks and the other part for short-term speculation. Thinking of this, he decided to take action, but since he wanted to trade stocks, he first needed to understand the current situation of the Xiangjiang stock market. After all, the stock market in Xiangjiang was significantly different from that of the mainland in the later years. Moreover, the key point is that stocks at this time were still not electronic. They were all paper stocks, just like cash. Additionally, during this period in Xiangjiang's history, there were many incidents of fake stocks, which were completely unimaginable in the mainland in later years. Secondly, stocks in Xiangjiang still had to be traded through intermediaries, brokers, unlike the direct trading of stocks in the mainland in later years. Finally, the stock exchanges in Xiangjiang were private, not official, and at this time there were 4 exchanges coexisting: the established Xiangjiang Association, the Far East Exchange founded by Chinese, the Gold and Silver Exchange transformed from the gold and silver trade, and the Kowloon Exchange. These 4 had not yet merged into a unified exchange. Among them, the Far East Exchange was the most active and also the most frequented place for ordinary stockholders. They'll go take a look tomorrow, Jiang Wenjia resolved. Immediately after reading several newspapers, Jiang Wenjia went downstairs to have a simple roast goose rice, bought some fruits, and after finishing his grooming early, he lay directly in bed preparing to sleep. The next morning, Jiang Wenjia put on the most presentable shirt he had at home. Although it was a street vendor item, it looked decent after being ironed. Then he took the 37,000 Hong Kong dollars stored under his bed and headed to the nearby bank to deposit it. After completing the deposit transaction, he carefully placed the bank book and identification into his inner pocket, then took a bus to Central, reaching the Far East Exchange located on Devoe Road in no time. It was still not yet 9 o'clock when the market opened, and the square outside was already crowded with people. Brokers in suits, bosses wearing gold chains, housewives with vegetable baskets, and even young students. All sorts of people gathered here, and the air was filled with a restless atmosphere. Chinching, which stock do you think is good today? I heard there's news about Nanyang Industrial. HSBC fell 2 levels yesterday. Oh, I wonder if it will rebound today. Voices of discussion rose and fell as Jiang Wenjia stood among the crowd, feeling the unique stock market frenzy of this era. At this time, Xiangjiang's economy was taking off, with the prosperity of real estate, shipping, manufacturing, and other industries reflected in a bull market that lasted for several years. Though there would be minor fluctuations in between, the overall trend remained upward. Seeing that the market had not yet opened, Jiang Wenjia didn't remain idle. Instead, he first went to a nearby newsstand and picked up a copy of every latest newspaper. Then he quietly sat on a bench in the square, reading intently. Financial news required cross-verification for information dissemination. In this era was far less swift than in later times, and truth and falsehood were often intermingled. To obtain accurate intelligence, ordinary people had to seek consensus across multiple newspapers. Currently, Wharf Holdings' share price hovered between 17 Hong Kong dollars and 19 Hong Kong dollars. Jiang Wenjia knew this price appeared modest, but given Wharf Holdings' premium assets such as its prime land parcel at Sim Sha Tsui Harbor City, its intrinsic value was severely undervalued. Why? K. Powell likely recognized precisely this. The shipping magnate foresaw the imminent decline of the maritime industry and urgently sought to shift his capital into real estate, making Wharf Holdings his optimal target at present. 3 months remain, Jiang Wenjia murmured inwardly, his fingers lightly tapping the share price of Wharf Holdings printed on the newspaper. According to historical precedent, Y.K. Howe would begin covertly accumulating Wharf Holdings shares in September, and by year's end, having secured a critical stake, formally launch his acquisition campaign. Jardine Matheson would not relinquish control without a fierce struggle, thus both sides would engage in a protracted 2-year tug-of war, during which Wharf Holdings' share price would steadily ascend. But risking the entire HK300 principal on a single stock, surely that entails excessive risk. He furrowed his brow. Though he knew the ultimate outcome, the variables along the way remained immense. Would his very act of transmigration trigger a butterfly effect? Even a slight miscalculation in timing, buying too early or selling too late, could drastically erode returns, and entering the market prematurely meant his capital base was still too slender, rendering the returns over the 2-year wait unlikely to sustain his broader developmental ambitions. Perhaps I should first target a short-term stock. To generate seed capital, Jiang Wenjie resolved, his gaze returning to the newspaper as he scanned other equities for promising opportunities. As he pondered, the opening bell suddenly rang, and moments later voices erupted nearby, prompting him to lift his head and glance around. Markets open. Markets open. Let's go. Watching the crowd stream toward the stock exchange entrance, his eyes flickered with quiet intensity. He rose, folded the newspaper, brushed dust from his trousers, and joined the throng moving toward the grand doorway. Inside the vast trading hall, a cacophony of voices filled the air. As Jiang Wenjie entered amid the tide of people, he felt like a solitary ant merging seamlessly into a teeming colony. Upon entering, he first surveyed the hall's layout, then found himself captivated by the era's distinctive chalkboard quotation system and the red-jacketed brokers darting across the floor, shouting buy and sell orders in resonant rhythmic cadences. This is Hong Kong's stock market at the close of the 1970s. Jiang Wenjie drew a slow, deep breath. He observed the crowd for half an hour and grasped the fundamentals. Retail investors could not trade directly, but had to place orders through brokerage firms with commissions typically ranging from 0.5 to 1 of transaction value, plus additional stamp duties and miscellaneous fees. First time here, sir. A middle-aged man approached, notebook in hand. Which stock interests you? I can recommend a reputable broker. I'll just look around first, Jiang Wenjie replied, eyeing the man warily. No worries. I charge no referral fee, the man smiled. Just a word of caution, you're new here, and the market's volatile lately. Beware of being duped by market manipulation. Market manipulation referred to collusion among major players, quietly accumulating shares at low prices, then inflating the stock with fabricated bullish rumors to lure retail investors before dumping at peak valuations. A tactic all too common in Hong Kong's equity markets. Thank you for the warning, Jiang Wenjie nodded. Yet inwardly he reflected that the impending Wharf Holdings acquisition, pitting two colossal conglomerates against one another, was in essence merely large-scale institutionalized market manipulation, grander in scale, yet cloaked in greater legitimacy. He circled the hall, jotting down names of seemingly reputable brokerages: Kim Pao Securities, Wing Lung Brokerage, Sun Hung Kai Investments, and listened carefully to retail traders' chatter, gauging prevailing market sentiment. He noted optimism prevailed, buoyed by Hong Kong's sustained economic expansion. The stock index had more than tripled since its 1975 nadir. Though a correction had occurred earlier that year, most investors still believed the bull market would endure. Once the novelty wore off, Jiang Wenjie turned away from the quotation board and headed instead toward the Hang Seng Bank Securities Department stationed within the Far East Exchange. Stock trading in this era was laborious. One first opened a savings account at a bank, then visited the bank's securities department at the exchange to establish a stock account, and finally transferred funds from the savings to the stock account. Only then could trading commence. The entire process consumed nearly an hour. When he deposited HK300 into his newly opened stock account, his palms grew faintly damp. This sum represented over half a year's grueling labor, hawking handbags at street stalls, rising before dawn to source goods at wholesale markets, squatting for 12 hours straight at ladies' market, enduring capricious customers, evading triad extortion, and dodging police inspections. After completing the paperwork, Jiang Wenjie did not rush into action. Instead, he sat quietly in the waiting area, attentively observing how others executed their trades. Though he had spent over a decade in finance across 2 lifetimes, this primitive analog trading method was entirely unfamiliar. He knew prudence remained paramount. After prolonged observation, he finally prepared to act. First, cross-referencing the newspaper in his hand, with live quotations on the board, his mind racing with rapid calculations. With over 3 months remaining until the Wharf Holdings battle, entering now was premature. He needed interim opportunities to compound his modest capital into a snowball. His gaze drifted across the quotation board, then settled upon the stock of Yonghua Textiles. Yonghua Textiles was a mid-sized Hong Kong textile firm founded in the 1950s. Once prosperous, yet recently battered by rising local manufacturing costs and intensifying competition from Southeast Asia, its earnings having deteriorated steadily. 2 months prior, the company had been embroiled in scandal. Its management had misappropriated funds for a failed real estate investment, triggering a liquidity crisis, and its share price had plunged accordingly. Now Yonghua Textiles traded at 1 Hong Kong dollar 20 per share, its market capitalization falling below 10 million Hong Kong dollars. down nearly 70 from its historical peak, teetering perilously near delisting. The reason Jiang Wenjie noticed this stock was not only because of its low price, but also because he remembered that Yonghua Textile had not actually gone bankrupt. In his memory, the company was ultimately acquired by a large manufacturer called Dachang Textile before the end of the year, and its stock price tripled within a week after the acquisition news was announced. Could it be this year? He quickly flipped through the few newspapers in his hands, searching for clues. Then, in the bottom right corner of the financial section of the Industry and Commerce Daily, a seemingly inconspicuous brief message caught his attention. It is reported that the major shareholder of Yonghua Textile has been frequently increasing their holdings, raising their stake from 15 to 22. This news was drowned out by a plethora of financial news, and ordinary retail investors would not pay attention to it, while the industrial section of the Tsingtao Daily also mentioned the consolidation of the textile industry is accelerating and small manufacturers may struggle to survive. Meanwhile, the article also noted that with international textile quotas tightening and costs rising, the textile industry in Hong Kong is facing a reshuffle, and the trend of large companies swallowing small ones has become apparent. Additionally, a blurry photo was published in the social section of a small newspaper with the caption, "The general manager of Dachang Textile, meeting with the chairman of Yonghua Textile at a certain restaurant, two figures from the textile industry gathering over tea." These fragmented pieces of information may not seem significant when viewed separately, but combined with Jiang Wenjie's memories of the consolidation of Hong Kong's textile industry in the 1970s and 1980s, a possibility immediately emerged. The acquisition had entered its final stage, and news would soon be announced. The textile industry is currently one of the pillar industries of Hong Kong, but with rising costs, consolidation is inevitable. Now major shareholders are increasing their holdings and mysterious buyers are meeting in private. All these signals point in one direction. Of course, this is all just Jiang Wenjie's analysis and speculation. Even if he had a 70% confidence, he would not dare to make guarantees, as no one knew if this timeline would change due to his crossing. However, risks and rewards always coexist. At this moment, the stock price of Yonghua Textile had already hit rock bottom, priced at 1.2 Hong Kong dollars, which still had room to rise compared to the company's net asset value of 1.5 per share. Even if Yonghua Textile ultimately was not acquired, as long as the company did not go bankrupt, its stock price still had the potential to rebound. Moreover, Yonghua Textile still has several factory plots in Kowloon and Central, and as property values in Hong Kong rise, the value of these lands is also increasing. In the worst-case scenario, he could treat it as a long-term investment. Let's take a gamble. Jiang Wenjie thought to himself, resolutely making up his mind. He got up and walked toward the trading desk of HSBC, where a young trader wearing glasses was looking down at the quotation sheet. By Yonghua Textile, 300 Hong Kong dollars. Jiang Wenjie handed over the trading slip. The trader looked up, adjusted his glasses, and with some surprise glanced at Jiang Wenjie before looking back at the slip. Yonghua Textile. Sir, this stock has been falling for several months, and the textile industry is not doing well either. Many factories in Hong Kong have moved to Southeast Asia. Are you sure? Sure. The trader shook his head, but did not say more. After all, having worked at the exchange, he had seen too many retail investors who believed they could catch the bottom only to end up losing everything. Moreover, the client's decision was not for him to interfere with. The commission is 0.75, the stamp duty is 0.2, and there are other miscellaneous fees totaling about 1. The trader quickly calculated 300 Hong Kong dollars. After deducting all fees, you can buy about 25300 shares. The current market price is 1.2. Shall I place the order? Place the order to buy at 1.2. The trader quickly filled out the order on the form and handed it to the assistant next to him, who immediately ran to the trading counter with the slip. A few minutes later, the transaction was completed. After receiving the delivery slip, Jiang Wenjie looked at the clearly written details. Yonghua Textile, 25300 shares, transaction price 1.20 Hong Kong dollars. The total amount was 29440 Hong Kong dollars, including a commission and tax fee of 560 Hong Kong dollars. In the blink of an eye, his 300 Hong Kong dollars had turned into a piece of stock. The trader looked at Jiang Wenjie's calm expression and couldn't help but remind him again, Sir, Yonghua Textile will announce its semi-annual report next Friday. The market expectations may not be too good. You. Thank you. Jiang Wenjie smiled slightly, put away the delivery slip, and turned to leave. He certainly understood the risks, but he also knew that in the financial market, consensus often means that opportunities have already been divided. Those overlooked, neglected, or abandoned corners might hide the true gold mines. Subsequently, Jiang Wenjie did not leave the exchange immediately. Instead, he found a chair in the corner of the hall, took out his newly purchased notebook and pen from his bag, and began to record. Price fluctuations on the trading board, the brokers' calls, the discussions among retail investors, fragmented information in newspapers. All the information that could affect the market was quickly recorded by him. The habit he developed during his previous life as a financial broker was reactivated at this moment. He knew that in this information-secluded era, whoever possessed more and more accurate information held the initiative. Meanwhile, the stock price of Yonghua Textile continued to fluctuate between 1.18 and 1.20 22 within the next hour, with the market trading volume being relatively low. At this time, the market evidently lacked interest in this stock, which in turn made Jiang Wenjie feel more at ease. After all, with not many people paying attention, it meant his judgment could be correct. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, as the closing bell rang, the crowd began to disperse gradually. Some were beaming with joy while others were downcast. Jiang Wenjie closed the notebook in his hand and walked out of the exchange slowly with the flow of people. The sunset cast a golden hue on the glass curtain walls of Central, while buses, trams, and private cars merged into the traffic on the street. He arrived at the bus stop, and while waiting for the bus, opened his notebook again, writing on the last page, "The first investment has been completed." Key points. 1. When will the news of the acquisition of Yonghua be announced? 2. When will Kowloon Warehouse start its operations? 3. How to allocate funds between the two. 4. Goal to increase the principal to 3 million by the end of the year. The bus arrived and Jiang Wenjie put away his notebook and boarded the bus. The carriage was packed with people just getting off work. He stood by the window gazing at the rapidly passing street scenes. Pharmacies, tea restaurants, pawn shops, watch shops. Hong Kong at the end of the 1970s was in a golden era of economic takeoff filled with opportunities, but also traps. When he returned to the Tong Lao in Kowloon Tong, the sky had darkened. Jiang Wenjie bought a portion of barbecue rice at a tea restaurant downstairs and took it back to his room to eat. In the less than 10 square meters of living room space, there was only a simple sofa, a tea table, and an old black and white television, along with a refrigerator, while in the corner there were stacks of unsold counterfeit handbags. He ate while double-checking today's operations. This time he had bet all 3 of his Hong Kong dollars on a single stock, which was indeed a bit risky, but high risks could yield high returns. If he wanted to accumulate capital quickly, he could not be too conservative. Next, it's time to wait. After Jiang Wenjie finished the last bite of food, he cleaned up his lunchbox. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. Today, the trading hall of the Far East Securities Exchange is as noisy and bustling as ever. Among the crowd are stockbrokers in suits and ties, retail investors in short-sleeve shirts, and those wearing floral shirts clearly looking for side hustles. All kinds of people are mixed in this financial temple of Xiangjiang, and the air is thick with the sense of sweat, smoke, and desire. In one corner of the hall, on a bench in a rest area, sits a young man who seems somewhat out of place in the surroundings. This young man is none other than Jiang Wenjie. Today he is wearing a faded light blue shirt with worn cuffs paired with a simple pair of black trousers. Beside him lies a stack of old newspapers. At the same time, a hardbound notebook is spread across his legs. He occasionally looks up to observe the large trading board in front of him, and then lowers his head to jot down notes in his notebook. This trading board, jokingly referred to by investors as the goldfish bowl, is a hallmark of the Xiangjiang stock market in this era, as there are no electronic displays or real-time quote systems. All trading information is written on the board by traders in red vests using chalk, with prices, bids, and transactions relying solely on human voices and chalk dust swirling in the air. This blackboard era is how later stock investors refer to this primitive yet wild period. Jiang Wenjie has been sitting here for an entire week. Each day as the market bell rings, he appears punctually in this corner and does not leave until the closing bell sounds. This routine soon caught the attention of some regulars. "That young guy is back again," said an old man in a t-shirt, fanning himself as he gestured towards Jiang Wenjie. "He comes every day more punctual than those who are employed." Next to him, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses adjusted his glasses and scoffed disdainfully. "He's just putting on a show. Look at his attire. Oh, does he look like someone who can afford to trade stocks? He probably can't even afford a single share," another young investor speculated. "Research." The middle-aged man laughed, even louder. "Researching what?" "How to lose money. I've been in this industry for over a decade, and I've never seen anyone get rich by taking notes. Do they think the stock market is about studying for exams?" These murmurs were neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to reach Jiang Wenjie's ears. However, he seemed oblivious and continued to jot down his observations for the day: changes in trading volume, movements of major players, market sentiment, and subtle hints from the newspapers. It is more like a sea with tides rising and falling and undercurrents swirling. To navigate through it, one must first understand its laws and wait for the right moment. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Although this saying sounds awkward when applied to the stock market, it conveys the essence of the capital market, that there are no stocks that will decline forever. As long as a company does not go bankrupt, there will always be a day when its value returns for the majority, though there are exceptions. In his past life, Jiang Wenjie had seen too many examples. Those retail investors who held on to a few shares through long bear markets eventually reaped returns of several times their investment during bull markets. Therefore, ever since he invested 30,000 Hong Kong dollars all in on Yonghua Textile last week, Jiang Wenjie has felt no anxiety. Even though this week the stock price of Yonghua Textile not only did not rise, but fell slightly from 1.20 Hong Kong dollars to 1. 18 Hong Kong dollars. He remained steadfast. He even added an additional 5,000 Hong Kong dollars. This was squeezed out from the remaining $7,000 in his principal. He still had 2,000 Hong Kong dollars left for living expenses, which did not affect his daily expenditures. This calmness stemmed from confidence as he knew that the acquisition of Yonghua Textile was almost a foregone conclusion. The only difference was the timing of the acquisition. Even if Dachong Textile had not yet initiated the acquisition, his purchase price of 1.20 Hong Kong dollars per share was still well within the safety margin compared to Yonghua Textile's net asset value of 1.50 Hong Kong dollars per share, so the worst-case scenario would merely mean waiting a little longer. At worst, I can just continue selling bags at the market, Jiang Wenjie thought to himself, feeling increasingly at peace. Just as he was looking down at today's financial section of the Sing Tao Daily, a commotion suddenly erupted in the trading hall. At first it was just a few scattered gasps, but soon it spread like ripples, and within a few seconds the entire hall boiled over, as if a ladle of cold water had been splashed in a hot oil. What the hell is happening? Yonghua Textile? Yonghua Textile is rising. Hearing that the stock he had bet everything on was rising, Jiang Wenjie suddenly looked up quickly, directing his sharp gaze at the trading board. He saw the price written in chalk beneath Yonghua Textile's code being rapidly erased and rewritten. 1.18, 1.25, 1.38, 1.52. The numbers were jumping up as if enchanted. The traders in red vests rushed to the board. Just as they wrote down the new price, someone immediately called out a higher bid, forcing the trader to erase and rewrite again. It's gone up again. It's now 1.67. Was it not just 1.20? How did it jump by 40% in the blink of an eye? The crowd began to surge towards the trading area of Yonghua Textile, and the previously quiet corner was suddenly packed to the brim with voices of bidding, inquiries, and arguments blending into one. Buy. Help me buy 5,000 shares. Hurry. Wait, let's see what's going on. What are you waiting for? If you delay any longer, you won't be able to buy it. Jiang Wenjie remained seated, his pen paused in his hand, calmly observing this sudden explosion of excitement, his mind racing to calculate. Within 10 minutes, the stock price of Yonghua Textile broke through the 2 Hong Kong dollar mark, then continued to surge upwards. 2, 12, 2, 28, 2, 45. Each jump eliciting stronger gasps. It's 2.59 now. My God. I sold at 1.11 just 10 days ago. Damn it. Could it be that the big players are raising the price to sell off? What rubbish are you talking about? Look at this trading volume. It's clear that there's significant capital buying up shares. At this moment, the trading hall had gone completely insane. Our retail investors surged in from all directions like sharks smelling blood, and those who had previously looked down on Yonghua Textile now had bloodshot eyes, pushing forward desperately to get a piece of the pie. Jiang Wenjie noticed that the middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses who had mocked him earlier was also caught in the crowd, anxiously shouting to the stockbrokers. Meanwhile, the old man with the fan was standing on the outskirts, shaking his head and sighing, "If I had known it would skyrocket today, I should have bought some last week." The explosive rise of Yonghua Textile ignited significant reactions, not merely due to its astonishing increase, but more importantly, because just 2 months prior the company had been embroiled in a scandal involving the embezzlement of funds by its management and a cash flow crisis. Subsequently, the stock price of Yonghua Textile plummeted from 3 Hong Kong dollars per share to the brink of 1 Hong Kong dollar, resulting in countless retail investors being trapped, forced to sell at a loss, and leaving many with a painful scar they were reluctant to touch. But now this scar had been brutally torn open, and instead of pus and blood, what emerged was gold. The numbers frantically jumping on the blackboard with chalk seemed to mock all those who had previously bet against it, while simultaneously stimulating the nerves of every participant present. It's at 3, 1. It's still rising. 3, 3. The exclamations surged higher and higher as the trading floor became packed beyond capacity. At this moment, the traders in red vests were drenched in sweat, their chalk almost being crushed in their hands. The speed of correcting the prices had begun to lag behind the fluctuations, and finally, when the price surged to 3 Hong Kong dollars, 5 per share, one trader simply gave up trying to keep up and wrote 3.5 inch below the Yonghua Textile code. Its meaning was clear: that was the current price exceeding 3 Hong Kong dollars, 5 per share, with the exact figure yet to be determined. Upon seeing this, the crowd erupted into even more intense commotion. At a plus. What does that mean? It means it's still rising. It's gone over 3.5. It's insane. Everyone has gone mad. Jiang Wenjie sat in a corner silently calculating his gains. Previously, he had purchased HKD 3500 worth of Yonghua Textile at an average price of 1 Hong Kong dollar, 19 per share, holding approximately 29400 shares. Now, with the stock price soaring to 3 Hong Kong dollars, 5, his paper profit had already exceeded HKD 6800. Within just a week, his profits had nearly tripled. However, he did not show any signs of excitement. Instead, his brows furrowed slightly. It seems the acquisition news must have leaked, Jiang Wenjie calmly assessed. It appears that Dachong Textile's actions are faster than expected. Following standard procedures, listed companies typically apply for a trading halt before announcing major acquisition news to prevent insider trading and abnormal price fluctuations. Yet, judging by Yonghua Textile's explosive rise today, it was evident that informed individuals had entered the market early to scoop up shares, leading to the leak of news and the preemptive surge in stock prices. It looks like I must sell today without delay. Jiang Wenjie made his decision. He knew that if he did not sell today, once Yonghua Textile applied for a trading halt, his funds would definitely be locked up. Typically, such trading halts last from a week or two to as long as 2 to 3 months, which would completely disrupt his upcoming plans. After all, the Kowloon warehouse battle was set to commence in 3 months, and he needed capital, he needed liquidity. Moreover, this investment in Yonghua Textile was not merely about making money for Jiang Wenjie. It was a tentative test. Primarily, he aimed to verify whether this investment would alter the historical trajectory and confirm whether his memories from his past life remained valid in this spacetime. This meant that his predictions for the future remained reliable, and the upcoming Kowloon warehouse battle, the real estate bull market, and the shift in the manufacturing industry. These major trends were likely to. This meant that his predictions for the future remained reliable, and the upcoming Kowloon warehouse battle, the real estate bull market, and the shift in the manufacturing industry. These major trends were likely to unfold as expected. With this confirmation of understanding, Jiang Wenjie's future planning naturally had a solid foundation. At 2:40 p.m., with just over 20 minutes left until the market closed, Yonghua Textile stock price began to fluctuate and recede after reaching $3.8. As a large volume of profit-taking orders flooded in, the tug-of-war between bulls and bears intensified, with buy and sell orders rapidly alternating on the board and prices fiercely fluctuating between $3.6 and $3.7. Jiang Wenjie stood up, straightened his shirt slightly, and walked calmly towards the trading desk of HSBC. His steady steps and calm demeanor sharply contrasted with the surrounding investors, some of whom were ecstatic and screaming, while others were pounding their chests in frustration. Please help me sell all my shares in Yonghua Textile at the current market price. He handed the trading slip to a young trader wearing glasses. Lu Chunhong took the slip, and upon seeing Jiang Wenjie, he was momentarily taken aback. He remembered this young man who just a week ago had defiantly purchased this garbage stock against advice. Sir, right now Yonghua Textile is on a great upward trend, and there are rumors in the market that Dachang Textile is about to acquire it. It is very likely to continue rising. Lu Chunhong couldn't help but remind him. Sell, Jiang Wenjie replied with a single word. Lu Chunhong ceased to elaborate, quickly filled out the slip and handed it to his assistant to rush to the trading counter. Minutes later, the transaction was completed, but due to the significant selling volume at that time, the final average transaction price was $3.62, slightly lower than the market price at that moment, but Jiang Wenjie did not mind. 29400 shares, average transaction price, $3.62, total amount HKD 106428. Lu Chunhong quickly calculated. After deducting the purchase cost and various fees, the net profit is approximately HKD 6800. He looked up at Jiang Wenjie, unable to hide his astonishment. Within a week, turning HKD 3500 into HKD 100, what an astonishing return rate. Congratulations, Mr. Jiang. Lu Chunhong's tone became respectful. You have made a total floating profit of HKD 6800, after deducting our handling fees and stamp duty, totaling HKD 1811.76. The total profit plus principal amounts to HKD 106428. All settlements will be completed within 24 hours, and by the latest the funds will be fully transferred to your account by 4 p.m. tomorrow. Jiang Wenjie listened to Lu Chunhong's report and smiled slightly, but raised his hand to stop him. Thank you, but there's no rush to settle. I still plan to buy into another stock. I just don't know if you can offer leverage here. The Hong Kong stock market implements a T0 trading system, allowing investors to sell stocks and immediately use the proceeds to buy other stocks without limit on the number of transactions, but leveraging. This is not something an ordinary retail investor would easily touch. Upon hearing that Jiang Wenjie did not immediately choose to withdraw from the stock market, but instead planned to invest all his funds into another stock. Moreover, he wanted to leverage. Lu Chunhong's attitude immediately became even more enthusiastic. It is known that in their line of work, apart from salary and bonuses, additional commissions are closely tied to their performance, which makes clients like Jiang Wenjie their favorite. Of course, Lu Chunhong said, taking out a business card from his inner suit pocket and handing it over with both hands. Mr. Jiang, my name is Lu Chunhong. This is my business card. May I ask which stock you plan to buy this time? How much leverage are you planning to take? I plan to invest fully in Kowloon Warehouse. As for how much leverage to take, that depends on how much you can offer at your end. Upon hearing Jiang Wenjie inquire about the maximum leverage available, Lu Chunhong's eyes gleamed with a flash of brilliance, sensing that he had encountered a significant client. However, he soon thought that the young Jiang Wenjie before him seemed far too youthful and dressed in cheap clothes, resembling a professional gambler. Thus, the slight favorable impression he had of Jiang Wenjie dissipated instantly, leading him to believe that Jiang Wenjie's previous success in purchasing Yonghua Textile was was perhaps merely a stroke of luck. Nevertheless, since this Jiang intended to leverage to the maximum and his profits or losses had nothing to do with himself, he spoke up, "Jiang, the recent trend of the Kowloon warehouse has been stable, if you want to leverage. With my authority, we can offer you a maximum of 10 times leverage, but you'll need to supplement the margin and the risks are extremely high. If the stock price falls more than 10, it will trigger a margin call immediately." 10 times. Jiang Wenjie repeated the number, quickly calculating in his mind. With a principal of 160,000, 10 times leverage would amount to 106,000. If he bought into Kowloon warehouse entirely based on the current share price of about 14 Hong Kong dollars, he could directly purchase nearly 75700 shares. He knew that 3 months later, when Bao Yugong began to quietly accumulate Kowloon warehouse stocks, the stock price, when the acquisition battle reached its peak, the stock price of Kowloon warehouse would break the $100 mark and his assets would then grow from 100 to 3 million. No, perhaps even more. Then let it be 10 times. Jiang Wenjie made his decision, buy all into Kowloon warehouse and complete the purchase. Lu Chunhong took a deep breath, striving to maintain professionalism. "All right, Jiang, I'll handle it right away, but I must remind you that leverage trading carries extremely high risks, so please be cautious." "I understand." Jiang Wenjie nodded. "Let's begin the operation." He had seen many clients like Jiang Wenjie with a gambler's mindset in this industry. When their stocks surged, they all acted as if the stock market was a place to easily make money, wishing they could use 100 times leverage without considering the hidden risks. But when Lu Chunhong thought of the 10 times leverage, he mused that if this Mr. Jiang bought Kowloon warehouse stocks and the price did not fall more than 7.5, it would still be quite safe. However, the stock price of Kowloon warehouse had been quite volatile from last year to now, though it had generally risen. So while this leverage range carried some risks, it wasn't significant, and he decided not to dissuade Jiang Wenjie further. In contrast to the trader's cautious thoughts, Jiang Wenjie was completely indifferent. After all, through his operations with Yonghua Textile during this period, he had realized that this timeline hadn't changed at all due to his presence. Today is already June 17th, and in his past life, the Kowloon warehouse acquisition battle erupted on September 13th, 1978, when the land company suddenly announced it would acquire Kowloon warehouse shares at a price above market value. The Bao family quickly retaliated, announcing on September 15th that they would acquire 20 million shares of Kowloon warehouse at an even higher cash price, thus officially kicking off the Kowloon warehouse battle lasting 2.5 years. Directly taking over Kowloon warehouse seemed a dream for Jiang Wenjie at his current funding level, but he could learn from a certain Li hitching a ride and making a small profit. After all, at this point in his past life, before the Bao family took action, Li Huanghua had considered directly swallowing Kowloon warehouse, but was soon discovered by Jardine Matheson and faced retaliation. When he discovered that the Bao family had officially decided to abandon ship and land similarly targeting Kowloon warehouse, Li Huanghua found himself lacking the strength to confront these two families. Thus, he quickly sold all his Kowloon warehouse stocks to the Bao family. And it was through this transaction that Li Huanghua made a windfall of hundreds of millions of Hong Kong dollars, while also establishing a connection with the Bao family. Then, through the relationship with the Bao family and the support of HSBC, he covertly shifted his target to Hutchison. The final outcome was that Li Huanghua was the first to acquire Hutchison Whampoa, one of the 4 major trading houses, and thus the name Li Chaoran began to spread, marking the start of his prosperous journey. At this point, Kowloon warehouse had a market value of about 1.4 billion, with issued shares exceeding 100 million, and the stock price of Kowloon warehouse was still around $14, which was relatively friendly to Jiang Wenjie. After all, this gave him the opportunity to get on board, although Jiang Wenjie knew that in 2 years the stock price of Kowloon warehouse would reach an astonishing $100 per share, or even $120. But this time frame was simply too long. He just needed to buy now and wait 3 months to cash out like Li Huanghua, easily making a profit and immediately becoming a millionaire. This way he would have enough startup capital to lay out other industries, because in business the hardest part is still acquiring the first pot of gold. Just as Lu Chunhong was about to fill out the transaction form, a sudden uproar erupted at the other end of the trading hall. "Stop! Yonghua Textile is suspended." "What? I just bought in." "Announcement! An announcement has been made." The crowd surged toward the bulletin board where the exchange staff had just posted a notice. "Yonghua Textile is suspended, effective immediately, pending a major announcement from the company." Suspended. Jiang Wenjie glanced at his old watch on his wrist. 2:55 p.m., with only 5 minutes left until the market closed. His timing for selling was impeccable. Had he waited 5 more minutes, his funds would have been completely locked. Lu Chunhong also saw the announcement and regarded Jiang Wenjie with a newfound respect. He felt that this young man had not only precisely seized the opportunity for the surge, but had also successfully escaped at the last moment before Yonghua Textile's stock suspension. That was not luck, it was a near terrifying ability to grasp timing. "Jiang Yu." Lu Chunhong hesitated to say more. Jiang Wenjie merely smiled slightly. "Time is of the essence. I want to complete the purchase of Kowloon warehouse before the market closes." "Understood." Lu Chunhong ceased to ask further questions and quickly processed the transaction. A few minutes later, as the closing bell rang, all transactions had been completed on Jiang Wenjie's account. All holdings of Yonghua Textile had been cleared, replaced with nearly 7,570 shares of Kowloon Warehouse under 10 times leverage. As he exited the trading hall, the setting sun cast its golden glow over the streets. Jiang Wenjie glanced back at the bustling temple of money, the cheers and laments of investors still echoing in his ears. Now the revelry of Yonghua Textile had ended, but his game was just beginning. Kowloon Warehouse, it's your turn next. He tightened his grip on the notebook in his hand and turned to join the throng of people leaving Central. Stepping out of the Far East Exchange, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon, and the summer sun slanted across the glass facade of Central, reflecting dazzling golden light. Jiang Wenjie took a deep breath, the air mingling with the exhaust from cars, the scent of grease wafting from nearby, cha-chan tung, and the vibrant energy unique to this era. At this moment, he felt noticeably more relaxed. With the victory in the battle for Yonghua Textile, over 100,000 Hong Kong dollars were securely in his grasp. The tenfold leverage on the Wharf Holdings investment had also been completed, and now he simply needed to patiently wait for 3 months. Once the acquisition battle between Bao Yugong and Jardine Matheson officially commenced, and as Wharf Holdings stock price surged, he would be able to reap the rewards effortlessly. At that time, it will be the true first pot of gold, Jiang Wenjie thought. Strolling along Devoe Road, surrounded by the bustling crowd, he observed white-collar workers in suits hurrying along with their briefcases, young men in floral shirts chatting idly with cigarettes in hand on street corners, and housewives emerging from markets with their grocery bags. Double-decker trams clanged as they passed bus stops, formed long queues, and taxi drivers leaned out to solicit passengers. This was Hong Kong in 1978, a place where opportunities and risks coexisted. Jiang Wenjie was well aware that if he simply wanted to make quick money, there were indeed shortcuts in this era, such as the upcoming World Cup in Argentina. He knew the host nation would ultimately win. But the problem was he couldn't recall the specific schedule and scores. After all, who among ordinary people would intentionally remember the details of those matches? With the little capital he currently had, even if he bet on the last match between Argentina and the Netherlands, the profit would be minimal and utterly meaningless. Moreover, during the past 6 months since he crossed over, he had already discovered that the betting venues in Hong Kong were almost intricately linked to organized crime. Even if he did place a bet, whether he could successfully collect his winnings remained uncertain. Therefore, based on these considerations, Jiang Wenjie chose not to plunge headlong into casinos like other protagonists of time travel novels, but instead opted for the relatively prudent path of stock trading. As he approached the newsstand at the street corner, he deliberately purchased the freshly published Huaqiao Evening News, and indeed saw the headline announcing the suspension of Yonghua Textile. Next to it was a brief report on the acquisition by Dachang Textile, which Jiang Wenjie glanced at before rolling the newspaper up and tucking it under his arm. Passing by a roasted meat shop, he suddenly stopped, gazing at the glossy roast goose char siu and roast pork hanging in the window, their aroma wafting tantalizingly. Today's operations at the exchange were nothing short of perfect. Not only did he accurately sell off all shares of Yonghua Textile before its suspension and cash out, but he also used this capital combined with tenfold leverage to acquire 75,700 shares of Wharf Holdings. Thus, he decided to treat himself well tonight. Boss, half a roast goose and an additional serving of char siu, please. Coming right up. The shop owner skillfully wielded his knife. While waiting, Jiang Wenjie looked across the street and noticed several colored televisions displayed in the window of a nearby electronics store, currently airing news from the wireless channel. On screen, Governor MacLehose was attending a certain ceremony with the subtitle reading, "Progress on the 10-year housing plan is smooth." On this era, Jiang Wenjie murmured to himself. He knew that in the coming years, Hong Kong would enter a golden period for real estate. Office buildings and central residential properties in Kowloon and factories in the new territories would all see their prices multiply, and those who later became wealthy real estate tycoons might still be quietly building their strength now. And he too was about to join this banquet. In no time, with roast goose and char siu in hand, he ran to the convenience store to buy a few cans of San Miguel beer. The cold aluminum cans brought a rare chill on this summer day. Taking the bus back to Sham Shui Po, the sky had completely darkened, and due to 2 broken light bulbs in the stairwell, the lighting was dim, forcing Jiang Wenjie to feel his way up to the 3rd floor in the dark. Just as he was about to take out his keys to open the door, a sudden creak from behind startled him. He instinctively turned around and saw a crack in the door across the hall. A delicate face peeked out from behind the door, a girl about 11 or 12 years old, petite, wearing a faded floral dress and carrying an old school backpack, was just about to step out. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily stunned. Then a flash of memory from the original owner surged in Jiang Wenjie's mind. This girl was the daughter of Liu Shun, his neighbor across the hall. As for the Liu family across the hall, besides the elderly grandmother and hard-working mother, there was also this daughter. Having crossed over for more than half a year, Jiang Wenjie usually left early and returned late, running a street stall. Recently, he had been spending all his time at the exchange, so it had been a long time since he had seen this neighbor girl. He instinctively called out the name of the neighbor girl from his memories. The girl shyly nodded and replied, "Brother Jia." Her voice was soft, carrying the innocence characteristic of her age. Jiang Wenjie examined her. Indeed, she was not tall, probably around 1.5 meters, with a frail and delicate figure, likely due to long-term malnutrition. Yet her features were pretty, with large eyes and a prominent nose. Though she had not fully matured, it was evident she would grow into a beauty. At this moment, she was wearing a faded dress and carrying a small backpack. "Are you going to piano class?" Jiang Wenjie recalled the information from his memories. This little sister would go for about an hour of piano lessons after school every day. The original owner's parents often used her diligence as a lesson for Jiang Wenjie. At that time, the young boy was somewhat dismissive, thinking that the Liu family was so poor that they couldn't even buy a place in Shamshui, only able to rent. Moreover, Liu Shun had to work 3 jobs daily, yet still gritted her teeth to send her daughter for piano lessons. But piano? Could a child from a poor neighborhood even learn that? However, those were the original owner's thoughts. The current Jiang Wenjie could understand the significance behind it. Yes. Amin obediently nodded, her gaze briefly lingering on the roast goose and beer in Jiang Wenjie's hands before quickly shifting away. Jiang Wenjie said, "Then hurry along, be careful on the way, and if you need help, don't hesitate. You know our home." By this time, the phone penetration rate in Hong Kong was already quite high. After all, it was run by private companies. Capitalists were naturally enthusiastic about promoting profitable businesses. Previously, Jiang Wenjie's home had already installed a phone, so whenever Liu Shun's family needed to make a call, they would usually come over to borrow it. In other words, Liu Shun's family was so poor they couldn't even afford a phone, yet they still worked 3 jobs, desperately trying to ensure their daughter could learn piano. "All right, thank you, Brother Jia." Amin politely thanked him, then gently closed the door and walked past him. The stairwell's light illuminated her frail figure as Jiang Wenjie stood in place watching her leave. When she reached the corner of the stairs, Amin suddenly turned back to glance at him and softly said, "Goodbye, Brother Jia." Jiang Wenjie, holding a roast goose and beer, opened the door and first placed the items on the table. He then opened a can of beer and sat by the window to enjoy it slowly. Outside the window, the night in Shamshui was awakening. The neon lights on the streets lit up one by one. Food stalls set out tables and chairs. The night market began to buzz with activity, while the distant sound of Cantonese opera drifted through the air, the source of which was unknown, perhaps from some tea house performing. As Jiang Wenjie ate, he recalled the girl he had just met. Zhou Huimin. He murmured the name softly. Indeed, the neighbor girl he had just encountered, Amin, was fully named Zhou Huimin. In the original owner's memories, she was only referred to as Amin, but considering her age and family background along with her experience in learning piano, moreover with her face that though youthful already showed remarkable beauty, Jiang Wenjie could almost confirm she was the future fairy sect leader, also nicknamed Little Zhou Huimin. "I really didn't expect that." He shook his head and took a sip of beer. Having crossed over to this era for over half a year, he had been busy struggling for survival, hardly having time to pay attention to other matters. Yet now he suddenly discovered that a future star who would shine brightly in Hong Kong actually lived right across from him. This feeling was quite extraordinary. At the same time, what struck him even more was the perseverance of Aunt Lu next door. After all, a single mother who needed to work 3 jobs daily in a poor area like Shamshui, scrimping and saving to let her daughter learn piano required immense determination and foresight. This persistence must have given Zhou Huimin the opportunity to debut later on, Jiang Wenjie thought to himself. He remembered that Zhou Huimin's path to fame was not smooth. She debuted by participating in a new talent singing competition, initially not being taken seriously. Later, it was her pure image and musical talent that gradually brought her into the limelight, and perhaps the foundation for all this was the piano skills she developed in her childhood. Thinking of this, Jiang Wenjie felt a stir in his heart. However, Zhou Huimin's appearance reminded him of one thing: the next decade would be known as the Golden Decade of Hong Kong, referred to as the Eastern Hollywood. From the perspectives of economy, influence, box office, and stars, this was one of the most rapidly developing waves in Hong Kong's cultural industry. In other words, at least during this decade, running a film and media business in Hong Kong would be quite lucrative. For Jiang Wenjie, who was focused on making money now, it was indeed a path worth considering. But he quickly calmed down. After all, the film industry was deep and treacherous. It wasn't just about having some money to play out. Connections, resources, and a professional team were essential. He currently had only 100,000 Hong Kong dollars to his name. While he might still make a splash in the stock market, throwing this amount into the film industry would likely not even create a ripple. "I should first secure my first pot of gold before thinking about anything else," Jiang Wenjie said as he tore off a leg of roast goose and took a big bite. The aroma of the grease melted in his mouth, paired with a sip of cold beer. This simple pleasure temporarily made him forget all his worries. In the past 6 months, the most he had eaten was the cheapest rice dish from the tea restaurant. Even if he wanted to add a fried egg occasionally, he would hesitate for half a day. So today's meal was a small reward for himself. Outside, the sounds of neighbors arguing, the television blaring, and children crying filled the air. The night in Shamshui was always so lively, so full of life. Jiang Wenjie ate while contemplating his next plans. The layout for Kowloon warehouse had been completed, and now it was just a matter of waiting. However, he couldn't afford to be idle during this waiting period. So he needed to continue with his street vending. After all, it was a stable source of cash flow. At the same time, he had to start preparing to explore other industries in preparation for transitioning into a real business once he had secured his first pot of gold. After all, whether now or in the future, only by having a legitimate career could one truly be said to have achieved success. Moreover, he needed to focus on investments in stocks and futures. Although these could yield quick returns, the risks were high. He still needed stable industries that could provide him with a continuous cash flow. With this in mind, Jiang Wenjie recalled his gains from the exchange today, 160,000 Hong Kong dollars, using 10 times leverage to buy into Kowloon warehouse. If everything went smoothly, this sum would transform in 3 months. He put down the goose leg and quickly calculated in his notebook. Buying at 14 Hong Kong dollars per share if it rose to the price during the public acquisition by Bao Yugong. If he remembered correctly, it should be in the range of 40 to 50 Hong Kong dollars. Then his paper profit would exceed 2 million. After deducting leveraged interest and other fees, he estimated a net profit of over 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. It wasn't a big problem. Over 100,000 Hong Kong dollars in 1978 Hong Kong was quite a significant amount, enough for him to officially start his own career. Step by step then, Jiang Wenjie said to himself. He then finished the last bite of roast goose, tossed the bones into the trash, washed his hands, and sat down on the old sofa. On the coffee table lay a pile of newspapers from the past few days. He casually picked one up to read. Most of the social section was filled with reports on the recent World Cup. The sports section featured news from the local football league, while the entertainment section was dominated by advertisements for Shaw Brothers and Golden Harvest films, taking up half a page. Everything about this era was both familiar and unfamiliar to Jiang Wenjie. Familiar because he knew those historical significant events, unfamiliar because of the visceral sense of personal involvement. Outside, the night deepened in Sham Shui Pei, but the lights in the room across the street were still on. Presumably Aunt Lu had not yet returned, and Zhou Huimin was likely still practicing piano at the music school. At this moment, only the elderly grandmother was at home. Such families in this era of Hong Kong were countless. They all struggled and fought for a better life. And at this moment, was he not also the same? From selling counterfeit goods at street stalls to making a successful debut in the stock market, and now making a leveraged bet on Kowloon warehouse, every step he took over the past 6 months felt like walking on thin ice, yet each step brought him closer to his goal. It's coming soon, Jiang Wenjie murmured to himself. 3 months later, when the stock price of Kowloon warehouse began to soar, his life would welcome its first true turning point. At that time, he would no longer be the poor kid selling goods in Sham Shui Pe, but rather an investor with millions in capital. After all, 1 million Hong Kong dollars in this era of gold could leverage many possibilities. As the night deepened, Jiang Wenjie turned off the lights, lay down on his bed, and in the distance the sound of a ship's whistle echoed. The night cruise ships of Victoria Harbor were coming in and out of the port. This city would never truly sleep, just as the stock market's curves would never cease to fluctuate. Just before closing his eyes, the last thought that crossed his mind was of the girl he had seen earlier carrying her backpack to piano class along with her faded dress. In this era full of opportunities, everyone was searching for their own path, and his journey was just beginning. In the following half-month, Jiang Wenjie's life returned to a certain rhythm. Apart from occasionally visiting the stock exchange to observe the market trends, he would get up early every day and rush out from the Tong building in Sham Shui Pe to set up his stall on Women's Street in Mongkok. After all, he needed to maintain a basic income until the profits from Kowloon warehouse were realized, and he also needed to remain low-key in the marketplace. On the afternoon of Women's Street, the crowd was still bustling. At this time, Jiang Wenjie was squatting in his usual corner, where a deep blue plastic cloth was spread out in front of him, neatly displaying a dozen of the latest counterfeit bags. Pretty lady, take a look, the latest handbag, all handmade. Miss, this color suits you, buy one, I'll give you a good price. The calls of his sales pitch didn't stand out in the noisy market, but Jiang Wenjie had long mastered a voice that pierced through the clamor. He observed the expressions, clothing, and dwell time of passing female customers, skillfully adjusting his sales tactics. His previous half-year experience in street vending had given him a direct grasp of the consumer psychology of this era, looking fashionable, yet not too ostentatious, affordable, yet appearing high-class. How much is this? A young woman with curly hair stopped to inquire. It's 120, pretty lady, take a look at this leather. Jiang Wenjie skillfully promoted while his gaze subtly scanned the street. The reason he moved from Kowloon Tong to sell bags on Women's Street was that Mongkok was currently one of the liveliest commercial districts, as well as a gathering place for all kinds of information. The everyday chats of housewives and the discussions of vendors about price fluctuations, even the rumors shared by gangsters. Within these seemingly trivial pieces of information often lay the true pulse of the market. In this half-month, Jiang Wenjie had captured several key signals from the street talks. The rents for real estate had started to rise again, and several old brand shops were forced to relocate due to expiring leases. Additionally, news from the factory area indicated that another garment factory was preparing to move north. There were also complaints from tea restaurant staff that the number of white-collar workers coming for breakfast had noticeably increased, with reports of several new securities firms opening in Central. All of these confirmed the historical trajectory in his memory. The economy of Hong Kong was transforming, manufacturing was continuously relocating, and the real estate and financial industries were about to rise. And all of this was closely related to Kowloon Warehouse. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Chung Kong Holdings in Central, the blinds in the chairman's office were half closed, blocking out the intense afternoon sun. At this moment, the room was filled with the rich aroma of pure tea. Li Xiaoqin sat at the large redwood tea table, skillfully brewing kung fu tea with the zisha teapot flowing in his hands, hot water pouring in, and the fragrance of tea wafting everywhere. Opposite the tea table sat three people: the CFO, Zhou Qianhe, the head of the investment department, Chen Wenyu, and the secretary, Hong Xiaolian. Come everyone, try this pure cake. I had a friend bring it from Yunnan. Li Xiaoqin pushed 3 cups of tea in front of the three. Zhou Qianhe picked up the cup and sniffed, praising good tea, fragrant and mellow, at least 10 years old. Chen Wenyu, being of overseas Chinese descent, had several generations of his family residing long-term in Y country and had long been assimilated by foreigners. He usually preferred coffee, so he wasn't very familiar with the tea ceremony. However, as Li Xiaoqin's investment advisor and the head of the investment department, he still politely sampled the tea. Meanwhile, Hong Xiaolian, as the secretary, quietly recorded the key points of the meeting. After 3 rounds of tea, the conversation gradually shifted to serious matters. How is the situation at Kowloon Warehouse now? Li Xiaoqin put down his cup, his voice steady. Zhou Qianhe opened his folder. Since last August, we've been diversifying our acquisitions through 12 different companies. As of now, we hold a total of 12 million shares of Kowloon Warehouse, accounting for about 12% of its total equity, with an average cost of $9.80 per share, totaling an investment of approximately 117 million Hong Kong dollars. This figure caused Chen Wenyu to raise his eyebrows slightly. Although he knew his boss had long been interested in Kowloon Warehouse, he didn't expect such a huge investment, nor did he anticipate that the action had started as early as mid-last year. Has Jardine Matheson noticed anything? Li Xiaoqin continued to ask. Not at the moment. Zhou Qianhe replied, we've diversified so much that no single entity holds more than 2%, and Jardine Matheson is currently focused entirely on its shipping business, not paying much attention to our sporadic purchases in the secondary market. Li Xiaoqin nodded, refilling the tea. The sound of water flowing was particularly clear in the quiet office. Then continue buying. He said, my goal is to quickly increase our stake to 20%, but it must be slower and more dispersed. We must not alert anyone. Understood. Zhou Qianhe noted, however, Mr. Li, the stock price of Kowloon Warehouse has already risen to about $16, and the cost of continued acquisitions will become increasingly high. It's alright, it's completely worth it. Li Xiaoqin replied succinctly, have you seen Kowloon Warehouse's asset statement? I've seen it. They have premium land in Tsim Sha Tsui Causeway Bay and Kuntong, especially the Tsim Sha Tsui Harbor City site, which is now worth at least 500 million, and it will continue to appreciate in the future. Not just that. Li Xiaoqin picked up his teacup, gazing out at the Victoria Harbor view. The true value of Kowloon Warehouse lies in its port and storage network. For Hong Kong's future development, logistics is key. As long as we control Kowloon Warehouse, it's equivalent to controlling half of Hong Kong's logistics lifeline. At this point, Chen Wenyu spoke, his Cantonese tinged with a British accent. But Jardine Matheson will not easily let go. After all, they are a long-established British firm deeply rooted in Hong Kong. That's why we need to operate in the shadows. Li Xiaoqin looked at him. Oh, you grew up in Y country. You should understand best. Capital knows no nationality, only interests. Jardine Matheson's problem now is that their lines of business are too long. Shipping, real estate, retail, trade. They do everything, but they excel at nothing. Kowloon Warehouse is just one of many assets for them, but for us, it is a strategic stronghold. Hong Xiaolian quickly recorded every word from her boss. Having followed Li Xiaoqin for many years, she understood his characteristics. While he spoke little, but each sentence was to the point. He appeared mild, yet was actually decisive and ruthless. So what should we do next? Zhou Qianhe asked. Li Xiaoqin pondered for a moment. Specifically, we will do 3 things. First, continue to acquire shares through offshore companies and affiliated enterprises, controlling weekly purchases to within 500,000 shares, avoiding drawing market attention. Second, start contacting a few minor shareholders of Kowloon Warehouse to see if they are willing to sell, but remain. Third, prepare sufficient funds. I need 200 million in cash that I can mobilize at any time. 200 million. Zhou Qianhe was somewhat surprised, but our company's cash flow. Go talk, Li Xiaoqin interrupted him. First, have discussions with HSBC and Hang Seng Bank. If that doesn't work, then approach Liao Chuanxing Bank. At worst, we can use the shares of Kowloon Warehouse as collateral. But remember, do not mention the acquisition. Just say that the company has a new real estate project that requires funding. During the conversation, the second pot of tea was already finished. Li Xiaoqin began to brew a third pot, his movements still calm. There's one more thing. He suddenly said, check the recent unusual transactions of Kowloon Warehouse. I've heard that some retail investors have been buying in large quantities lately. Chen Wenyu responded, I've noticed this as well. Over the past 2 weeks, I've found several accounts that collectively bought over 500,000 shares. Although dispersed, the trading methods are similar. Should we conduct a deeper investigation? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoqin was silent for a moment before waving his hand, and said there's no need to raise suspicion. As long as they aren't from Iha, we don't need to worry. After all, retail investors can't stir up much trouble. Though he said that a hint of doubt lingered in his heart. After so many years in the capital market, he had an almost instinctive intuition. When too many people are optimistic about something, it often signifies that changes are looming. However, what he did not anticipate was that this change was not due to retail investors, but another giant. Then Li Xiaoqin put down the teapot and gazed out the window. At Victoria Harbor, a massive cargo ship was slowly approaching the dock, emblazoned with the words Global Shipping. That was the company of Bao Yugong. Two giants, one on land and one at sea, were both focusing on the same lucrative piece of meat, unaware of each other. Let's accelerate the pace. Li Xiaoqin retracted his gaze, his voice carrying a sense of urgency. We need to ensure that by August our shareholding reaches 20%. Yes. Beside them, Hong Xiaolian, who was in charge of meeting minutes, had her black Mont Blanc pen gliding over the paper, the nib producing fine ink marks. She was accustomed to using the German shorthand method. 1978. 7/19, Wednesday, sunny 1530 Li Sheng team meeting. Weekly report: Kowloon warehouse holds 12 million shares. Iha has not noticed Q2 losses in the shipping department expanding. To be investigated in the South China Morning. Chun Sheng questioned the stock price risk. Li Sheng replied, logistics is the lifeblood. 1605, important decision on 3 lines of operation. 500 a week for dark absorption. Contact small shareholders. Try Zheng Yutong's faction first. Prepare 200 million cash pledge plans with banks like HSBC. Hang, Sungliao Chuangxing. Just as Li Sheng was injecting water for the 3rd time, the purple clay pot in his hand tilted slightly, possibly dissatisfied with Zhou Qian's cash flow response. She suddenly stopped writing, realizing her pen was leaking ink. This German-imported pen had always been reliable unless. Hong Xiaolian raised her eyes to the tea table and saw Li Xiaoqin scraping the tea foam with the lid of the pot. This action usually indicated that the meeting was nearing its end. Xiaolian added the share pledge documents for Qingzhou Cement into the plan. Li Xiaoqin's voice was as gentle as tea, but she noticed that his left hand lightly tapped the table 3 times. This was the signal for highest priority. The edge of her notebook was stuck with a piece of pure tea residue. She quietly picked it up and held it against the light. The tea leaves stood upright like swords. According to her grandmother from Chaozhou, this was a sign of noble people seizing power. Not long after the meeting ended, watching her 3 subordinates leave the office, Li Xiaoqin sat alone at the tea table, slowly finishing his last cup of tea. The tea had cooled, but its aftertaste lingered. He then stood up and walked to the window overlooking the scenery of Central. Below was the bustling Dufu Road with neon signs flashing. The tram clanged by, and this city was changing every day. Behind the changes, countless battles of capital calculations and struggles were taking place. Kowloon Warehouse was just the first step. His real goal was to break the monopoly of British firms in Hong Kong and then establish a commercial empire for Chinese capital. Although this path was quite difficult, he had already walked it for over 20 years, from a plastic flower factory to a real estate company, from a small workshop to a publicly listed company. And now the opportunity had finally arrived. At that moment, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Li Xiaoqin hurriedly answered. It was Liao Jian, the president of the Xiangjiang Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce, who was also the current actual head of Liao Chuangxing Bank, inviting him for tea next week. All right, you can set the exact time, Mr. Liao, he said calmly. After hanging up, a faint smile appeared on Li Xiaoqin's lips. Liao Jian's attitude was crucial. He needed the support of this business magnate. As he turned to leave, his gaze swept across a newspaper on the table. He noticed that today's financial section headline read Yonghua Textile, suspended. Dachang Textile proposes full acquisition, with a small analysis beside it discussing how retail investors could profit from it. Li Xiaoqin casually glanced at the newspaper before putting it down. After all, the revelry of retail investors was never on the same level as the games played by the big players. He then turned off the office lights and slowly walked into the elevator. The mirrored walls of the elevator reflected his calm demeanor and the unwavering determination deep in his eyes. At 10:30 in the evening, in the old Tang building corridor of Sham Shui, Jiang Wenjia returned home, dragging his weary body. At this time, the lights in the opposite neighbor Aunt Liu's house were still on. Intermittent piano sounds came through the thin door. An excerpt from Fur Elise played with a novice's fingers, but with exceptional earnestness in every note. Jiang Wenjia paused at the door for a moment, listening to the tender piano sounds inside, suddenly recalling a saying he had heard in his past life: the wheels of history roll forward, some sit on the cart, some push the cart, while more are merely the dust crushed beneath the wheels. In this life, he wanted to be the one sitting on the cart. No, he wanted to be the one steering the wheels. Entering the house, Jiang Wenjia first counted the earnings from today's street stall. 860 Hong Kong dollars, slightly more than yesterday. After taking a cold shower in the cramped bathroom, he sat by the window eating a late-night snack, wonton noodles packed from a roadside stall downstairs, while flipping through today's Sing Tao evening news. In the financial section, he saw that Kowloon Warehouse's stock price closed at 16. $3 with trading volume expanding moderately, while a small subtitle beside it read real estate stocks continue to strengthen. Analysts point to the urban redevelopment plan as a reason. Jiang Wenjie smiled slightly. He knew that this so-called urban redevelopment plan was merely a reason the market found for itself. The true driving force was likely planning a larger game in an office in Central at this very moment. Just as he was about to continue flipping through, there was a sudden loud knock on the front door. Bang, bang, bang. In the old Tang building of Sham Shui, doorbells were rare. Every family directly knocked on the door. Jiang Wenjie put down the newspaper and stood up to open the door. Standing outside was his neighbor's little sister, Zhou Huimin. The girl was wearing a faded floral nightgown tonight with an old knitted cardigan over it, and barefoot in plastic slippers. At this moment, she had her head down, her hands nervously twisting together, and under the light, he could clearly see her eyes were slightly red. "Amin," Jiang Wenjie said in surprise. "Amin," Jiang Wenjie said somewhat surprised. "Jiegu." The voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz laced with a nasal tone. It was only then that Jiang Wenjie noticed the door of her house slightly ajar with the faint sound of a quarrel emanating from inside. Amin's grandmother's voice, though the specific content was unclear, indicated that the situation was serious. "What happened?" Jiang Wenjie asked. I want to borrow a phone to call my mommy." Zhou Huimin finally summoned the courage to look up, her eyes unable to meet his. "She is working overtime at the tea house tonight, and I need to find her urgently. Borrow a phone." Jiang Wenjie immediately understood that there were not many families in this building with a phone. His family's was installed when the previous owners were still alive, with a monthly fee of over $20, which was a considerable expense for most of the neighbors. "Come in," he stepped aside. Zhou Huimin timidly walked in, then stood by the door, afraid to go further. Jiang Wenjie pointed to the old black rotary phone on the small table. "Feel free to use it." Amin walked over, carefully picking up the receiver, her fingers slowly turning the dial, her movements deliberate, as if afraid of dialing the wrong number. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenjie, who had intended to return to his room, could not help but step outside to investigate due to the loud quarrel coming from Zhou Huimin's house. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Jiang Wenjie turned to see Aunt Lu rushing up the stairs. She was wearing faded work clothes, her hair somewhat disheveled, and holding an old cloth bag, her face showing signs of exhaustion. "Aunt Lu," Jiang Wenjie greeted. Aunt Lu was taken aback for a moment before noticing Jiang Wenjie standing at the door. "Jie, you're still up this late." Before she could finish, Zhou Huimin hung up the phone. Apparently, a staff member from the tea house had informed her that her mother had already finished work. Hearing the conversation outside, the young girl hurriedly put down the receiver, forgetting even to say thank you, and rushed out of Jiang's house. Immediately, the girl's voice, tinged with tears, called out as she dashed into Aunt Liu's embrace, where Aunt Lu quickly held her daughter. Then her expression changed as she asked, "What happened? What's going on?" At that moment, the quarrel in the opposite house suddenly escalated, with a sharp female voice yelling, "If you don't have money, why are you letting your granddaughter learn piano? How much is the tuition for that? Wouldn't it be better to save it for rent?" Hearing this from her own house, Aunt Liu's face turned pale, and she immediately protected her daughter behind her, then quickly walked towards her front door. Zhou Huimin closely followed her mother, even forgetting to thank Jiang Wenjie. Jiang Wenjie frowned and followed them just as he reached the doorway, when he saw Zhou Huimin's grandmother arguing fiercely with a middle-aged woman inside. That was Aunt Liu's mother-in-law, a gray-haired old lady, who was bowing repeatedly in front of a plump middle-aged woman, saying, "Madam Chun, my daughter-in-law just fell a couple of days behind on the rent. She will definitely pay you in 3 days. Huh, 3 days again." The woman, dubbed the landlady, stood with her hands on her hips, spitting words. "Do you know you haven't paid rent for over 2 months? And every time it's just wait a few days. Do you think you can delay it until next month? If you don't have money, why are you renting a house? You might as well move to the mountains and live in a hut. The mountains don't cost anything." At this time, Aunt Lu charged into the room, shielding her daughter behind her, and said, holding back her anger, "Madam Chun, that's too harsh. We've known each other for so many years and have rented from you for so long. Our families have always been on good terms. You know that when I had money, I never fell behind on the rent. Then pay up." The landlady was unyielding. "I was planning to pay last month's rent." Aunt Liu's voice trembled a bit. "But my daughter had to pay for piano lessons, so I delayed it for a few days." "A few days, eh?" The landlady sneered. "You've delayed for 2 whole months. And let your daughter learn piano. If you have no money, what business do you have learning piano? Don't pretend to be affluent." As these words were spoken, Zhou Huimin's tears streamed down her face, the young girl biting her lip and burying her face behind her mother's back, her shoulders trembling slightly. Jiang Wenjie stood at the door, having pieced together the situation. It was clear that Aunt Liu's family was behind on rent, and the landlady had come to collect. Such situations were not uncommon in Sham Shui. After all, a widowed woman with no education and no support trying to provide for her daughter and mother-in-law would find it hard to make ends meet, even if she worked 3 jobs a day. From the original owner's memories, Aunt Lu had previously borrowed money from Jiang Wenjie's parents twice to help However, Aunt Lu was a proud woman, and after borrowing money, she would repay it as soon as possible, even offering interest though Jiang's parents had never accepted. So during festive seasons, Aunt Lu would send over some candies and snacks, never wanting to take advantage. What left an even deeper impression on Jiang Wenjie was that half a year ago, when the original owner's parents passed away in a traffic accident, it was Aunt Lu who took several days off to help the helpless original owner handle the funeral arrangements, a kindness he always remembered. Jiang Wenjie cleared his throat and walked into the room, then calmly said, "Madam Chun, Aunt Lu." As soon as he spoke, all three women in the room turned to look at him. Aunt Lu and her mother-in-law showed awkward expressions while the landlady forced a smile and replied, "Oh, it's Jie, what brings you here?" Jiang Wenjie nodded. "I heard everything outside." "Aunt Lu, how long have you been behind on rent?" Madam Chun interjected, "Over 2 months. It's been exactly over 2 months. Jie, you know that the rent for this building is quite cheap in Shamshui, only $350 a month. They have already owed over $700. It's hard for me too." Aunt Liu's eyes reddened as she defended herself. "Landlady, I genuinely delayed it last month because Amin needed to pay for piano lessons." "No money? Then don't let her learn." Madam Chun interrupted her. "Look at your house, you can barely afford meals, what piano lessons? That's something only the daughters of wealthy families learn." Upon hearing this, Zhou Huimin cried, even harder, yet she dared not make a sound, burying her face tightly against her mother's back. Jiang Wenjie watched this scene with a sigh, then looked at the landlady Madam Chun, and sincerely said, "Madam Chun, we are all long-time neighbors. You know Aunt Lu's character, she's not the kind of person who would deliberately default on rent. She's probably just in a tight spot right now. How about this? I'll cover the rent that Aunt Lu owes for now, including the next month, totaling 1,100, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Upon hearing Jiang Wenjie was going to lend her money, Chen Tai was first taken aback, then furrowed her brows and said, "Jizzy, where did you get the money? It's not easy for you either." Aunt Lu suddenly looked up and hurriedly interrupted, saying, No, Ajia, I can't take your money. It's hard for you to earn a little by setting up a stall, how can I?" "Aunt Lu," Jiang Wenjie interrupted her. "I remember when my parents were still around, they were busy working, and there were times I fell ill, but it was you who helped take care of me. Moreover, when my parents passed away, it was also you who was busy helping out. I have always remembered that kindness." Aunt Lu was stunned, her eyes turning red immediately. "Well, that was only right, we are neighbors. So now that a neighbor is in trouble, of course I should lend a hand, isn't that only natural?" Jiang Wenjie said calmly, 1,000 when I have it on hand. You can take it to pay the rent first, and you can return it to me when you're more comfortable. There's no rush." But Aunt Lu still wanted to decline. Landlady Chen Tai sighed at this moment and said, "May look how good Jesse is. Sigh, it's not that I want to pressure you, but I have to make a living too." As she spoke, she turned to Jiang Wenjie, her tone softening. "Jesse, you are truly a good child, but you need to think carefully. May and her family. Their situation might take some time to recover." "I know," Jiang Wenjie said, "but I trust Aunt Lu. Although she is in difficulty, she has never defaulted on her debts. When my parents were still around, I had borrowed money from her, and she paid it back on time, right?" Aunt Lu nodded vigorously. Yes. Ajia, don't worry, I will definitely pay it back. As soon as I get my salary next month, I will immediately return a portion to you." "It's fine." Jiang Wenjie waved his hand. "You don't need to worry about the money. Recently, aside from doing well at the stall, I've also made some money in the stock market, so I am relatively comfortable with my finances. You can take this money first and return it when you're able. There's no rush." Chen Tai watched from the side, her expression somewhat complicated, then she sighed and said, "Jesse, you are truly a good young man, but..." She looked at Aunt Lu. "May, it's not that I'm criticizing you. Having a good neighbor like Jesse is indeed a blessing for you. But this money is a loan, so remember that you need to pay it back in the future. So never mind, I won't interfere too much." She took the money Jiang Wenjie handed over, counted it, then pulled out a receipt book from her apron pocket and quickly wrote a receipt, saying, "Here, keep this safe. Remember to pay your rent on time next month." After saying this, she shook her head and turned to leave. When she reached the door, she glanced back at Jiang Wenjie and said, "Jesse, you." "Sigh, never mind." As landlady Chen Tai left, the room immediately fell silent. Aunt Liu's mother-in-law came forward, holding Jiang Wenjie's hand with tears streaming down her face, saying, "Ajie, you truly have a heart of gold. Your father and mother in heaven will definitely be proud of you." "Auntie, you're exaggerating." Jiang Wenjie helped her sit down. "It's just a small matter." Aunt Lu wiped her tears and turned to take out a pen and paper from the drawer. "Ajia, I will write you an IO. This 1,100 I promise to pay back within 6 months, 200 each month. Is that all right?" "No need to write an IOU, Aunt Lu," Jiang Wenjie said. "I trust you." "It must be written. It must be written," Aunt Lu insisted. "Even close brothers keep accounts clearly, it's the rule." After saying this, she directly leaned over the dining table, writing the IOU carefully and neatly. Once finished, she signed her name, Lu Yume, and then took out red clay to stamp her red handprint. Jiang Wenjie took the IOU, looking at the elegant handwriting, nodded, and put it away. "All right, I will keep it for now, but Aunt Lu, you really don't need to rush to pay it back. Take your time." Aunt Lu replied, then turned to her daughter beside her. A min come thank Jiego. Zhou Huimin timidly walked over and bowed deeply to Jiang Wenjie, saying, "Thank you, Jiego." "No need to thank me." Jiang Wenjie patted her head. "Just practice the piano well. If you become a big star in the future, remember to invite me to your concert." The little girl smiled through her tears, nodding vigorously. As Jiang Wenjie left Aunt Liu's house, it was already close to 11 o'clock. He returned to his own room, sat back down by the window, and gazed out at the night view of Sham Shui, noticing only a few lights still shining outside. At that moment, the piano sound from the opposite door suddenly rang out again, but this time it was playing Ode to Joy. Listening to the music, Jiang Wenjie recalled landlady Chun Tai's earlier words, "Can learning the piano put food on the table?" He didn't know the answer, but he understood that some things are actually more important than food. Like dreams, like dignity, and like the little bit of possibility a mother strives to give her daughter. On the afternoon of July 26th, at the Pak family villa in Repulse Bay, the air conditioning in the study was set very low, contrasting sharply with the scorching summer outside. At this time, Pak Yugong sat in a wide leather chair holding a freshly delivered shipping industry analysis report with a slight frown. Across from him sat his son-in-law and capable assistant Wu Guangjing with several documents and reports. "Dad, here are the latest figures." Wu Guangjing pushed a document over, saying, "In the first half of the year, the global shipping freight index dropped by 15%, and it's expected to continue declining in the second half. Our long-term clients in Europe have already started to demand renegotiations on freight rates." Pak Yugong put down the report, took off his glasses, and rubbed his temples. His eyes behind the lenses were still sharp, but the fine wrinkles at the corners revealed the worries of this shipping magnate. "Abandon the ships and go ashore," he said slowly, his voice steady. "This decision can no longer be delayed." Wu Guangjing nodded. "In the past 2 years, we have gradually sold 37 old cargo ships, cashing out about 900 million Hong Kong dollars. Along with the company's current liquidity, we have about 16 billion Hong Kong dollars in cash available for use." 16 billion. Pak Yugong pondered for a moment. "Is that enough?" "If it's just for the initial funds, Wu Guangjing opened another document, saying, "According to your plan from the beginning of the year, we started in March to secretly acquire Kowloon warehouse stocks through 16 different investment institutions in the secondary market." He paused, lowering his voice. "As of now, we hold approximately 11 million shares of Kowloon warehouse, accounting for 11% of its total equity, with an average cost of $10.20 per share, totaling an investment of 112 million. A glint of sharp light flashed in Pak Yugong's eyes. "Has Jardine Matheson noticed?" A glimmer of light flashed in Bao Yugong's eyes as he asked, "Has he noticed anything?" "Not yet," Wu Guangjing replied confidently. "We are very dispersed, and no single entity holds more than 3% of the shares. Moreover, we make our transactions during peak market activity, blending in with a large number of retail investors, making it difficult to be detected." "Very well," Bao Yugong nodded. "Continue buying, but do it more slowly. However, I want to ensure that by the end of the year we hold at least 20% of the shares." "Understood," Wu Guangjing noted in his notebook. "But Dad, I have a question." "Speak." "Why don't we negotiate directly with Yi? Given your current status in the shipping industry, if you propose to collaborate with them on the development of the Kowloon warehouse real estate project, I believe Yi might consider it." Hearing his son-in-law's question, Bao Yugong immediately laughed a knowing smile that only someone who has experienced the ups and downs of the business world could possess. "Guangjing, you are still too young," he said as he walked to the window, gazing at the azure bay. "What is Yi? They are an old British trading firm, inherently arrogant. Do you think they would cooperate equally with a Chinese boatman?" As he spoke, he suddenly turned around, his expression becoming stern, and said, "No, they would only think that my desire for a piece of the pie is a foolish dream. Hence what we need to do is not request cooperation, but rather seize control directly." "I understand," Wu Guangjing replied solemnly. "The value of Kowloon warehouse lies not in its docks and warehouses, but in the land it occupies." Bao Yugong returned to his desk, tapping his fingers on the surface. "The land at Sim Sha Sui Harbor City will become one of the most valuable commercial areas in all of Hong Kong. Places like Causeway Bay and Kwun Tong. Their land prices will triple, quintuple, or even decuple in 5 years. So that's why you are so determined to acquire Kowloon warehouse. It's not just about making money." Bao Yugong sat back down, his tone grave. "Guangjing, do you know how many British trading firms there are in Hong Kong? Yi Swire, HSBC, Standard Chartered. They have controlled the economic lifeline of this city for over a..." He paused, his voice more resolute. "I want to break this situation. Acquiring Kowloon warehouse is not merely..." He paused, his voice more resolute. "I want to break this situation. Acquiring Kowloon warehouse is not merely a business investment, it is a signal that Chinese capital has become strong enough to challenge their British monopoly." Wu Guangjing felt the weight of his father-in-law's words and nodded solemnly. "Dad, I will do my utmost to cooperate. We need to expedite a few matters." Bao Yugong began to outline the plan. "First, we will continue to secretly accumulate shares, no more than 400,000 shares per week, to avoid causing market fluctuations. Second, we will start secretly contacting HSBC to explore whether they can provide acquisition loans. Remember, we must use the guise of global shipping new ship acquisition project financing and must not mention acquisition. As for HSBC, Wu Guangjing hesitated. Their relationship with he is very close contact. That's why we must be cautious, Bao Yugong interjected. You should first find Shunbai to discuss privately. I have some connections with him. Although he is also a foreigner, he is much more pragmatic than those at he. He values profit over face. Shunbai is a senior figure at HSBC. Bao Yugong had worked with HSBC multiple times during his rise in the shipping industry, establishing a good level of trust between them. Thirdly, Bao Yugong continued, prepare a restructuring plan for Kowloon Warehouse's assets. If we successfully take control of Kowloon Warehouse, then we must consider how to integrate these assets and maximize their value. You need to plan for this in advance. I'm already working on it. Wu Guangjing opened a folder. I have hired appraisers from Jones Lang LaSalle who have conducted a preliminary valuation of all properties at Kowloon Warehouse. According to the current market price, the total value is approximately 2.5 billion Hong Kong dollars, but if redeveloped, its value could double. Bao Yugong nodded in satisfaction, feeling that although his son-in-law was young, he was quite meticulous in his work and was the successor he had carefully nurtured. There's one more thing. Suddenly Wu Guangjing recalled something. There seems to be some unusual activity in the market recently. The buying interest in Kowloon Warehouse has been more active than usual. Though it is dispersed, it is continuous. I am worried that besides us there are others secretly accumulating shares. Bao Yugong raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, do you know who it is? Not yet. Their operations are very discreet, conducted through multiple overseas brokerages, and the flow of funds is complex. However, it is certain that their capital is substantial, and they are quite patient. The study fell silent for a moment, only the air conditioner humming faintly. Do not alert the enemy yet. Bao Yugong finally said, as long as they are not people from he, we need not worry about them for now. Our primary goal is to keep a close watch on he to prevent them from sensing and increasing their holdings. Understood. Bao Yugong looked out the window at the shimmering surface of the shallow bay under the sunlight with a few yachts leisurely sailing by. This tranquil sea view was in stark contrast to the impending capital storm. What he did not know was that at this moment at the headquarters of Chung Kong Holdings and Central, another pair of eyes was also focused on the equity structure of Kowloon Warehouse. Li Ziakin's holdings had quietly reached 12.4%. Two dragons were lurking in the shadows, eyeing the same gem. Yet neither was aware of the other's existence. Guangjing, Bao Yugong suddenly spoke. What do you think our chances of success are? Wu Guangjing pondered for a moment and replied earnestly. If everything goes smoothly, and we secretly accumulate shares to reach 20% before suddenly launching a takeover bid, our chances of success should be 70%. But the premise is that he must not discover us in advance. 70%. Bao Yugong murmured, then smiled. That's enough. In business as in war, there is no such thing as 100% certainty. 70% is worth taking a gamble on. As he spoke, he stood up, walked to the study's wine cabinet, poured 2 glasses of whiskey, and handed one to Wu Guangjing. Let's toast to our success. The 2 glasses clinked gently, producing a crisp sound. The amber liquid swirled in the glasses, reflecting the clear summer sky of Hong Kong outside the window. The curtain had quietly risen for this grand drama of the 2 dragons vying for the pearl, while far away in Sham Shui, Jiang Wenjie was carrying a burden filled with counterfeit bags heading towards the stalls of Women's Street. At 10:30 in the evening, Jiang Wenjie dragged his weary body back to the Tang building in Sham Shui. Business was good today at the ladies' market. He sold 6 bags, earning over 900 Hong Kong dollars. He was also carrying half a soy sauce chicken bought from the roast meat shop at the street corner, intending to have it for a late night. Inserting the key into the lock, he turned it and pushed open the peeling wooden door, only to find the room stuffy. He dropped the package and the soy sauce chicken, and the first thing he did was open the window. The evening breeze at the end of July flowed in, carrying the smoky scent of the marketplace, slightly dissipating the heat in the room. Just as he was about to take off his sweat-soaked shirt to shower, a gentle knock came from the living room door. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythm was cautious and tentative. Jiang Wenjie was somewhat surprised at this hour who would come looking for him. Walking over to open the door, he found his neighbor, the girl, Zhou Huimin, standing outside. The little girl wore a light pink short-sleeve shirt paired with a blue skirt, her hair tied in a simple ponytail, revealing her smooth forehead. At the age of 12, she already vaguely resembled her future delicate self, but the timid expression between her brows and eyes remained unchanged. Amin. Jiang Wenjie was a bit surprised. What's up, brother Jia? Zhou Huimin's voice was soft, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her skirt. My mom heard you were back and asked me to call you over to have a late-night snack. She paused and added, Mom finished work early at the tea house today, made wontons, and cooked a lot. Jiang Wenjie was momentarily taken aback, then he smiled. This was the 3rd time Aunt Lu had invited him over for a late-night snack. Sometimes it was homemade pastries, other times a bowl of soup shared over, but inviting him over for a late-night snack was the most direct way. Sure, Jiang Wenjie readily agreed, a playful smile on his face. Just in time, I bought soy sauce chicken, we can add some dishes. Upon hearing about adding dishes, Zhou Huimin's eyes lit up, but she quickly lowered her head, nervously twisting her skirt. No need to go to any trouble. It's fine, I can't finish it all by myself anyway, Jiang Wenjie replied, turning back into the house. He first went to the cramped bathroom to splash his face with cold water, then seemed to remember something, and walked to his desk to open the drawer. Inside, neatly stacked, were several boxes of cassette tapes, all bought from a record store in Mongkok a few days ago. After all, when he was tired from selling, he relied on music to ease his fatigue. He rummaged through and took out two brand new cassette tapes. One was Teresa Teng's newly released Small Town Story, and the other was Jenny Sang's new album Struggle. He had bought these two tapes, but hadn't unwrapped them yet, originally intending to keep them for himself. Carrying the cassette tapes back to the door, he found Zhou Huimin still patiently waiting there, her hands clasped behind her back, her toes unconsciously drawing small circles on the ground. Here for you, Jiang Wenjie said, handing her the tapes. Zhou Huimin looked up, and upon seeing the tapes her eyes brightened instantly. It's the new songs by Teresa Teng and Jenny Sang, Jiang Wenjie explained. I heard Aunt Lu say you like to sing, so you can take these tapes to listen to. But this is very expensive. The little girl hesitated, not reaching for them. She knew cassette tapes weren't cheap, especially those just released by popular stars, each costing around 20 to 30 Hong Kong dollars, equivalent to half a day's wages for her mother. Not expensive, I can buy several boxes in a day at the stall, Jiang Wenjie insisted, shoving them into her hands. Besides, don't you like singing? You should listen to how they sing. If you like them, I'll bring you more next time. Zhou Huimin bit her lip, but her eyes remained fixed on the two cassette tapes. She indeed loved singing. The old radio at home was her most cherished possession. Every day after finishing her homework, she would listen to the music program, City Chase, and Teresa Teng and Jenny Sang were her favorite singers. Thank you, Brother Jia. Zhou Huimin finally stopped refusing, tightly holding the cassette tapes in her arms, a faint blush appearing on her face, as if a soft spot in her heart had been touched. Seeing her happy, Jiang Wenjie felt warm inside. In his past life, he had only seen the charm of the fairy princess on television and the internet. Her pure appearance, gentle voice, and the poignant experiences in her love life. So many people had regarded her as their dream lover. Though the phrase, 3 generations want to marry her, was a joke, it revealed her special status in the hearts of countless people. Now this future superstar stood right in front of him, still a 12-year-old girl who could be made happy by 2 cassette tapes. Let's go, don't keep your mom waiting, he said, picking up the soy sauce chicken, closing the door, and following Zhou Huimin to the Liu family next door. As soon as they entered, the sounds of pots and pans clashing and the aroma of food wafted through. Brother Jia is here. Aunt Liu's head peeked out from the kitchen, a smile on her face. Come in and sit down, and the wontons will be ready soon. Aunt Liu's mother also came out from the inner room. The elderly woman had poor eyesight and squinted for a long time before recognizing Jiang Wenjie. Brother Jia, come sit here. Pour tea for Brother Jia. No need to trouble yourself. Jiang Wenjie hadn't finished his sentence when Zhou Huimin had already dashed off. The house was even smaller than Jiang Wenjie's, less than 400 square feet, divided into 2 small rooms and an open space serving as a living room, dining room, and kitchen. But it was kept very tidy. Although the furniture was old, everything was clean. The most noticeable feature was the old piano in the corner of the living room, covered with a lace cloth and adorned with a potted pothose. Jiang Wenjie handed the soy sauce chicken to Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu, hey, race an extra dish. Oh dear, you child coming to dinner and bringing something. Aunt Lu pretended to complain, but her eyes were full of gratitude. She knew it wasn't easy for Jiang Wenjie to make a living, as the money earned from selling was hard-earned. Zhou Huimin brought a cup of hot tea and placed it on the tea table in front of Jiang Wenjie. The teacup was a plain glass one, but it was very clean. Thank you, Jiang Wenjie said, taking it and sipping. It was ordinary green tea, somewhat astringent, but very refreshing. In the kitchen, Aunt Lu swiftly chopped the soy sauce chicken into pieces and lifted the lid of the pot. A large pot of wontons was boiling, steaming hot. She scooped up the wontons, divided them into 4 bowls sprinkled with scallions and seaweed, and poured clear broth over them. Dinner is ready. The 4 of them sat around the small round table, with Aunt Liu's mother in the main seat, Jiang Wenjie facing Zhou Huimin, and Aunt Lu sitting next to her daughter. Brother Jia, eat more. Aunt Lu pushed the largest bowl of wontons toward him. The pork is fresh today. Oh, I specially added more shrimp. Aunt Liu's cooking is always good, Jiang Wenjie said, without hesitation, scooping a wonton into his mouth. Indeed, the skin was thin and the filling tender, and though the broth was light, it was very flavorful. However, in the late 1970s, sham shui, such a bowl of wontons was already quite a decent late-night snack for an ordinary family. Aunt Liu's mother watched him eat heartily, her smile widening. Take your time, there's more in the pot. Zhou Huimin sat directly opposite Jiang Wenjie, eating slowly, occasionally stealing glances at him. When she noticed Jiang Wenjie looking at her, as well, she quickly lowered her head, her ears turning slightly red. Jiang Wenjie found it amusing, but chose not to point it out, continuing to focus on eating the wontons. This simple food in this cramped Tang building somehow brought about a rare warmth. Jiang Wenjie suddenly asked, "How is your piano practice going lately?" The little girl blinked in surprise and replied softly, "My teacher says my finger technique has improved. Last lesson she taught me the second half of Fur Elise. I can almost play it now." "Really? That's truly impressive," Jiang Wenjie praised sincerely. "I tried piano for a few days as a child, but quickly realized I lacked talent, and gave up. For you to persist this long is no small feat." Zhou Huimin's cheeks flushed faintly. Whether from shyness or quiet joy, it was hard to tell. "She practices with such dedication every single day." Aunt Lu interjected, her voice brimming with pride, and a quiet undercurrent of tenderness. "As soon as she returns from school, finishes her homework, she sits at the piano. 2 or 3 hours straight. I tell her to rest, but she refuses. To love something is to persevere," Jiang Wenjie said. "Amin possesses genuine talent. Nurture it well, and she will surely flourish." Zhou Huimin blushed again, and lowered her head, quietly stirring the wontons in her bowl. Aunt Lu's mother sighed deeply. "It's just too hard on her. Amin's mother works 3 jobs a day, and Amin herself must study and practice piano. As for me, an old woman past her usefulness, I can't offer much help." "Please don't say that, Grandma." Jiang Wenjie set down his spoon. "Your whole family is extraordinary. Aunt Lu's tireless labor, Amin's unwavering diligence. Brighter days are surely ahead." Tears glistened in Aunt Lu's eyes. She hastily picked up a piece of chicken and placed it in Jiang Wenjie's bowl. "Ajay, stop talking. Eat. The meal unfolded warmly. Jiang Wenjie recounted amusing incidents from his street stall. Aunt Lu shared anecdotes from the tea house. Even Zhou Huimin, who rarely spoke, offered a few quiet remarks about school. After dinner, Zhou Huimin quietly cleared the table and carried the dishes to the kitchen. Jiang Wenjie rose to help, but Aunt Lu gently held him back. "Let her do it. A girl must learn household duties." From the kitchen came the steady rush of water. Aunt Lu leaned closer to Jiang Wenjie and whispered, "Ajay, that money. I'll repay part of it next month when I receive my wages." "No rush at all." Jiang Wenjie waved his hand lightly. "Aunt Lu, I truly don't need it urgently. Focus first on your family. Amin's tuition and piano lessons come first." Aunt Lu wiped away a tear. "You're just like your parents, truly good people." Jiang Wenjie smiled faintly, saying nothing. His gaze lingered on Zhou Huimin's slender silhouette in the kitchen, evoking the radiant star she would one day become upon the world's grandest stages. Few could imagine how many such evenings she had endured before fame, washing dishes in a cramped, modest kitchen, practicing piano beneath the soft yellowed glow of a single lamp, bearing life's relentless weight while never relinquishing her dream. "Aunt Lu," he said suddenly, "Amin possesses exceptional talent. Given the chance, she deserves access to superior musical training." Aunt Lu offered a wry smile. "I know, but right now, opportunity will come," Jiang Wenjie interrupted gently. "When my finances allow, I'll sponsor her studies with a more accomplished master." "That's unthinkable." Aunt Lu shook her head vigorously. "You've already done so much for us." "Aunt Lu," Jiang Wenjie met her eyes with quiet conviction. "Investing in human potential is the wisest investment of all. I have absolute faith. Amin will rise to greatness." The water ceased flowing in the kitchen. Zhou Huimin emerged, drying her hands, and paused shyly upon finding both adults watching her. "I'm done washing." Jiang Wenjie stood. "It's growing late. I should head home. Thank you for the wontons, Aunt Lu. They were delicious." "Don't be so formal. Come again anytime." Aunt Lu walked him to the door. Zhou Huimin followed behind her mother and murmured, "Goodbye, Jia." "Goodbye," Jiang Wenjie replied, and before stepping out turned back with a playful wink. "Remember to practice piano. I'll test you next time." Her cheeks flushed once more, but this time she summoned her courage and offered him a gentle, fleeting smile. Back in his room, Jiang Wenjie approached the window, and faintly the piano began again. This time she played "The Moon Represents My Heart," a classic by Teresa Tung. He smiled faintly and lit a cigarette, a habit he'd acquired since arriving in this era. Through the curling smoke, he recalled today's stock quote for Wharf Holdings at the exchange: 16 Hong Kong dollars. 8, up 50 cents. The September acquisition battle drew ever nearer, his plan advanced steadily. And yet on this ordinary evening in Sham Shui Pa, a bowl of wontons, 2 cassette tapes, the delicate resonance of a young girl's piano, made him realize suddenly and profoundly wealth mattered, but so did certain other things equally precious. Outside, night deepened. The piano fell silent. Jiang Wenjie crushed the cigarette, butt, and laid down on his bed. Tomorrow demanded an early start, setting up his stall, monitoring the exchange, striving toward that far greater ambition. Yet tonight he slept soundly. August 28, 1978, 1000 M. Jardine House Headquarters. Henry Keswick stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, gazing down upon Victoria Harbor. Sunlight streamed through the glass, spilling across the rich, heavy Persian rug. An antique wall clock ticked steadily. Every object in that room whispered without uttering a word of the Anglo-foreign firm's century-old authority, and a soft knock sounded at the door. "Enter." The door opened. In stepped Richard Keswick, managing director of the Wharf and a member of the Keswick family. Though barely in his 30s, educated at Oxford and impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his brow bore a trace of gravity. "Uncle Henry," Richard said, approaching the desk without his usual pleasantries. "We need to discuss the Wharf." Henry turned and gestured toward the chair opposite his desk. "Speak." Richard opened his file, speaking briskly. "Over the past 3 months, the Wharf share price has risen from 14 Hong Kong dollars 50 to 17 Hong Kong dollars 20, a gain exceeding 20%. Such movement alone wasn't alarming. Property stocks had been surging recently, but trading volume told another story. Last month's average daily volume had surged 150 year-on-year. "Inflow into property stocks is perfectly normal," Henry remarked, raising an eyebrow. "But the source of that inflow is not." Richard flipped to another page of data. "Our analysts conducted a detailed breakdown over the past 90 days. Large buy orders, exceeding 5,000 shares, accounted for 37% of total volume. And each of those orders shared a distinct pattern, concentrated either within the first half hour after market open or the final half hour before close. Clearly time to evade peak trading scrutiny." Henry seated himself behind his desk, steepling his fingers. "Your conclusion? Someone is accumulating shares." Richard's tone was resolute. "This is no retail activity. It's organized strategic acquisition. And the buyer proceeds with remarkable caution, breaking large positions into fragments, executing trades across multiple accounts, deliberately avoiding market attention." Silence settled over the office. From beyond the window drifted the distant muffled blast of a ferry's horn. "Who could it be?" Henry asked slowly. "Who could it be?" Henry asked slowly. "That is the problem." Richard shook his head. "I have checked the records of all recent significant transactions, and the other party has utilized at least 8 different brokerage firms. Moreover, some of these transactions were conducted through offshore companies registered overseas, making it very difficult to trace the ultimate beneficiaries." Henry leaned back in his chair, his gaze sharpening. "So what's your suggestion?" "I believe we should." Before Richard could finish his sentence, there was another knock on the office door. The person entering was Nubi Jian, an important aide of the Keswick family, also serving as a senior manager at the Land Group. This Scotsman in his 50s was known for his shrewdness and efficiency, but at that moment he wore an unusually serious expression. "Sorry to interrupt, but this matter is urgent." Nubi Jian didn't bother with pleasantries and went straight to the point. "Henry, in the past week I have received private warnings from several familiar brokerage owners. Although they did not disclose specific details, they all hinted that someone is currently making large purchases of Wharf Holdings stocks, and the scale of funds involved is significant." He paused, emphasizing his tone. "This is not sporadic buying, it's a planned and rhythmic acquisition." One of the owners mentioned that the accounts he handled accumulated over 3 million shares in the past month. The atmosphere in the office suddenly grew tense. 3 million shares. Henry repeated the figure, his expression darkening. "At the current market price, that amounts to over 50 million Hong Kong dollars. This is definitely not a trivial matter." Richard interjected. "This aligns with what we've monitored. It seems the news has already spread within the circle." Nubi Jin nodded yes, although the other party is being very discreet. Such a large amount of funds cannot leave no trace at all. There's also a network of information among the brokerages. Henry returned to his desk, but did not sit down. He leaned forward with both hands resting on the surface, a habitual posture he assumed when making important decisions. "Gentlemen," his voice was low, yet each word was clear and forceful, "we are facing a very real issue. Someone is already targeting Wharf Holdings, and as of now, we don't even know who the opponent is." He looked at Nubi Jian. "What do you think?" Nubi Jian pondered for a moment. "From the operational methods, the other party is very professional, and they are also very patient. They haven't made a massive purchase all at once that would spike the stock price. Instead, they are accumulating slowly, which indicates they are not in a hurry, but are making long-term arrangements. Moreover," he added, "they clearly don't want to alarm us. If it weren't for the unusual trading volume coupled with the whispers from the brokerages, we might still be in the dark." Henry nodded and turned to Richard. "How much cash does Wharf Holdings have on hand now? If we want to increase our stake, how much capital can we mobilize?" Richard quickly calculated. "Wharf Holdings has about 80 million Hong Kong dollars available, but if we want to increase our stake through the parent company, Jardine Matheson, we will need to tap into the group's reserves. Preliminarily estimating, without affecting the group's other businesses, we can mobilize around 150 million within a week." "Not enough." Henry shook his head. "If the other party has already laid their plans several months in advance, their shareholding ratio may not be low. If we want to counterattack, we must have sufficient ammunition." He sat down again, tapping his fingers on the desk, a rhythm he assumed while thinking. "Let's proceed in 3 steps." Henry decided. "First, Richard, you need to immediately organize a team to investigate this matter. I want to know exactly who is behind this. Also find out their sources of funds and current shareholding ratio. Remember, do not alert the other party, but make sure." "Understood." Second, Nubi Jian, you are responsible for preparing the funds." Henry continued. "Also contact HSBC, Standard Chartered, and our own Jardine Securities. Prepare at least 300 million Hong Kong dollars in credit lines. If necessary, we can issue bonds or convertible securities." Nubi Jian noted. 300. "Do we need to hold a board meeting?" "Just prepare." I will communicate with the directors. Henry said third and most crucial. We need to start quietly increasing our stake in Wharf Holdings. He looked at the two men, his gaze sharp, but we cannot buy in a fragmented manner like the other party. We need to enter through associated companies and friendly institutions appearing as independent entities. We can slightly push up the stock price, but it must not surge, otherwise it will alert the snake in the grass. Richard expressed some concern. Uncle Henry, if we start buying now, the stock price is likely to rise further. Wouldn't that be playing right into the other party's hands? If they take the opportunity to sell, they could easily profit and exit. That is exactly what we want. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Henry's mouth. If the other party is merely a speculator, they will leave once they make money. But if they truly have ambitions to acquire Wharf Holdings. He didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. If the other party continues to buy, it indicates a determination to succeed, and that is when the real war will begin. Newbie Jin pondered, so by increasing our stake now, we are not only solidifying our control, but also testing the other party's intentions. Exactly. Henry nodded. The business world is like a battlefield. Isn't there a saying among the Chinese? Knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles. Our biggest disadvantage right now is that we don't know who the opponent is, so every step needs to be cautious, but we cannot be timid. He stood up and walked to the large map of Victoria Harbor, pointing at the location of Tsim Shui, where Wharf Holdings' core asset Harbor City is situated. Wharf Holdings is not just a company. Henry's voice echoed in the office. It represents our most important real estate layout in Kowloon, as well as a symbol of Jardine's influence. For over 100 years, everything our Keswick family has built in Victoria Harbor must not be lost in our generation. He turned to his two capable aides. I don't care who the opponent is, whether they are Chinese or British capital, Wharf Holdings must remain in Jardine's hands. Richard and Newbie Jin exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. We will do our best, Uncle Henry. Henry waved his hand. Remember, confidentiality is the top priority. Do not leak any information before we clarify the opponent. After the two left, the office fell silent again, and Henry stood alone by the window, gazing out at Victoria Harbor. At that moment, the port was still busy with ships coming and going, but in his eyes, this familiar sea view was shrouded in a layer of shadow, because someone was secretly coveting Jardine's assets, and he didn't even know who they were. This uncertainty made him quite uncomfortable. He returned to his desk, picked up the phone, and directly dialed a number. Help me schedule a meeting with Shunbai this afternoon. I want to have tea with him. Shunbai, chairman of HSBC, is a pivotal figure in the financial world of Victoria Harbor. If there were truly large-scale capital movements, HSBC would certainly not be unaware. After hanging up the phone, Henry leaned back in his high-backed chair and closed his eyes. A war without gunpowder had quietly begun, and he, the head of Jardine, must win this battle. The next afternoon at 3:30 at the headquarters of HSBC, Henry Keswick's Rolls-Royce slowly came to a stop in front of the HSBC building on Queens Road, and the driver got out to open the door for him. After stepping out of the car, the senior manager of Jardine, Matheson, straightened the collar of his dark gray three-piece suit before stepping into the heart of the financial world of Hong Kong. The elevator went straight to the top floor, where HSBC's manager, Shun Bis, secretary, was already waiting at the elevator door. Mr. Keswick, Mr. Shun is waiting for you. Thank you. Henry nodded slightly and followed the secretary down the corridor, which was covered in thick carpet. Shun Bis' office was even larger than Henry's office at Jardine Matheson, with a more expansive view. The entire floor-to-ceiling window offered a panoramic view of Victoria Harbor and the bustling scene of Central. At this moment, Shunbai was standing by the window. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned around, his face adorned with an appropriately warm smile. Henry, welcome, welcome. Shunbai stepped forward to shake hands, dressed in a well-tailored dark blue suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his demeanor exuding both elegance and shrewdness. Please have a seat. The two then sat down on the sofa in the meeting area, and after the secretary brought over red tea and some exquisite English pastries, she quietly excused herself. Shun, how have you been lately? Henry picked up his teacup and made small talk. I've heard that HSBC's performance in the first half of the year has been quite good. I saw it in the South China Morning Post. It's all thanks to our clients, Shunbai smiled. But I've heard that Jardine is experiencing some pressure in the shipping department. The oil prices have risen quite sharply recently. Henry took a sip of tea and set down his cup. Indeed, there are some challenges, but they are still within a controllable range. We are currently adjusting our fleet structure and phasing out some older vessels. However, the real estate department has been performing relatively well. Kowloon Wharf's rental income in the first half of this year has increased by a full 12%. Oh, that's quite good, Shunbai nodded, lifting his own teacup. The development at Tsim Shui is indeed rapid. I've heard that Harbor City has reached a new high in foot traffic. The two chatted casually for about 10 minutes, discussing mainly the prospects of real estate, the stock market, and the shipping industry, as well as some trivial social topics. Henry made several attempts to steer the conversation in a deeper direction, but Shunbai skillfully deflected each time, either with brief responses or by introducing another irrelevant question. Finally, after yet another discussion about stock market fluctuations, Shunbai set down his teacup, adjusted his glasses, and seemingly casually asked, Henry, you didn't come all the way here just to have tea and chat with me, did you? Is there some business that needs HSBC's support. In response to Shin Bis' inquiry, Henry's heart stirred, but he maintained a composed facade, saying, Shin, you are as perceptive as ever. Indeed, Jardine has several real estate projects in planning that may require additional funding support. Oh, are you looking for a loan? Shin Bai leaned slightly forward. How much do you need? Initially estimated a credit line of 300 million Hong Kong dollars should suffice. Henry observed Shin Bis' expression. Shin Bai did not answer immediately. After pondering for a moment, he revealed a look of slight difficulty and said, 300 million. Henry, it's not that I am unwilling to help, but as you know, HSBC's credit policies have tightened recently. The board of directors is very strict about approving large loans. If it were around 100 million, I might still think of a way, but 300 million. Henry scoffed inwardly. As the largest note-issuing bank in Hong Kong, HSBC had never had a problem with funds. The so-called tightening of credit policies was merely an excuse. Yet he still spoke, gently saying, all right then, 100 million it is, at least that can help alleviate the immediate crisis. I'll have my team discuss the specific terms with your credit department. How does that sound? That sounds good. Shin Bai smiled again. HSBC and Jardine have been cooperating for so many years, this support is only right. The two then chatted a bit more, transitioning from the real estate market to stock market trends, and then from the stock market to Jardine's department store business. However, Shin Bai seemed noticeably distracted, only occasionally agreeing with a few comments while mostly just listening. Henry clearly noticed this as well. He set down his teacup and leaned slightly back against the sofa, his tone becoming casual. By the way, Shin, the stock market in Hong Kong has been quite lively lately. I wonder if HSBC has noticed any large amounts of capital quietly flowing in it. Hong Kong people love trading stocks. The amount of money flowing in and out of the market every day is so vast that it's hard to pay attention to every single transaction. I'm talking about real large-scale funds. Henry leaned forward, lowering his voice. The kind that can significantly influence the movement of a particular stock. Shin Bai laughed. Henry, your question is a bit strange. We at HSBC are a bank, not a securities regulator. As long as our clients' fund flows are legal and compliant, we cannot interfere. Shun, Henry's tone took on a hint of urgency. We are both citizens of Y country. In business here in the Far East, we are ultimately outsiders. It never hurts for us to remind each other about certain matters among our own people. This statement carried a clear undertone of persuasion and subtle threat. Upon hearing this, the smile on Shin Bis' face immediately faded a few degrees. He slowly stood up and walked to the liquor cabinet, pouring himself a glass of whiskey, but not offering one to Henry. Henry, he said, facing away from him. I've spent nearly 20 years in Hong Kong. During these 20 years, I've learned one thing: to do business here, it's not about dividing insiders and outsiders, but rather smart people and fools. With that said, he suddenly turned around and looked directly at Henry, saying, You came all the way here today because you must be facing some trouble, right? Let's speak plainly. What do you need my help with? Henry was taken aback by Shin Bis' directness. He paused for a few seconds before finally speaking. I suspect someone is trying to target Kowloon Wharf. Oh, Shin Bai raised an eyebrow. Kowloon Wharf stock price has indeed been rising quite rapidly recently, but fluctuations in the stock market are normal. It's not normal market fluctuations. Henry shook his head. It's an organized and planned acquisition. I've already investigated, and the circulating Kowloon Wharf stocks are being quietly absorbed. Although the other party is being very discreet, they cannot escape my eyes. Shin Bai returned to the sofa and sat down deep in thought. So you came today not only for a loan, but also to see if we at HSBC could help you investigate the flow of funds. Henry did not deny it. Shin Bai gently swirled the whiskey in his glass, the ice clinking against the glass, and after a while he slowly spoke. Henry, sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing. Shin, what do you mean by that? My point is, Shin Bai set down his glass, fingers interlaced on his lap. If someone truly intends to acquire Kowloon Warehouse and has gone to the extent of making you aware, it indicates that the other party is evidently well prepared. At this moment, rather than trying to figure out who they are, it would be better to think about how to respond. Henry stared at Shin Bai. Shin, you seem to know something. I know nothing. Shin Bai smiled. I'm just a banker. My duty is to assess loan risks and earn reasonable and legal interest. As for what clients do with the loans, as long as it's legal, it has nothing to do with me. His words were impeccably crafted, but Henry had already detected the underlying message. He slowly stood up and straightened his suit jacket. Since you, Mr. Shin, are not in a position to speak, I won't disturb you further. Henry walked to the door, then paused. However, I still hope you can keep an eye out, Mr. Shin. After all, if Kowloon Warehouse is indeed maliciously acquired, it would not bode well for Jardine Matheson or the British interests in Hong Kong. Shin Bai also stood up, preparing to see him off, but as he reached Henry's side, he seemed to suddenly remember something. Speaking of which, Shin Bai casually remarked, there have indeed been some suspicious large sums of money active in the stock market recently, but I haven't really paid attention to which company it is. Henry's eyes immediately brightened. Could you give a hint, Mr. Shin? Is it a British company? Or a Chinese? Shin Bai did not answer directly, but patted Henry on the shoulder. Henry, times have changed. The Hong Kong of today is no longer the Hong Kong of 30 years ago. The rise of Chinese businessmen here is much faster than we could ever imagine. Henry scoffed dismissively. Chinese businessmen. They've merely made some money through real estate and stock market speculation. When it comes to strength and foundation, they are still far behind. Is that so? Shunbai smiled meaningfully. But last year, when Dong Haoyan targeted Y Countries Funa's shipping company and M Countries Heitai Pacific shipping company, many people thought the same way. These words hit Henry like a heavy blow. Dong Haoyan, the Chinese shipping magnate, boldly orchestrated acquisitions of both Funa's shipping and Heitai Pacific shipping last year with astonishing audacity and financial clout. Though he did not manage to acquire both companies outright, he had secured the position of the second-largest shareholder and entered the boards of directors of both companies. These acquisitions had sent shockwaves throughout the Hong Kong business community. Henry's expression changed, and just as he was about to speak, Shunbai had already opened the office door. Take care, Henry. I will have someone process the loan matter as soon as possible. Henry stood at the door, a few names flashing swiftly through his mind. Suddenly, he turned sharply, lowering his voice to ask, "Is it Bao Yugong?" Shinbi's smile remained unchanged. "Henry, I told you I know nothing." Yet the meaningful look in his eyes had already... Henry took a deep breath and nodded. "I understand. Thank you for the hint, Mr. Shun." "You're welcome," Shunbai smiled. "Please send my regards to Niu Bai Jian." Watching Henry Kasek's hurried departure, Shunbai slowly closed the door, then immediately returned to his desk, picking up the telephone and dialing a number directly. "Hello, is this Wu Shang?" "It's me, Shunbai. Henry Kasek just left." Yes, he indeed noticed. I didn't say anything, but he should have guessed it was Bao Shang. "Don't worry, HSBC will proceed as planned." "Okay, I will contact you again." Hanging up the phone, Shunbai walked back to the floor-to-ceiling window. Below, Henry's Rolls-Royce was merging into the traffic of Central, quickly disappearing among the towering buildings. Shunbai picked up the unfinished glass of whiskey, taking a gentle sip. "It seems the battle for Kowloon Warehouse is about to get interesting," he murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with the keen light distinctive of a banker. Outside the window, the afternoon sun over Hong Kong was just right, the waters of Victoria Harbour shimmering. Yet beneath this prosperity of business, war concerning billions of assets had quietly begun. And HSBC, like a spider lurking at the center of the financial web, patiently awaited to see where this conflict would ultimately lead. Regardless of the outcome, the bank will always be the winner. This was the most important lesson Shunbai had learned in his 20 years in Hong Kong. Half an hour later, in Central Dafu Road, Henry's Rolls-Royce was trapped in the increasingly dense traffic of the evening rush hour, unable to move. The traffic lights ahead seemed eternally stuck on red, with buses, trams, private cars, and trucks all jammed together, the sound of horns rising and falling. "Damn it." Henry slammed his fist on the leather armrest, his usually gentlemanly face contorted in anger. "Can't we move any faster?" The driver caught a glimpse of his boss' pale face in the rearview mirror, sweat trickling from his forehead. "Sir, it seems there is an accident ahead. The whole road is blocked." "Take a detour. Go through Snow Factory Street." Henry's voice became sharp with impatience. "I don't want to hear excuses. I must be back at the office within 15 minutes. But Snow Factory Street is a one-way street. I said take a detour." Henry's roar exploded in the confined car, startling even the driver in the front seat, who flinched. "Now?" "Immediately." The driver did not dare to argue further, swiftly turning the steering wheel. The car forced its way into a narrow side street amid the chorus of disgruntled horns scraping past roadside stalls and nearly knocking over a fruit vendor. Henry gasped for breath, pulling out a cigar. His hands trembled, striking 3 matches before lighting it. The heavy smoke filled the car, but could not calm the agitation in his heart. Bao Yugong. This name pierced his heart like a thorn. If it were another Chinese company, he might not be so worried, but Bao Yugong. He was the king of the shipping industry, worth nearly 10 billion, and had deep connections with political figures and bankers worldwide. More importantly, this person was always decisive in his actions. Once he set his sights on a target, he would stop at nothing. "I can't panic. I mustn't panic," Henry murmured to himself, taking a deep puff of the cigar. But he could not help it. After all, if Kowloon Warehouse were to fall, it would mean not only losing the prime assets in Tsim Sha Tsui, but also a severe blow to Jardine Matheson and the entire British interests in Hong Kong. What would those Chinese companies think then? They would surely believe that British interests were no longer unshakable and would immediately pounce on other British firms like sharks scenting blood. No, this absolutely cannot happen. Henry stubbed out the cigar, grabbing the car phone. A mobile phone installed in the Rolls-Royce, the latest model he had someone bring in from M Country last year, and one of the few in Hong Kong. He quickly dialed the office numbers of Richard Kasek and Niu Bai Jian, instructing them no matter where they were to return to Jardine Matheson immediately. There was an urgent situation. After hanging up, Henry leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. Outside the car window, the buildings of Central sped past, but he saw nothing, his mind consumed by one thought: why did Bao Yugong choose Kowloon Warehouse? Why did he specifically choose Jardine Matheson? At 4:35 p.m. at the headquarters of the Jardine Matheson Group, Henry's car almost charged into the underground parking garage of the building. Without waiting for the driver to come around and open the door, he pushed it open and got out himself. Soon the elevator reached the top floor. When Henry pushed open the heavy oak door of his office, he saw that Richard Catherick and Niu Bai were already waiting there. "Uncle Henry." "Henry." The two spoke almost simultaneously, but when they saw the grim expression on Henry's face, they immediately fell silent. Henry then walked silently to his desk and sat down heavily. He loosened his tie and undid the top 2 buttons of his shirt. This uncharacteristic gesture made Richard and Newbie exchange glances, their uneasy premonition growing stronger. "Uncle Henry," Richard cautiously began, "you called us over in such a hurry because something happened." Henry looked up, his gray-blue eyes bloodshot. He stared at the two of them, speaking slowly. "I just returned from HSBC." Although Shunbai did not say it outright, he hinted very clearly. He paused as if uttering that name required immense effort. "It's Bao Yugong, the one targeting Kowloon warehouse. It's Bao Yugong." The office fell into dead silence. Richard opened his mouth, but could not make a sound. Newbie straightened his back abruptly, his eyes wide behind his glasses. Bao Yugong." Richard finally regained his voice, though it trembled with disbelief. "The Bao Yugong from Universal Shipping, the Chinese shipping magnate. Is there a second Bao Yugong in Hong Kong?" Henry's voice was icy. Newbie was the first to recover from the shock. He took a deep breath, adjusted his glasses, and forced himself to calm down. "Since we already know who the opponent is, what we need to consider now is how to respond." "Respond?" Henry chuckled bitterly, rubbing his throbbing temples. "How to respond? Bao Yugong's wealth is at least double ours. If he is truly determined to take Kowloon Warehouse, what do we have to compete with him? But Kowloon Warehouse is the foundation of Jardine." Richard became agitated. "Uncle Henry, we cannot just give up like this. No matter how rich Bao Yugong is, this is Hong Kong, a place where Jardine has operated for over 100 years. We have connections, resources, and—" "What?" Henry interrupted him, his voice suddenly rising. "A false sense of pride. A delusion that Chinese capital can never rise again." He stood up, leaning his hands on the desk, his body leaning forward like a cornered beast. "Richard, open your eyes and see the reality. Take Dong Haoyun, who is as renowned as Bao Yugong. Last year, he simultaneously initiated acquisitions of the Y country's Funaisai Shipping Company and the M country's Maritime Pacific Shipping Company. When those two companies were acquired, who could have imagined his strength would be so formidable? And when Zheng Yutong acquired the Tsim Sha Sui land 2 years ago, who paid attention? Now that Bao Yugong has come knocking, you only think of responding." Richard's face turned pale from the scolding, and he lowered his head. Newbie saw this and quickly eased the atmosphere. "Henry, this is not the time to assign blame. The urgent matter now is to formulate a strategy." He paused, his thoughts gradually becoming clear. "First, we must immediately increase our holdings in Kowloon Warehouse shares. After all, Bao Yugong's current shareholding ratio is unclear, but since he is operating in the shadows, it indicates he has not yet reached the point of making a public acquisition. We need to quickly increase our holdings ahead of him and raise the shareholding ratio above a safe line." "And the money?" Henry retorted. "Increasing holdings requires cash, but can Jardine's current cash flow support such a large-scale repurchase?" "We can raise funds by issuing bonds," Newbie quickly replied. "Jardine's credit rating is AAA, so issuing bonds is not difficult. Additionally, we can also utilize funds from the property group and temporarily draw some." At this time, Richard also lifted his head and added, "Kowloon Warehouse has 80 million in cash on hand, which can also be used for repurchase. Although it is not much, it can at least play a role." Henry paced back and forth, contemplating their suggestions. After a few minutes, he stopped and made a decision. "All right, Newbie, you are in charge of issuing bonds and managing funds. I want to see 200 million in cash within 3 weeks. Richard, you are responsible for the repurchase operations of Kowloon Warehouse. Remember, it must be low-key, but it has to be fast." "Understood," the two replied in unison. "But that's not enough." Henry walked back to the window, gazing at the darkening Victoria Harbor. "Since Bao Yugong dared to take action, it means he has confidence in winning. If we think merely increasing our holdings is enough, we may not be able to stop him." He turned around, his gaze sharp. "I want to meet Bao Yugong." "Meet Bao Yugong?" Richard was taken aback. "Uncle Henry, do you mean negotiation?" Henry's voice regained its usual calmness, but carried a hint of coldness. "Arrange for him to meet. I want to know his bottom line, whether he really intends to annex Kowloon Warehouse, or if he merely wants to speculate for profit." Newbie frowned. "Will he meet with us? Moreover, if negotiations break down, it might alert him." "We must meet," Henry said firmly. "The current situation is that we are in the light, and he is in the dark. Furthermore, we still do not know how many shares he holds, or how much capital he intends to invest. Negotiating will at least help us ascertain his intentions." Saying this, he walked to the desk and picked up the phone. "Connect me to the chairman's office of Universal Shipping." While waiting for the call to connect, Henry looked at his two capable subordinates. "If Bao Yugong only wants to make money, we can let him earn a bit, and then ask him to leave. If he really wants to take Kowloon Warehouse." He did not finish his sentence, but the cold light in his eyes said it all. The phone was connected. Henry took a deep breath, adopting the calm tone of business socializing. "Hello, I am Henry Catherick from Jardine Matheson. Is Chairman Bao available?" "Yes, I have an important matter to discuss." "Oh, tomorrow at 10 a.m. "Sure, he can choose the location." After hanging up, the office fell silent once again. Outside the window, night fell over Hong Kong, and the neon lights flickered on. This city that never sleeps remained bustling and vibrant, But in this top-floor office, the three men were keenly aware a confrontation that would determine the fate of Jardine and possibly alter the capital landscape of Hong Kong was about to unfold. Everyone go prepare. Henry waved his hand, his voice revealing fatigue. After we meet Bao Yugong tomorrow, we will decide on the next step. Richard and Newbie silently exited the office. After the door closed, Henry stood alone in the darkness, gazing out at the dazzling sea of lights. For over 100 years, the Catherick family had built a commercial empire on this land, and never before had they felt such a palpable threat as at this moment. But he would not concede, nor could he afford to lose. Henry clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Bao Yugong, we will meet tomorrow. Time slipped away. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and the calendar read September 1st. 9:45 a.m. At the Yuandong Securities Exchange, the trading hall thrummed, with voices the air heavy with heat and restless excitement. Jiang Wenjie sat as always in a corner of the hall with the morning's Xingdao Daily and Gongshang Daily unfurled in his hands, though his gaze kept drifting toward the enormous trading board. He had not gone to Women Street to hawk goods today. Memories of a past life told him this would be the dawn of Zhulongkang's ascent. Ihe Yanghang was to announce a high-price repurchase of Zhulongkang's circulating shares, thereby opening the protracted takeover battle that would last more than 2 years. Hey, have you heard? Zhulongkang seems to be stirring today. A middle-aged man carrying an old leather briefcase passed in front of Jiang Wenjie and whispered to his companion, and before he could finish, the changing numbers on the board cut him off. It's up. Zhulongkang is rising, shouted a young man near the trading counter. Jiang Wenjie lifted his head without a flicker of emotion. His eyes swept the board and saw Zhulongkang's price shifting at a pace plainly visible to the naked eye. 18. 518. 919. 1. The hall erupted into commotion. Weathered old investors in singlets rose from their seats and craned their necks toward the board, while several suit-clad office workers halted mid-stride to take hurried notes in small ledgers. What's going on? How can Zhulongkang surge so violently? Asked a thin, tall man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, puzzled to his friend. Before his friend could reply, a corner dweller with a portable radio suddenly cried out. No way. Ihe Yanghang has just announced a high-price repurchase of Zhulongkang's circulating shares. That declaration, like a stone cast into a placid lake, immediately sent ripples through the crowd. What? Ihe is going to repurchase Zhulongkang's circulating shares at a high price. Quick, buy Zhulongkang. Hold on, don't rush, let me hear what the broadcast says. The man with the radio was soon surrounded by 5 or 6 people. The device crackled, and a Cantonese broadcast came through with interference. Ihe Yanghang today announced it will repurchase Zhulongkang Group shares at prices above the market. According to our correspondent. Jiang Wenjie listened to the broadcast, and a faint smile lifted one corner of his mouth, as if everything were unfolding along the trajectory he remembered. He slowly folded the newspaper and watched the hall swell with excitement, his gaze steady and untroubled. The board moved again. Zhulongkang is rising once more. Someone shouted. The crowd surged like a tide toward the central quote board. Jiang Wenjie remained seated. From afar, he could see a vest-clad trader rapidly updating figures on the board. Zhulongkang 19. 2. 19. 2 Hong Kong dollars. It's really climbed again. And so fast. Wasn't it only 19.2 moments ago? How did it jump to 19.8 in the blink of an eye? What is Ihe doing? Haven't they always held Zhulongkang? 2 middle-aged men beside Jiang Wenjie argued heatedly. The man with the radio still had the commercial station's financial bulletin playing in his hand. A Ihe Yanghang spokesperson stated that this repurchase is intended to consolidate control over Zhulongkang and to prevent the company's assets from being undervalued. Prevent undervaluation. The man with the radio scoffed. Lauchen, do you buy that? I think someone has their eye on Zhulongkang, and Ihe can't just sit idly by. The man called Lao Chun lowered his voice. You mean someone is covertly accumulating shares? What else? Since when has Ihe ever been this generous? To offer 25% above market to repurchase. This is a bid to snatch chips from someone else. Jiang Wenjie listened impassively, mentally noting the man's keen eye. At that moment, another shout rose from the other end of the hall. Look. It's up again. Jiang Wenjie looked up. The numbers had updated. Zhulongkang 20. 3 Hong Kong dollars. My God, it's only been half an hour since the opening bell. Should we follow? Could this be a trap? Ihe has stepped in. Can it still be a trap? They have deep pockets. The crowd grew frenzied, and many pressed toward the teller windows. Jiang Wenjie noticed a man in a gray suit of about 50 shouting anxiously at a clerk, buy everything. Use all the funds in my account to buy Zhulongkang. The female teller behind the window remained composed and asked, Sir, Zhulongkang has already surged to 23 and is still climbing. Are you certain you want to go all in? Certain. Quickly. Scenes like this played out throughout the hall, though some wary investors chose to watch and wait. Beside Jiang Wenjie, a bespectacled, scholarly-looking young man was analyzing the situation. To his companion, his haste shows they feel threatened, but the problem is, what is Zhulongkang's true value? At this price, it's already somewhat inflated. If Ihe is simply trying to scare off rivals, once this flurry subsides, the price could very well retreat. Ming, so you mean we shouldn't buy? His companion asked. At the very least, don't chase the high now, wait until the situation becomes clearer, the young man advised. Jiang Wenjie nodded, slightly admiring the young man's clear reasoning. Though he suspected they would miss this wave of gains, he knew this battle had only just begun. Understanding the sudden surge in Zhongkang's price, Jiang Wenjie inwardly concluded that the outcome was now more certain. He Yanghang had begun to mount a formal counteroffensive. Yet the current market price still lay far below Zhongkang's intrinsic worth, so Jiang Wenjie did not hasten to cash out. This was only the opening of a much larger affair. But while Jiang Wenjie remained composed, somewhere in Xiangjiang another man was growing restless, his fellow townsman from Chaoshan Li Huanghua. At the same moment, at the Zhonghuan Changjiang Shiya headquarters, the chairman's office door was suddenly flung open with a bang. Chen Wenyu, head of the investment department, practically burst in, his face ashen and a sheen of sweat beading on his forehead. He had forgotten to knock. "Boss, there's trouble." Li Xiaoqin, seated on the windowside sofa leafing through the Nanhua Zhaobao, looked up and frowned. "Wenyu, why are you in such a panic?" Chen Wenyu's voice was urgent and shaken. Iha Yanghang. They suddenly and publicly announced they will repurchase Zhongkang shares at prices above the market. Zhongkang has already broken $20 and is still frenziedly climbing. With a soft thud, the paper slid from Li Xiaoqin's hands. He sprang to his feet, and his pupils pinched behind his glasses. "You said what?" Iha announced a high-price repurchase. "When did this happen?" "This morning, just before the market opened." Chen Wenyu strode to the desk, his words tumbling out in haste. The radio ran an urgent bulletin. The moment the news broke, Zhongkang's share price shot upward. Li Xiaoqin's face darkened visibly. He circled the sofa and paced the office, his steps urgent and heavy. "Why?" He halted abruptly, turned to fix Chen Wenyu with a piercing stare, fury restrained in his voice. "Why would Iha act so suddenly? Haven't we been extremely careful all along, moving slowly and splitting purchases across multiple accounts? How were we still discovered?" Chen lowered his head under his boss' gaze, then lifted it again with uncertainty. "Boss, we've followed your instructions, keeping to no more than 500,000 shares a week and operating through 16 securities houses. In principle, we shouldn't have been exposed." "Shouldn't have? Then what is happening now?" Li Xiaoqin's voice rose sharply as he pointed toward the window. "From the opening until now, the price has leapt more than $2 in the blink of an eye. And Iha has publicly launched a buyback. Does that look like we weren't noticed?" Chen swallowed and, forcing himself, offered an analysis. "Boss, I think perhaps it's not entirely our own doing." Li narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" "I feel Yi's reaction this time was far too swift and excessively..." Chen collected his thoughts. "If they had merely discovered our accumulation, the customary practice of the old trading houses would be to contact us privately, probe our intent, or issue a discreet warning. But to suddenly and openly repurchase at high prices, this is plainly a battle of capital meant to shut out all potential buyers, is it not?" He paused and lowered his voice. "I suspect that besides us there may be others secretly acquiring Zhongkang, and on a larger scale, which is what alerted Iha." A brief silence settled over the office. Li sat down again, his fingers tapping the armrest in a quick rhythm. Chen's reasoning carried more than a little weight. After all, Yi's fierce response hardly seemed aimed solely at Changjiang Shiya. "Investigate." After a long moment, Li spat the word, his tone icy. "Immediately dispatch people to investigate the exchange, the securities houses, the flow of funds. I want to know who else besides us has designs on Zhongkang." "Yes." Chen replied, then hesitated and asked, "Shall we continue buying? The price is climbing so fast, the cost." "Buy." Li spoke with unyielding resolve, but no more of the old slow pace. "Now that Iha has openly declared war, we must not remain furtive. Accelerate appropriately, but avoid drawing undue attention. Also," he rose, went to his desk, and picked up the phone. "Tell finance to start deploying the 200 million we set aside. Also contact Huifeng and Hengxing and see if the credit lines we discussed have been approved." Chen Wenyu nodded and began to leave, nearly colliding with Hong Xiaolian, who had just come in. "Supervisor Chen, what happened?" Hong held a folder, looking from Chen's pale face to Li Xiaoqin's grave expression. "I just heard you mention Iha in the corridor." Li interrupted her. "Xiaolian, you're just in time. Today Iha announced a high-price buyback of Zhongkang shares. The stock has already surged to $20. Hong gasped, nearly dropping her folder. She hurried into the office and closed the door behind her. "Boss, what are we..." "When you suspects others are quietly acquiring as well, and their operations are not insignificant. Hence, yes," Li explained curtly, "assist when you at once. Use every contact you can to identify who it is. Check the exchange, the banks, the brokers. Leave no clue unexplored." Hong sprang into action, opening her notebook. "Understood. They'll contact several familiar financial reporters and broker friends immediately. Also, shall I leverage the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce's connections?" "Not yet," Li waved his hand. "We don't know the full picture, the fewer who know the better." He looked at Chen. "When you, the acquisitions must not stop. You must oversee them personally. Today buy at least another 500,000 shares, keep the price under $25. If it rises above 25, slow the pace." "Yes." Chen acknowledged and hurried away. The office was left with only Li Xiaoqin and Hong Xiaolian. Hong spoke softly, worry threaded through her tone. "Boss, if his supervisor Chen says others are buying, and can rattle Iha so deeply then their strength must not be underestimated. Li walked to the window and watched the bustling traffic on Difu Daozhong below silent for a long while. I know, his voice was a little hoarse. But this maneuver on Zhejiangkang has been in motion for more than a year. We've invested over 100 million. To abandon it now would render all our prior efforts fruitless. He turned his gaze hardening with resolve. Besides, this may not be entirely bad. If someone has muddied the waters, we can fish in the turmoil. If Iha must contend with two rivals at once, the pressure on them will intensify if we can beat the other party to the punch and secure sufficient stakes. He did not finish the sentence, but Hong understood. Out of disorder often comes opportunity. All right, I'll get to work. Hong closed her notebook and departed. After the door clicked shut, Li sat back on the sofa, picked up the newspaper, removed his glasses, and rubbed his brow as names flickered through his mind. Zheng Yutong, or Guo Dushing, or Li Zhaoji, or perhaps Bao Yugong, the newly ascendant shipping magnate, now seeking fresh paths. Whoever it was, the board had become progressively more intricate. But Li Xiaoqi knew there was no turning back. From a plastic flower workshop to a property company, from small stalls to a listed firm, every step of his had been about seizing opportunity amid crisis. Zhejiangkang was a prize he was determined to claim. Sunlight slanted through the blinds and cast alternating bands across the carpet. In Zhangjiang's humid September air, a smokeless war of capital was quietly escalating. And in a corner of the Yuandong exchange, the young street vendor waited in silence for the coming storm. What no one realized was that this acquisition battle, which tugged at so many hearts, had only just begun. The true tempest was still to come. Far East Exchange. As noon approached, the stock price of Wharf Holdings had stabilized around 21 Hong Kong dollars. 80, and the trading hall remained abuzz with energy. Yet the morning's panic had subsided. Many investors now gathered in small clusters, animatedly debating the stock's next move. Zhang Wenjie remained seated at his usual spot, having already read every newspaper available, giving him a far clearer grasp of the unfolding situation. Hutchison had indeed grown desperate, but their financial muscle was formidable. If they were truly resolved to retain control of Wharf Holdings, even Li Xiaoyin would find it exceedingly difficult to mount an effective challenge. Still, he knew history. Li Xiaoyin would ultimately sell his Wharf Holdings shares to Y.K. Pao, triggering a legendary takeover battle between Pao and Hutchison, one that would shake Hong Kong to its core, the true spectacle yet to come. "Young man, aren't you going for lunch?" A familiar voice sounded beside Zhang Wenjie. He looked up to see Lin Bo, a seasoned investor he often encountered at the exchange. In his 60s, Lin Bo had navigated Hong Kong's stock markets for decades, a true old hand of the trading floor. "Uncle Lin, you're treating you to lunch." Lin Bo chuckled as he sat down, opening his lunchbox. "My wife cooked extra today, let's share." Without further ado, he began portioning out the meal. Zhang Wenjie, unable to decline, politely accepted the box, and the two soon fell into easy conversation over their food. "Uncle Lin, how long have you been trading stocks?" Zhang Wenjie asked. "Nearly 10 years. Lin Bo mused. "I started when the market heated up in 68. Witnessed the 73 crash, the 75 recovery. This market rises and falls like the tide. Some strike it rich overnight, others lose everything. So what do you think will happen with Wharf Holdings this time?" Lin Bo took a bite, paused thoughtfully. "Hard to say. Hutchison is a century-old institution, deep-rooted and formidable. Yet over these past few years, Chinese capital has risen steadily in Hong Kong. Look at Tung Choing, Li Xiaoyin, Cheng Yutong, and Kwok Taxing. Not one of them is to be underestimated. The era of British dominance may well be drawing to a close." Zhang Wenjie gazed at Lin Bo in quiet astonishment. This unassuming elder investor possessed insight far beyond appearances. "So you believe Chinese capital will prevail?" "It isn't about winning or losing," Lin Bo shook his head. "It's about a changing era. Do the foreigners still imagine this is their Hong Kong? What age do we live in now? Hong Kong. This is after all our Chinese city." As he spoke, a light flashed in Lin Bo's eyes, an intensity Zhang Wenjie had never seen before. In that instant, Zhang Wenjie realized across this city, in this era, countless ordinary people like Lin Bo stood not on the margins of history, but squarely within it, silent witnesses, active participants. "By the way, young man," Lin Bo suddenly lowered his voice, "I've heard Hutchison has finally met its match, and this rival just might seize Wharf Holdings outright." "Oh, who is it?" Zhang Wenjie's pulse quickened. "The shipping magnate, Y.K. Pao." Zhang Wenjie's chopsticks stilled midair. Unaware of his reaction, Lin Bo continued, "A friend who works aboard ships told me Mr. Pao himself has recently been inquiring closely into Wharf Holdings' financials. Think about it, Pao's fleet needs docks, and Wharf Holdings owns both prime port facilities and vast warehousing. To him, they're irresistible. And hasn't it been rumored since 2 years ago that he plans to shift from shipping to land-based investments? Wharf Holdings also holds enormous undeveloped land reserves, the perfect prize for such a move. But that's just rumor, right?" Zhang Wenjie feigned calm. "Where there's smoke, there's fire," Lin Bo replied mysteriously. "I'd wager Y.K. Pao's name appears in tomorrow's headlines." Zhang Wenjie said nothing more, lowering his gaze to his meal, yet his mind churned with quiet tempests. They resumed casual talk, until a sudden gasp rippled through the hall. Wharf Holdings' share price had just breached 22 Hong Kong dollars. 00. Meanwhile, at Chung Kong Industries headquarters, in the chairman's office. Sir, we've got it. Chun Wenyu burst in, forehead glistening, with fine sweat clutching freshly compiled intelligence. His voice was urgent. Our sources confirm that besides us at least 3 institutions have amassed substantial Wharf Holdings shares over the past several months. Li Xiaoyin sprang up from the sofa, snatched the dossier, and flipped through it rapidly. Which 3? One is an investment arm under HSBC, though their purchases appear modest, likely routine portfolio activity. Chun Wenyu wiped his brow. The other 2 are far more suspicious. One is an offshore entity registered in the Cayman Islands, and the other is Y.K. Powell's Worldwide Shipping Group. Y.K. Powell. Li Xiaoyin's brow furrowed deeper. He's taken an interest in Wharf Holdings too. It would seem so, and Chun Wenyu hesitated. According to our analysis, Powell's accumulation has been larger and swifter than ours. Hutchison likely accelerated its premium buyback announcement precisely upon detecting Powell's moves. Li Xiaoyin paced the office, the sharp tap of his leather shoes echoing against the floor. After a long silence, he halted, fixing Chun Wenyu with a piercing gaze. If it truly is Y.K. Powell, then matters grow vastly more complex. That shipping magnate commands liquidity far exceeding Chung Kong's entire capital base. Then, sir, what shall we do now? Continue accumulating shares? Chun Wenyu asked cautiously. Accumulate? Why wouldn't we? Li Xiaoyin declared resolutely. But our strategy must shift. Since Hutchison has publicly announced its premium acquisition, we need no longer conceal our intentions. Effective immediately, we escalate our buying pace, and may raise our bid, though never beyond 30 Hong Kong dollars. 00. But sir, if a full-blown price war erupts, Hutchison will not surrender Wharf Holdings lightly. Li Xiaoyin cut him off. Especially not to a Chinese titan like Y.K. Powell. Our task is clear. While those 2 clash, we must amass as many shares as possible, ensuring that whoever emerges victorious, they'll need our stake to seal the deal. Ah, I see, Chun Wenyu exclaimed, enlightened. You mean, we play the fisherman? Whether we succeed as fishermen depends entirely on how many shares we hold. Li Xiaoyin settled back onto the sofa, his gaze distant and profound. Go, execute as instructed, and keep watch on Y.K. Powell's every move. I want to know his next step before he takes it. Yes, sir. After Chun Wenyu departed, Li Xiaoyin sat alone in his office, fingertips quietly tapping the armor. Beyond the window stretched Victoria Harbor, vessels crisscrossing its waters, a living emblem of the port city's enduring vitality and prosperity. And here at this very moment, the contest for Wharf Holdings, the largest port and warehousing conglomerate in Hong Kong, had only just begun. At 1 p.m., the opening bell of the Far East Exchange rang, and the crowd in the trading hall surged toward the counters like a tide. Jiang Wenjie remained seated at his usual spot, notebook in hand, his gaze flickering intermittently over the figures on the chalkboard. 22.5, 22.3, 23. A cheer erupted across the hall as the Wharf Holdings stock broke through 23 Hong Kong dollars. Several investors who had hesitated that morning now beat their chests and stamped their feet in regret, lamenting their failure to act sooner. Some eyes bloodshot chased the rising price further, others stared fixedly at the numbers, murmuring softly, calculating their unrealized gains in silence. Jiang Wenjie opened his personal logbook, its pages densely filled with observations from recent days. August 28th, Wharf Holdings closed at 17.6, a volume moderately expanded. August 29th, 18.2, sustained buying pressure. August 30th, 18.8, the rumors of a Hutchison announcement. September 1st, morning, open 19.2, noon 22.1. He performed a rapid mental calculation. He currently held 75700 shares with an average cost of 14 Hong Kong dollars. 3. At current market value, his position was worth approximately 1 Hong Kong dollar. 75 million. After deducting principal and interest on his tenfold leverage, his unrealized profit already exceeded HK 600. 600,000. He gently closed the notebook, his expression unreadable. 600,000. It was still far from enough. In his past life's memory, Wharf Holdings' share price would soar beyond 100 Hong Kong dollars, and this acquisition battle would rage for nearly 2 years before reaching its conclusion. He had ample time to wait. We continue tomorrow, he murmured softly, tucked the notebook away, and rose to leave. That evening, Jiang Wenjie returned to his apartment in Western Street. Sham Shui, carrying snacks purchased from the corner store downstairs, 3 packs of garden lemon sandwich biscuits, 3 bags of dried squid strips, and several glass-bottled cokes, walking up the familiar staircase of the old Tong Lao building. Just as he reached the stairwell, light footsteps echoed behind him. Brother Jia, a clear youthful voice rang out. Jiang Wenjie turned to see Zhou Huimin rushing toward him, backpack slung over one shoulder, music score bag in hand. Today she wore her light blue school uniform, her ponytail bouncing with each step, fine beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. I'm in just out of class. Jiang Wenjie asked with a smile. Piano lesson. she replied, catching her breath, her eyes instinctively darting toward the bag in his hand. Brother Jie, you bought so many snacks. He lifted the bag slightly with a playful grin. Indeed, someone's eyes are practically glued to it. Zhou Huimin blushed and pouted. I am not. Really not. He pulled out a pack of dried squid strips and waved it teasingly before her. Then I'll eat it all myself. Brother Jie. She stamped her foot, but her eyes sparkled with laughter. Jiang Wenjie burst into hearty laughter and pressed the squid strips into her hands. Just kidding. Here, you'll need these too. He handed her 2 more packs of garden biscuits and a Coke. Studying is exhausting. Replenish your energy. Zhou Huimin accepted the treats, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Thank you, Brother Wenjie. You're the best. None of that flattery. Jiang Wenjie ruffled her hair. You still haven't returned last week's copy of The Return of the Condor Heroes. I'll return it after I finish the 3rd volume. She stuck out her tongue. Right now I'm at the part where Xylong knew fearing Yang Guo would leap from the cliff of sorrowful separation to die. For her carves these words into the cliff face. Meet again, here 16 years hence. Husband and wife bound by deep love, do not break this vow. And Yang Guo nearly throws himself off the cliff to join her in death. It's absolutely gripping. As they chatted and laughed, they climbed the creaking old stairs, their elongated silhouettes stretching beneath the amber glow of the hallway lights. By the way, Brother Jie, did you go to the exchange again today? Zhou Huimin asked. Mom says lots of people gamble there until they lose everything. She told me to tell you to be careful. A warm feeling stirred in Jiang Wenjie's chest. He knew Andy Liu feared he might become obsessed with stocks, a real concern in Hong Kong, where speculation ran deep. Indeed, many families had been ruined by it. For some, stock trading was indistinguishable from gambling. Tell Andy Liu not to worry. I know my limits, Jiang Wenjie said. And what I do isn't gambling, it's investment. Zhou Huimin blinked. What's the difference between that and gambling? Well, Jiang Wenjie paused thoughtfully. Investment demands rigorous analysis and calculation. Gambling relies solely on chance. Like your piano practice, every day you train, you invest effort. But expecting to play flawlessly overnight without practice, that's gambling. So what exactly are you investing in, Brother Jie? A company called Wharf Holdings, he explained simply. They own numerous docks and prime land, immense intrinsic value. As they continued chatting, they reached the 3rd floor. Zhou Huimin's flat lay to the east, Jiang Wenjie's to the west. She fished her keys from her backpack and turned to him. Brother Jie, tomorrow's Saturday. Mom says she's cooking fish congee. Come join us. Sounds wonderful. Please thank Annie Liu for me. Jiang Wenjie smiled. Her congee is my favorite. Zhou Huimin beamed. It's a promise. Good night, Brother Jie. Good night. Watching the girl disappear behind her door, Jiang Wenjie quietly closed his own. Leaning against the wood, a faint involuntary smile curved his lips. The Jade Maiden sect master of his past life was now simply a neighborhood girl delighted by snacks and fretting over homework. This tender contrast gently stirred something soft and long dormant within him. Yet he quickly steeled himself. Now was no time for sentiment. Wharf Holdings' battlefield was intensifying, demanding his undivided focus. The next morning at 10 a.m., in the headquarters of Worldwide Shipping, Y.K. Pao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window holding that morning's edition of the Commercial Daily. The financial section's headline blazed, Hutchison announces premium share buyback. Wharf Holdings surges 30 in one day. The office door opened softly. His son-in-law Wu Guangjing entered calmly. Father, latest intelligence. His voice remained steady, though his pace quickened slightly. After Hutchison's high-profile buyback announcement yesterday, Wharf Holdings' share price rocketed from 19 Hong Kong dollars to 23 Hong Kong dollars. 2. This morning it opened directly at 26 Hong Kong dollars. Market sentiment has ignited completely, with retail investors flooding in en masse. Y.K. Pao turned, his expression still mild and composed, but his eyes sharp as an eagle's pierced forward. Continue. Additionally, Wu Guangjing lowered his voice. Our informants at several brokerage firms report that Chung Kong Industries accelerated its acquisition pace yesterday afternoon, purchasing over 800,000 shares in a single day, aggressively bidding at market price regardless of cost. Oh, Li Xiaoqin. Y.K. Pao murmured the name softly, a knowing smile curling at the corner of his lips. That Tiachu man. His vision is sharper than I imagined. He set his sights on Wharf Holdings too. He walked back behind the broad rosewood desk, sat down, and lightly tapped his fingers on its surface. Ajahn, what is your assessment? Wu Guangjing paused and thought for a moment. Father, I believe Li Xiaoqin's real estate firm, though it has expanded rapidly in recent years, still lacks the liquidity we possess. Thus it poses no serious threat. Bao Yugong nodded slowly, then shook his head. I've met Li Xiaoqin several times. He possesses razor-sharp vision, acts with decisive resolve, and above all, extraordinary patience. He paused briefly. Yet you're right, with Chung Kong Enterprises' current strength, he simply cannot match us. But what then? Wu Guangjing asked. If he merely seeks to claim a share of the spoils, he may well become an additional negotiating counterparty. Bao Yugong tapped the desk lightly. During my last meeting with Henry Keswick, he flatly rejected our private acquisition proposal. Now, by launching a public premium price buyback, he is clearly declaring open warfare. a full-scale takeover battle. If Li Shaoqin is quietly accumulating shares in the shadows, his stake will become pivotal. Wu Guangjing grasped his father-in-law's implication. You fear Li Shaoqin may hold his shares hostage, waiting until Wei and Jardine Matheson exhaust each other only then to sell at a premium, or even pivot outright to one side. Bao Yugong rose and stepped once more to the window. Business is war. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Li Shaoqin is intelligent. He knows precisely how to maximize his own gain. After a moment's silence, he turned voice resolute. Nonetheless, the Kowloon wharf is mine. Inform finance, prepare additional capital. Since Jardines have already made their move, we must recalibrate our pace. What do you mean, father? Starting next Monday, intensify our acquisition efforts through our proxy firms. Bao Yugong continued, but avoid large sudden purchases, lest the stock price surge uncontrollably. What we seek is control, not inflated acquisition costs. But if Jardines continues bidding aggressively, won't the share price still rise? Let it rise. Bao Yugong spoke calmly. The intrinsic asset value of Kowloon Wharf far exceeds its current market valuation. The maritime building in Tsim Sha Tsui, the vast cargo warehouses on Hong Kong Island's eastern shore, those prime location properties, these constitute its true worth. Even a 50% price increase would still represent compelling value. Hearing this, Wu Guangjing was deeply shaken. Though he had known his father-in-law's determination to acquire Kowloon Wharf would be formidable, he had not imagined it would run so deep. Additionally, Bao Yugong added, dispatch someone to make discreet contact with Li Shaoqin. Nothing formal, merely a casual reunion between old friends to sound out his intentions. If his sole aim is profit, we may negotiate terms early. But if he seeks something greater, then we must reassess entirely. Understood, father. I'll arrange it immediately. After Wu Guangjing departed, Bao Yugong picked up the report once more, his gaze settling upon Kowloon Wharf's asset list, the maritime building in Tsim Sha Tsui, one of Asia's busiest ports today. The sprawling cargo warehouses on Hong Kong Island's eastern shore, storing a vast portion of goods entering and exiting Hong Kong, and those high-quality properties scattered across Hong Kong Island and Kowloon. These would form the bedrock of his terrestrial commercial empire. Bao Yugong knew this takeover would be arduous. Jardine Matheson, one of Hong Kong's four major British trading houses, held deep-rooted influence. Li Shaoqin, though newly emerged among Chinese entrepreneurs, wielded shrewd tactics and boundless ambition, and unseen rivals might also be watching from the shadows. Yet he felt no fear. From a single aging vessel, he had built a world-class shipping empire. What tempest had he not weathered? Kowloon Wharf was his to claim. The following afternoon at 5:30 p.m., Sham Shui posed Furong Street Market. Jiang Wenjia emerged from the bustling market clutching two plastic bags, one holding freshly purchased prawns and squid, the other a bundle of scallions, intended as a gift for Mrs. Liu, his neighbor across the hall. After all, Zhou Huimin had mentioned the previous evening that her mother worked the morning shift and would prepare seafood congee that night, insisting he join them for dinner. Though he had previously lent money to help them pay rent, he felt uncomfortable visiting empty-handed too often, so he'd deliberately gone to the market that afternoon. Passing Chin's Roast Meats at the street corner, he ducked in and ordered half a roasted chicken and a portion of barbecued pork, costing 18 Hong Kong dollars. Uncle Chun, the owner, deftly carved the chicken while chuckling. Well now, Jesse, you've struck it rich lately. Not at all. Just treating friends to dinner, Jiang Wenjia replied, vaguely, paid quickly and hurried away. He knew neighbors had begun noticing his changed routine over the past 2 months. He'd rarely kept his old schedule of early morning departures and late-night returns to his street stall, especially recently, when he spent most days at the stock exchange. Moreover, news of his loan to Mrs. Liu had leaked via their landlady Annie Chan, making speculation, and carrying his parcels, he returned to the Tong Lao building on Xiang Street. As he reached the second floor landing, the familiar shuffle of mahjong tiles and bursts of laughter greeted him. 8 of characters. Hong. 3 of bamboos. Oh my Mrs. Lin, you're on fire tonight. Just as Jiang Wenjia ascended to the third floor landing, he spotted a mahjong table set up in the corridor for housewives locked in fierce play, with 2 others leaning in as spectators. Jiang Wenjia sighed inwardly. Hong Kong people truly loved gambling. Even dinner could wait. Just as he prepared to slip past unnoticed, sharp-eyed Mrs. Lin glanced up and called out, "Oh, Jessie's home." At her words, the others looked up too. Jiang Wenjia recognized them all. Besides Mrs. Lin, there was Annie Chan, the landlord of Zhou Huimin's family on the 4th floor, and Mrs. Huang from the 5th floor, along with Annie Wang, who ran the ground floor grocery. The 2 spectators were Auntie Li from the 2nd floor and Annie Zhang from the 6th. Ladies, what spirited play. Aren't you serving dinner yet? Jiang Wenjia greeted them with a smile. No rush, we'll finish this round first. Mrs. Lin drew a tile, eyes lighting up. Mahjong, all one suit. A chorus of groans erupted from the table. Beaming Mrs. Lin gathered her chips. Then her gaze swept over the bags in Jiang Wenjia's hands. Well now, prawns and roast meats. Jizzy, you've hit the jackpot, haven't you? At that remark, every pair of eyes instantly turned toward him. Jiang Wenjia winced inwardly. In old Tong Lao buildings like Sham Shui, Pa's neighbors shared virtually no secret salary raises children's failing grades marital spats. All became common knowledge the very next day. Hardly hitting the jackpot. I'm just indulging a craving, he replied, feigning nonchalance. Craving food. Miss Chin from the 4th floor adjusted her glasses. Jackie, I've spotted you several times lately at that Dai Pai Dong near the street corner, eating alone, ordering 3 dishes and beer. And just yesterday at noon, I ran into you at the Cha Chan Tong, where you ordered their most expensive set meal. Mrs. Huang from the 5th floor chimed in exactly. Lately you've hardly been seen setting up your stall at all, unlike before when you'd go rain or shine. Jiang Wenjia's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't realized his recent movements had been observed so closely. Mrs. Wang from the 1st floor shuffled the mahjong tiles as she spoke. I heard from landlady Chun that last month you lent Mrs. Zhou $1,100 to cover her rent. Over $1,000. That's nearly half my husband's monthly salary. Jackie, come on. Be honest with us, Annies. Have you stumbled upon some new way to make money? The women exchanged glances, then fixed their collective gaze squarely on Jiang Wenjia. The mahjong game momentarily forgotten. Inside, Jiang Wenjia sighed inwardly. Oh, outwardly, he wore a helpless expression. Mrs. Lin, what wind carried those rumors to you? I haven't struck gold. I swear it's all false news. Never mind where I heard it, Mrs. Lin retorted briskly, discarding a tile, while keeping her eyes locked on him. Just tell us, yes or no. You're borrowing money left and right, dining out daily. And lately your stall has vanished entirely. Jackie, if fortune smiles on you, don't hoard it. We've been neighbors for decades. We share blessings, don't we? Exactly. The others echoed enthusiastically. The mahjong match fully suspended. Jiang Wenjia knew evasion was futile, but revealing the truth was unthinkable. Should he confess, he was a transmigrator who knew precisely which stocks would soar. That would invite chaos overnight. A wry smile flickered across his mind, though his face remained pensive. After a deliberate pause, he lowered his voice. Actually, I met someone fortunate. A benefactor. Their eyes lit up. Who is he? Jiang Wenjia feigned hesitation. Well, you recall I used to sell handbags from my street stall, don't you? Of course. Mrs. Lin pressed. But how does that connect to your benefactor? It connects perfectly. Jiang Wenjia launched into his tale with practiced gravity. One day, I bumped into an old classmate from secondary school. Imagine my surprise when I learned he'd risen far, joining the Hung Gar martial arts troupe as a lion androgen stunt performer. The Hung Gar troupe? You mean Sammo Hung's? Aunt Zhang interjected. Yes, the very one led by Sammo Hung. Jiang Wenjia confirmed, nodding. My classmate serves as a stunt performer there. Grueling work, but decent pay. Hearing that their benefactor was merely a stunt performer, the women's enthusiasm dimmed considerably. Mrs. Lin curled her lip. So what? Does he plan to cast you in a film? Not quite, Jiang Wenjia replied, shaking his head. Then he told me something else. He leaned in, voice hushed. His boss, Sammo Hung, recently founded his own film company, Boho, and is preparing to launch its debut production to make a name for itself. That reignited their interest. In Hong Kong of the 1970s, 80s, a cinema stood at the dawn of its golden age. Shaw Brothers and Golden Harvest locked in fierce rivalry, while new studios sprang up constantly. Film stars dominated alleyway gossip and newspaper entertainment pages alike. And then, Mrs. Li urged, what happened next? Jiang Wenjia dropped his voice further, adopting an air of conspiratorial gravity. He told me Boss Hung is about to shoot a major production. The recent hit The Prodigal Son. Surely you've seen the headlines in the papers. Rumors say it's lavishly budgeted, but Boss Hung's funds are tight. He urgently needs capital to bridge the gap. The women exchanged stunned glances. Mrs. Wang ventured cautiously, do you mean you invested in Sammo Hung's film? Jiang Wenjia nodded solemnly, his expression earnest. Yes, a modest sum. So naturally the return was modest too. A beat of silence fell over the stairwell, then erupted into clamor. Is this true? Jackie, you invested in a film. How much did you earn? Besieged by rapid-fire questions, Jiang Wenjia held firm. Not much at all. I barely had any capital to begin with, just a few tens of thousands. In the end, I netted around 100,000. Tens of thousands turned into 100,000. Mrs. Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. Is filmmaking truly that profitable? Not every film succeeds, Jiang Wenjia hastened to clarify. It depends entirely on the project. But Boss Hung's The Prodigal Son boasts exceptional talent. Sammo Hung himself plus Leung Kar Yin and Casanova Wong, and it's a kung fu film. Right now nothing sells better in Hong Kong than kung fu cinema. Aunt Zhang leaned forward eagerly. Does Sammo Hung's company have another film opening for investment? Jiang Wenjia had spun the story purely to deflect suspicion, yet at her words a spark ignited in his mind. Wait, hold on. The stock price of Wharf Holdings continued climbing. With more capital and leverage, returns would multiply exponentially. And these neighbors, weren't they a ready-made funding pool? His thoughts raced, yet his expression remained hesitant. There is another film launching next month. Enter the I'm in. Mrs. Li nearly shouted. Count me in too. Mrs. Wang added immediately. Jiang Wenjia raised both hands. Hold on. Let me finish. This time Boho isn't short on capital. The success of the previous film secured ample backing. So, Boss Hung granted me only a tiny allocation. He watched their faces fall, then shifted tone. Moreover, Boss Hung admitted he lacks full confidence in Enter the Fat Dragon. He can't guarantee another blockbuster, so he'll only guarantee principal repayment and offer investors a flat 20% profit. Still, Hong Kong productions move swiftly. A film wraps and releases within weeks, ensuring rapid capital turnover. Guaranteed principal and 20% profit. Mrs. Lin's eyes gleamed. Can I invest? Jiang Wenjie feigned reluctance. Well, he allotted me only $200,000 worth of shares. That amount, I could cover it myself. He left the rest unspoken, but the implication hung heavy. Why share when he could claim it all? The women instantly grew anxious. Aunt Zhang even rose and grasped Jiang Wenjie's arm. Jackie, we've known you since you were knee-high. We watched you grow up. When good fortune comes your way, you must share it. You've already earned over 100,000. Surely it's time we all shared in the light. Absolutely. The others chorused. We won't ask for much, just a small slice. Jiang Wenjie suppressed a quiet laugh, then wore a look of visible internal struggle, before finally conceding with exaggerated reluctance. Fine, for the sake of our decades-long neighborhood bond, I'll part with a sliver, but no more. Agreed. Whatever you decide. Mrs. Lin affirmed eagerly. We trust you. Jiang Wenjie paused, holding up 5 fingers. At most, $5,000 to $10,000 worth of shares. Not a cent more. I need to retain some for myself. $5,000 to $10,000. The women exchanged swift glances. If each contributed individually, none could afford it. But pooled together. Done. 10,000 it is. Mrs. Lin declared decisively. We'll gather it among us. Yet Mrs. Wang still harbored doubt. Jackie, one thing puzzles me. If Sammo Hung guarantees principal and offers 20% profit, why not secure a bank loan instead? Why offer it to you? Jiang Wenjie's pulse quickened, but his reply flowed smoothly. Mrs. Wang, banks demand collateral, rigorous vetting, and mountains of paperwork. It takes weeks. By the time approval arrives, the shooting schedule would be long past. Boss Hung approached me because my classmate works inside Hungar. He knows me well. Trust matters more than red tape. Seeing Mrs. Wang still hesitate, Jiang Wenjie added one final assurance. Tell you what, if you truly worry, once you've pooled your funds, I'll issue formal promissory notes. Everything in black and white, full repayment of principal plus interest guaranteed within 2 months. Would that ease your minds? Promissory notes. The women exchanged glances. Paper trails meant security against betrayal. Notes will do. Mrs. Lin nodded first. Aunt Zhang and Mrs. Li quickly followed suit. Jiang Wenjie exhaled quietly, then feigned urgency. One more thing, Boss Hung insists funds must clear by tomorrow night. No exceptions. As you know, Hong Kong shoots move at lightning speed. Capital delays are unacceptable. Also, he lowered his voice, please. Keep this absolutely confidential. No expanding allocations. This is my entire allotment. Splitting half with you pushes me to the absolute limit. Understood. We won't breathe a word. We'll deliver the cash by tomorrow afternoon. Their faces flushed with Jiang Wenjie nodded, then continued upstairs with his groceries and roasted meats. Behind him, muffled chatter swelled. $10,000. 20% in 2 months. That's excellent value. At the 3rd floor landing, Jiang Wenjie glanced back, only to see the aunties hastily folding away the mahjong table and hurrying home. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Raising $10,000 among them would be effortless. With that capital, he could amplify his leverage on Wharf Holdings stock. Once the price peaked, he'd liquidate, repaying them in full with interest, and pocket a substantial profit himself. As for Sammo Hung and film investments, mere smoke and mirrors. Capital gains have always operated thus, using others' money to forge one's own fortune. He knocked on Aunt Lu's door. Coming, rang Zhou Huiman's bright, clear voice from within. The door swung open. Zhou Huiman bounced over barefoot, wearing cozy loungewear and a high ponytail radiating youthful charm. Her face lit up at the sight of Jiang Wenjie. Brother Jia, come in. Mom's cooking congee, almost ready. Jiang Wenjie handed over the groceries. Here, extra side dishes. Wow, roast meats. Thank you, Brother Jia. Her eyes crinkled into crescent moons. Jiang Wenjie smiled, gently stepping across the threshold. After finishing a bowl of seafood congee at Zhou Huiman's home, Jiang Wenjie returned to his apartment just past 9 o'clock in the evening. The congee Mrs. Lu had prepared tonight was exceptionally savory. The rich roe of mud crabs melted seamlessly into the broth, enhanced by delicate shreds of ginger and fragrant coriander. Jiang Wenjie savored 3 generous bowls. Later, to his quiet delight, Zhou Huiman even played for him a newly learned piano piece. Watching the young girl's focused expression as her fingers danced across the keys, Jiang Wenjie felt a fleeting, almost uncanny resonance with the poised elegance of the future Jade Maiden sect master. He watched television for a while at home, then completed his evening ablutions. It was not yet 11:30 when he slipped beneath the covers, intending to drift swiftly into sleep. So he assumed. Yet something held him awake. Lying there, he tossed and turned his mind insistently circling tomorrow's plan, raising funds from the neighborhood residents. How much, he wondered, would they be willing to invest? And what of Mrs. Lin, the sharp-eyed calculating matriarch? Would she detect the slightest flaw in his story? What if someone insisted on accompanying him to meet Hong Jinbao? The more he pondered, the sharper his wakefulness grew, until finally he sat upright, switched on the bedside lamp, and retrieved his small notebook to begin calculating. Even under the most conservative estimate, he reasoned, he could secure no less than 50,000 Hong Kong dollars by tomorrow. Then, factoring in his own prior investment, and given the current projected growth rate in 1 month, the numbers swelled with each calculation. His pulse quickened in time, until well past 2 a.m., when pale light from the street lamp outside seeped through the curtain's narrow gap, and only then did he sink dazed and heavy-limbed into slumber. He slept profoundly, and woke the next afternoon at 2:30, sunlight blazing through the window. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced at the wall clock and confirmed the hour. Having skipped both breakfast and lunch, his stomach growled insistently. He rose, washed up, and changed into a clean shirt, preparing to descend to the local tea house for a long-overdue midday meal. Pushing open his door, he stepped into a hushed corridor. At this hour, most neighbors were either at work or napping. He locked his door and began descending, only to reach the second-floor landing when a lively chorus of chatter reached his ears. "So my good for-nothing son will surely fail this exam again. Let me tell you, I saw." The voices cut off abruptly. Jiang Wenjie looked up to find 5 women: Mrs. Lin, Mrs. Huang, Mrs. Zhang, Madame Li, and Mrs. Chun from the 4th floor, gathered at the communal balcony, some clutching woven vegetable baskets, others waving palm leaf fans. They were deep in casual conversation. But now all 5 pairs of eyes fixed upon him wide with sudden, curious intensity, as if he were a rare specimen newly unearthed. "Ajia." Mrs. Lin was the first to recover, her face instantly alight with warmth. "Just waking up, are you?" The others quickly closed in, their voices overlapping. "We knocked on your door all morning. No answer. We thought you'd already gone out. Have you eaten yet, Ajia?" Jiang Wenjie knew precisely why they were waiting, but he feigned drowsy disorientation, smiling gently as he replied, "Yes, just got up. Heading downstairs now for lunch." As he moved to continue downward, Mrs. Lin darted forward, blocking his path, while the others instinctively formed a loose, friendly encirclement. Mrs. Huang rubbed her palms together, her smile edged with hopeful deference. "Ajia, that matter we discussed last night. You still remember it, don't you?" "Which matter?" Jiang Wenjie pretended ignorance. "The investment in Hong Jinbao's new film." Mrs. Huang grew flustered. "You said last night he'd allocated a $20,000 production stake to you, and that you'd be willing to share 5 to 10,000 with us." "Oh, that." Jiang Wenjie slapped his forehead, adopting an expression of sheepish revelation. "Goodness, I overslept and completely forgot. My sincere apologies." As he spoke, his gaze swept over their hands. Mrs. Lin carried a bulging black handbag beneath Mrs. Huang's vegetable basket, something distinctly rigid pressed against the wicker. Meanwhile, Mrs. Zhang and Madame Li each held long rectangular parcels wrapped tightly in old newspapers. Mrs. Chen clutched a floral-patterned cloth tote with quiet intensity. "Ah, you've..." Jiang Wenjie feigned astonishment. "Already gathered the money?" "Of course." Mrs. Lin was first to open her document folder and withdraw a thick stack of $1,000 bills, worn but meticulously bundled with rubber bands. She extended them toward Jiang Wenjie. $3,000, please count them." Before her words faded, the others sprang into action. 2,000 for me. 1,500. 1,800. 1,700. 5 hands, 5 stacks, held out in unison before Jiang Wenjie. He was genuinely taken aback. After all, he had invented the entire story casually, merely to deflect persistent questions. Yet these women hadn't just believed him. They had within less than a day pooled $10,000 in hard cash. Most residents of Sham Shui Pa lived frugally. Sums like $3,000 or $2,000 likely represented years of careful saving for their families. "It's inconvenient to count money here," Jiang Wenjie said calmly, gathering the bundles into his arms, the weight substantial and sobering. "Please come upstairs with me. We'll settle everything in my flat." Yes, let's go." In moments the group surged upward behind him, and once he unlocked his door, the women flowed in like a gentle tide. They gazed about curiously at the modest interior. A simple sofa and coffee table occupied the living room alongside an aging black-and-white television and a refrigerator. Jiang Wenjie placed the cash on the chipped coffee table, unwound the rubber bands, and began counting. Silence fell instantly, broken only by the soft rustle of fingers turning crisp banknotes and the faint shallow breaths of the watching women. 3,000, 2,000, 1,500. His voice remained steady as he announced each sum. 1,800, 1,700. Exactly $10,000 total. He lifted his gaze. "Very well, I'll issue promissory notes for everyone." Without delay, he fetched paper and pen and bent over the coffee table to write. $10,000 principal guaranteed, return plus 20% interest, $2,000, making a minimum repayment of $12,000 in full. He continued writing as he spoke, to be apportioned according to each person's individual contribution. The nib scratched softly across the page as the women crowded close, eyes unwavering, tracking each character as it appeared. Lin, you may hereby borrow HK300 from Jiang Wenjie for investment in the film Fat Dragon Crosses the River. Repayment of principal plus interest totaling HK3600 is due no later than November 3rd, 1978. Borrower Jiang Wenjie, September 3rd, 1978. I Zhang Xilan hereby borrow HK200. Li Meifeng hereby borrow HK150. First 1, then 2, then 3. 5 promissory notes, each carefully inscribed. Jiang Wenjie signed his name deliberately beneath each. Here, please review them. He handed each note to its respective owner. The women accepted their notes and hurried to the sunlit windows, scrutinizing them intently. Mrs. Lin even produced her reading glasses and read aloud word by word under her breath. Yes, correct. Mrs. Huang nodded first. The figures match. Mrs. Zhang exhaled in relief. Jie, your handwriting is truly elegant, Madame Li remarked admiringly. Jiang Wenjie neatly restacked the cash on the coffee table and smiled. Very well. 2 months from now, please return to collect your principal and returns, or interest as agreed. Observing his quiet confidence, the last lingering doubts in their minds dissolved like mist. Mrs. Lin carefully folded her note and tucked it into her inner pocket, then hesitated, biting her lower lip lightly. Her voice softened, her gaze flickering briefly toward Jiang Wenjie. Jie, Annie actually had. She reopened her black handbag and withdrew another tightly wrapped newspaper parcel, compact, rectangular, and unmistakably dense. Another $50,000. A beat of silence followed. Then all 4 women turned sharply toward Mrs. Lin, their expressions a mixture of shock, envy, and quiet resentment. Hadn't they agreed to pool 10,000 collectively? Why had she secretly added 50,000 more? Jiang Wenjie blinked, less at her discretion, a prudent adult safeguard, and more at her astonishing speed in assembling $80,000 in cash. This was 1,978, after all. An average worker earned only $2,000 or $3,000 per month, $80,000 represented over 3 years' wages. Unspent, unshared, and readily available. Yet he quickly recalled Mrs. Lin owned 3 rental properties in the area, and her husband's fishball stall at the street corner enjoyed brisk daily trade. Her household liquidity, therefore, was unusually robust. Mrs. Lin, you. Jiang Wenjie accepted the newspaper-wrapped bundle. It felt dense, solid. Jie, please don't be upset. Mrs. Lin hastened to explain, her smile strained. It's not greed, I swear. Early this year I took on distribution rights for a French cosmetics line, and sales have been disastrous. My shelves are still piled high with unsold bottles. My capital is completely tied up. So, she paused, her tone growing earnest. Could you possibly allocate Annie just a little more investment share? Just. Jiang Wenjie peeled back the brown paper. Inside lay 5 neat stacks of brand new $100 bills, still sealed with unbroken bank wrappers. A swift count confirmed the sum, exactly $50,000. It's possible, he said, picking up pen and paper again. But I'm genuinely curious. How did you raise such a large sum? I recall you mentioning earlier that your rental income goes directly to your husband. Yet now you say your funds are tied up in cosmetics. Relief flooded Mrs. Lin's face. She pushed aside a stray lock of hair falling across her brow and spoke more easily. Last night, the moment I arrived home, I called relatives, friends, even old classmates, to ask for short-term loans. As everyone knows, I've always had many friends and a strong network. So with a little effort, I managed to piece it together. Jiang Wenjie nodded, asked no further questions, and promptly drafted a new promissory note, $50,000 principal repayable in full with interest totaling $60,000 in 2 months. Here you are, Mrs. Lin. He handed her the note. She examined it twice, verified every detail, and her face broke into a radiant, unrestrained smile. Yet emboldened, she ventured cautiously, some friends' funds won't arrive until this afternoon. Jie, do you still need more? Additional investment. This time Jiang Wenjie was truly startled. Instantly the other women erupted. Oh, Mrs. Lin, too greedy. What about our agreed shares? If she can add more, we demand the same. Though inwardly elated and gratified, Jiang Wenjie knew caution was essential. His fabricated film investment quota had been deliberately limited. Accepting further funds recklessly might. He immediately adopted a firm, slightly stern expression. Mrs. Lin, this entire allocation is barely enough for me. You've already claimed $15,000. He paused, then emphasized with deliberate gravity. Surely I deserve at least a modest personal stake. Apologies, but if another opportunity arises, I'll certainly reserve space for you all. Agreed. His reply was artfully ambiguous, refusing the immediate request while holding open the promise of future inclusion. In truth, Mrs. Lin had been testing him. His swift acceptance of her extra $50,000 had paradoxically unsettled, but his resolute refusal reassured her. After all, a true fraud would have welcomed every additional dollar. Very well, thank you, Jie. Mrs. Lin secured the note safely away. Meanwhile, the others continued murmuring mild reproaches about her breach of trust. To divert attention, Mrs. Lin stood up and declared brightly, didn't Jie say last night that Hong Jinbao's deadline is tonight? Then what are we waiting for? Let Jie deliver the funds at once. Don't let anything delay this important matter. Yes. Jie, go quickly. Mind the road. Amid this flurry of urgent encouragement, Jiang Wenjie was effectively ushered out the door. Standing in the corridor, $15,000 cradled in his arms, he met the women's anxious, almost fervent, gazes and felt a strange, surreal dissonance rise within him. Yesterday he'd been a penniless street vendor. Today, he stood before his neighbors as a trusted investment advisor, holding $15,000 in cold, tangible cash. And it had all sprung from a single, effortless fabrication. I'll be off then. Jiang Wenjie nodded, turned, and descended the stairs. From behind came their parting calls. Come back soon. Take care on the way. Don't forget to eat after you finish. The next morning, Jiang Wenjie rose early. Because yesterday had been Sunday, the bank had not been open, and the 150,000 Hong Kong dollars in cash he had collected from the neighborhood housewives was still not deposited. He had spent the previous afternoon wandering about, and had bought an inconspicuous canvas bag to carry the money, intending to go to the bank this morning. After washing, he picked up the bag to leave, and had just opened his door when the door next to his Zhou Huiman's also opened. Zhou Huiman stepped out with her school bag, and upon seeing him offered a sweet smile, and asked if Jie Go was going out. Yes, I am going to take care of something, Jiang Wenjie replied as he instinctively hid the bag behind him. The little girl did not notice and waved, saying she was off to school. She added that her mother had invited him to dinner that evening and that she had bought fresh mantis shrimp. Jiang Wenjie promised he would certainly come. After quickly running to the nearby bank and depositing the money, he hurried without delay to the Yuandong exchange. When he arrived by taxi, it was already 10:30 in the morning, and the stock market had been open for more than half an hour. As he stepped into the trading hall, a wave of heat mixed with anxiety and excitement hit him. But unlike ordinary days, the clamor today carried an unmistakable panic. Falling again, someone cried. Zhalongkang has broken below 24, another shouted. What is happening? Last Friday, it surged to 27, someone asked. Jiang Wenjie looked up to see several layers of people crowded in front of the huge trading board. Traders in red vests were sweating as they darted between the tickers, and the board chalk dust drifting down. Beside the code for Zhalongkang, the price was being rapidly altered: 24, 8 to 24, 3 to 23, 8 to 23, 5. It finally settled at 23 Hong Kong dollars. A plunge of over 16% compared with last Friday's close of 27 Hong Kong dollars. 6. An old man in a sleeveless shirt grabbed his thinning hair and muttered that IHA had only announced a high-price repurchase last Thursday, and the stock had skyrocketed on Friday. How could it collapse like this after a weekend? A bespectacled middle-aged man sneered that one could not trust what those foreigners said if they promised a buyback. A young investor interrupted, saying IHA was such a big firm, could it be possible? The man in glasses mocked him and urged him to look at their shipping division's accounts. With oil prices raging, their fleet was still using obsolete tankers. Freight had fallen, costs had risen. Where would the idle cash for a buyback come from? He scoffed, accusing last week's rally of being a ploy. He argued that the price had likely been artificially pumped to lure retail investors in so the operators could harvest them. Voices rose and fell around them. Some pounded their chests in regret at not selling at last Friday's peak, while others with reddened eyes shouted about. More people simply stared at the board, bewildered, unsure whether to step in or retreat. Jiang Wenjie did not join the crush. He stood on the edge of the hall, calmly watching the market while the phones at the brokerage counters rang continuously, receiving clients' buy and sell orders. Traders took the calls and sprinted to the board to alter the prices. Zhalongkang's price slid: 23, 0, then 22, 9, then 22, 8, descending without pause. Jiang Wenjie noticed a detail. Whenever a large sell order dumped the price, a cluster of small buy orders quickly. But after those small buys, the price did not rebound, it continued its slow decline. This was odd. From his experience in another life, when major players accumulated stock, they usually employed sideways consolidation or pressed the price down to accumulate. Hong Kong stocks operate differently from shares. There are no daily price limits, and trading is T0, so buying and selling can occur on the same day. If there is a short-term colossal positive, the stock can explode many-fold in a single day, and the operators can finish their run and unload within that same session. But the present situation looked more like someone was deliberately suppressing the price. He recalled that in his past life, Bao Yugang's takeover bid for Zhalongkang had indeed been ambushed in secret. That meant that besides the big boss Henry Catharek at IHA, more people than just Li Shaoqin likely knew of the intended acquisition. Under Hong Kong's trading rules, insider trading was strictly prohibited, but where there is policy, there are always ways around. Those who wished to manipulate the market could route trades through a stranger's account and make the trail hard to trace, especially in an era of relatively lax supervision. A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Jie, you came too, and he turned to see Lin Bo approaching with a face full. Good morning, Lin Bo, Jiang Wenjie said, nodding in greeting. Lin Bo wiped his sweat with a handkerchief and complained that he was nearly ruined. He explained that he had chased more at 26 Hong Kong dollars last Friday, and now it was down to the low 20s, and he had lost several thousand, asking whether he should cut his losses. Jiang Wenjie glanced at Lin Bo, and then at the board where the price had temporarily steadied around 22 Hong Kong dollars. 7. Don't be hasty, said Jiang Wenjie calmly. Do you remember what you yourself said last time, that Zhongkang's value was worth far more than its current price? But it's collapsing now, Lin Bo protested, pointing at the board. Look, it's falling again. Sure enough, the board updated Zhongkang to 22 Hong Kong dollars. 6. And a fresh chorus of lamentation rose around them. I cannot hold on, I must sell, came a cry. Cut your losses, someone urged, warning that further falls would mean bigger loss. Is IHA deceiving us by promising a high price buyback only for the stock to plunge, someone demanded. Jiang Wenjie shook his head. He understood retail psychology all too well, chasing highs in a rally and panicking to sell in a slump. Today's pattern was clearly suspicious. He reviewed the prior events in his mind. Last Thursday, IHA had publicly vowed to repurchase Zhongkang shares at a high price and had pushed the stock up immediately. Historically, Bao Yugong would have countered within a week and announced a takeover directly after Yi's declaration. Now the stock was falling rather than rising, which left only a few possibilities. Either Yi's finances were not as strong as they had proclaimed, and the market doubted their repurchase promise and sold to avoid risk, or Yi's buyback announcement had triggered short-term liquidity pressure, causing some institutions and retail holders to lock in profits. Or most plausibly, Bao Yugong or Li Ziakin's camp was conducting a tactical suppression, using large sell orders to create panic and force retail and short-term holders to dump so more stock could be accumulated at lower prices. Any of these scenarios presented an opportunity to Jiang Wenjie. As a man who had traversed into this life, he knew the eventual outcome, that Zhongkang would be taken by Bao Yugong and that its price would later soar. Thus, he regarded the current decline as little more than the temporary calm before a storm. If you trust me, Lin Bo, Jiang Wenjie said in a low voice, I think you should not sell, and might even consider buying more. Buy more. Lin Bo widened his eyes. It's still falling. Jiang Wenjie quoted a future line from Ba Fei Te saying, when others are fearful, be greedy, and left the matter for him to consider. Having spoken, he walked straight to the trading counter. The trader Lu Chunhong greeted him with a professional smile. Good morning, Mr. Jiang. This market, are you here to cash out? From Lu Chunhong's perspective, Jiang Wenjie had bought Zhongkang at a cost in the mid-teens, and selling now at 22 would already lock in a sizable profit, and given the panic, cashing out seemed the rational choice. Jiang Wenjie shook his head. I am increasing my position, he said. Increase your position. Lu Chunhong was taken aback. Mr. Jiang, the stock is in a free fall and falling hard. Are you sure you want to add more? I am sure. Jiang Wenjie took out his passbook and announced, I will add 150,000 Hong Kong dollars and use tenfold leverage. Lu Chunhong sucked in a breath. 15,000 and tenfold leverage meant a position of 1.5 million Hong Kong dollars. In an era when ordinary workers earned only a few thousand per month, that was an enormous sum, and the market was tumbling, yet this man still wanted to lever up and buy. Mr. Jiang, I must warn you, Lu Chunhong lowered his voice. Leverage is very risky. If it keeps falling, you may be forcibly liquidated and lose everything. I know, Jiang Wenjie replied calmly. Please process the paperwork for me. Lu Chunhong looked at him, and sensed there was something unusual about this young man. Buying at a low level earlier had already shown discernment, and now in a panic he not only refused to flee, but wanted to add leveraged capital, either a reckless gambler or someone with insider knowledge. But Lu Chunhong was only an ordinary trader and had no right to interfere with the client's decision, so he nodded and said, all right, I will arrange it. The formalities were swift. Jiang Wenjie signed several forms, confirmed the risk warnings, and when the final trade was executed, the board updated Zhongkang to 22 Hong Kong dollars. 5. Another fall, someone in the hall lamented. Lu Chunhong looked at Jiang Wenjie as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Jiang Wenjie pocketed the trading slip and thanked him before turning away. He did not leave the exchange immediately, but found a seat in the hall to continue observing the market. Throughout the morning, Zhongkang's price oscillated mainly between 22 Hong Kong dollars and 23 Hong Kong dollars, with repeated large sell orders and small buys absorbing them. Yet there was never a meaningful rebound, and traders' moods in the exchange drifted from initial panic to a numbed resignation. This time people feared they were truly trapped, one remarked. Are those foreigners at IHA playing us? Someone asked. I heard someone is quietly buying Zhongkang. Can IHA not hold up? Another wondered. I for one will not buy again, said another. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Jiang Wenjie grew ever more confident in his assessment that someone was secretly controlling the float to accumulate shares. At midday, when the market closed, he stepped out, and after a simple wonton noodle lunch at a nearby Cha Chan Tung, he returned to the trading hall at 1 in the afternoon. The afternoon session resembled the morning. The price continued to tug between 22 Hong Kong dollars and 23 Hong Kong dollars, at times suddenly plunging to 22 Hong Kong dollars. 2 then quickly lifted to 22 Hong Kong dollars. 8 with volume swelling, but the price could not be driven higher. Jiang Wenjie sat until 3:30 in the afternoon before rising to leave. As he stepped out, he overheard 2 brokers chatting and smoking by the door, remarking that today's tape was strange, with large dumps and equally determined small buyers. They said they had heard that large accounts in Zhongwan were buying. No one knows for sure, one observed, but retail investors were certainly doomed to lose against the big players. Jiang Wenjie smiled, flagged a taxi, and returned to Shinshipu. As he climbed the stairs of the Tong Lao on the second floor, familiar sounds of mahjong and laughter reached him. Peng 9 circles, someone called. Mrs. Lin, your luck today is unbelievable, someone began to say. The chatter stopped abruptly when the housewives looked up to see Jiang Wenjie returning, and their faces instantly filled. Is Jiezai back? Asked Lin Tai in an overly warm tone, surprising him at how early he had come back. Mrs. Li, while drawing tiles, asked where he had been to make his fortune today. I did not set up my stall today, I went to the exchange, Jiang Wenjie said casually. The mention of the exchange immediately piqued Aunt Wang's interest, asking how the market had fared and noting that Zhejiangkang had been very hot recently. Jiang Wenjie felt a flicker inside, but kept his face composed and said it had fallen today. They echoed in unison. Fell how much? Mrs. Lin put down her tiles and asked. From 27 Hong Kong dollars. 6 last Friday to the low 20s, Jiang Wenjie replied. Wow, that's terrible, Aunt Wang exclaimed, saying her neighbor had spoken of buying Zhejiangkang last week, and she was glad she had not followed suit. Mrs. Li turned to Jiang Wenjie, asking if he had not bought. He smiled and said he had bought a little, but not much. In truth, he had not only purchased, but had added tenfold leverage, though there was no need to tell the neighbors. He also knew that although these housewives did not understand the market, their money was invested with him for the film venture. Seeing them look anxious at the news of his trip to the exchange, he guessed they feared he had used their funds. So he adopted a calm tone and reassured them. He explained that the stock market naturally rose and fell, but the investment in Hong Jinbeo's film was principal protected with a fixed return and unrelated to market fluctuations, and they should rest assured. Upon hearing that, the housewives visibly relaxed. Madame Li slapped her chest and exclaimed, that's a relief. We were only asking. Jiezai, we trust you completely. Exactly. Madame Wang agreed as she fumbled with the tiles. Jiezai is so capable, there will certainly be no problem. Madame Lin's eyes flicked as she paused her hand and, testing the waters, asked Jiezai. About that film investment, has it been settled? You delivered the money to Hong Jinbao, right? Yes, it was delivered yesterday afternoon. Jiang Wenjie remained composed. Brother Bao accepted the money and issued me a receipt. Once the film is released and dividends are distributed, I will settle with everyone at once. Rest assured. The women chorused approval, their faces blooming with smiles. Madame Lin resumed her game. Come on, let us continue. Would you like to play a couple of rounds, Jiezai? No, I have some matters to attend to, Jiang Wenjie replied with a smile and a wave. Aunties, take your time. The mahjong tiles rattled again. After a few polite words with them, Jiang Wenjie turned and headed upstairs. As he reached for his door, muffled low conversations drifted up from below. Jiezai has truly come into his own, someone murmured. Put aside whether this film will bring great profit, even if we only earn the guaranteed interest, it is far better than banking a product. In just a couple of months, we'll recover principal and interest. Exactly. If opportunities like this come up again, we must go with Jiezai. He lingered to listen for a moment, shook his head, and hurried inside. Once the door closed, he leaned heavily against it and let out a long breath, murmuring under his breath, glad I got past that. That evening, Jiang Wenjie returned from the Zhou household after dinner. Aunt Lu had not only cooked his favorite shrimp, but also simmered fish maw chicken soup, saying his complexion looked pale lately and needed nourishing. Young Zhou Huimin had even played a new piece for him. The girl's piano had improved markedly in a short time. Yet none of that tender warmth could dispel the unease that sat in Jiang Wenjie's chest. After washing up, he turned on the black and white television. The news was reporting the day's market. Zhejiangkang closed at 24.3 Hong Kong dollars, up 1.7 from yesterday. Although this should have been welcome news, unease lingered in his heart. He turned off the set and was in bed before half-past, but sleep would not come. He tossed and turned while the words forced liquidation kept repeating in his mind. Forced liquidation. Forced liquidation. The phrase circled like a curse. The exhilaration of high leverage now turned to raw anxiety. Tenfold leverage meant everything could unravel at once. Tenfold leverage meant that if Zhejiangkang fell by 10%, his entire principal would be wiped out. If it fell further, he could end up owing money to the brokerage. It can't be that bad, he told himself. In history, Zhejiangkang once topped 100, now it's only. Knowing the course of history as a time traveler was one thing, risking actual money was quite another. This was not reading a history book, this was real cash, his entire fortune pressed into the market. On top of his savings, he had borrowed 150,000 from neighbors and put it all on margin. The market was mercurial. Who could predict the butterfly effects of this life? He dozed fitfully at length before finally slipping into a troubled sleep. Then the nightmare began. In the dream, Zhejiangkang did not surge as he had hoped. Instead, the price plunged 24 down to 23, 22, 21. Notices of forced liquidation from the broker arrived like a blizzard. He not only lost every penny of his principal, but suddenly found himself owing the bank tens of thousands. The scene-cut bank officials had chased him back to the tenement. The neighbors, Madame Lin, Madame Chun, Aunt Wang, and others, blocked his doorway, waving the IOUs he had written with his own hand. Pay back the money. Jiang Wenjie, you bastard, pay up. Weren't you promising this was a sure thing? Where's the money? That was my last nest egg. You liar. Call the police. Let's put him in jail. He tried to explain frantically, but no one would listen. The crowd shoved, someone pushed him hard. He staggered backward toward a railing. Only it shifted into the rooftop edge. A sudden absence of weight hit him. Oh. Jiang Wenjie shot upright in bed, covered in cold sweat gas. The room was pitch black save for the faint glow from outside the window. He found the matchbox at his bedside and lit a cigarette. The ember blinked in the dark as smoke curled around him. After finishing the cigarette, he lay back down, muttering to himself, "It's just a forced liquidation. So what? If need be, you'll go bankrupt and run. The bank isn't the Triad, they want cut off limbs. As for the neighbors' housewives, they wrote the IOUs themselves. That's not fraud. At worst, they'll sue and he'll go bankrupt and be left with nothing." Thinking like that gave him a small measure of comfort, and gradually he fell asleep again. Yet at dawn he could not sit still. After a hasty wash, he skipped breakfast and hurried to the Yuandong exchange. Arriving in a rush, he found the trading floor even tenser than the day before. Zhelonkang's price hovered around 25 at the open, trapped in a jittery oscillation that could neither climb nor fall decisively. Traders around him muttered and debated. What is going on with Zhelonkang? It won't rally decisively, and it won't collapse properly either. I heard a large player is accumulating. Accumulating. Then it should be slowly rising. Why is it bouncing back and forth like this? Jiang Wenjie took a corner seat and fixed his gaze on the board. Every time the price nudged toward 25.5, is selling pressure emerged. It would then tumble to about 24.8 before buyers stepped in to prop it up again. It was a textbook shakeout, and he knew it, yet anxiety gnawed at him all day. He sat like a statue through the hours, picking at a soda and a pineapple bun for lunch, utterly unable to taste food. By the close, the stock finished at 26.3, a slight rise from yesterday, but hardly decisive. Back at the tenement, he found Madame Lin and the others playing cards in the corridor. Seeing him return, Madame Lin called from a distance, Jiazai is back. How's the market today? Not bad. Jiang Wenjie forced a smile. That's good, Madame Lin said. We see you come home so punctually every day. Oh, we knew you were reliable. Her words tightened something in his chest. So these women watched whether he returned each day, fearful he might abscond with their money. Haha, how could I run away? He feigned ease. I'm still waiting for 2 months later to get rich with everyone. Shintai smoothed things over. Jiezi, you handle things, and we have always been at ease. After all, we've watched you grow up. At ease? Jiang Wenjie secretly smiled bitterly. He was now even a bit uneasy about himself. For the next 3 days, Jiang Wenjie went to the Far East Exchange punctually every day like an ordinary office, until Friday morning when Jiang Wenjie arrived at the exchange. As usual, he saw that Kowloon warehouse had opened with a gap up, rising directly to 26 Hong Kong dollars, and immediately the hall erupted with cheers. It's gone up. Finally, it's gone up. Those who cut losses last week must be regretting it now. I said such a big company like EE, how could they not have the money to buy back? Voices of discussion rose and fell, but Jiang Wenjie sat on a bench in the rest area, his fingers unconsciously tapping on his knee while the clock on the wall ticked away. Each second felt like it was pounding on his nerves. But Jiang Wenjie did not relax. He raised his head to glance at the clock on the wall. 950. According to his memories from his past life, since the afternoon of the day before yesterday, the stock price had clearly begun to stop falling and rise again. Bao Yugong should publicly announce the acquisition of Kowloon warehouse in these few days. Today it opened with a gap up, indicating that funds were continuously flowing in. It was very likely that some insiders had already received the news and were starting to position themselves in advance. Yet Jiang Wenjie's heart hung in the balance. Oh, after all, before profit was secured, the market was ever-changing and anything could happen. Especially since he had a nightmare about a margin call a few nights ago, he truly felt somewhat anxious, which was the difficulty of not having a golden finger. Although he knew the final outcome for Kowloon warehouse, he did not know the specific details of the process, and he knew Kowloon warehouse would ultimately rise to nearly $100, but what about the fluctuations in between? What about those fluctuations that could lead him to a margin call? No, I need to check the market, he muttered to himself, quickly walking towards the trading area, wanting to observe the changes up close. However, when he squeezed to the front of the board, he found something was amiss. Just half an hour after he left the rest area, the stock price of Kowloon warehouse had actually dropped from 26.3 Hong Kong dollars to 25.8 Hong Kong dollars, and the trading volume was still huge. Huh, why did it drop again? Wasn't it doing fine just now? Is there a large order hitting the market again? The surrounding retail investors began to stir, and Jiang Wenjie narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the speed and frequency with which the traders adjusted the prices. The trading volume was substantial, yet the stock price was falling instead of rising. This was known as increased volume with stagnant price in the stock market, which usually indicated that early profit takers began to sell off, creating selling pressure. Although new funds were continuously taking over, the strength of the buying was entirely insufficient to push the stock. It's a technical adjustment. A middle-aged man wearing glasses analyzed, having risen so much a pullback is quite normal. After digesting the profit taking, it will surely reach new highs again. I doubted. Another elderly man in a tank top shook his head. He announced a buyback last week and the stock price surged to over 27, but then it turned around and plummeted to 22. It's only just returned to 26, and it hasn't even warmed up yet before it starts to drop again. I see the stock definitely has issues. The two immediately began to argue, and the people around them joined in the discussion. Some were optimistic while others were pessimistic, but everyone was staring at the board afraid to miss any changes. Jiang Wenjie did not participate in the discussion. He retreated to the outskirts of the crowd, his mind racing. Increased volume with stagnant price could indeed likely be a technical adjustment, but it could also mean that the main funds were driving up the price to sell off. If it were the latter, then there could very likely be a deeper pullback coming up. But the question is, who is the main force now? Is it He, or Bao Yugong, or Li Shaoqin, or other hidden capital lurking in the shadows? He knew that in the original history Bao Yugong and Li Shaoqin ultimately reached some kind of understanding where Li Shaoqin transferred all the Kowloon warehouse stocks he held to Bao Yugong. Thus he earned a hefty profit, sold a personal favor, and avoided a direct confrontation with He and their foreign counterparts. Bao Yugong in turn obtained the crucial chips that laid the foundation for the eventual acquisition of Kowloon warehouse. So what about now? Has Li Shaoqin already made a decision? If he has decided to withdraw and transfer the stocks to Bao Yugong, how will the market react? Jiang Wenjie looked up at the stock price, 25.6 Hong Kong dollars, still slowly declining. He took a deep breath and turned to walk towards the HSBC trading desk. At the same time, in the office of the chairman of Chung Kong Holdings. At this moment, Li Shaoqin sat in his office, the ashtray in front of him already piled high with cigarette butts. Ever since He suddenly announced a high-priced buyback of Kowloon warehouse stocks last Thursday, he hadn't had a good night's sleep. Although on the surface he instructed his subordinates to continue acquiring, in reality he had already developed intention. Moreover, a few days ago Bao Yugong had his secretary invite him for tea. Although it was just a simple courtesy, Li Shaoqin understood. King Bao was also eyeing Kowloon warehouse. This morning he called a few trusted aides to the office, his secretary and advisor Hong Xiaolian, chief advisor Zhou Qianhe, and investment department head Chen Wenyu. Sit. Li Shaoqin gestured for the three to sit down while he stood up and walked to the window. Outside was the bustling scene of Central, but at this moment he had no mind to appreciate it. Boss, Kowloon warehouse opened today with a rise to $26. Chen Wenyu was the first to speak. No. Li Shaoqin interrupted him. I called you here today to say, stop the acquisition. Silence filled the room. Boss, Zhou Qianhe cautiously asked, we've planned this for so long and invested so much, now to stop. I know. Li Shaoqin turned around, his face weary, but his gaze firm. Wenyu, how many Kowloon warehouse stocks do we currently hold? Chen Wenyu flipped open the folder in his hand. About 20 million shares, holding a stake of approximately 20. Li Shaoqin murmured. This number was delicate. A little more could trigger a full acquisition offer, while a little less would not be enough to gain an advantage in negotiations. Boss, our current stake is already on par with He. Hong Xiaolian gently reminded. If we continue, we will have to face both He and Bao Yugong simultaneously. Li Shaoqin interjected. Do you think we have a chance? The three exchanged uneasy glances, and none dared speak. The answer was obvious. Although Changjiang Shiria had grown swiftly in recent years, it could not match the century-old prestige of Ihe Yonghang in strength, nor the influence of the shipping tycoon Bao Yugong. To knowingly pursue the impossible is folly. Li Shaoqin resumed his seat, fingertips tapping the desk. If I openly confront Ihe now, our resources are already strained, and now the shipping magnate has entered the fray. He paused, then continued. If I persist, I will offend not only the foreign interests, but also the Chinese capital in Xinjiang. After all, the shipping magnate carries far more clout among local Chinese investors than I do. If I compete with him for the spoils, I will find it impossible to operate in Xinjiang thereafter. The remark was frank. Business is not merely a contest of strength, but a delicate game of relations. Chen Wenyu wanted to interject, but Li Shaoqin waved him off. My mind is made up. Silence settled again in the office. Everyone present knew the gravity of the decision. Relinquishing 10,000 shares of Zhejiang, worth well over 500 million Hong Kong dollars at current prices, was not easy. Abandoning such a prize demanded extraordinary resolve. But boss, Hong Xiaolian asked cautiously, what shall we do with the shares in our hands? Abandoning the takeover does not mean abandoning profit. A gleam passed through Li Shaoqin's eyes. I will not let Ihe get an easy bargain. After all, the English capital and Chinese capital are opposed. If I sold the stock to Ihe, aside from a modest profit, there would be no other benefit. And if our compatriots in Xinjiang learned I had sold to the foreign firm, how would they view me then? He turned to his three subordinates. Moreover, selling to Ihe would be a purely transactional premium buyout. There would be no human warmth in it. In that case, we would satisfy neither side and be despised both within and without. Zhou Qian finally understood. So you intend to sell to the shipping magnate? Bao Yugong is both a director at HSBC and the current leader of Chinese capital, Li Shaoqin said. If we sell to him at a premium, we not only reap a substantial profit, but also earn political capital and favor. There are countless companies in Xinjiang, Failing to acquire Jelongking this time does not preclude future opportunities. But human favor is not something you can conjure at will. He stood voice decisive. Xiaoyan, tell the driver. I am going to pay a visit to Bao Yugong at the Huanqiu group now. Now, Hong Xiaoyan glanced at her watch. Shall we make an appointment first? No need. Li Xiaoqin waved his hand. Bao Yugong invited me for tea a few days ago, and I did not go. By calling on him today in person, I will show sincerity. Understood. I will arrange it at once. At 2 in the afternoon, the air in the Far East Exchange was stifling, and Jelongking's share price seemed nailed to the board, oscillating stubbornly between 25.5 and 26 without breaking out. Jiang Wenjie still sat in his usual spot, unconsciously tapping his knee with his fingers. He stared at the numbers on the board, his mind repeatedly calculating his positions and the risks involved. After all, tenfold leverage is a sword hanging over one's head, ready to fall at any moment, and the surrounding shareholders holding Jelongking were visibly anxious. What on earth is Jelongking playing at? An old man in a vest complained. If it's going to rise, do it decisively. If it's going to fall, be direct. Why keep dangling it like this, eh? Old Chin, do you think maybe? His companion lowered his voice. Could someone be manipulating things behind the scenes? Manipulating, the old man scoffed. What do you think, we're in a martial arts drama? Still, many seasoned investors sensed something amiss. With turnover so large, yet the price motionless, this was decidedly abnormal. In that weary atmosphere, a sudden cheer erupted from the trading counters. It's rising. It's rising. The cry struck the room like a stone dropped into a placid lake, sending waves through the crowd. Traders in the rest area sprang to their feet, craning their necks toward the price board. Jiang Wenjie also rose immediately. Tall as he was, he could see straight to the Jelongking column, where the numbers were changing with dizzying speed. 26, 326, 827, 528, 2. My God, how is it climbing so fast? What's happening? Is there some news? The crowd grew restless. Many people dashed toward the board for fear of missing any detail. Jiang Wenjie followed calmly, but his heart had already begun to race. When he squeezed to the front, Jelongking's price had already surged to 29. Brokers frantically wiped away old figures and scrawled new ones on the board. But scarcely had a figure been written before it was erased again. Make way. Make way. A broker pushed through, clutching the latest quotation sheet. Breaking news. Jelongking has broken 30. 30. The crowd erupted. It had closed last Friday at only 27.6 and had been languishing in the mid-20s this morning. How had it shot up to 30 so swiftly? Jiang Wenjie drew a deep breath. He had anticipated something, yet to witness such an explosive rise in person still left him stunned. This was the Hong Kong market. Without daily price limits, miracles or catastrophes could unfold in a single day. Is there some news? A bespectacled middle-aged man beside him grabbed a broker. The broker wiped his brow and said, Not sure, but it must be major news. The turnover has suddenly expanded, and it's all by orders. Hearing this, Jiang Wenjie's mind stirred. He edged to the veteran investor with a transistor radio. The man surnamed Zhang, whom he knew, always brought a radio to the exchange. Uncle Zhang, can you tune to the news? He asked. Zhang glanced at him, nodded, twisted the dial, and soon the radio relayed a crackling Cantonese broadcast. Breaking at 2 o'clock this afternoon, Chairman Bao Yugong of Huanqiu Shipping Group held a press conference to formally announce a full takeover bid for Jelongking Group. The remainder of the broadcast was drowned by the surrounding exclamations. Bao Yugong. It's Bao Yugong moving on Jelongking. My God, the shipping magnate has acted. No wonder it's surging like this. Quick, buy. The crowd went wild, surging toward the trading counters as if possessed. Brokers rang non-stop, and order slips flew like snow. Jiang Wenjie remained where he was, watching Jelongking's price continue to rocket. 31.31. 5.32. When the closing bell rang, Jelongking's price finally settled at 32.8. The exchange felt like a festival. Some cheered, others beat their breasts in despair. Those who had sold in the morning now felt a bitter remorse. If only I had held on a little longer. A middle-aged man who had cut losses at 25 nearly cried. Held on. Could you have held? His companion smiled wryly. How could small retail investors like us possibly have known this news? Jiang Wenjie walked back to the rest area silently and took a random empty seat. His hands trembled slightly, not from excitement, but from residual fear. In reality, Bao Yugong had announced a high-priced repurchase of Jelongking stock on EHA's behalf the previous Friday, and within about a week had launched a bold counterattack to acquire the shares. But from EHA's announcement of a high-priced repurchase to now had passed 8 full days, and today was Friday. Jiang Wenjie could not help feeling uneasy, especially after the nightmare he had had earlier. Yet now all of that was behind him. With Bao Yugong's public declaration to acquire Jelongking, the takeover battle would imminently enter a fierce white-hot phase. EHA would certainly strike back frantically, and the share price would continue to climb. He realized that his judgment this time had been correct. No, it was not mere gambling or relying on his understanding of history. He had made the right call. Jiang Wenjie took a small notebook from his pocket and opened to the latest page. It recorded his positions for the day. Total capital invested just over 2,500, excluding leverage, with an average cost of about 17.78 per share. if calculated at the current price of 32. 8. His paper gains. He calculated swiftly, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement. He forced himself to calm down, closed the notebook gently, and took a measured breath. This was only the beginning. The peak of Jelongkang's price still lay far ahead. For now, however, he could at least breathe a little easier. Tonight perhaps he would not be haunted by nightmares. When he left the exchange, Jiang Wenjia's steps were noticeably lighter. Jelongkang's closing price of 32.8 meant his paper profits were already considerable. Although the ultimate peak remained distant, he was temporarily safe. The immediate risk of liquidation had been averted. He hailed a taxi, but did not go straight home. Instead, he told the driver to stop at the nearby market. "Driver, wait for me 10 minutes. "All right, take your time." Jiang Wenjia hurried into the wet market. Today's gains deserved a small celebration. He picked out half a glossy roast goose and a piece of honey char siu at the roast meat stall. At the seafood counter, fresh flower crabs were bubbling. He selected the two fattest, bought some boiled prawns and greens, and when he emerged laden with several bags, the taxi driver exclaimed, "Young man, are you hosting guests tonight?" "No, I'm just going to a neighbor's for dinner." Jiang Wenjia smiled. Returning to the old Tong Lao on Sai Yung Street at about 5:20, he had just paid the driver when a clear voice called from behind, "Jie." He turned to see Zhou Huimin bounding over with her school bag. Today she wore a pale blue uniform skirt, white socks, her hair tied in a neat ponytail, sweaty wisps clung to her brow. "Little Min, are you out of school?" Jiang Wenjia smiled as she ran up. Zhou Huimin nodded, and her eyes widened at the sight of his many bags. "Wow, Jie, why so much food? Are you having guests?" "Nope." He lifted a bag. "I'm planning to mooch a meal at your place tonight. These are extra dishes." "Really?" Zhou Huimin brightened, then grew a little bashful. "But, isn't this too extravagant?" "Extravagant?" Jiang Wenjia ruffled her hair with one hand. "Your mother often invites me over. It's only right I bring something. Besides, you're growing. Eat well while you can." Zhou Huimin blushed, but smiled. She reached to help carry the bags, but he handed her the lightest bag of greens. "Hold this, I'll take the heavy ones." They chatted as they walked up the stairway. The girl chattered about school. Her music teacher praised her pitch. She had gained 5 points on her math test, and a classmate's pet hamster had had babies. On rounding the second-floor corner, they heard the familiar rattle of mahjong. Mrs. Lam and Auntie Chung and the others were still at it, deeply absorbed in the game. "Jiezai home." Mrs. Lam's sharp eyes spotted them first. "Oh, brought so much food." "Yes, we're going to Auntie Lou's for dinner tonight," Jiang Wenjia replied politely. Mrs. Lee noticed the roast goose and crabs peeking from the bags and clicked her tongue. "Oh, Jiezai is generous. Must have cost a pretty penny." "Not much, just once in a while." Jiang Wenjia did not linger. "You ladies enjoy your game. We'll head up." "All right." The women watched them go with smiling faces, though Mrs. Lam's gaze held a trace of curiosity. The pair reached the Zhou residence door. Zhou Huimin fetched her keys and opened the door. The aroma of cooking drifted out. Grandmother Zhou was simmering soup. "Mama, we're home," she called. Grandmother Zhou poked her head out from the kitchen and, seeing Jiang Wenjia and the groceries, looked surprised. "Jiezai, what's all this?" "Grandma, I bought some food. I'm planning to eat at your place tonight." Jiang Wenjia smiled. "Oh, you child, you could have just come. Why buy so much?" Grandmother Zhou took the bags, chattering as she smiled broadly. "It's fine." Jiang Wenjia sat in the living room. "I'm in a good mood today. Bought some nice things for everyone." Zhou Huimin dutifully poured tea for her grandmother and water for Jiang Wenjia. The three sat in the small living room watching television, the variety show hosted by Sunny and the comic Billy. "Jie, why are you in such a good mood today?" Zhou Huimin asked curiously. Just a small success at work," Jiang Wenjia answered vaguely. The girl nodded as if she understood, then turned her attention back to the TV. At 6:30, Mrs. Liu returned from work and, entering to find the kitchen piled with groceries and Jiang Wenjia in the living room, paused in surprise. "Jiezai, what's all this?" "Uncle Liu, I've brought some groceries today to treat everyone to a special meal." Jiang Wenjia rose to his feet. "I've been dining here so often lately. I truly feel embarrassed." Aunt Lou's expression grew complex as she walked into the kitchen and gazed at the roasted goose, barbecued pork, prawns, and sea bass. The cost of this meal likely exceeded her wages for 2 days. "Jiezi," Aunt Lou said with the tender concern of an elder, "don't spend recklessly. Yes, you've earned some money recently, but frugality matters, and you must plan wisely for the future." "Don't worry, Aunt Lou. I know exactly what I'm doing," Jiang Wenjia replied with a smile. "Besides, I'm in a particularly good mood today. And Min is still growing. She needs nourishing food for her health." Aunt Lou fell silent for several seconds, then quietly closed the kitchen door and stepped into the living room. Glancing at her daughter and mother-in-law watching television, she suddenly lowered her voice and said to Jiang Wenjia, "Jiezi, come outside with me. I need to speak with you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenjia's heart sank, and he had no choice but to follow her into the stairwell. The stairwell lights cast a dim, muted glow. Aunt Lou appeared hesitant. She rubbed her hands together, paused for a long moment, and finally spoke. "Jiezi, I've heard from neighbors lately that many people have lent you money for investments. Is that true?" So it had come at last, Jiang Wenjia thought. Indeed, the neighborhood auntie's lips were never sealed. A wry smile flickered inwardly, yet outwardly he remained calm. Nodding, he replied, "Yes, it's true. Aunt Lin and Aunt Lee both entrusted me with modest sums for small-scale investments. Jizzy, I don't mean to lecture you, but investment carries serious risk." Aunt Lu's tone turned grave. "As a young man, how could you possibly repay such large sums if things went awry?" Jiang Wenjie knew Aunt Lu's concern was sincere, so he answered earnestly, "You can rest easy, Aunt Lu. The project I've invested in is exceptionally secure. It's a film production company founded by my childhood friend. Its CEO is Hong Jinbao, the renowned martial arts star. I previously backed one of their films and profited handsomely. This time they agreed to accept my investment largely because we'd grown close after my involvement in their debut production. Moreover, every film project they undertake guarantees capital protection. If losses occur, they reimburse investors in full." Hong Jinbao. Aunt Lu sounded astonished. "Do you really know him personally?" "Not directly. I know him through my childhood friend who works at his company." Jiang Wenjie continued smoothly, his composure unshaken. "All investment arrangements are coordinated through my friend. I understand your worries, Aunt Lu, but I act with utmost discretion." Aunt Lu studied Jiang Wenjie intently for a long while. His gaze was clear and steady, his words lucid and measured, hardly those of a reckless youth. Moreover, everyone in the neighborhood had noticed his transformation. He no longer hawked goods on the street, spent generously, and had even paid his family's rent. "Well, then please be careful," Aunt Lu sighed at last. "If hardship ever arises, promise you'll speak up. As neighbors, we'll help however we can." "Thank you, Aunt Lu." Jiang Wenjie felt warmth bloom in his chest. They returned indoors, where she asked no further questions, tying on her apron instead and beginning to cook. Sizzling, frying, and sautéing soon filled the kitchen with rich, aromatic scents. Zhou Huimin quietly sidled up to Jiang Wenjie and whispered, "Gij Jia, what did Mama just say to you?" "Nothing much. Just reminded me not to spend carelessly." Jiang Wenjie ruffled her hair gently. "But today's an exception. Since the groceries are already bought, let's enjoy this feast to our heart's content." On the television, the weekly current affairs documentary series Kong Changji was airing, holding Zhou Huimin and her grandmother spellbound. Leaning back on the worn sofa, Jiang Wenjie watched this tender domestic scene and felt for the first time an extraordinary stillness settle deep within his soul. He knew he had lied. The money had not gone into any film venture helmed by Hong Jinbao, but into the stock of Wharf Holdings, fully leveraged tenfold. Yet he felt no regret. For in this era, in this city, ordinary people seeking to reshape their destinies sometimes had no choice but to embrace calculated risk. Moments later, Aunt Lu's voice rang out from the kitchen. "Amen. Set the table." "Coming." Zhou Huimin sprang to her feet. Jiang Wenjie rose to assist. The compact folding table was unfolded, 4 chairs arranged around it, and the feast laid out: glossy roasted goose, crimson crabs, translucent blanched prawns, stir-fried Chinese broccoli, and Aunt Lu's signature oyster sauce lettuce. "Wow, so lavish." Zhou Huimin's eyes widened in delight. Aunt Lu served steamed rice to each person, then deliberately placed a large crab claw onto Jiang Wenjie's plate. "Jizzy, eat well." "Yes, Aunt Lu." The 4 gathered around the small table. Though the television still played, no one watched. Zhou Huimin devoured her meal with gleaming lips. Grandma smiled serenely as she peeled shrimp, and Aunt Lu kept offering Jiang Wenjie generous portions. "Gij Jia, this roasted goose is delicious," Zhou Huimin declared. "Then eat more," Jiang Wenjie replied, placing a succulent goose leg onto her plate. Outside, the night deepened over Sham Shui Po, but within that modest room, warm light glowed, fragrant steam rose, and laughter flowed freely. After dinner, Jiang Wenjie helped clear the dishes. Yet as he prepared to leave, Aunt Lu added one final reminder. "Jizzy, do take great care with these investments." "I understand, Aunt Lu. You may rest assured." As he stepped out the door, Zhou Huimin called after him, "Gij Jia, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." In the days that followed, Wharf Holdings' share price shot upward like a rocket, opening Monday at 35 Hong Kong dollars on a gap up. The exchange buzzed with fervor. Traders who'd hesitated last Friday now beat their chests in despair, while early entrants beamed with triumph. "It's rising again. When Sir Y.K. Pow moves, greatness follows. Look, 37 Hong Kong dollars. Jiang Wenjie sat in his usual seat, but his mindset had utterly transformed. He knew this was merely the prelude. The titanic struggle between Y.K. Pow and Jardine Matheson had only just begun. Indeed, the next day, Wharf Holdings surged further, closing at 39 Hong Kong dollars. 5. Excitement in the exchange reached fever pitch. Many scrambled to borrow funds, terrified of missing the rally. "Oldley, weren't you planning to sell yesterday? Why haven't you pulled the trigger yet?" "Sell? That would be madness now. At this pace, we'll surely hit 50 Hong Kong dollars. 50 Hong Kong dollars. You're far too conservative. I'd wager at least 80 Hong Kong dollars. Jiang Wenjie listened impassively to the surrounding chatter. He understood their mindset. Greed, after all, remains the stock market's eternal heartbeat. Yet precisely in such moments, clarity must never falter. By Wednesday, Wharf Holdings pierced 42 Hong Kong dollars, and trading volume continued swelling. Even those who rarely tracked equities began asking about the company. "Ajia, what's your take?" Uncle Lin approached once more, thermos in hand, his cheeks flushed, evidence he too had reaped handsome gains. What do you think, Uncle Lin? Jiang Wenjie countered. I believe. Uncle Lin lowered his voice. It will climb further. After all, what is Sir Y.K. Pow? When he sets his sights on something, has he ever failed? Jiang Wenjie smiled faintly, saying nothing. Yet the following day, Thursday, the decisive news finally broke. At 1030 M, a bulletin exploded across the exchange. Y.K. Pow had successfully acquired Li Zijian's Wharf Holdings shares, raising his total stake to 35, officially surpassing Jardine Matheson. The announcement detonated like a bomb in the trading hall. He's overtaken Jardine. Sir Y.K. Li Xiaojin of Chung Kong Holdings. When did he acquire Wharf shares? By now. It'll surge higher. Jardine is one of the four great Hongs. They won't surrender without a fight. A counteroffensive is inevitable. A frenzied crowd stampeded toward the trading counters. Jiang Wenjie stood watching from afar as the chalkboard numbers leapt. 43, 5, 44, 8, 45, 3. Then shortly after 1 p.m., Wharf Holdings breached 46 Hong Kong dollars. 7, and Jiang Wenjie knew the moment had arrived. He calmly assessed the situation, though. Y.K. Pow currently held a narrow edge in equity. Actual control of Wharf Holdings remained firmly in Jardine's grasp. Neither side yet possessed true controlling interest, so the coming phase would inevitably become a protracted tug-of war over boardroom influence and covert share accumulation. Meanwhile, Wharf Holdings' share price had ascended to a relative peak, a plateau of equilibrium. Holding longer might yield further short-term gains, but risks were mounting steadily. More critically, he had employed tenfold leverage. The slightest tremor could obliterate him entirely. Prudence dictated securing profits now. Better to lock in gains, he murmured to himself. He strode to the trading counter where clerk Lu Chunhong labored frantically, yet still managed to greet him, wiping sweat from his brow. Mr. Jiang, what an extraordinary day. The stock just blasted past 46 Hong Kong dollars. I know, Jiang Wenjie replied evenly. Please sell my entire position at market price. Stunned, Lu Chunhong froze. The entire position. Now. Yes, now. Mr. Jiang, are you certain you wouldn't reconsider? Lu Chunhong whispered urgently. Liquidity remains robust, and Sir Y.K. Pow has just secured Li Zijian's stake, pushing his ownership beyond Jardine's. A major rally is imminent. Selling now. Mr. Jiang, are you certain you wouldn't reconsider? Lu Chunhong whispered urgently. Liquidity remains robust, and Sir Y.K. Pow has just secured Li Zijian's stake, pushing his ownership beyond Jardine's. A major rally is imminent. Selling now seems premature, doesn't it? Jiang Wenjie frowned. He appreciated Lu Chunhong's goodwill, but hesitation had no place here. Greed is the market's gravest sin. Chasing incremental gains often leads to ruinous reversals. Moreover, the very robust liquidity Lu Chunhong cited was precisely why Jiang Wenjie chose to exit. High volume means buyers, but also sellers. Behind the euphoria, major players and insiders were likely offloading positions discreetly. High volume means buyers, but also sellers. Behind the euphoria, major players and insiders were likely offloading positions discreetly. High volume means buyers, but also sellers. Behind the euphoria, major players and insiders were likely offloading positions discreetly. Jiang Wenjie looked at the young trader and suddenly found it amusing, feeling that Lu Chunhong's expression mirrored that of the surrounding frantic retail investors, both blinded by greed. Lu, Jiang Wenjie said in a cold tone, why do you think the transaction rate is so active right now? Because everyone is buying. Lu Chunhong said, as if it were obvious. Then who is selling? Jiang Wenjie countered. If everyone is buying and not selling, how can the transaction rate be active? Hearing this, Lu Chunhong was momentarily at a loss for words, while Jiang Wenjie continued. At this price point, it is the emotional peak following the announcement of the acquisition by Bao Yugong. Even though Ye's stock rights were temporarily behind, they still controlled the board of directors and would never concede easily. The two sides would enter a tug of war with stock prices fluctuating at high levels, and there was even a strong possibility of a correction. He paused, looking at Lu Chunhong's gradually changing expression. I'm here to make money, not to gamble with my life. The profits have already been substantial enough for me. I have no need to take further risks. Lu Chunhong opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Jiang Wenjie had grown impatient. Enough with the nonsense. Jiang Wenjie's tone grew colder. Am I the client, or are you the client? Lu Chunhong was taken aback, his expression turning somewhat unpleasant. Jiang, I'm doing this for your own good. If you're doing it for my good, then do as I say, Jiang Wenjie interrupted him. If you don't sell now, and the stock price drops, causing me to lose my profits, can you bear that responsibility? His words were heavy, and Lu Chunhong's face flushed red and white, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. In his opinion, Jiang Wenjie had merely been lucky hitting the jackpot with Yonghua Textile and Zhulong Warehouse, and he didn't truly understand stocks. But he didn't dare to explode in anger. After all, a client is a client. The stocks belonged to him, and he could operate them however he wished. It was the industry norm. So he gritted his teeth and replied, fine, I'll sell. You currently hold 143896 shares. Should I sell all at market price? Yes, but it should be sold in multiple transactions, not all at once, Jiang Wenjie added. Hearing Jiang Wenjie's words, Lu Chunhong sneered inwardly. Humph, he even knows to sell in multiple transactions. He's putting on quite the act. But despite his disdain, he immediately picked up the phone and began the operation. The first transaction, 5000 shares at 46. Free completed. The second transaction, 8000 shares at 46. 4 completed. The third transaction, 1000 shares at 46. 5 completed. Jiang Wenjie stood at the counter watching Lu Chunhong execute the transactions. His heart raced, but he had to maintain his composure. After all, this was a profit he had never held in 2 lifetimes. As time passed in the trading hall, the stock price of Kowloon Warehouse continued to slowly rise, reaching 46. 6, 46. 7. Some people even began shouting, "It's breaking 47." During this time, Lu Chunhong couldn't help but glance at Jiang Wenjie, again his eyes clearly saying, "Look, it's still rising, you sold too early." In response, Jiang Wenjie remained unfazed. 40 minutes later, when the last share was sold, Lu Chunhong finally put down the phone, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "Jiang, it's all sold. A total of 143896 shares with an average transaction price of 46. 3 Hong Kong dollars. He quickly calculated on the calculator. The total transaction amount is 6682385 Hong Kong dollars. Subtracting your principal, financing, interest, and various taxes, the total profit is 4102385 Hong Kong dollars. When this number was reported, even Lu Chunhong gasped in surprise. Wow, over 400,000. To know that in Hong Kong at this time this amount could be considered astronomical, an ordinary person might not earn this much in a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenjie felt a jolt in his heart, but merely nodded and replied, "Good, when will the latest will be tomorrow afternoon, transferred to your bank account," Lu Chunhong said, his tone complex. "Jiang, congratulations." "Thank you." Jiang Wenjie took the transaction receipt, examined it carefully, then folded it neatly, and placed it in his inner pocket, before finally turning to leave the counter. As he left the counter, he faintly heard Lu Chunhong quietly telling his colleagues behind him, "What incredible luck, just walked into good fortune." Jiang Wenjie paused for a moment, not turning back. Luck, perhaps, but more importantly, it was understanding history and having the decisiveness at critical moments. Then by the afternoon close, Kowloon Warehouse's stock price surged to 47.8 Hong Kong dollars. Those who held on until the end earned nearly an additional percentage point over Jiang Wenjie. The trading hall was filled with jubilation. Lu Chunhong watched Jiang Wenjie leave empty-handed, feeling both envious and contemptuous. Indeed, an outsider, if he had held on for just another day or two, he could have earned at least an extra 100,000. But what he didn't know was that Jiang Wenjie wasn't after the highest point. He preferred to earn a little less and ensure a safe pocket. When Jiang Wenjie exited the stock exchange, the afternoon sunlight at 4:30 was just right. He looked up at the sky, clear blue, cloudless, and let out a long breath. The heavy burden that had weighed on his heart for nearly half a month had finally been lifted. From this day forward, he was no longer the poor kid selling fake bags. He was now a wealthy man with 4 million in cash. Though this 4 million couldn't be considered immensely wealthy in Hong Kong at this time, it was enough for him to take the most crucial first step. At 5 in the afternoon, Jiang Wenjie returned to the Tang building in Sham Shui Pa. As he climbed the stairs to the second floor, he heard the familiar sound of mahjong. Lin Tai, Li Tai, Wang Auntie, and Zhang Tai were in the heat of battle. Seeing him return, Lin Tai was the first to speak, her face brimming with smiles. "Oh, Jiezi is back. Why are you home so early today?" The other housewives also greeted him, but most of their eyes held a hint of curiosity. Everyone knew Jiang Wenjie had been frequenting the stock exchange recently, but no one could tell exactly what he was doing. I'm a bit tired today, so I came back early to rest," Jiang Wenjie replied with a smile, preparing to head upstairs. "That Jiezi, wait." Lin Tai suddenly called out to him, then turned to her card-playing friends, saying, "You all continue playing, I need to talk to Jiezi about something." After saying this, she hurriedly stood up and followed Jiang Wenjie upstairs while the other 3 women exchanged glances, saying nothing. As Lin Tai anxiously followed Jiang Wenjie into the room, she stood awkwardly at the door. Jiang Wenjie first poured her a glass of water, faintly guessing what she wanted to say, but remained calm on the surface. "Lin Tai, please sit. What's on your mind?" Lin Tai took the cup, but didn't drink immediately. She sat down in the chair, placing the cup on the coffee table. Then she glanced around the shabby room, her gaze lingering on the pile of unsold bags in the corner, her hands nervously rubbing together. "Jiezi," she finally spoke, her tone cautious, "about our investment in you. Helping to invest in Hong Jinbeo's new movie. How has that progressed recently? How's it going?" Jiang Wenjie's heart tightened, but his expression remained calm. "Oh, that. The crew has already started filming. I visited the set a few days ago, and it should be finished by the end of this month or next month." He spoke naturally, as if it were indeed the case. Lin Tai stared into Jiang Wenjie's eyes, trying to find a flaw, but all she saw was tranquility and calmness. She nodded, but said with a hint of distraction, Oh. After a few seconds of silence, she suddenly lowered her voice. Jiezi auntie is a bit tight on cash lately. My husband's fishball shop needs to buy a batch of new equipment, and we're short a few thousand. She paused, observing Jiang Wenjie's expression. How about this? I won't take the interest on the investment. Could you see if Hong Jinbao could return the principal to me first? Here it comes, Jiang Wenjie thought. Lin Tai indeed had raised her suspicions. After all, his changes in recent times had been too great. Not only had he stopped selling goods on the street, but he was also generous with his spending and frequently went to the stock exchange. Adding to the gossip among those housewives, a sharp person like Lin Tai would undoubtedly feel suspicious. Fortunately, he had just cashed out $4 million today, and he could easily repay the $80,000 Lin Tai had invested or lent him tomorrow. Sure, that's fine, Jiang Wenjie said readily. I'll go to Bao Guest Company tomorrow morning to ask. However, Lin Tai, I must clarify with you. After all, movie investments have contracts. If you withdraw midway, you might have to pay a penalty, and the previously agreed guaranteed interest will certainly be lost. He looked at Lin Tai's slightly changing face and continued, however, if Bao Gu doesn't agree to a refund in advance, let's do it this way. Your investment will be taken as my personal claim. As for the $80,000 that you lent me, I can only return the principal. The movie's dividends and interest will all belong to me. What do you think of this arrangement? This statement was flawless, providing Lin Tai with a choice to withdraw, while also appearing open and magnanimous, leaving Lin Tai genuinely stunned. She had originally thought Jiang Wenjie would stall and delay, but she didn't expect him to agree so readily, even willing to take over the investment personally. Could it be? Could it be that she was overthinking it? Could it be that this kid really knows that big star Hong Jinbao and has genuinely invested their money in the movie? Jizzy, are you serious? Of course, Jiang Wenjie replied sincerely. After all, you trust me and are willing to invest your money with me. Now that you have urgent needs, it's only right that I help. I'll handle it tomorrow morning and can return the money to you by the afternoon at the latest. However, if you're just worried about the investment's safety, I think that's unnecessary. After all, I know the strength of Bao Guest Company, and he's filming a kung fu comedy this time, even directing and starring in it himself. There are several popular martial arts stars guest starring as well. I've seen the script, and it has plenty of laughs, so I believe the box office won't be bad. Lin Tai felt somewhat swayed by his words. She scrutinized Jiang Wenjie. Seeing the clarity in his eyes and the coherence in his speech, he didn't seem like someone who would deceive. However, the gossip among the neighbors and Jiang Wenjie's frequent visits to the stock exchange left her feeling well. How about this? Lin Tai finally said. Jizzy, you asked first. If Bao Gu can accommodate it, then just return it to me. If not, then as you just said, you can take it personally. But Jizzy Auntie isn't distrusting you. I really have something urgent and need the money. I understand, Jiang Wenjie smiled. I'll go tomorrow morning and return the money to you in the afternoon. All right. Then I'll trouble you. Lin Tai stood up and prepared to leave. As she reached the door, she suddenly turned back to look at Jiang Wenjie, hesitating to say something, and finally just said, Jizzy, no matter what, you take care of yourself. Thank you for your concern, Lin Tai. After the door closed, Jiang Wenjie leaned against the door, letting out a long breath. That was close. If it weren't for cashing out today, he probably would have had a tough time with Lin Tai. But this was good. After all, Lin Tai had actively requested to withdraw, allowing him to repay, without any qualms, eliminating the need to fabricate a story about movie dividends. Moreover, he only needed to return the principal, which was much simpler than having to concoct a story about movie box office dividends later. As for the other housewives, if Lin Tai didn't publicize it after getting her money back, they probably wouldn't rush him for it, at most waiting until the 2-month period expired, and then he could return them both principal and interest. At 1:45 p.m. the following afternoon, Jiang Wenjie stirred awake in his modest apartment on Western Street in Shamshuepa. He glanced at the vintage alarm clock beside his bed and paused in mild astonishment. It was already 1:30 p.m. He had lain sleepless all night. As he lay there, his mind echoed with a single refrain: 4,100,000, 4,100,000, 4,100,000. This was his first fortune in this era, the largest sum he had ever possessed across 2 lifetimes. Moreover, he carried no car loan, no mortgage, and no credit card debt. In this era of Hong Kong, what did 4 million Hong Kong dollars truly represent? A 500 square foot flat in Sham Shui cost roughly HK 1,500. Even a 1,000 square foot luxury residence in Central fetched only HK 7,000 to HK 0,000. With this sum, he could live with remarkable comfort and ease. So last night he tossed and turned, consumed by visions of the future, buying property, investing, launching a business, until he finally drifted into a dazed slumber just before dawn. Now waking with a dull ache behind his temples, Jiang Wenjie rubbed his eyes, half tempted to linger beneath the covers, when suddenly a jolt of realization struck him. He had promised Mrs. Lin yesterday that he would visit Mr. Hung Cambo's company today to process a refund. And today was Friday. If he didn't withdraw the money from the bank immediately, he'd be stranded over the weekend. Banks were closed, and Mrs. Lin and the others would surely grow suspicious. Peace would vanish entirely. Damn it, he muttered under his breath and sprang from bed. He hurried through his ablutions, splashed his face with cold water, and felt his senses sharpen. Then he rummaged through his wardrobe for a slightly worn canvas satchel. The one he'd used as a student, faded but still sturdy. Perfect for carrying cash. Next he lined the satchel with several newspapers, double-checked that his passbook and ID were securely tucked inside his wallet, and stepped out the door. But as he reached the second floor landing, the familiar clatter of mahjong tiles and bursts of laughter rose up from below. 9 of characters. Oh dear Mrs. Lee, your luck is truly off today. Who says it isn't? I've lost 3 rounds straight. Jiang Wenjie forced himself forward, and instantly 6 pairs of eyes lifted from the table, locking onto him in unison. Well, look who's finally up. Jiezai. Mrs. Lin spoke first, her smile edged with quiet probing. It's already afternoon. Weren't you supposed to go to Mr. Hung Cambo's company this morning? She left the sentence unfinished, but the implication hung heavy in the air. Are you deceiving me? The other women froze mid-game, their gazes darting repeatedly over him, especially lingering on the bulging satchel slung across his shoulder. Jiang Wenjie's pulse skipped, but he smiled warmly. Yes, I overslept. My apologies, Annie Lin. I'm just about to head out now. Only now, interjected Annie Zhang. It's already this late. Won't they be closing soon? Not at all, Jiang Wenjie replied quickly. Film companies keep unusual hours. They often shoot deep into the night. Afternoons are peak working time. As he spoke, he began descending the stairs. Well then, I'll be off. You all carry on playing. Wait. Mrs. Lin suddenly stood. Jiezai, why don't I come with you? No. Please stay and enjoy your game, Annie Lin, he said, turning with an unwavering smile. But Mrs. Lin hesitated, poised to speak again. Truly no need, Jiang Wenjie insisted, his tone firm. Mr. Bao's company is a film studio. Celebrities enter and exit constantly, so security is strict. Outsiders aren't easily admitted. The statement held a grain of truth, and Mrs. Lin, recalling rumors about how tightly guarded film studios were, reluctantly sat back down. Very well. I'll wait here for you, Jiezai. Do hurry. The money is urgently needed. Absolutely, I will. He nodded with a courteous smile and hastened downstairs. The moment his figure vanished around the stairwell, the women gathered close together. Do you think Jiezai really knows Hung Cambo? Whispered Annie Zhang. Who knows? Shrugged Mrs. Lee. He used to hawk goods on the street. Suddenly he's acquainted with a top-tier celebrity. I find it rather unlikely. Then Auntie Wang frowned thoughtfully. By the way, did you notice his satchel? So swollen. What on earth is inside? What else could it be? Scoffed Annie. He. Cash. Plain and simple. Carrying that much money around. Wait, that doesn't add up, Annie Zhang countered, frowning. If he's going to Mr. Hung's company to process a refund, why bring so much cash? Shouldn't he be collecting money instead? Her words struck like lightning. Mrs. Lin's expression darkened. Collecting money. Could he possibly be planning to run away? Auntie Zhao blurted out. The women exchanged uneasy glances, doubt and anxiety shimmering in each pair of eyes. No, we must follow him. Mrs. Lin declared, rising abruptly. But Jiezai said outsiders can't enter film studios, ventured Mrs. Lee. You believe everything he says? Mrs. Lin retorted coolly. What if it's all a lie? What if he never goes near any film studio at all, but heads somewhere else entirely? Auntie Zhang's eyes gleamed. Then let's trail him. The suggestion was audacious. The women looked at one another, uncertain. But wouldn't that be inappropriate? Auntie, he hesitated. What if Jiezai catches us? How terribly awkward. Inappropriate. Mrs. Lin snapped, leaping to her feet. That's our hard-earned money. I invested a full HK0000. If he vanishes with it, where do we turn for restitution? Her words chilled them to the bone. Yes, these were funds scraped together from frugal meals meant for children's tuition for elderly parents' medical care. Let's go, Mrs. Lin resolved. We'll all follow him. If he truly heads to Mr. Hung Cambo's studio, we'll wait outside. But if he veers elsewhere, she left the rest unsaid, but all understood. Hastily clearing the mahjong table, they rushed downstairs, only to find the street teeming with pedestrians utterly devoid of Jiang Wenjie's presence. Mrs. Lin scanned the crowd anxiously. Where is he? Already gone that fast? Could he have fled? Auntie Zhang's face paled. Mine was HK15000. Panic rippled through the group. Mrs. Lin's lips trembled faintly, her complexion ashen. She had invested the most HK000, the entire liquid capital of her household. Don't panic, Annie Wang remained composed. His apartment remains. He hasn't abandoned his belongings. He likely won't flee. But Mrs. Lee suddenly recalled, if he's deceiving us, his flat is practically worthless. The atmosphere tightened further. Then perhaps, Auntie, he suggested, we should simply go directly to Mr. Hung Cambo's company and inquire ourselves. Do you even know where it's located? Mrs. Lin asked. All shook their heads. I think I saw it in an entertainment magazine, Annie Zhang strained to recall. It mentioned Hung Cambo frequently films at Golden Harvest Studios. Shall we go there? Yes, Golden Harvest. Mrs. Lin decided instantly. Hail a cab, we leave now. Moments later they flagged down a taxi and squeezed inside. The middle-aged driver glanced at them through his rearview mirror, noting their flustered expressions. Where to? Golden Harvest Pictures, quickly. At 220p. M. In the headquarters of HSBC Bank and Central. As Jiang Wenjie entered the bank's grand foyer, a security guard in deep blue uniform and a neatly wrapped turban approached him. Sir, may I ask what service you require? Cash withdrawal, Jiang Wenjie replied calmly, producing his passbook and ID from his wallet. The guard glanced at the balance, and his demeanor shifted instantly. Sir, please follow me. We have a dedicated VIP lounge. He led Jiang Wenjie across the marble lobby to a heavy rosewood door. Knocked once, and a young woman's voice answered from within. Come in. The door opened to reveal a woman in her early 20s dressed in a perfectly tailored charcoal gray suit, her hair elegantly coiled into a chignon. A professional smile graced her lips, and pinned to her lapel was a name badge, He Yanfang, Senior Client Manager. Mr. Jiang, welcome, she said, extending her hand. I am your dedicated client manager. Please have a seat. Though compact, the VIP lounge exuded refined elegance, supple leather sofas, a rosewood coffee table, oil paintings of Hong Kong vistas adorning the walls, and upon the table a delicate porcelain tea set alongside several finance periodicals. Jiang Wenjie settled into the sofa, and He Yanfang took her seat opposite him, knees demurely crossed, posture poised and graceful. Mr. Jiang, she began, her voice clear and melodious, HSBC has just launched its premium client service this year. Given your asset profile, you qualify fully, and as of today you are officially a premium client. She paused, then added, this entitles you to a suite of exclusive privileges, including priority service, a dedicated financial advisor, seamless global fund transfers, and Jiang Wenjie listened with quiet interest. Though such services were commonplace in his former life here, now they remained a novelty. Miss, he interrupted gently, as a premium client, do you offer curated subscriptions to authoritative financial publications, or perhaps personalized investment advisories? Her eyes brightened. Certainly. Would you like to begin today? Yes, please walk me through the options. Without delay, she retrieved a folder from beneath the coffee table and opened it. We currently provide subscriptions to globally respected titles such as The Economist, The Wall Street Journal, and The Financial Times. Additionally, each month we deliver a bespoke market analysis report, authored by our chief analyst team. She spoke earnestly, but Jiang Wenjie detected subtle hesitations. Certain technical terms tripped off her tongue, and her gaze flickered repeatedly toward the folder. She was reciting, not speaking from mastery. This young woman was clearly a novice. Jiang Wenjie concealed his assessment, lifted his teacup, and gently blew aside the floating leaves before asking, Miss He, how long have you been with HSBC? She blinked, then flushed faintly. I graduated from the University of Hong Kong this past June, completed a 3-month internship at HSBC, and was formally appointed last week. This premium client division is newly established. I am among its first cohort of officers. Indeed, a true greenhorn. Jiang Wenjie smiled faintly, offering no comment. His curiosity had been purely academic. In this nascent stage of global private banking, HSBC's offerings would inevitably remain foundational, nothing more. Understood, he said, setting down his cup. Then please arrange subscriptions to The Economist and The Wall Street Journal. Also ensure the monthly research reports are delivered promptly. Of course, she scribbled hastily, movements slightly clumsy. One more matter, Jiang Wenjie added, retrieving his passbook from the satchel. I require HK200 in cash, today. HK20000. She blinked. Right now, Yes, immediately. She faltered. Mr. Jiang, withdrawals of this magnitude require prior reservation, and we generally advise clients to use checks or electronic transfers. I'm aware, he replied evenly. Yet I require cash now. Should you be unable to accommodate me, I shall simply inquire at another bank. The veiled threat landed with unmistakable weight. A premium client holding over 4 million Hong Kong dollars in deposits, who might in frustration transfer every cent elsewhere, would undoubtedly jeopardize her standing as a fledgling client manager. Please, wait a moment, she said, rising. I'll consult with my supervisor. She hurried from the lounge. Jiang Wenjie leaned back into the sofa, surveying the surroundings. Elegant, yes, but the service offered likely fell short of even the most basic VIP facilities in banks of his former era. Though meticulously appointed, the lounge's capabilities paled against the standards of future branch-level VIP suites. Minutes later, He Yanfang returned, accompanied by a man in his 40s, his hair combed with military precision. Hello, Mr. Jiang. The middle-aged man handed over his business card. Chen Shitai, manager of the Premium Customer Service Department. I understand you wish to withdraw HK200 in cash. Yes. Chen Shitai paused thoughtfully. Strictly speaking, large cash withdrawals require a onady advance notice, but as a premium client, we can make an exception. However, he hesitated briefly. May I ask, what is the intended purpose of such a substantial sum? Jiang Wenjie had anticipated this question. From his canvas school bag, he produced several newspaper clippings. Coverage of Hong Jinbao's latest film Fat Dragon Over the River, published just days earlier. Film investment. He placed the clippings on the coffee table. I've invested in this production. Today I must settle part of the investment, cash only. The director insists, citing convenience for set prop procurement and payments to extras. Chen Shitai examined the clippings then studied Jiang Wenjie carefully before nodding slowly. I see. Film investment. It's a plausible rationale. He turned to He Yanfang behind him. Shall he please arrange the withdrawal? HK0 in fresh banknotes, half in HK0 notes, and half in 500 Hong Kong dollars notes. Understood, manager. He Yanfang exhaled in quiet relief and hurried away. Chen Shitai then seated himself across from Jiang Wenjie, his face brightening into a practiced smile. Truly impressive, Mr. Jiang. You've mastered stock trading, and now you're venturing into cinematic investment as well. Might you also be interested in HSBC's other wealth management products? We've just launched a high-yield fixed-term deposit with an annualized return of 8%. Jiang Wenjie listened with feigned patience, offering vague, perfunctory replies. His mind was elsewhere, focused solely on securing the money and returning swiftly to confront the group of women awaiting him. 20 minutes later, He Yanfang returned carrying a sleek black briefcase. Mr. Jiang, here is your HK2000. Please count it. She opened the case to reveal neatly stacked pristine banknotes. Jiang Wenjie counted rapidly, confirmed the amount, then transferred all the cash into his canvas school bag, zipped it shut, and slung it over his shoulder. Thank you, Manager Chun, and Miss He. He rose composed and courteous. I'll leave the magazine subscription matter in your capable hands. Of course, of course. He Yanfang's cheeks flushed faintly. If you ever have further investment-related questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. Though my experience may still be limited, I'm committed to learning diligently. Her sincerity struck a chord within him. Though young and unseasoned, she possessed integrity and diligence, qualities that with guidance could mature into valuable support. I will. Jiang Wenjie nodded once, then turned and left the VIP lounge. As he stepped out of the HSBC headquarters building, the afternoon sun blazed fiercely overhead. His fingers brushed the strap of the school bag slung across his shoulder, a reassuring weight. With HK0 secured, he felt grounded. The immediate crisis with Mrs. Lin and the others was now manageable. Yet the episode served as a sobering reminder neighborhood trust was finite, and these women were shrewd, not easily deceived. Henceforth, minimizing contact with them would be prudent. As for the remaining 3 Hong Kong dollars, 9 million after repayment, how best to deploy it? Should he invest in real estate, launch an industrial enterprise, or let the capital continue riding the volatile tides of the stock market? He hailed a taxi naming Shum Shui Pa as his destination. As the vehicle pulled away from Central, Jiang Wenjie leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes, lost in contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, 5 women had just emerged from the entrance of Jia Bao Film Company, each wearing expressions increasingly grim, as if preparing to stage another dramatic confrontation back at the communal residence. 5430 p.m. On the cold concrete steps outside the third-floor landing of a Shum Shui Pa tenement, Mrs. Lin sat motionless, her face dark with simmering anger. They had waited here already for over an hour. Honestly, let's just call the police. Auntie Zhang fidgeted anxiously. $15,000. That's no... Mrs. Li gripped her arm. Don't act rashly. Let's wait a little longer. After all, Zhang's flat remains, and so do his belongings. If he truly meant to flee, he'd have vanished long ago. How much is that flat even worth? Auntie, he murmured softly. And we alone lent him 15,000. What if he's borrowed from others too? Her words thickened the silence. The 5 women exchanged glances, each seeing unmistakable anxiety and regret reflected in the other's eyes. Auntie Wong sighed. We should never have been tempted by that 2% interest. What good is hindsight now? Mrs. Lin cut her off sharply. Today we stay right here, until he arrives, and until we get answers. The stairwell lay hushed. Only occasional footsteps echoed up from below, none belonging to Jiang Wenjie. As the minutes dragged on, their restlessness deepened. It's nearly 5 o'clock. Auntie Zhang checked her watch. Could he actually have fled? Shall we go ahead and call the police? Auntie, he proposed again. Mrs. Lin bit her lip, torn. Reporting it would ignite a scandal, yet failing to act risked losing everything. Just as despair began to settle, footsteps echoed from below, urgent, rapid, bounding 2 steps at a time. Moments later, a young figure appeared at the stairwell's bend. It was Jiang Wenjie. He carried his slightly worn canvas school bag, fatigue faintly etched around his eyes. Upon spotting the 5 women seated on the stairs, he paused, then offered a warm, easy smile. Well, hello, aunts. What brings you all up here today? No mahjong this afternoon. Mrs. Lin rose slowly, her voice icy, stripped of its usual warmth. Jiezi, where have you been? A flicker of tension crossed Jiang Wenjie's chest, but his expression remained effortlessly calm. Handling the refund, of course. Didn't I promise you, Auntie Lin, that I'd visit Hong Jinbao's company today to retrieve the funds? And how did that go? Mrs. Lin locked eyes with him, each word deliberate, measured. From her tone and bearing, Jiang Wenjie sensed something deeply amiss. Their collective vigil wasn't born of concern. It was an ambush. He decided to test the waters. He feigned hesitation. Brother Bao refused the refund outright. He claims the money's already been spent. If we insist, only litigation remains. Before he finished, the 5 women erupted like startled hens. Litigation? Spent already? Jiezi, What exactly do you mean by that? Mrs. Lin's voice soared sharp with fury. Jiang Wenjie, stop lying to us. We visited both Golden Harvest and Jia Bao Film Company this afternoon. Hong Jinbao doesn't know you at all. No childhood friend, no film investment. Every word was fabrication. Auntie Zhang sprang up, finger jabbing toward his face. And you've been rushing to the stock exchange daily. No more street. You've gambled our money on stocks, haven't you? Exactly. Mrs. Li shrieked. I suspected something was wrong from the start. Who offers guaranteed principal plus 2% interest for film investment? Such a deal doesn't exist. Not anywhere in this world. The commotion drew neighbors from every floor. Doors creaked open on the second floor. Residents from the third and fourth descended curiously. Within moments, the stairwell teemed with over a dozen onlookers. Jiang Wenjie stood encircled, suddenly the center of scorn and suspicion. He scanned the crowd, familiar faces now clouded with doubt, tinged with schadenfreude. This was the alleyway truth. Good news travels slowly, disgrace spreads like wildfire. Then a clear, bright voice pierced the din. Jiega. Zhou Huimin burst up the stairs, school bag bouncing, her face paling at the scene. Without hesitation, she pushed through the throng and stepped directly in front of Jiang Wenjie. Aunts, please speak calmly. No shouting. Xiaomin, step aside. Mrs. Lin shoved her aside. This is adults' business. Zhou Huimin staggered. Jiang Wenjie steadied her instantly, his expression hardening. Mrs. Lin, we talk, but we don't lay hands. Turning gently to Zhou Huimin, he said, Xiaomin, go home now. No. She planted her feet beside him, voice trembling. Jiega isn't a bad person. There must be a misunderstanding. Her tearful plea warmed his heart. But this wasn't the moment for sentiment. He gave her shoulder a reassuring pat, then faced the five women. Speaking in the stairwell is inconvenient. Shall we continue inside my flat? No. Auntie Zhang snapped. We settle this right here, today. Return our money now. Yes, Mrs. Li chimed in. Or we will call the police. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. What's going on? Looks like Jiezi swindled their money. I told you. He's been acting strangely lately. No more street stall, yet feasting nightly at Dai Pai Dongs. Tisk tsk. Youth these days, going astray. Jiang Wenjie listened, unfazed, then smiled. Raising his voice, he cut cleanly through the clamor. Aunts, may I ask for fairness? His gaze swept over Mrs. Lin and the four others. From beginning to end, wasn't it you who insisted on investing? Who pressed me to allocate shares in my film project? Did I ever compel you? Did I beg you? The five women faltered. The truth undeniable, they had approached him eagerly, demanding a piece of his investment. However, Lin Tai quickly reacted, her voice sharp as she said, but you deceived us by saying that all the money was invested in the film. We want to verify with Hung Jinbao's company this afternoon, and they don't even know you. Isn't this fraud then? Exactly. Wang Shu and I chimed in. And you've been going to the exchange every day lately. You must have used our money to speculate on stocks. And how risky is stock trading? If it incurs losses, who do we turn to then? At this moment, the crowd of onlookers instantly erupted in an uproar. Stock trading? Oh, that's a huge risk. Jiezai, you are too bold. Jiang Wenjie took a deep breath, knowing he could not continue to entangle himself in this matter. His tone suddenly became very firm as he said, all right, since you insist on getting your money back now, then let's all go inside. You all brought the IOUs, right? This remark was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the argument. The five women exchanged glances. None of them expected Jiang Wenjie to agree to repay them so readily. Did we bring them? Lin Tai hesitated and said, then come with me. Jiang Wenjie replied, directly turning to head upstairs, while the five women followed him, half convinced. They all entered the room, and Zhou Huimin immediately followed, but she was very attentive and closed the door right after entering, blocking out the curious gazes from outside. As Jiang Wenjie's room was not large, it felt a bit crowded with 7 people squeezed in. At this moment, the 5 women stood in the center of the living room. Jiang Wenjie naturally walked to the sofa and sat down, while Zhou Huimin stood by the door looking at him with great concern. Sit. Jiang Wenjie pointed to a chair beside him. No one sat down. The 5 women stood in a row, all eyes. In response, Jiang Wenjie remained unfazed and calmly said, all right, however, before repaying the money, I must clarify something first. If you all wish to withdraw your investment now, according to the agreement, not only will you have no share in the profits from Hung Jinbao's new film, but since it has not even been a month, there will be no interest. Only the principal can be refunded. He paused for a moment and continued. After all, Hung Jinbao's side does not allow refunds, so I can only take the loss myself. We need to calculate this clearly. The women exchanged furtive glances, thinking Jiang Wenjie would come up with various excuses to evade responsibility, but they never expected him to agree so readily and even propose conditions. At this moment, Lin Tai gritted her teeth and replied, fine. As long as you return the principal, we can forego the interest. She only wanted her money back, not daring to think about interest or profits. The others nodded in agreement. Good, Jiang Wenjie said, then show me the IOUs to confirm the amounts. Upon hearing this, the 5 women quickly took out crumpled IOUs from their pockets and wallets, then carefully placed them on the coffee table. Jiang Wenjie picked them up one by one to verify. Lin Tai had 2 IUs, one for 50,000 and one for 30,000. And Zhang had 20,000. Li Tai had 15,000. Wang Shu and I had 18,000 and Zhao had 17,000, totaling 150,000. After confirming everything was correct, Jiang Wenjie finally took off the backpack he had on his shoulder and unzipped it. A stack of brand new banknotes was poured onto the coffee table with blue 1,000 yuan denominations and dark red 500 yuan notes exceptionally conspicuous under the light. Jiang Wenjie moved swiftly, having already snatched back the 5 IOUs from the table before they could react. Lin Tai 80,000. He counted several stacks of 1,000 yuan bills and directly pushed them forward. Aunt Zhao 17,000. Li Tai 15,000. Wang Shu and I 18,000. Aunt Zhang 20,000. After the money was distributed, there was still a thick stack left on the coffee table. The 5 women hurriedly began to count. After confirming the amounts were correct, they finally looked up, their faces filled with astonishment. They truly did not expect Jiang Wenjie to have the money to repay them, and judging by the thickness of the remaining money in his backpack, there should be several tens of thousands left. Zhou Huimin beside them was also stunned too. She had never seen so much cash before. At that moment, Jiang Wenjie suddenly stood up and walked to the door, saying, "Amin, open the door." Upon hearing this, Zhou Huimin, regaining her senses, quickly opened the door. At the same time, the doorway was already crowded with curious neighbors, and Zhou Huimin's grandmother had also arrived, standing at the front of the crowd with a worried expression. "Dear neighbors," Jiang Wenjie raised his voice, calm yet clear, "the matter has been resolved. Lin Tai and the others requested to withdraw their investments, and I have returned all the money to them." He then turned to the 5 women inside and said, "I have always told you I have never deceived you. I, Jiang Wenjie, conduct myself with integrity, yet you did not believe me. This afternoon when I got up, I originally intended to ask Hung Jinbao for a refund, but then I thought, after all, I had humbly asked my childhood friend to help me secure the investment quota, then kindly gave over half of it to you." He paused, his tone filled with grievance and helplessness, saying, "As a result, with all this commotion from you, if I really go to ask Hung Jinbao for a refund, how could I ever face him again for future investments? After all, I still hope to continue investing in their new movie." So he emphasized, "I dared not seek a refund, but planned to take the loss myself. After all, the quota was originally for me, so I did not go to their company, but went to the bank to withdraw money, intending to return it to you. I will invest this amount myself." He looked at Lin Tai, who was stunned beside him, saying, "As for your claim that Hung Jinbao does not know me, wasn't that obvious? He is a great director, a superstar, and also the owner of a film company. How could he remember a minor character like me whom he has only met a few times? Moreover," he added, "I invested through my childhood friend. Even if he knows me, it would only be through my friend. You just want to ask Hung Jinbao if he knows me. Isn't that ridiculous?" This argument was reasonable and well-founded with a flawless logic. The neighbors outside began to whisper amongst them, "So that was it. It sounds like Lin Tai and the others went too far. After all, Jiezai had good intentions to bring them into the investment, yet they doubted him. Now it's good he has claimed the investment himself, and they have nothing to gain." At this moment, the 5 women inside the room turned pale and flushed, especially Lin Tai, who opened her mouth as if wanting to say something, but found herself speechless. After all, Jiang Wenjie was right. Previously, they had voluntarily invested, he had never forced them. Instead, they had actively flattered him to secure the investment, yet now they wanted to back out halfway, while he willingly stepped in to take the loss, which was already benevolent enough. Furthermore, they had just seen the substantial amount of money in Jiang Wenjie's backpack, indicating that he was not short of cash at all, making their previous doubts seem utterly ridiculous. "All right, since the debt has been settled," Jiang Wenjie looked at the 5 women with a cold tone, "then you all may leave. I have taken back the IUs, and from now on we are clear of each other." This statement was quite absolute. Lin Tai originally wanted to say something, like, "Why don't we continue investing?" or "It was all just a misunderstanding," and so on. But now Jiang Wenjie had already issued an eviction order, and with so many neighbors watching outside, she found it hard to save face. The other 4 women felt the same. They held the money in their hands, but their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. After all, they had gotten their money back, but the agreed-upon 2% interest was gone, and even the potential movie profits were lost. At the same time, they had completely offended Jiang Wenjie, and judging by the current situation, there would likely be no opportunity to cooperate with him again. Subsequently, the 5 women each held their money and walked out of the door under the watchful eyes of the crowd. However, Lin Tai suddenly turned to look at Jiang Wenjie at the door. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she did not speak. As they descended the stairs, the originally curious neighbors automatically made way, although everyone's expressions were quite complex. Once the crowd dispersed, Jiang Wenjie addressed the remaining neighbors outside, saying, "All right, it's all settled now, though everyone can disperse." The neighbors then began to leave in 2s and 3s, but the discussion continued. At this moment, Zhou Huimin's grandmother walked over and immediately took Jiang Wenjie's hand, asking, "Jiezai, are you all right?" "I'm fine, Grandma." Jiang Wenjie forced a smile. "It was just a misunderstanding." That's good, that's good." The elderly lady patted his hand, saying, "Come over for dinner tonight. Amin's mother has made soup." Okay, after sending Zhou Huimin and her grandmother off, Jiang Wenjie returned to the coffee table. At this moment the water in the electric kettle had just boiled, bubbling up with steam. He skillfully began to prepare the tea on the coffee table, first heating the teapot, placing the tea leaves, then steeping it. The series of actions flowed smoothly, and the fragrance of the tea wafted up. He picked up a small cup and took a sip, the scalding tea sliding down his throat, allowing his tense nerves to relax a bit. At this moment the matter with those neighborhood aunties was finally coming to a close. Although the principal of 150,000 had been returned to them, he had saved on the interest and possible profits, and more importantly, he had completely rid himself of these troublesome investors. Though the entire process seemed somewhat unpleasant, the outcome was at least satisfactory. After all, not only had he successfully resolved Lin Tai and the others' troubles, but he had also saved 2% in interest. Most importantly, from now on these neighborhood neighbors should not easily come to him for investments again. Currently his account holds over 3 million Hong Kong dollars, which is undoubtedly a substantial sum in Shanghai. After all, a unit in Sham Shui Panau costs only about 150,000 Hong Kong dollars, while a luxurious flat in Central is merely around 7 to 800,000. With nearly 400 million in cash at his disposal, he has more than enough to purchase several properties, allowing him to live comfortably on rental income. In modern terms, he has essentially achieved financial freedom. However, Jiang Wenjie is well aware that compared to the true tycoons in Xiangjiang, who command the business landscape and possess immense wealth, he feels like an insignificant speck of dust. Not to mention the Keswick family from Jardine Matheson and the big shots from HSBC. Just look at Bao Yugong, who during his acquisition of Wharf Holdings casually threw out hundreds of millions in cash. And while Li Shaoqin may have backed down with Wharf, his assets in Chung Kong Holdings have long surpassed 1 billion. What about him? A time traveler who started as a street vendor making a quick profit in the stock market. If he were to rest on his laurels now, how is he different from those lottery winners who squander their fortunes? Moreover, the upcoming 1980s will be a golden era for Xiangjiang, and many of the prominent figures of the future will rise to wealth by seizing opportunities with boldness. Take his fellow Chaos Han native Lu Wanxiong. The one known as Big Liu in later years, Jiang Wenjie vaguely remembers that at this time Big Liu's assets were not even as strong as his own. With that thought, Jiang Wenjie furrowed his brow, putting down his teacup as he began contemplating his future direction. Should he pursue writing novels or filmmaking like other time travelers? After all, he could easily hire someone to ghostwrite, and for filming he could write the script himself and hire others to shoot. However, this thought was immediately dismissed. After all, not to mention that he has no connections or resources in these two fields. Even if he had the talent and ability, relying solely on writing novels and making films in Xiangjiang at this time wouldn't earn him much. What he needs now is to rapidly accumulate capital and establish a business to firmly establish himself in this era. He must find a more promising industry, but what should he do? Real estate. That requires a massive amount of capital and backing, which he currently lacks. As for financial investment, the stock of Wharf Holdings is expected to maintain a price of over 40 in the coming year, especially since Jardine Matheson has just invited the king of junk to join the Wharf board. At present, both sides are not fully prepared, so there will certainly be ongoing fluctuations in the stock market, and he only has this little capital. If he doesn't rush to cash out and leaves his money in for about 2 years waiting for the peak price to cash out, he could indeed make a significant profit. But if he doesn't leverage, he might only make a few million while missing out on opportunities for growth over the next 2 years. As for industry, what industry should he pursue? Just as Jiang Wenjie was racking his brain and feeling at a loss, a soft knock echoed from the door. "Jiego, mommy said dinner is ready, you should come eat." It was Zhou Huimin's voice. "Coming," Jiang Wenjie replied, and stood up to tidy his clothes. Opening the door, he saw Zhou Huimin standing outside wearing a sweet smile. The little girl had changed into a light pink loungewear, her hair loosely tied at the back, looking exceptionally innocent. "Jiego, today mommy made your favorite steamed base." "Really? Then I'm in for a treat." They then walked into Aunt Liu's house, where the small living room had a folding table set up with 4 dishes and a soup: steamed base, oyster sauce, lettuce, tomatoes, scrambled eggs, a platter of marinated items, and a pot of steaming corn rib soup. Aunt Liu sat at the head of the table, and upon seeing Jiang Wenjie smiled and waved, saying, "Jie Zai is here, come sit down." "Hello, Grandma." Jiang Wenjie greeted politely and took a seat next to Zhou Huimin. At that moment, Aunt Liu came out of the kitchen with the last bowl of rice. Upon seeing Jiang Wenjie, her expression turned somewhat complicated as she said, "Jie Zai, was everything okay just now? I heard from Amin and Grandma that Lin Tai and the others." After returning from work, she had heard about the commotion from her mother-in-law and daughter and had been quite worried. "It's fine, Aunt Liu." Jiang Wenjie smiled and waved his hand. "It was just a misunderstanding, and it is all." "That's good." Aunt Liu sat down across from him and served Jiang Wenjie a bowl of soup, saying, "I heard that Lin Tai and the others. Sigh, these people just have too many schemes. Jie Zai, don't take it to heart." Jiang Wenjie took the bowl of soup and briefly recounted the afternoon's events. Of course, he continued to use the story about investing in Hong Jinbeo's movie. "So that's what happened." Aunt Liu nodded after listening. "So you meant well in bringing them to invest, but they suddenly backed out." And you ended up footing the bill. Yes, Jiang Wenjie said with a bitter smile. I originally wanted to help the neighbors make some money, but I didn't expect it to turn into this. Zhou Huimin, who had been listening quietly, suddenly asked curiously, Jiegu, do you really know the big star Hong Jinbao? Can you see those big stars often? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenjie quickly corrected her. It's not that I know him, it's that my childhood friend works as a stuntman at Hong Jinbao's film company. I just invested in their films through my friend. As for their company, I haven't been there very often. His words were quite skillful, explaining the source of the investment in films while avoiding the easily refutable claim of knowing big stars. Indeed, after hearing this, Aunt Lu and Grandma Zhou believed him even more, as they knew Jiang Wenjie had previously been just a street vendor selling fake bags, yet suddenly claiming he knew big stars and film company bosses was hard to believe. But saying he invested indirectly through a childhood friend made much more sense. So that's it, Aunt Lu nodded and curiously asked, is it really that easy to make money in filmmaking? I'm not quite sure, Jiang Wenjie replied after taking a sip of soup, considering his words. I've only invested once before and made a little profit, which is why I'm continuing to invest now. But I've heard that filmmaking isn't very secure either. I heard that Shaw Brothers Studios in recent years have often lost money on the movies they've made. Shaw Brothers losing money? Aunt Lu exclaimed. Shaw Brothers is one of the oldest film companies in Xinjiang. Yes, Jiang Wenjie said. So basically there's no such thing as a guaranteed profitable business. Any investment carries risks. Then why do you still invest? Grandma Zhou asked, concerned. High risk, high reward, Jiang Wenjie smiled. And my childhood friend is well connected internally. For the projects he endorses, I believe they shouldn't be too bad. His words somewhat reassured Aunt Lu and Grandma Zhou. Although they didn't understand investments, they felt that having someone inside was definitely more reliable. Soon the group chatted and ate, enjoying a harmonious atmosphere, while the television in the living room was still on, broadcasting news from the TVB channel. Suddenly a passionate news report caught Jiang Wenjie's attention, and he looked up at the screen. He saw several well-dressed experts sitting in the studio, solemnly analyzing the current international situation. One gray-haired expert spoke gravely. Currently, the European and American regions are facing an unprecedented energy crisis. The supply of oil and natural gas is tight and prices have soared, causing a significant impact on local industrial production and residents' lives. The phrase energy crisis struck Jiang Wenjie like a lightning bolt, causing his eyes to widen suddenly, as his hand, holding the chopsticks, froze in midair. Energy crisis. Europe and America. 1978. These keywords collided in his mind, instantly igniting a series of memory sparks. He remembered the energy crisis of 1978. In order to save energy costs, the people in Europe and America began to favor nostalgic-style electric fans. And his fellow Chaos Han native Lu Wanxiong seized this opportunity, gathering less than 200,000 in funds by the end of the year to establish the Imei Gao electric fan factory, which led him to incredible success. In just 2 short years, he made a staggering profit of over 200 million, and the company successfully went public, instantly becoming a new elite in Xinjiang. At this moment, Jiang Wenjie felt his heart racing violently in his chest, a rush of excitement surging through him. Of course, an appliance factory. Isn't this the upcoming trend? Big Lu managed to establish an appliance factory with less than 200,000 Hong Kong dollars, earning over 200 million in just 2 years. And now I hold nearly 400 million in cash, my asset strength far exceeding his. I have no reason not to succeed where he did. Moreover, I possess the advantage of being a time traveler with a clear understanding of future trends. I can perfectly replicate Big Liu's path to success and profit handsomely during this energy crisis. Jiegu, Jiegu. Zhou Huimin's voice pulled him back to reality. The little girl looked at him in confusion and said, "What's wrong with you? Why is your face suddenly so red?" Hearing Zhou Huimin's words, Jiang Wenjie realized he had lost composure. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down, saying, "It's nothing, just suddenly thought of something. Is it that the food doesn't suit your taste?" Aunt Lu inquired with concern. No, Jiang Wenjie quickly replied. "The food is delicious. Oh, I just suddenly thought of a business idea." After dinner, Jiang Wenjie first helped to clear the dishes and then accompanied Zhou Huimin to chat with her grandmother for a while. During this time, the little girl chattered about her school, how her music teacher praised her good pitch and even suggested she apply to a music school in the future, or how she ranked 3rd in her math exam, improving by 5 points compared to last time. "Jiegu, do you think I can become a star in the future?" Zhou Huimin blinked her big eyes and asked. Jiang Wenjie looked at her youthful yet delicate face, recalling the renowned Jade Girl leader of the future, and said earnestly, "Yes, as long as Xiao Min practices her singing and piano diligently, I believe the future will surely be bright." "Really?" The little girl's eyes lit up. "Really?" Jiang Wenjie ruffled her hair, saying, "But right now the most important thing for you is to study hard and build a solid foundation. How about this? When you grow up, Jiegu will definitely help you realize this dream. Alright, it's a promise." Zhou Huimin extended her pinky. It's a promise." Jiang Wenjie smiled and hooked fingers with her. After some casual chatting, it was still not yet 8:30 when he took his leave and returned to his room. As soon as he closed the door, the light-hearted mood was immediately replaced by serious contemplation, and Jiang Wenjie started pacing back and forth in the living room. At the same time, he was repeatedly calculating the upcoming plans in his mind, as acquiring a household fan factory quickly was the clearest entrepreneurial direction at the moment. He had to seize the opportunity of the energy crisis in Europe and America, and then directly replicate Lu Luangxing's path to success. With over $4 million in funds, he had enough to directly acquire a reasonably sized home appliance factory, then update the equipment, expand production, and even directly connect with overseas channels. But the problem was where to find a willing seller for a fan factory. After all, the flow of information in this era was not as developed as in the future. There was no internet and no classified ad websites. Most news about factories or shops for transfer was still spread through word of mouth or found in some inconspicuous corner of newspapers. Jiang Wenjie stopped pacing, his brow furrowed, and after several laps in the living room suddenly remembered the client manager, He Yanfang, he met at HSBC this afternoon. I wonder if the bank's premium customer service includes any business information. Perhaps I could try to inquire through her. But then he thought again and felt it might not work. After all, the girl named He Yanfang was just a recent graduate who had only recently converted to a full-time position, and she might not have access to such information. Moreover, the bank had strict confidentiality requirements for client information, and she might not be willing to help. Jiang Wenjie sighed, thinking it seems there are no better options at the moment. I can only try to find information through real estate agents and newspapers. Perhaps I can find some clues. So he planned to contact several real estate agents tomorrow and inquire, while also considering that he should buy a few more newspapers in the morning to study the various advertisements on them. Then perhaps he could take a look at the industrial districts such as Kuntong Sunwan or Tai Pu, where many small and medium-sized factories were located. This method seemed a bit silly, but it might be effective. If none of the above methods work, then he would have to consider building a factory himself, as the $4 million in funds was already enough for him to buy land, build a factory, purchase equipment, and recruit workers. After finishing the plan, Jiang Wenjie felt a bit more at ease. Although the methods seemed clumsy, they might be effective. Then he went to wash up, and after taking a shower, he watched a bit of television before finally going to bed at ease. The next morning at 9:30, after Jiang Wenjie finished washing up, he sat in the living room staring at the telephone for a long while, ultimately pulling out the business card that client manager He Yanfang from yesterday had given him, planning to make a call to inquire. After all, it doesn't hurt to try. What if it works? Right? Hello, this is the Premium Customer Service Department of HSBC. He Yanfang's sweet voice came from the other end of the line. Miss He, it's me, Jiang Wenjie. Jiang Sheng. He Yanfang's voice immediately became enthusiastic. Good morning. How can I help you? Jiang Wenjie pondered for a moment and said, I want to inquire if your bank's premium customer service includes assistance in finding suitable investment projects. For example, factory acquisitions. There was a brief silence on the other end. He Yanfang clearly did not expect Jiang Wenjie to suddenly ask this early in the morning. Jiang Sheng, are you looking to acquire a factory? Her tone was somewhat surprised. Well, our bank does have some information about corporate clients, but according to regulations, we cannot disclose client information casually. I understand, Jiang Wenjie said. I'm not asking you to reveal client information. I just want to know if you have any channels for this kind of information. After all, if you have factory owner clients looking to sell their factories, I believe sometimes they might look for buyers through the bank, right? Well, He Yanfang hesitated. Jiang Sheng, please hold on, let me ask. Then the sound of her leaving her seat came through the receiver, and about 3 minutes later she returned. Jiang Sheng, I just asked our manager, and he said that if there are suitable projects we can help clients connect, but the clients need to provide specific requirements first. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenjie was immediately delighted and quickly spoke up. Well, I want to acquire a home appliance factory, preferably one that makes fans. A medium-sized one would be fine. But the equipment should be as new as possible and ideally should have export qualifications, and the factory should preferably have ownership of its property. A fan factory. He Yanfang repeated, seemingly taking notes. All right, Jiang Sheng, I've noted that down. I'll keep an eye out for you, but this might take some time. Time isn't an issue, Jiang Wenjie said. Miss He, if you can help me find a suitable factory, I won't treat you unfairly. This was said quite subtly, but the meaning was very clear, that there would be a reward. On the other end of the line, He Yanfang's face immediately began to blush slightly. After all, she had just graduated not long ago and was still just a newbie at the bank. Her monthly salary was only a little over 3,000 Hong Kong dollars. If she could close this deal, she felt the reward would not be small. You're too polite, Jiang Sheng, she steadied herself. I will do my best, and I will contact you as soon as I have. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Wenjie went directly out and downstairs, planning to buy a few newspapers at the newsstand first, and then go to the industrial area for on-site inspections. However, in the following days, Jiang Wenjie began a busy routine of inspections, buying several newspapers every morning, such as the Industrial and Commercial Daily, Sing Tao Daily, and Chinese Overseas Daily, and meticulously flipping through the classified advertisements every day. But the results were truly disappointing. Most of the advertisements were about shop transfers and rental properties, while factory transfer information was scarce. Then he took the bus every day to Kuntong and Tsuanwan or the industrial areas in Taipa, but the result was like being a headless fly wandering around the industrial area for several days without finding a suitable fan factory. Either the scale was too small, the equipment too outdated, or the location was too remote, making transportation inconvenient, or the owner's asking price was too high, thinking this young man could be easily fooled. Just when he was starting to consider whether he really had to build a factory himself, one day the phone at home rang. Hello. Hello, Zhangsheng, this is Xiao He from HSBC. The voice on the other end was excited. I have good news. I just happen to have a client who wants to transfer his home. Oh really? What's the situation? Jiang Wenjie perked up. The client's surname is Chun, named Chun Jiaxiang. His Yichang home appliance factory is in Yuanlong, mainly producing fans and other small appliances. The factory is medium-sized. The equipment was replaced just half a year ago, and the property is owned. He Yanfeng spoke quickly. Most importantly, he is in a hurry to sell. Why is he in a hurry to sell? Jiang Wenjie asked warily. Well, He Yanfeng hesitated. It's not convenient to talk about over the phone. Hey, how about this, Jiangsheng? When are you free? I will arrange a meeting for you, and you can see for yourself. Sure, but the sooner the better. Jiang Wenjie replied without hesitation. All right, I will contact him. Now, just wait for my call. A few minutes later, He Yanfeng's call came again. Jiangsheng, it's all set. Mr. Chen said he can meet at his factory this afternoon to discuss in detail. I scheduled it for 2 o'clock. I will wait for you at the bank this afternoon, and then we can go together. Sounds good. See you at 2. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Wenjie looked at his watch. It was 10:30 in the morning, and there were still a few hours until the afternoon meeting, but he had already lost interest in doing anything else. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Wenjie arrived punctually at HSBC, while He Yanfeng had been waiting at the entrance. Today, she wore a light gray professional suit, her long hair styled into a bun, looking much more competent. Jiangsheng. Seeing him get out of the car, He Yanfeng immediately walked over quickly. I've already called a taxi. Shall we head over now? Sure. They immediately got into another taxi, and as the car headed towards Yuanlong, He Yanfeng took out a folder from her briefcase, opened it, and began to introduce the information she had collected and learned. Chun Jiaxiang, 24 years old, a native of Hong Kong. The Yichang home appliance factory was founded by his parents from scratch, mainly producing fans and other small appliances. They previously managed the factory well, and it gained some fame in Hong Kong. However, half a year ago his parents suddenly suffered a car accident, and both passed away. As the only son, Chun Jiaxiang naturally took over the factory, but immediately after taking over the factory, does he not understand management? Jiang Wenjie frowned. Not just that. He Yanfeng sighed. I heard that after he took over he blindly expanded by importing a batch of expensive new equipment from abroad, but when the cash flow tightened, he lost several major clients one after another. To make matters worse, the factory's previous overseas export business also suddenly came to a halt for some unknown reason. Now, the factory not only owes the workers 2 months' wages, but also owes our HSBC a loan of 1 million and is on the brink of bankruptcy. Then why doesn't he apply for bankruptcy instead of choosing to transfer? Jiang Wenjie asked. What can he gain from applying for bankruptcy? He might end up in debt. He Yanfeng shook her head. But if he transfers directly, at least he can get some cash. Moreover, I heard that this kid even used all the last of his family's money to speculate in stocks, but ended up losing. Now he is eager to sell the factory for money, probably wanting to cash out and continue living his carefree life as a young master. Jiang Wenjie nodded, thoughtfully, thinking that he had seen many such spendthrifts in his past life. Many of the fortunes built by the hard work of their parents quickly vanished in the hands of the second generation. So what's his asking price? Jiang Wenjie asked the most concerned question. We haven't discussed specifics yet, but during the call this morning, I felt his psychological price should be between 2 million to 3 million. However, given the current situation of the factory, I think we can negotiate the price down. After all, besides the factory and equipment, there are also the wages of 120 employees that need to be addressed, which are all burdens. Jiang Wenjie nodded, not speaking further, but looking out the car window as the streets of Yuanlong gradually passed by. It was much more desolate here than in the urban area, but the industrial area was filled with factories, giving it a different kind of vitality. At the same time, he was quickly calculating in his mind 2 million to 3 million plus addressing the employees, overdue wages, and other debts. The total cost could likely reach around 250 to 300 million. But the factory had ready-made equipment and skilled workers as well as land ownership. If managed properly, this price was actually not very high. More importantly, he needed to get in quickly as the energy crisis in Europe and America had already started to brew and the market opportunity was fleeting. At 2:10 in the afternoon, the taxi stopped in front of a 3-story factory building at Yuanlong Industrial Village. The sign at the factory door read Yichang Home Appliance Factory, with somewhat faded lettering indicating it hadn't been maintained for a long time. At that moment, a tall and thin young man was standing at the door, constantly looking out. Upon seeing Jiang Wenjie and He Yanfeng get out of the car, he immediately walked over briskly. Are you Miss He? This must be Jiangsheng. The young man had a beaming smile on his face as he extended his hand. I am Chun Jiaxiang, the person in charge of Yichang Home Appliance. Welcome. Jiang Wenjie shook his hand, carefully scrutinizing him. Chen Jiaxiang appeared to be just over 20, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and was as thin as a stick. His complexion was pale with deep eye bags, giving the impression of someone who had been staying up late and living an extremely irregular life. He Yanfang watched the two shake hands from the side, silently comparing them in her mind. Though Jiang Wenjie was actually several years younger than Chen Jiaxiang, their temperaments were worlds apart. Although Jiang Wenjie was dressed simply today in a plain white shirt paired with ordinary khaki pants, his tall posture and steady gaze exuded a calmness that belied his youth. In contrast, He Yanfang shook her head inwardly at Chen Jiaxiang's appearance, which clearly looked as if it had been drained by indulgence in alcohol and pleasure. No wonder he squandered the family fortune left by his parents in just 6 months. Jiangxing, miss, please follow me. Chen Jiaxiang led them into the factory area. Let me first show you around. As they walked in, the first thing that caught their eyes was a large yard filled with raw materials and finished products. The factory building was a 3-story concrete structure that looked somewhat aged, but was still well maintained. Our factory covers an area of 800 square feet and has 3 floors. Chen Jiaxiang introduced as they walked. The first floor is the production workshop and warehouse, the second floor is the assembly line, and the third floor is the office and employee lounge. The land rights are fully ours, so you can rest assured about that. Jiang Wenjie nodded without speaking as he carefully observed the factory environment and the workers' conditions. At that moment, there were about 20 to 30 workers working in the workshop. When they saw Chen Jiaxiang leading strangers, and they all stopped what they were doing and cast curious glances. These are the new production lines replaced 6 months ago, imported from Germany. Chen Jiaxiang pointed at a row of machines, a hint of pride in his tone. The production efficiency has improved by 30% compared to the old equipment. If you take over, you won't need to purchase new equipment and can start production right away. Jiang Wenjie approached the production line. Although he did not understand machinery, he could tell that the equipment was well maintained. While some areas had accumulated a light layer of dust, the overall condition was good. Just then, several workers suddenly surrounded them. Young master, is this the new boss? A middle-aged worker in his 40s asked, gathering his courage. Young master, when will our wages be paid? It's been 2 months. Another young female worker whispered. Young master, is the factory going to close down? Will we be laid off? Questions came one after another, and the workers' emotions were clearly anxious. Jiang Wenjie noticed that many had bloodshot eyes, their faces marked with exhaustion and worry. Chen Jiaxiang's expression immediately changed, and he hurriedly waved his hand, shouting, everyone quiet. Then he raised his voice and continued. This is Jiang Wenjie. He is just here to visit the factory today, so don't. He paused for a moment, his tone turning severe. If you want your wages and to keep working here, then hurry back and work hard. Don't scare Jiangsheng. If you upset him and he decides not to acquire our factory, don't even think about getting your overdue wages. You won't even be able to work here. After all, I am already on the brink of bankruptcy. Oh, pressuring me won't help you. His words were like a cold shower, dousing the workers. They exchanged glances, finally realizing the severity of the situation. This young man in front of them might truly be their last hope. Soon the workers quietly dispersed and returned to their posts, but their eyes occasionally darted toward this side, filled with a mix of hope and anxiety. Jiang Wenjie felt a pang in his heart, knowing that most of these workers had fled from the opposite side and had no connections in Hong Kong. A single job was likely their only source of livelihood. If the factory closed, it could mean disaster for them. Jiangsheng, please don't mind them, Chen Jiaxiang explained awkwardly. They are just anxious and mean no harm. I understand. Jiang Wenjie said calmly. It's all due to the pressures of life. He continued to walk around the workshop, observing the production line's raw materials and semi-finished products, with He Yanfang following him, occasionally whispering some details. After touring the first floor, they moved to the second floor, which was the assembly workshop, where workers were assembling parts into complete electric fans. Jiang Wenjie casually picked up a finished product and examined it closely. He felt it was quite well made, with a simple and elegant design. This is our factory's flagship product, a 16-inch standing fan, Chen Jiaxiang said. It used to sell very well in Southeast Asia, but now. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. After visiting the workshop, the three of them arrived at the office on the third floor. This office was not large, about 20 square meters. Inside there was only a mahogany desk, a few sofas, and a filing cabinet, while the walls were adorned with photos of Chun Yichang and his wife, along with several early group photos of the factory. Jiangxing, miss, please have a seat, Chen Jiaxiang invited as he busied himself with making tea. I apologize for the simple conditions. He brewed a regular tea guanyin, but did so skillfully. Jiang Wenjie noted that at least this guy was quite adept when it came to enjoying life. Once the tea was ready, Chen Jiaxiang poured a cup for each person before sitting down opposite them, rubbing his hands together. Jiangxing, you must have gotten a brief understanding of our factory's situation from Miss He, right? Yes, I have a rough idea, Jiang Wenjie replied, lifting his teacup and gently blowing on it. So Chen Sheng, let's get straight to the point. What price do you want to sell it for? Chen Jiaxiang swallowed hard and picked up a document from the coffee table. Jiangsheng, this is an asset valuation done by the accounting firm. The factory building and land are worth about 2 million at market value. After depreciation, the equipment is valued at 1.6 million and the inventory of raw materials and finished products is roughly valued at 300,000. As for the brand, forget about the brand value, Jiang Wenjie interrupted him. A brand without orders is worthless. Upon hearing this, Chun Jiaxiang's hand trembled, and he could only awkwardly say then it totals 390,000, but I'm eager to sell, so I can lower it to 350,000. Hearing Chun Jiaxiang's quote, Jiang Wenjie immediately laughed. Chun Sheng, it seems you haven't grasped the situation. First, no matter how advanced your equipment is, if there are no orders, it's just scrap metal. Second, you have already owed the workers 2 months' wages. If I take over, the first thing I would have to do is pay those wages. This will cost me over 200,000. Then third, your factory still owes money to banks and suppliers totaling 130,000. I would have to take on that debt as well. With each point he made, Chun Jiaxiang's face grew paler. So according to your quote, Jiang Wenjie concluded, I would actually have to spend 350,000 to buy the factory plus another 150,000 to handle the debts and outstanding issues totaling 500,000. What I would be buying is a factory with no orders and low morale. The office fell silent, the ticking of the wall clock audible, and after a long while Chun Jiaxiang's voice came out hoarsely then. Jiangxing, what do you think is a reasonable price? Jiang Wenjie glanced at He Yanfang, who understood, and directly took out a document from her briefcase saying, Chun Sheng, I did some private research. If the factory goes bankrupt and liquidates, the equipment can be auctioned for about 120,000 and the land will be reclaimed by HSBC to settle debts. You may end up with nothing at all, and furthermore. She paused, and HSBC has given us a deadline of next Friday. If the loan isn't repaid by then, we will apply for compulsory liquidation. These words were like the last straw, directly crushing Chun Jiaxiang. He slumped in his chair, covering his face with his hands. I know everything. After Jiang Wenjie allowed him a moment to collect himself, he slowly spoke, 100,000 including all assets, and I will take on all the liabilities. 100,000. Chun Jiaxiang shot up his head. Jiangsheng, this price is too low. The land and factory are worth at least 200,000. That's the market price, Jiang Wenjie said calmly. But you won't be able to wait until market prices are realized. He stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the factory below. Chun Sheng, to be honest, the industry left to you by your parents has reached a dead end. Selling to me now can at least preserve the factory and keep these workers employed. If it goes bankrupt and liquidates. He did not finish, but the meaning was very clear. 180,000, he gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. At least 180,000, I still have to save some money to live on. Jiang Wenjie turned to look at him and said, 120,000, that is my bottom line. 120,000. Chun Jiaxiang's eyes turned red. Jiangsheng, you are taking advantage of the situation. Hey Chun Sheng, you can't say that. Jiang Wenjie leaned back against the sofa. You can choose not to sell and keep holding on, but how much longer can you hold? What will you do if the employees come to demand their wages again? What will you do if suppliers come to collect their debts? And HSBC is going to apply for liquidation next week. Each word felt like a knife stabbing into Chun Jiaxiang's heart. He knew Jiang Wenjie was speaking the truth. He was already out of options. Jiangsheng. Chun Jiaxiang's voice was laced with tears. I really have no way out. I've sold everything I could at home. This factory is all I have left. Please have mercy and give me a way out. Jiang Wenjie looked at the young man before him, once a spoiled rich kid, now like a stray dog. He felt no sympathy. After all, he had made his own choices and must bear the consequences. But he also knew he couldn't push too hard. Even a cornered dog could jump over a wall. How about this? Jiang Wenjie softened his tone. The transfer fee is 150,000, and for the 20,000 owed to employees, I will deduct it from the transfer fee, so I will actually pay you 130,000. But I have one more condition. That is, you must sign an agreement promising not to engage in a similar industry for 5 years after the transfer, and not to poach any workers or technicians from the factory. This condition is to prevent Chun Jiaxiang from taking the money and starting over or engaging in malicious competition. But now, thinking calmly, he realized that expanding into the M country market was not an easy task. After all, his relatives and friends in M country were only capable of running small groceries. Soon the office fell into silence, with only the ticking of the wall clock audible. After a long while, Chun Jiaxiang finally spoke wearily, saying, Jiangsheng, I can agree to your terms, but can we negotiate the price a bit more? I've already stated my bottom line. It's this price. Jiang Wenjie interrupted him. And Chun Sheng, I advise you to reconsider. After all, the longer the current situation of the factory drags on, the lower its value will be. If the workers were to cause, or if the suppliers started suing, or if the bank were to apply for liquidation next week, then you might not even be able to sell at this price. Faced with Jiang Wenjie's repeated reminders of his current predicament, Chun Jiaxiang began to ponder deeply. After a while, he finally said, I need to think it over. That's fine. Jiang Wenjie nodded. He'll give you 3 days. If I haven't received a response by then, don't contact me again. He'll go find other factories. After saying this, he stood up and said to He Yanfang, Miss He, let's go. Oh, okay. He Yanfang quickly packed her notebook and stood up. Jiangsheng. Chun Jiaxiang hurriedly called out to him. To save you time, how about this? Tomorrow will give you my answer. Jiang Wenjie saw his anxious expression and knew he had wavered. All right then, he said he'll wait for your call tomorrow afternoon. As they stepped out of the office and walked downstairs, they saw the workers still busy in the factory. Upon seeing Jiang Wenjie and the others come out, some paused their work and cast hopeful glances. Jiang Wenjie nodded at them without saying a word, then exited the factory and got into a taxi. Once the vehicle drove away from the factory, He Yanfang could no longer hold back and asked Jiang Sheng, do you think he will agree to the price you offered? He will, Jiang Wenjie replied confidently. He's at his wits' end now, being able to receive 3 million in cash is enough for him to indulge for a while, and I will take on all the debts, which is something he longs for. But He Yanfang hesitated. With over 1 million in debt plus the acquisition price, he would actually need to put out more than 8 million. That price is worth it. Jiang Wenjie looked out at the passing scenery. The equipment is all new and can be put into production soon. Moreover, the land is owned and will definitely appreciate in value. For me, the most important thing right now is time. I can't afford to wait for half a year. As he spoke, he suddenly turned to He Yanfang and said, Miss He, thank you for your hard work this time. I will give you a corresponding reward once the transaction is completed. You're too polite, Jiang Sheng. He Yanfang blushed slightly. It's what I should do. She looked at Jiang Wenjie's profile and once again marveled within. This young man had clear thinking, decisive judgment, and a strong presence during negotiations, a stark contrast to the wasteful Chun Jiaxiang. Soon the car drove back to the city. As the sun set, the lights of Shangjiang began to illuminate one by one. Jiang Wenjie leaned back in his chair and slowly closed his eyes. If he could successfully acquire Yichang Appliance Factory, then his entrepreneurial journey would officially begin. With the tailwind of the energy crisis, the demand in the European and American markets, and over 4 million in funds, everything was progressing towards the direction he had planned. Next, it all depended on Chun Jiaxiang's choice. But he had a premonition that this transaction was almost certain. With that thought, a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. In the end, Chun Jiaxiang agreed to the price Jiang Wenjie offered. 2 days later, he directly transferred the appliance factory to Jiang Wenjie at a price far below market value. He Yanfang helped Jiang Wenjie contact a lawyer and drafted a transfer agreement. After Chun Jiaxiang reviewed it, he surprisingly signed the transfer agreement on the spot. Immediately after receiving the check from Jiang Wenjie, he almost fled the office, not even looking back, as if he had shed a heavy shackled burden. In response, Jiang Wenjie secretly shook his head, thinking this wasteful son will probably never know how much he lost in today's transaction. Not to mention anything else, if he could hold out until next year to sell, the land price alone could at least double. But none of that mattered now, as Yichang Appliance Factory was already under the Jiang name. Once the lawyer left, Jiang Wenjie turned to He Yanfang beside him and said, Miss, could you please call in the workshop director, sales director, and the accountant? We need to hold a small meeting and inform the workers to gather in the conference room for the meeting later. All right, Jiang Sheng, He Yanfang replied and quickly left. Jiang Wenjie then sat back in the large mahogany office chair, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Outside the window, the sound of machines could be faintly heard, but more so was the murmuring chatter of the workers. He knew the workshop must be buzzing with activity at that moment. Sure enough, after Chun Jiaxiang left, the workers downstairs gathered in small groups, continuously whispering among themselves. If you ask me, we might as well all resign. Wang Shunfang stood by the assembly line, her voice sharp and piercing in the empty workshop. It's been over 2 months now, and there's still no sign of our wages being paid. The young master hasn't given us any clear words either. She was 42 this year and had been working at Yichang for almost 10 years. As a veteran employee of the assembly workshop, she was quick with her words and often spread various gossip. Her co-workers privately called her Wang Big Mouth. A nearby young female worker whispered, Sister Wang, where would we find work if we resign? Jobs are hard to come by. It's better than starving to death here. Wang Shunfang waved her hand. Look at our factory, it's been half-stopped for how many days now? The machines are silent, wages are unpaid, isn't that just waiting to die? She grew more agitated as she spoke. If you ask me, that Chin kid is just a waste. The huge family business his parents worked hard to build was all squandered by him in half a year. He insisted on buying new equipment, wasting more than 1 million, and what about the orders? Where are the orders? This immediately resonated with others, and a few male workers gathered around. Isn't that right? A master worker in his 40s sighed. When Boss Chun was here, our factory was thriving. Not only did we get paid on time every month, but there were also bonuses at the end of the year. Now look at the situation. I've heard that the young master spent all the last bit of money at home on stock trading, and he lost it all. Is that true? My second cousin works at the exchange, he wouldn't lie about it. Li Shuhui, a quality inspector and best friend of Wang Xuanfang, walked over cracking sunflower seeds. She spat out the shell and whispered, you guys stop making noise. I heard that the young master just sold the factory. Wang Shunfang's eyes lit up. Really sold it? Most likely. Li Shuhui looked around. I just saw the young master leave downstairs, and that young man who came 2 days ago is in the office now. Upon hearing what Li Shuhui said, the workers exchanged glances, feeling both expectant and anxious. Wang Shunfang immediately slapped her thigh and shouted, "Oh, if this is true, that would be great. After all, with a new owner taking over, there would be hope for our wages. But what if the new owner is just like the young master?" Someone voiced their concerns. "Could it possibly be worse than it is now?" Wang Shunfang retorted. "At least the new owner would have to resolve our wage issue first, right? Otherwise, who would work for him?" Just then someone came running from the office building, shouting, "Gather everyone. The new owner wants all of you to come to the conference room for a meeting." "Did it really sell?" Wang Shunfang exclaimed in shock and joy. Immediately the workers rushed to the conference room. Although everyone still had doubts in their hearts, at least they saw a glimmer of hope. While the workers gathered in the conference room, waiting, Zhang Wenjie was in the office having a crucial briefing meeting with 3 core management personnel from the factory. This was Zhang Wenjie's habit. Before formally addressing all employees, he first unified thoughts with the management and got a grasp of the situation. At this moment, the atmosphere in the office was somewhat subtle. Zhang Wenjie sat behind the large desk, while He Yanfeng sat beside him with a notebook in front of her. Opposite them sat Chen Xiongyu, Lu Yongda, and Yang Guozhong in sequence, each with different expressions. The first to speak was Chen Xiongyu. She was 41 this year, and the cousin of Chun Jiaxiang's father. She had been working as an accountant in the factory since its establishment and was highly trusted by the Chen couple. Today she wore a white sleeveless long dress with a brown belt around her waist, and her hair styled in a trendy woolen curl, looking very capable and fashionable. However, at this moment, she frowned tightly, holding a large stack of account books. "Jiangsheng, let me report on the current financial status of the factory first." As she spoke, Chun Xiongyu opened the account book, her slender fingers gliding over the numbers rapidly. "Since December last year, the factory's orders have gradually decreased. Since my brother and his wife passed away unexpectedly 6 months ago, the previous old customers have been less willing to cooperate with us. In these past 6 months, the factory has hardly had any income. Now there are less than 10,000 Hong Kong dollars left on the books. And due to the wages owed to the employees for over 2 months, the total amount of wages that need to be supplemented now is 1920 Hong Kong dollars. She paused and turned to the next page. Additionally, there are overdue debts to suppliers amounting to about 300, mainly for motors and plastic raw materials. As for the 1 million loan from the bank, it's been overdue for nearly 2 months now. Chen Xiongyu raised her head, her face filled with exhaustion. "Every day in my office, I have to deal with several groups of people. Besides the workers coming to demand wages, there are suppliers urging for payments, and I also have to deal with the bank's debt collection. I am really overwhelmed." Zhang Wenjie listened attentively, his expression remaining neutral. Once Chun Xiongyu finished speaking, he finally opened his mouth, saying, "Accountant Chun, I will resolve the employees' wages. After this meeting, please compile a detailed payroll list and well distribute it tomorrow." Upon hearing that the new owner would pay the workers' wages tomorrow, Chun Xiongyu visibly sighed in relief. But then, as if remembering something, she hesitated, saying, "But Jiangsheng, the factory's account is already out of money. You don't need to worry about the money." Zhang Wenjie said, "Also, I need a detailed financial report, covering the income and expenditure details for the past 6 months, as well as the inventory situation and a list of all debts. Please have it on my desk by tomorrow morning." "Understood, Jiangsheng." Chun Xiongyu nodded and noted it in her notebook. Zhang Wenjie turned to Lu Yongda, the sales director, who was around 45, impeccably dressed in a suit and blue shirt paired with a brown suit. His hair was slicked back meticulously with gel, presenting a complete business elite demeanor. Director Lu, Zhang Wenjie asked, as the person in charge of sales, "How much inventory do we currently have in the factory?" Lu Yongda quickly opened his folder. "There are 1820 classical ceiling fans, 1325 table fans, totaling 3125 units. Why have the orders decreased?" Zhang Wenjie inquired. "I just heard Chen Sheng say that the factory's orders have sharply declined since half a year ago." Lu Yongda sat up straight and spoke loudly. "Yes, Jiangsheng, I believe the main reason is that the market has become saturated. After all, Xinjiang is just this big. Now almost every household has electric fans and..." He paused, carefully choosing his words. "Our factory's product styles are relatively outdated and the functions are singular. Currently the market is trending towards fans with oscillation and timing functions, while ours are still the old fixed fans, which naturally cannot compete." Zhang Wenjie nodded thoughtfully. "What about orders from Southeast Asia? I heard that half of the products were exported. That has also stopped." Lu Yongda sighed. "In the past 2 years, local manufacturers have gradually emerged in Malaysia and Singapore, and their production costs are lower than ours, giving them a price advantage. Plus, with shipping costs, our orders have all been snatched away." Zhang Wenjie looked at Yang Guozhong and said, "Director Yang, for the time being, let's keep focusing production on classical ceiling fans and vintage desk fans. Surely there won't be any technical issues with that." Yang Guozhong took a deep drag of his cigarette, his voice hoarse. "No problem at all. We've been manufacturing these vintage fans for over a decade. We could assemble them blindfolded." He stubbed out the cigarette, flicking ash from his sleeve, then hesitated before speaking. "But Mr. Zhang, these models simply aren't selling anymore. Perhaps we should consider some improvements. Why not add an oscillating function like other manufacturers, or redesign the casing? Neither would pose any real technical challenge." Zhang Wenjie smiled faintly. "Not yet. For now, let's continue production as before. Though puzzled, Yang Guozhong said no more. A technician by trade, he understood machinery, not marketing, and his sole responsibility was to deliver finished products. All right, Jiang Wenjie glanced at his watch. Time's up. Let's head to the conference room. Moments later, the five of them rose and entered the meeting hall, where the clamor instantly fell silent. Over 100 pairs of eyes turned toward Jiang Wenjie in unison, some expectant, others skeptical, anxious, or appraising. Workers rose spontaneously, not merely out of basic courtesy toward their new owner, but also because unpaid wages hung heavily over them, and more urgently their livelihoods. Jiang Wenjie stepped up to the podium and paused before speaking, scanning the room slowly, his gaze lingering on each face. What he saw was exhaustion, anxiety, and profound uncertainty about the future. He knew most had fled across the border from mainland China, arriving in Hong Kong, without kin or connections. A job was their sole lifeline. Please take your seats, Jiang Wenjie said, his voice calm and clear, resonating through the hushed hall. The workers sat, but their eyes remained locked on him, the silence so absolute one could hear every breath. Finally, a burly male worker could contain himself no longer. He sprang to his feet, his voice gruff and urgent. Boss, the former young master hasn't paid us in over 2 months. My entire family depends on this wage. Without it, his words burst the dam. That's right, boss. My wife's ill. I can't even afford her medicine. I'm 3 months behind on rent. The landlord's threatening to evict me. Please, boss, just give us something to tide us over. Voices swelled louder, emotions mounting. Wang Shunfang stood abruptly, poised to lead a protest. Li Shuhui beside her seized her arm tightly, urging restraint and caution. Jiang Wenjie showed no sign of alarm. Raising his right hand with quiet authority, he made a gentle downward gesture. Casual, yet astonishingly effective, the uproar gradually subsided. Once silence reigned, he spoke. First, I want you all to know, effective today, Yichang Electric Appliances Factory belongs to the Jiang family. I am your new owner, Jiang Wenjie. A murmur rippled through the room. Workers exchanged glances, silent acknowledgement that names and ownership mattered far less than wages and stability. Secondly, regarding the wages owed to you, I pledge they will be fully disbursed within the next 2 days. Boom, the hall erupted. Is that true? We'll get paid as early as tomorrow. Thank heavens. Jiang Wenjie raised his hand again, signaling for calm. Only when stillness returned did he continue. Moreover, for those who choose to remain with the factory, I will grant an additional month's salary as compensation for this difficult period. Even the senior executives seated nearby, Lu Yongda, Yang Guozhong, and Qin Xiongyu, were stunned. Unpaid wages already exceeded HK1900. Adding another full month would mean nearly HK1000 more in immediate outlay, a substantial sum. Yet the workers heard only 2 certainties: overdue wages would arrive imminently, and those staying on would earn an extra month's pay. Long live the boss, someone shouted. Thank you, boss. We'll work harder than ever. Excitement surged through the hall. Jiang Wenjie waited several long minutes until the fervor settled, then resumed. That single word tightened every heart in the room. His tone grew grave. I understand that during the factory's losses, and amid prolonged wage delays, some have grown lax in their duties. His gaze swept across the assembly. Li Shuhui instinctively clutched the pocket holding her sunflower seeds. Wang Shunfang immediately lowered her head. Others averted their eyes. Many had indeed slacked off, even half-striking. Today's meeting serves 2 purposes. First, to assure you wages will be paid. Second, to make clear that output precedes income. And for this factory to survive, to thrive, demands collective effort. Starting tomorrow, I expect all production lines to resume full operation. Any objections? None, came the thunderous unified reply. Good, Jiang Wenjie nodded. A sharp drum needs no heavy beat. I trust you grasp the principle. Meeting adjourned. Without another word, he rose and strode out, leaving behind a composed silhouette and a roomful of speechless, wide-eyed onlookers. Workers remained rooted, still reeling from the shock. Ah, just like that. It's over. Li Shuhui whispered. What else did you expect? Wang Shunfang nudged her. Didn't the new boss just say it? Wages arrive tomorrow or the day after, and those staying get an extra month's pay. Wang Shunfang's booming voice cut through the crowd, jolting everyone awake. The frozen air in the hall instantly stirred to life. A low hum of conversation replaced the earlier stillness, this time charged with incredulous excitement and a rekindled sense of purpose. Li Shuhui staggered slightly under Wang Shunfang's nudge, hastily clutching her sunflower seed pouch, but her face broke into a radiant smile as she vigorously nodded. Then let's show what we're made of. Come on, let's go. Back to the workshop. The crowd began to move. Fatigue and despair vanished from their faces, replaced by urgent eagerness. 2 months of tension and hopelessness dispelled in moments by 2 simple promises. They called out to one another, steps noticeably lighter than before, yet all converged resolutely toward the workshop entrance. Our new boss speaks plainly. Now my wife can finally afford her medicine. Let's get to work. No letting the new boss think we're idle hands. Their voices echoed down the corridor, brimming with long-missed vitality. After temporarily reassuring the workers and briefing Lu Yongda and others on operational matters, Jiang Wenjie departed the factory with He Yanfang. In the car en route to the city center, He Yanfang sat beside him, her mind churning. What she'd just witnessed left her deeply impressed by this young man. How could someone so young remain utterly composed before 100 workers, and with just a few measured words seize control of the situation? Not only had he pledged immediate wage disbursement, he'd added an entire extra month's salary. Such boldness, such command, was beyond the reach of ordinary men. Mr. Jiang, she said sincerely, your speech was extraordinary. Those few words calmed everyone instantly. Jiang Wenjie smiled. It's nothing extraordinary, merely empathy. Workers are people too, they must feed their families. Withholding wages is unforgivable. It had to be resolved first. But, He Yanfang hesitated. An extra month's salary is a significant expense. Yes, it's costly, but worthwhile. Jiang Wenjie gazed out the window. What I seek is stability of heart, confidence in the factory. And if money can solve a problem, then it isn't truly a problem at all. His words rang with unmistakable authority. He Yanfang felt another jolt. Then Jiang Wenjie reached into his pocket, withdrew a thick envelope, and handed it to her. Miss He, this is yours. Please accept it. She took the envelope. It felt weighty. Opening it, she found neat stacks of 500 Hong Kong dollars notes, easily over HK 10000. Mr. Jiang, it's far too much, she murmured, flustered. Not at all. Jiang Wenjie replied. Without your introduction, I couldn't have secured such a suitable factory so swiftly. This is your due. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted it. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. You're welcome. Jiang Wenjie added, still, I'll likely need your help again soon. Production must restart, and capital is needed. I plan to secure a loan from HSBC. A loan? Her eyes lit up. Absolutely. How much do you need? With your assets and a factory as collateral, you should qualify for a favorable amount. 3 million. And interest rates must be kept as low as possible. 3 million. She calculated swiftly. If we pledge the factory's land and equipment and supplement with your bank statements, it should be feasible. I'll consult my manager immediately and negotiate the best possible terms. Good. Jiang Wenjie nodded. Also, I need your assistance finding 2 more people, a new finance officer, and someone experienced in export trade. Our target market won't be local Hong Kong buyers, but rather Europe and North America. Europe and North America. He Yanfang wasn't surprised. He wanted to replace the finance staff. After all, new emperor, new court, especially since the current accountant was the former owner's relative. What startled her was his demand for export expertise. Do you already have channels, Mr. Jiang? Not yet, Jiang Wenjie admitted candidly. But I'm confident they'll emerge soon. With the global energy crisis, demand for electric fans in Europe and North America is surging. That's my opportunity. He turned to her. Miss He, you work at a bank and interact with many enterprises. Do you know anyone active in export, preferably with established European and North American networks? He Yanfang thought for a moment. Actually, yes. I have a client in textile exports primarily serving Europe and North America. He's currently seeking new product lines. I'd be happy to introduce you. Excellent. Jiang Wenjie nodded. Miss He, thank you for your efforts today. I'll drop you at the bank first. Later I'll treat you to dinner. And please expedite the loan process as well as contact your export client. Of course, Mr. Jiang, she replied promptly. I'll begin immediately upon returning and notify you the moment anything develops. Soon the car entered the urban district. As golden sunset light bathed the streets, He Yanfang alighted at the HSBC branch, while Jiang Wenjie continued on toward Sham Shuipa. When he arrived back at the tenement building, dusk had fallen. The scent of home-cooked meals drifted up the stairwell, mingling faintly with the murmur of television. Just as Jiang Wenjie reached the 3rd floor and reached for his door, Zhou Huimin peeked out from across the hallway. Oh, Brother Jie. You're back. Jiang Wenjie turned with a smile. Xiaomin, have you eaten yet? Not yet, Mama. Zhou Huimin blinked her large eyes. By the way, Brother Jie, where were you today? You weren't home all day. Jiang Wenjie ruffled her hair. Missing me? Her cheeks flushed. Not at all. It's just, Mama asked me to check. Would you like to join us for dinner tonight? Sure. Jiang Wenjie agreed readily. Let me change first, then I'll come over. Zhou Huimin beamed with delight. Back in his apartment, Jiang Wenjie changed into clean clothes, then stood before the mirror, gazing at his reflection. Still youthful, yet his eyes held something new. Yes, composure, self-assurance, and a subtle, incisive sharpness. Today was only the beginning. Ahead lay critical tasks: distributing wages tomorrow, restoring production, upgrading products, and breaking into international markets. Every step demanded precision, but he carried unwavering confidence. With experience forged in a past life and opportunity seized in this one, success was inevitable. The following morning before 9:30, Jiang Wenjie arrived at Yichang Electric Appliance Factory in Yuanlong by car. As he stepped onto the factory grounds, a bustling scene greeted him. Machines roared in rhythmic succession, filling the air with industrious energy. Workers bustled along every production line, a stark contrast to yesterday's lifeless stillness. Standing at the workshop entrance, he watched the activity unfold, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. This is the power of money, he mused. Yesterday's promise to pay wages had restored productivity overnight. Hope after all fuels diligence. Good morning, Mr. Jiang. Good morning, boss. Workers passing by greeted him warmly, their faces lit with genuine smiles. Jiang Wenjie nodded in return and strode purposefully toward the office building. The office had already been meticulously tidied. Upon the rosewood desk rested several documents, financial statements, and an employee roster prepared the previous night by Chen Xiongyu. At around 10:30 that morning, a soft knock sounded at the office door. Please come in. He Yanfang entered. Today dressed in a sharp black business suit, her hair drawn back into a neat professional chignon, a sleek black briefcase held firmly in hand. Good morning, Mr. Jiang, she said with courteous grace. Miss, he please take a seat. Jiang Wenjie rose to greet her, gesturing toward the chair opposite his desk. Tea or coffee? Tea will be fine. She sat down and opened her briefcase. First, the HK5000 you requested to be transferred from your personal account has been credited to Yichang's corporate account this morning. She withdrew a bank receipt from her folder and slid it across the desk. Jiang Wenjie glanced at it briefly and nodded. Thank you for your efforts. Secondly, she produced a thick stack of documents regarding your loan application. I've briefed our department head this morning, and he has preliminarily approved a credit facility of 3 million Hong Kong dollars. However, per standard procedure, our credit team must conduct an on-site inspection of the factory, review its financial statements, and appraise the collateral value. This entire process is expected to take between 2 weeks and 1 month. Turning to the loan terms page, she pointed to a line and continued, the lowest interest rate I can secure for you is 10% per annum. If, as discussed yesterday, you opt for a 3-year term, the total principal and interest due at maturity will amount to HK 484800, with fixed monthly repayments of HK 96800. 10%. Jiang Wenjie raised an eyebrow slightly. Though he'd long known that banking interest rates were generally high in this era, hearing the figure aloud still startled him. And what unsettled him further was a small footnote in the clause: the bank reserves the right to adjust the interest rate according to market conditions. That meant if he signed a long-term loan, now his monthly repayments could multiply several times over. An early repayment would incur steep penalties, effectively equaling the remaining principal. That meant if he signed a long-term loan, now his monthly repayments could multiply several times over. An early repayment would incur steep penalties, effectively equaling the remaining principal plus interest. Too high. Jiang Wenjie shook his head. And 3 years is too long. Hearing his hesitation about the loan term, He Yanfang looked genuinely surprised. Then, Mr. Jiang, how long would you prefer? 2 years, he replied decisively. 3 million Hong Kong dollars, 2-year term. Can the interest rate be negotiated any lower? Her expression turned hesitant. 10% is already the lowest rate within my authority. Mr. Jiang, liquidity is tight in the market right now. This rate is truly not excessive. And she paused, then lowered her voice. I've heard from colleagues in the credit department that rates may rise again next month. If you delay signing now, it may well increase further. Jiang Wenjie's thoughts stirred at her words. He knew she spoke truth, but he also knew the trajectory ahead. Rates would climb then fall. By year-end 1981, at their peak, today's 10% would seem almost generous. Then 2 years it is, he declared. 3 million Hong Kong dollars, 2-year term, 10% interest. He Yanfang exhaled in quiet relief and began filling out the loan application form. By the way, Mr. Jiang, I should remind you that early repayment incurs a penalty. The fee amounts to 5% of the outstanding principal, or the difference calculated using the floating rate mechanism, whichever is higher. Understood. The water boiled. Jiang Wenjie rose and walked to the low tea table, where he began preparing gongfu tea. The purple clay teapot moved deftly in his hands. Hot water cascaded into the vessel, releasing an aromatic mist, a habit carried across lifetimes rooted in his Chaos-Han heritage. By the way, Miss, he asked while pouring tea, did you manage to contact that textile export client you mentioned yesterday? Mentioning it, He Yanfang's face brightened. I was just about to tell you. I reached Mr. Su Zhirue last night. He specialized in U.S. and European export trade for over a decade. I shared your analysis of the energy crisis with him. He found it highly persuasive. Upon learning of your interest in collaboration, he immediately agreed to visit within the next few days to inspect samples. Excellent. Jiang Wenjie's eyes sparkled as he handed her a cup. I truly appreciate your help on this. You're far too kind, Mr. Jiang. She accepted the cup and took a delicate sip. Still, Mr. Su is pragmatic. He scrutinizes products closely. You'll need samples impressive enough to captivate him at first glance. Naturally, they continued sipping tea as conversation flowed. He Yanfang shared observations from the bank. Applications from small and medium enterprises had surged recently, but approvals remained scarce. Rumors swirled that several British trading houses were secretly plotting a major move, though details remained beyond her clearance level. Jiang Wenjie listened quietly, but his mind instantly leapt to the Kowloon Canton Hotel takeover battle. Timing-wise, the covert struggle between Y.K. Pow and Jardine Matheson was likely entering its deadlock phase. Both factions maintained strong ties with HSBC, yet historically the bank ultimately sided with the shipowner. Still, that held no relevance for Jiang Wenjie at this moment. At noon, Jiang Wenjie invited He Yanfang to lunch in the factory canteen, a repurposed warehouse fitted with a dozen long tables and benches. Workers queued for meals visibly reserved upon seeing their boss dining alongside a banker. No need to stand on ceremony. Please sit down. Jiang Wenjie waved them in. The meal was simple yet hearty: poached chicken, stir-fried greens, steamed fish, and a nourishing soup. He Yanfang looked pleasantly surprised. Wow, Mr. Jiang, your factory's canteen fare is excellent. After all, Jiang Wenjie smiled. A full stomach fuels hard work. Just then accountant Chen Xiongyu approached balancing a tray. Boss, Ms. Chen, please join us. Jiang Wenjie gestured to a seat. Has word spread among the workers about the funds arriving? Yes, she confirmed, a rare smile lighting her face. I announced it in the workshop this morning. We'll withdraw cash from the bank this afternoon, and if we return early, we'll distribute the overdue wages immediately plus the bonus month's salary you promised yesterday. The workers responded with extraordinary enthusiasm this morning. As she spoke, she stole a glance at Jiang Wenjie. Yesterday, she'd privately labeled him a spoiled scion. Yet today, his decisive actions, injecting capital immediately post-acquisition, honoring commitments, had begun shifting her perception. Watching him share lunch openly with the staff, she thought perhaps this young man is truly different. After lunch, He Yanfang departed for the bank. Jiang Wenjie personally escorted her to the factory gate. Once Mr. Su confirms his visit time, please notify me immediately. Certainly. After watching her car recede into the distance, Jiang Wenjie returned to his office and summoned personnel files of the factory's management team to review them one by one. Most were veteran employees, having served Yichang for over a decade, deeply familiar with fan manufacturing, yet mentally entrenched. Yet when Jiang Wenjie reached the dossier of Lu Yongda, director of sales, his gaze suddenly stilled. 1958-1962, worked in San Francisco M Country. 1965, joined Yichang, progressing from sales representative to team leader, then sales director. For full years in M Country. Jiang Wenjie checked his watch. It was already 2 p.m. He picked up the desk phone and dialed sales department's extension directly. Director Lu, please come to my office now. Come to my office now. 10 minutes later, Lu Yongda entered, only to find Jiang Wenjie seated at the tea table brewing gongfu tea. Rising with a warm, affable smile, he said, Director Lu, you're here. Please have a seat. In truth, Lu Yongda harbored quiet skepticism toward this new owner. Though the boss had promptly settled overdue wages, and even added a full month bonus energizing the workforce, he doubted such generosity alone could sustain business. As a seasoned employee himself, he dismissed Jiang Wenjie's lavish treatment of staff as reckless cost inflation, unbecoming of sound management. Moreover, he found yesterday's decision to continue producing outdated, bulky fan models utterly baffling, when the market clearly favored lightweight, multifunctional, stylish designs. Yet he wisely concealed his misgivings. After all, he was merely an employee. Why invite trouble by speaking? So he feigned deference, bowing slightly. Boss, you called for me. No need to stand. Please sit. Jiang Wenjie gestured to the chair opposite and resumed brewing tea. Director Lu, how long have you been with the factory? Lu Yongda sat and replied, 13 years, boss. Inside, he thought, of course, more charm, offensive, more flattery. 13 years already. Then you're truly a veteran. Jiang Wenjie nodded, discarding the first rinse of tea. By the way, how would you assess the factory's current state? Here it was, the real question. Lu Yongda braced himself, choosing his words carefully. Well, the foundation remains solid. Workers are skilled, production lines fully operational, though product offerings may lag behind market trends. His phrasing was diplomatic, but the meaning was unmistakable. Jiang Wenjie seemed oblivious to the subtext and pressed on. Director Lu, I noticed from your file that you once lived in M Country. Yes, I worked in San Francisco for several years back in my youth. Lu Yongda replied casually, inwardly puzzled. Why does that matter? Do you still have relatives or friends there? Jiang Wenjie asked, seemingly offhand, as he poured the second infusion into 2 tiny cups and pushed one toward him. Lu Yongda accepted the cup, leaned back in his chair, and answered nonchalantly, a few remain. Some run small shops, others work in factories, but we haven't been in touch for many years. He sipped the tea, thinking this new boss certainly knows how to make small talk, but what good is charm in running a factory? Jiang Wenjie set down his cup, leaned forward slightly, and fixed Lu Yongda with a serious gaze. Director Lu, I have an idea. I'd like your candid opinion. Go ahead, boss. Lu Yongda straightened in his seat. Currently, M Country faces a severe energy crisis. Oil prices soaring, government urging energy conservation. Jiang Wenjie spoke slowly. I anticipate a rising trend there for retro-style fans, simple in design, low in power consumption, and affordably priced. Lu Yongda frowned. He'd heard of M Country's energy shortages, but fans? Didn't most households there already rely on air conditioning? Jiang Wenjie, sensing his doubt, elaborated. Air conditioners consume enormous electricity. With utility rates surging, many ordinary families can no longer afford regular use. Though less cooling than AC's vintage fans offer significant energy savings, and their lower price point makes them an attractive option during economic hardship. Lu Yongda hesitated, unsure how to respond. I'd like you to contact your friends in M country. Jiang Wenjie locked eyes with him, and ship our product samples there for testing, or leverage their networks to explore market entry possibilities. Lu Yongda's heart lurched. His first instinct was absurd. Boss, he blurted, I haven't spoken to those friends in years. Reaching out now would be terribly awkward. And breaking into the M country market isn't simple. Product standards are stringent certifications, rigorous distribution channels. I'm aware of these challenges. Jiang Wenjie cut in calmly. But success lies in human endeavor. Director Lu, you've lived there, understand the market, and possess local connections. You're the ideal person for this task. Lu Yongda had nearly voiced another objection, until Jiang Wenjie's next words froze the protest midair. Should you succeed, Jiang Wenjie enunciated each word with deliberate weight. Not only will I raise your salary, but I will appoint you general manager of Yichang Electric Appliance Factory. General manager. Lu Yongda's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon hearing Jiang Wenjie say that if the task was accomplished, he could be promoted to factory manager, Lu Yongda's initial resistance and disdain vanished instantly. The temptation of a promotion was like a powerful magnet, instantly capturing his heart. After all, it was the position of a factory manager, the one in charge of managing the entire factory with a salary that would at least double and a status that would be worlds apart. Although he currently held the title of sales department director, he was essentially still a salesperson, needing to watch others' expressions while dealing with clients. But if he could become the factory manager, during the time when the Chun couple was alive, the position of factory manager at Yichang had always been vacant, mostly handled by boss Chen himself. Even after Chen Jiaxiang took over, it remained the same. Therefore, no matter how hard he worked, he could only aspire to the position of sales director at most. But now, the opportunity suddenly lay before him. At this moment, the ideas that he had previously considered absurd and unrealistic, which the new boss had just shared, suddenly became tempting. Jiang Wenjie was observing the changes in his expression, and knowing the time was right, he added fuel to the fire, saying, Director Lu, you have worked in the factory for so many years and your abilities are well recognized by everyone. The factory is currently facing difficulties, and it is precisely the time for someone to step up. If you can help us tap into the home appliance market in M country, that achievement would be enough for you to sit in the position of factory manager. Faced with Jiang Wenjie's temptations of fame and fortune, coupled with the insinuation that he was the pillar of Yichang, Lu Yongda's breathing suddenly became rapid. He then abruptly stood up, the hesitation and resistance on his face swept away, replaced by a desperate eagerness to perform. Boss, you can rest assured. He patted his chest vigorously, raising his voice by 8 degrees. I will immediately contact my relatives and friends. I will do my utmost to get this done. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenjie nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for him to sit down. He then pushed a cup of freshly brewed kung fu tea in front of him, saying, Good, I believe in you. Let's work hard together to ensure that Yichang Home Appliances makes a name for itself in the M country market. Absolutely. Absolutely. Lu Yongda raised the tea cup and drank it in one go, then disregarding savoring the tea, he placed the cup down, nodded heavily at Jiang Wenjie, and strode out of the office. After the door closed, Jiang Wenjie returned to the tea table and poured himself a cup. He knew that relying solely on a promise of being a factory manager might not truly motivate Lu Yongda to give his all. But at least this was a beginning. After all, as long as a person has a goal and desire, they will truly take action. As for whether the M country market could be opened up, Jiang Wenjie looked out the window where the machines roared in the workshop and the busy figures of workers shuttled between the assembly lines. He lifted the teacup and took a gentle sip. The tea had cooled slightly, but the aftertaste lingered. He thought, after all, the VIP clients from Yanfang's side could also be approached simultaneously. After all, 2 steps must be taken to go far. On the other side, after leaving the office, Lu Yongda, once the initial excitement faded, began to feel anxious. After all, the position of factory manager was an enormous temptation for him. But now, thinking calmly, he realized that expanding into the M country market was not an easy task. After all, his relatives and friends in M country were only capable of running small grocery stores. How much influence could they really have? Moreover, after so many years of not keeping in touch, suddenly asking them to help sell electric fans, who could say if they would even respond? He then returned to his office, closed the door, sat down in his chair, and lit a cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, his thoughts were a chaotic mess. One moment, he envisioned the glory of becoming the factory manager. The next, he imagined the awkward scene of being turned away in M country. He then thought that perhaps the new boss was just painting a grand picture to deceive him, yet he wondered what if it really worked out. After finishing one cigarette, Lu Yongda gritted his teeth, opened the drawer, and pulled out an old notebook. Inside there were some phone numbers and addresses. The paper had yellowed, and the handwriting had become somewhat blurred. When he flipped to the page labeled M country, his finger traced over several names. Cousin A Chong, who worked with him at the restaurant, Old John, whom he met at the department store. After hesitating for a moment, He picked up the phone on the table. The clicking sound of the dial tone echoed clearly in the quiet office. Lu Yongda's palms were slightly sweaty, and he silently rehearsed what he wanted to say. Start with small talk, ask about their recent situation, then subtly bring up the request for help. After a while the call connected. Hello. A male voice with a strong Cantonese accent came through. Lu Yongda took a deep breath, trying to sound relaxed and natural. Cousin A Chong. It's me, Yongda. The Yongda from Hong Kong, do you remember? On the other end there was a brief silence, then a surprised voice replied, Yongda. Oh, it's been a long time since I heard from you. How's it going? Still in sales? Yes, still in sales. Lu Yongda felt a sense of relief as they exchanged pleasantries. After chatting for about 10 minutes about family matters, he cautiously steered the conversation towards business, saying, Cousin, the reason I called is that I have a favor to ask. I explained the situation with the factory, the ideas the new boss had just shared, and the possibility of the retro electric fan having a market in M country, trying to keep it straightforward and clear, then held his breath waiting for the response on the other end. On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence. Just as Lu Yongda thought the other party was going to refuse, Cousin A Chong spoke up, a retro electric fan. You know, just recently someone asked about this. A white old man came to my store asking to buy an old-fashioned metal electric fan, not those light plastic ones. I searched for a while, but couldn't find one. Upon hearing this, Lu Yongda's heart raced. Really? Really? Yes, really, A Chong confirmed. But Yongda, you need to think this through. After all, there are many regulations in M country. Electrical appliances require certification, labeling, and insurance. If your factory really wants to sell these products, all of this needs to be prepared in advance. I understand, Lu Yongda quickly replied. Cousin, how about this? Can you help me find out first if there is any demand for this type of product over there? If there is, could you also see what price range they might accept? This way I can have our factory send samples and information, and then you can help me find some channels. Alright, I can ask around, but Yongda, we need to be clear about this up front. I can't guarantee that it will work out, and even if it does, we need to clarify the introduction fees and commissions beforehand. Of course. Cousin, don't worry, I understand the rules. Lu Yongda replied repeatedly. After hanging up the phone, he leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply. His palms were covered in sweat, but a fire ignited in his heart. It turned out, the boss' ideas were not just fanciful. Thinking this, he immediately picked up the notebook again and looked at the other names written inside. His gaze became increasingly resolute, and he thought to himself, the position of factory manager. I am determined to secure it. Then Lu Yongda picked up the phone again and dialed the second number. In the following days, a tense yet expectant atmosphere enveloped the Yichang Electronics factory, as Lu Yongda had received a promise from Jiang Wenjie. After his maternal uncle agreed to let him send a batch of samples to his store for trial sales, he seemed like he was like a changed man, diving straight into the office to make phone calls as soon as he arrived at the factory, each morning speaking for hours on end. Occasionally, his fervent and earnest voice could be heard seeping through the door cracks. He was communicating with relatives and friends in M country. After receiving initial feedback, he began organizing the factory's product information and preparing a sample list, busily rushing about. Jiang Wenjie observed all of this, knowing that the promise from the factory manager was taking effect. Once a person has a clear goal, the energy they unleash is often beyond imagination. However, he did not place all his hopes solely on Lu Yongda. On another front, the loan process at HSBC was also proceeding at full speed. That morning, a black sedan pulled up at the factory gate and 3 men in suits got out. It was the on-site inspection team from HSBC's credit department. The leader, manager Zhang, in his 40s with gold-rimmed glasses, appeared very businesslike, while the other two, slightly younger, one held a clipboard to take notes, and the other carried a camera ready to take pictures. Jiang Wenjie personally greeted them at the door warmly, but not obsequiously, saying, Manager Zhang, welcome, welcome. Thank you all for making the trip. Zhang, you're too modest. This is our job, Manager Zhang replied, shaking hands with him, his gaze already habitually beginning to survey the factory environment. Subsequently, the group took a tour around the factory. The machinery roared in the workshops, and workers were busy at their posts with semi-finished products flowing neatly along the assembly line. Manager Zhang frequently paused to inquire about the production processes, equipment conditions, and inventory management. In response, Jiang Wenjie answered fluently throughout the inspection. After all, he had recently made up for a lot of knowledge on home appliance manufacturing, coupled with the communication skills he honed in his past life in the financial industry, so he didn't falter. Zhang, what are the main products your factory currently offers? Manager Zhang paused in the finished goods area. Mainly these two models. Jiang Wenjie led them to the display racks. One is a traditional floor fan with metal blades, and the other is a classic ceiling fan. Both are quite timeless styles without too many fancy features, but made with solid and durable materials. Manager Zhang walked up to a classic ceiling fan, reaching out to touch the solid wood blades, then looked at the craftsmanship details, nodding in acknowledgement. The workmanship is quite good, but Zhang, the market currently favors lightweight and multifunctional styles. Do you think this retro style will have a market? This question is quite sharp, but Jiang Wenjie was prepared. You're right, Manager Zhang. The mainstream is indeed moving towards lightweight designs. He spoke calmly. What we are targeting is another niche market. That is the nostalgic market, or rather the classic durable. This is similar to watches. Some people prefer the precision and convenience of electronic watches, while others cherish the craftsmanship of mechanical watches. The same goes for electric fans. He paused for a moment and added, moreover, due to the recent energy crisis in country, many people have started to pay attention to energy-saving products. Our design of the metal blade fan provides a strong airflow while consuming relatively low power, perfectly aligning with this trend. Manager Zhang seemed to ponder this, not asking further questions, and they continued their inspection for over 2 hours. When it ended, Zhang Wenjie led them to the office for tea and a break. The tea set was already set up and the water was boiling. "Thank you for your hard work. Please have a cup of tea to refresh yourselves," Zhang Wenjie said, while brewing the tea. Manager Zhang took off his glasses to wipe them. His expression softened considerably from when he first arrived. "Although your factory isn't very large, the management is quite standardized, and the workers' conditions are also good, better than several we have seen before." "You're too kind, Manager Zhang. We're just starting out and have many areas to improve." Zhang Wenjie served 3 cups of tea in front of the 3 men. After 3 rounds of tea, the atmosphere gradually relaxed. Zhang Wenjie then stood up and took out 3 package boxes from the corner. "This is a small token of appreciation from our factory." He pushed the boxes in front of the 3 men. Each box contains a floor fan and a portable radio, both produced by our factory. "They aren't worth much, but please take them back to try out. If there are any shortcomings, we hope you can provide feedback." Upon hearing Zhang Wenjie's words, Manager Zhang was momentarily stunned, quickly waving his hands in response. "Zhang, that's not appropriate. You've misunderstood, Manager Zhang." Zhang Wenjie smiled. "This isn't a gift, it's a request for you professionals to help with product testing. Only after you have all used it can we truly know how our product performs and whether it deserves the bank support, right?" This was beautifully stated, giving the other party an exit while packaging the intention in a grand manner. Manager Zhang and his 2 colleagues exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted. Then, "Thank you, Zhang," Manager Zhang said. Zhang Wenjie then took out 3 envelopes from the drawer, placing them on top of the boxes with a very natural expression. "And this is a small token for tea expenses. I apologize for the trouble. You've come a long way and your lunch has been delayed. Let this be my treat for a simple meal." The envelopes weren't thick, but it was obvious they contained cash. Manager Zhang's expression changed slightly. He was about to refuse, but Zhang Wenjie quickly spoke up. "Manager Zhang, I understand the rules, but this is just a small gesture with no other intentions. Regardless of whether the loan is approved, in the end the necessary processes will still be followed and the required materials will still be reviewed. I just hope that when you report back you can accurately reflect the actual situation of our factory." At this point, to refuse would seem pretentious. Manager Zhang ultimately nodded, accepting the envelope into his briefcase, and said, "Zhang, rest assured we will evaluate objectively." After sending off the credit team, Zhang Wenjie returned to his office alone, taking a long sigh of relief. Having spent over a decade in the financial circle in his past life, he was well aware of these ins and outs. During on-site inspections, credit officers not only look at the factory's hardware, but also assess whether the owner knows how to handle matters. Thus, an appropriate gesture is essential. To put it harshly, it's essentially a kickback, especially in the 1970s Hong Kong, where such social customs were indispensable. Sure enough, the next day, He Yanfang called with a cheerful tone, saying, "Zhang, the colleagues in the credit department have a very good impression of you." Manager Zhang mentioned that although your factory isn't large, the management is standardized and the owner is quite genuine. The loan approval is likely to be quicker than expected. "Thank you, Miss He, for your assistance," Zhang Wenjie sincerely replied. "Oh, I didn't help much. You handled everything beautifully. By the way, I've already set up an appointment with Boss Su. He will come to inspect the factory tomorrow morning." Zhang, this Boss Su is very professional in foreign trade and has a keen eye, so be mentally prepared. "Understood, thank you for the reminder." After hanging up, Zhang Wenjie walked to the window, observing the busy scene in the workshop below. Tomorrow's visit would be the real test. At 10 o'clock the next morning, a black Mercedes drove into the factory area. The door opened, and the first to step out was He Yanfang, who was dressed in a cream-colored business suit, exuding a sense of competence and elegance. Following her was a man in his 50s, Su Zhui, who was not tall, but had an upright posture. He wore a deep blue suit, his hair meticulously combed, and carried a briefcase, clearly a businessman. "Zhang Sheng, this is Boss Su Zhui," He Yanfang introduced. "Boss Su, this is Zhang Wenjie, the owner of Yichang Electric Appliance Factory." "Boss Su, it's a pleasure to meet you." Zhang Wenjie extended his hand. "Zhang Sheng, I've heard much about you." Su Zhui shook hands with him, his gaze lingering on Zhang Wenjie's face for a few seconds, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He was too young. But soon he adjusted his expression, revealing a professional smile. "Miss He has told me a lot about Zhang Sheng. It's great to finally meet you in person." "You're too kind, Boss Su." Zhang Wenjie gestured invitingly. "Shall we head to the workshop first?" "Sure, let's go." As they entered the workshop, Zhang Wenjie personally introduced the production line and products, while Su Zhui observed closely, occasionally asking questions. "What brand is this motor? What material are the blades made of? What's the daily production capacity?" Zhang Wenjie, who had thoroughly studied the product information from his factory in the past few days, answered one by one, his tone quite calm. Watching Zhang Wenjie's confident demeanor, He Yanfang secretly admired him. This man was always so composed no matter the circumstances. After inspecting the workshop, they proceeded to the sample display room, which was filled with various styles of fans: classical ceiling fans, table fans, standing fans. Most were traditional designs, simple and unadorned. Su Zhihui walked around the display room, his brow slightly furrowed. Jiangsheng, to speak frankly, aren't your products a bit too outdated? The popular designs in the market right now are all trendy, featuring remote controls, timers, and multiple wind speeds. Jiangsheng nodded, replying, "You are right, boss Su, our products are indeed not the most fashionable." He paused, walked to a classical ceiling fan, and touched the solid wood blades. "However, boss Su, you have been exporting for so many years, you should understand the European and American markets better than I do. Right now, there is a severe energy crisis in Europe and America, with skyrocketing electricity costs. Air conditioning has become a luxury, and many people are beginning to use electric fans again." Upon hearing this, Su Zhihui nodded and replied, "That is true. I have indeed received numerous inquiries from European and American clients recently, all asking about electric fans. This is the opportunity." Jiang Wenjie turned around, his eyes bright with determination. "But Europeans and Americans have different consumption habits than ours. They seek not the cheapest, but the most tasteful and sentimental products. Look at this one." He pointed to the classical ceiling fan, solid wood blades, brass motor cover, vintage carvings. Placed in a living room, it is not just a fan, but a decorative piece, a nostalgic sentiment. Such products could have a market far superior to those trendy fans made of plastic with flashy features. Su Zhihui stroked his chin thoughtfully. Having been in the export business for over a decade and dealing with European and American clients, he understood their preferences well. Jiang Wenjie's words indeed hit the nail on the head. Moreover, Jiang Wenjie added, the production cost of these classical models is low and the profit margin is large. If we set a reasonable price, they will be very competitive in the European and American markets. Su Zhihui pondered for a moment and said, "What Jiangsheng said makes sense, but how the market reacts specifically still needs to be tested in practice." "Of course." Jiang Wenjie smiled, saying, "So I would like to ask Boss Su for a favor. Our factory can provide a batch of samples, and then you can help transport them to Europe and America. Let the clients try them out. If they sell well, that's great. If not, it's fine. Consider it making friends." Su Zhihui looked at Jiang Wenjie and suddenly asked, "Where are you from, Jiangsheng?" "Jiang," Jiang Wenjie replied. "Oh, Jiang." Su Zhihui's eyes lit up. "I'm from Lufeng, a fellow hometown person." "Really?" Jiang Wenjie laughed. "What a coincidence. Is Boss Su also from Chaozhou?" "Yes. A Chaozhou person working in Hong Kong. Wherever we go, we are all." Su Zhihui's tone became noticeably warmer, and amidst the conversation, he casually asked, "Jiangsheng, you are so young and have started a factory. That's impressive. What does your family do?" This question was cleverly asked, appearing as small talk, but in reality, it was probing into Jiang Wenjie's background. After all, being able to start a factory at such a young age and apply for a large loan, he felt Jiang Wenjie must have family support behind him. Jiang Wenjie sensed the underlying meaning and smiled, replying, "My family is just an ordinary family. I ventured out on my own. I made some money in the stock market before, and I believe that the real industry is fundamental, so I bought this factory." He spoke vaguely while Su Zhihui nodded, not probing further. However, he was still pondering. He knew most members of the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce in Hong Kong and had not heard of any prominent family with the surname Jiang. Yet the temperament, speech, and style of Jiang Wenjie did not seem like those of an ordinary family's child. But then he thought there were many Chaozhou people in Hong Kong, many of whom were wealthy, but had not joined the chamber. Moreover, Jiang Wenjie was introduced by He Yanfang, who was a client manager at HSBC. Being listed as a VIP client by her indicated that his financial strength was not weak. He must be a low-key rich kid, Su Zhihui concluded in his heart, venturing out to gain experience, not wanting to rely on his family, so he started his own business. This judgment made him more at ease regarding the cooperation. Jiangsheng is too modest, Su Zhihui smiled. Being able to open a factory in Hong Kong and receiving support from HSBC, how could you be ordinary? He Yanfang, observing the subtle cues, timely said, "Boss Su, although Jiangsheng is young, he has many ideas. His investment in the stock market shows he has a good eye for opportunities." This statement was to the point, but Su Zhihui understood. This young man had both capital and intelligence. Thus Su Zhihui nodded and asked, "What about the pricing? What price range are you planning to sell at?" "The initial pricing is set at $25 for the standing fan and $35 for the ceiling fan. The retail price in Country M is estimated to be roughly double that." Jiang Wenjie quoted the numbers he had calculated beforehand. "This price," Su Zhihui pondered, "it's more expensive than the products from Taiwan, but cheaper than those from Country R. If the quality is indeed good, then there is still a chance." He paused and looked at Jiang Wenjie. "Jiangsheng, you are quite interesting." A genuine smile appeared on his face for the first time today. "At such a young age, your perspective is quite insightful. Let's do this. I'll first take a batch of samples. I'll have someone send them to New York and then try a few channels to test the waters. If the market response is good, we can discuss further cooperation later." Jiang Wenjie felt a surge of joy, but maintained his composure on the surface, saying, "That's wonderful." Then he continued, Boss Su miss, shall we go to my office for some tea? We can chat while we drink. Sure. Su Zhiruei replied. How can we Chaozhou people do business without gongfu tea? Soon the three of them arrived at the office. Jiang Wenjie skillfully set up the tea utensils, warming the pot, placing the tea, and brewing it. Su Zhiruei watched, feeling a bit more favorable towards this young man. He not only understood business, but also brewed Chaozhou gongfu tea quite well. Boss Su, please. Jiang Wenjie handed over a cup of tea. Thank you. Su Zhiruei took it, first inhaling the aroma, then savoring a small sip. Oh, this is Phoenix Dan Song. You have a good eye, Boss Su. Jiang Wenjie smiled. It is indeed Chaozhou Phoenix Dan Song. Nothing beats tea. Su Zhiruei remarked. After so many years in Hong Kong, what I miss most is the tea from my hometown, the flavors. As they drank tea and chatted, they discussed the local customs of Chaozhou business practices in Hong Kong, and the market trends in Europe and America growing increasingly in sync. Jiang Shang. Su Zhiruei set down his teacup. How many samples do you plan to send for the first batch? 100 units, Jiang Wenjie replied. 50 classical ceiling fans and 50 standing fans. Is that okay? That's fine, Su Zhiruei nodded. We are just testing the waters for now. If the market response is good, we can increase the quantity later. He thought for a moment and continued. But Jiang Sheng, I must remind you, while the European and American markets are large, the competition is fierce. Manufacturers from country R and Taiwan are all competing for a share of the home appliance market. Our products need to stand out to succeed. I understand, Jiang Wenjie said. That's why I'm focusing on the retro style. While others pursue trends, we're taking the opposite approach to create nostalgia and sentimentality. This line of thought is good, Su Zhiruei praised. However, I still have to remind you that in the European and American markets, apart from having competitive pricing, the key is that the product quality must be solid. After all, consumers in country M are very discerning. If the quality isn't up to par, it will ruin your reputation in one go. Rest assured, Boss Su, the quality is absolutely guaranteed. Jiang Wenjie promised seriously. Every unit will undergo strict testing before leaving the factory. As long as you can ensure quality, Su Zhiruei said. However, Jiangsheng, business is business. If this batch of samples sells, well, we will have to sign a formal contract for subsequent orders. Of course, Jiang Wenjie nodded. The necessary procedures must be followed and contracts must be signed. Even among brothers, accounts must be clear. This is how cooperation can last. Su Zhiruei looked at Jiang Wenjie, the last shred of doubt in his heart dissipating. This young man was not only insightful, but also steady in his work, making him a worthy partner for long-term cooperation. Great. He stood up. Jiang Sheng, it's settled then. I'll arrange things as soon as I return, and you send the samples over as soon as possible. No need to rush, Boss Su. Jiang Wenjie also stood up. How about we have lunch at the factory? Our cafeteria chef is excellent at making Chaozhou dishes. Oh, Su Zhiruei became interested. Then I must try it. At noon, the atmosphere in the factory cafeteria was lively. The cafeteria staff, hearing that the boss was entertaining a fellow Chaozhou native, specially prepared several authentic Chaozhou dishes: oyster omelets, marinated goose beef meatball soup, and stir-fried Chinese broccoli. Su Zhiruei took a bite of the oyster omelet and praised repeatedly, authentic, truly authentic. This taste is exactly the same as my mother's cooking. I'm glad you like it, Boss Su, Jiang Wenjie said with a smile. Most of our factory chefs are Chaozhou people. They are best at cooking hometown dishes. No wonder. Su Zhiruei picked up a piece of marinated goose. So, Jiangsheng, are there many Chaozhou people in your factory? Quite a few, Jiang Wenjie replied. More than half of the workers in the workshop are fellow Chaozhou natives. We look out for each other when we are away from home. That's right, Su Zhiruei remarked. We Chaozhou people must stick together wherever we go. It's tough to forge ahead alone, but when we band together, we can accomplish anything. He looked at Jiang Wenjie and suddenly lowered his voice. Jiangsheng, have you considered joining the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce? Jiang Wenjie was taken aback. Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce. Yes, Su Zhiruei nodded. The Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce in Hong Kong is filled with businessmen from our hometown. It has a broad network and ample resources supporting each other. With your capabilities, joining the chamber would be no problem. Jiang Wenjie pondered for a moment before replying. Thank you for your kind offer, Boss Su, but my factory is just starting out. I'd prefer to wait until I achieve some results before considering it. That's fine. Su Zhiruei nodded in understanding. First, stabilize and strengthen your factory. Once you achieve results, joining the chamber will naturally follow. After lunch, Su Zhiruei took his leave, and He Yanfang also had to return to the bank. Jiang Wenjie personally escorted them to the factory gate. Jiangsheng, I'll expedite the loan process, He Yanfang said. I estimate it will be approved next week. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Wenjie said. Missy, I truly appreciate your help this time. You're too polite, Jiangsheng, He Yanfang smiled. I'm happy to be of assistance. After seeing Su Zhiruei and He Yanfang off, Jiang Wenjie returned to his office and let out a long sigh. Liu Yongda had a few small orders, and Su Zhiruei had 100 units of samples for trial sales. Although the quantities were not large, it was at least a start. After all, through these channels, the products could directly enter the market in country M for testing. If the response was good, there would be large-scale orders to follow. He walked to the window watching the workers below who were busy with the machines roaring. This factory was like a freshly started machine, still a bit rough around the edges, but already beginning to operate. The next key point was to see if the market in Country M would indeed ignite a wave of nostalgia for electric fans, just as he anticipated. Jiang Wenjie believed in his judgment. After all, he clearly remembered that in his previous life Lu Wanxiong seized this opportunity and made over 2 billion in just 2 years. Now he too needed to seize this opportunity. With this thought, he turned back to his desk, picked up the phone on the table, and dialed Lu Yongda's extension. "Director Lu, come to my office for a moment. Also, we need to increase the sample order. Prepare an additional 50 units, each of the standing and ceiling fans made to the highest standards." On the other end of the line, Lu Yongda's voice was filled with enthusiasm. "Yes, boss." Hanging up the phone, Jiang Wenjie leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Now the path was already laid out. Next, it was just a matter of waiting for the market's validation, and he was confident that the result of this validation would certainly be a pleasant surprise. In late September to early October, this half-month was filled with both anticipation and anxiety for Jiang Wenjie, as the 3 million loan from HSBC had successfully arrived. When he received the phone call from He Yanfeng, Jiang Wenjie finally felt a portion of his anxious heart settle. Now his personal account, combined with the remaining 200 in the factory's account, gave him over 4 million Hong Kong dollars in cash. Moreover, the export certification materials had been fully applied for, the samples had passed inspection, and as soon as Jiang Wenjie modified the 100 samples requested by Su Zhiruei, according to M Country's UL certification standards, he immediately arranged for Lu Yongda to ship all the samples requested by his relatives. On the day the samples were sent out, Lu Yongda stood at the warehouse door watching as the workers loaded the packaged fans onto the truck, his palms slick with sweat. "Boss, what if?" He hesitated. "Relax," Jiang Wenjie patted his shoulder. "In business, nothing is guaranteed to succeed. We do our best and leave the rest to fate." Despite saying this, Jiang Wenjie himself was also tense, for if this move succeeded, he could replicate Liu's path to success and establish a foothold in the business world of Hong Kong. But if he failed? He shook his head, quickly dismissing that thought. After all, there was no turning back now, and he could only charge forward. In the following 2 weeks, Lu Yongda almost ran to Jiang Wenjie's office several times a day, each time asking the same question: "Boss, is there any news from M Country?" "Not yet," Jiang Wenjie always replied calmly. "Just wait a bit longer." Until mid-October, Lu Yongda could not sit still any longer. "Boss, it's been more than half a month with no news at all." Lu Yongda paced in the office. "Do you think there might be an issue with the samples? Or maybe they got lost? Should I make a call to check?" Jiang Wenjie was making tea, still composed, as he replied, "Director Lu, don't be impatient. Business is not that easy. Just because we send something doesn't mean orders will come in right away. Just wait a bit longer." He poured a cup of tea for Lu Yongda. "Sit down and have some tea. The more anxious you are, the more it shows we're lacking confidence." Seeing his boss so calm, Lu Yongda reluctantly sat down and gulped his tea, but still furrowed his brow. "Boss, it's not that I lack patience, I'm just worried. Although our factory has resumed production, there are over 10,000 fans piled up in the warehouse. If there's no news from M Country, what will happen to these goods? If they can't be sold, then they just can't be sold." Jiang Wenjie interrupted him. "The worst outcome is simply having to lower the price and take a loss. But what if we receive good news?" He looked at Lu Yongda. "Director Lu, you have experience in M Country. You should know their way of doing things. They have their own pace for handling matters, and our impatience won't change that." That said, he himself was also starting to feel anxious as each day passed without news from M Country, while the factory's production costs continued to accumulate and wages and loan interests needed to be paid. If this failed, he would truly be left with nothing possibly worse off than Chen Jiaxiang. At least he had cash-out options and could live comfortably for the rest of his life if he didn't squander it. Hoping not to be disappointed, Jiang Wenjie silently prayed. Thus, in the blink of an eye, another half-month passed. Just as everyone began to despair, a turning point arrived. That afternoon, Jiang Wenjie was reviewing financial reports in his office when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps outside, and the door was slammed open. Lu Yongda rushed in, waving a piece of telegram. "Boss, it's here. News from M Country." Lu Yongda's voice was distorted with excitement, his face flushed red. Jiang Wenjie's heart skipped a beat, but he remained calm on the surface. "Take your time and tell me what's the news." "My cousin, he runs a grocery store in Los Angeles," Lu Yongda gasped. "He just called the factory and said our samples are selling like crazy. Look." He slapped the telegram on the desk. "This is the telegram he sent. The first batch of 100 samples sold out in just 3 days. Now there are dozens of people in the store waiting to buy." Jiang Wenjie picked up the telegram. It was in English with a brief but clear message: "Samples are selling well, requesting an immediate restock of 1,000 units with a deposit offered and a request for exclusive agency rights in California." His hands trembled slightly, but he quickly regained control. "What else?" he asked. "What about the other contacts you..." All the same, Lu Yongda pulled out several more papers from his pocket. They all sent telegrams. "Everyone, my friend Tom said that there are protests all across M Country against rising electricity prices, and many families are reverting to using fans. He said our type of old-fashioned fan is not only cheap, but also energy-efficient, perfectly aligning with the current consumer trend. Jiang Wenjie took a deep breath, feeling the weight that had pressed on his chest finally lift. What about Su Boss, he asked. Su Boss just called too. Liu Yongda's voice trembled with excitement. He said the 100 samples he sent over sold out in less than 2 days at his client's store. He is already on his way to the factory to sign a formal contract, and he wants as many as we can supply. Jiang Wenjie closed his eyes and took another deep breath. It worked. It really worked. When he opened his eyes, his expression was already clear. Director Liu, you need to arrange for the workshop to produce at full capacity immediately and repackage all the fans in stock ready for shipment at any time. Yes. Liu Yongda turned to leave. Wait, Jiang Wenjie called him back. Remember, this news should not be disclosed to the outside world, especially to anyone outside our circle. Understood. After Liu Yongda left, Jiang Wenjie walked to the window. Below, the factory machines roared and the workers were busy, but he knew that from this day forward the fate of this factory would change entirely. At 3 in the afternoon, Su Zhirue arrived at the factory, and this time he was not alone. He brought 2 clients. The 3 of them spent a full 3 hours discussing with Jiang Wenjie in the conference room, ultimately signing a contract worth $1.2 million, requiring Yichang Appliance Factory to deliver 30,000 fans within 3 months. Jiang Sheng. After signing the contract, Su Zhirue shook Jiang Wenjie's hand, feeling moved. I truly admire you this time. Your judgment on the energy crisis was spot on. Now electricity prices in M country have risen by over 30%, and air conditioning has become a luxury. Your fans are arriving just in time. Su Boss, you flatter me. It's mainly due to good luck, Jiang Wenjie humbly replied. Luck? Su Zhirue shook his head. After so many years in business, the one thing I don't believe in is luck. What you have is vision and courage. After seeing Su Zhirue and his party off, Jiang Wenjie immediately gathered the factory's management team for an urgent meeting, disregarding his meal. Before long, the conference room was filled with people: production directors, technical directors, purchasing directors, key sales staff. Everyone looked eagerly at him. Everyone, Jiang Wenjie got straight to the point. The opportunity has arrived. The market doors in M country have opened. What we need to do now is to sprint with all our might. He wrote a few numbers on the whiteboard. Currently, we have orders totaling 36,000 units, while our monthly production capacity is only a little over 10,000 units. This means at our current pace, it will take us over 4 months to fulfill all the orders. This speed is too slow, production director Lao Yang frowned. Boss, we can work overtime and directly arrange for 3 shifts to increase our monthly production capacity to 14,000 units. 14,000 units a month is still not enough, Jiang Wenjie shook his head. Moreover, we cannot put all our eggs in one basket. If we rely solely on our own production, and something goes wrong with the production line or raw material supply, the entire order will be in jeopardy. Everyone exchanged glances, and Liu Yongda cautiously asked, So boss, what do you mean? Acquisition. Jiang Wenjie wrote 2 characters on the whiteboard. There are many factories in Xinjiang making fans. As far as I know, there are at least 7 or 8 factories in Yunlong alone with excess inventory, and several others are close to stopping production due to insufficient orders. Lao Huang. He looked at purchasing director Huang Kemming. Go out these days and sweep up all the fan inventory on the market. Prices are negotiable, but do it quickly. But boss, Lao Huang hesitated, most of the other manufacturers' inventory consists of old models, some even stored for over 2 years. As long as they work in country, people don't care about that, Jiang Wenjie interrupted him. Remember, we are racing against time. The North American market pie won't only be visible to us forever. I estimate it won't be more than 2 or 3 months before other manufacturers start reacting, so we must capture as much of the market as possible before that. It proved that Jiang Wenjie's judgment was correct. Lao Huang and his team traveled through over 20 home appliance factories in Yunlong, Kowloon New Territories, and Hong Kong Island, successfully acquiring a large amount of inventory. Some were last year's models, some were from the year before, and even some from the year before that. However, the prices were kept very low, averaging less than 20 Hong Kong dollars per unit. After simple repairs and repackaging, these stocks were immediately labeled with the Yichang brand, turning them into hot commodities. In just 2 weeks, 30,000 units of inventory fans were all loaded onto ships bound for M country. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenjie immediately started placing orders with other appliance factories, directly reaching out to those of medium scale, with decent technology, but insufficient orders, proposing cooperation. He would provide design drawings and raw materials, while the partner would handle production and he would take care of the sales of the Initially, some factory owners were hesitant, worried about not receiving payment, but when Jiang Wenjie presented HSBC's credit certificate and promised a 30% deposit, most nodded in agreement. Jiang Sheng, an owner, said during the signing, "To be honest, I was planning to lay off workers this month. Now with your orders, the factory can survive again. Cooperation leads to mutual benefits." Jiang Wenjie smiled and shook hands. By the end of November, the number of factories working for Jiang Wenjie reached 16, with a total monthly production capacity exceeding 100,000 units. Meanwhile, his own Ichang factory, after updating equipment and expanding the workforce, also increased its monthly production capacity to 15,000 units. However, good times did not last long. In early December, news of the booming North American fan market finally began to trickle back to Hong Kong. That afternoon, Jiang Wenjie was reviewing financial reports in his office when Lu Yongda rushed in, panic-stricken. "Boss, something's wrong." "What's wrong?" Jiang Wenjie frowned. Recently, several home appliance factories in Xiangjiang announced plans to enter the North American fan market. Lu Yongda panted. And Sanyo from Country R and LG, which was formerly known as Jinxing, have also hinted that they will export fans to M country next month. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenjie immediately put down the documents in hand, fell silent for a few seconds, then smiled, and said, "What was bound to happen has finally come." "Boss, at a time like this, you're still smiling." Lu Yongda stamped his feet in frustration. "Once they enter the market, they will definitely engage in price wars with us, though our good days are coming to an end." "Who says that?" Jiang Wenjie stood up and walked to the window. "Director Lu, do you know what is most important? Is it product quality?" Lu Yongda asked uncertainly. "No, it's seizing the opportunity." Jiang Wenjie turned around, his gaze sharp. "We entered the market over 2 months earlier than they did. During these 2 months, we have already established a sales network in M country. At the same time, we have signed long-term contracts with over a dozen distributors, and our brand has gained some recognition. Now that they enter, they can only get the leftovers." As he spoke, he returned to his desk and pulled out a report. "Look at this. Last month, we shipped 60,000 units, netting a profit of $880,000. This month, we expect to ship 110,000 units with a net profit of $112,000, while other manufacturers are still in the preparation stage. By the time their products reach M country, it will take at least another month and a half." "So what you mean is?" Lu Yongda looked at the numbers on the report, gradually calming down. "What I mean is, while they have not yet entered the market, we need to continue expanding our market share." A month later, much like Lu Wanxiong, who was the first to discover the nostalgic electric fan market in North America, his company Imei Gao has recently begun to increase its production capacity for electric fans. At the same time, manufacturers from Country R and South Korea have also set their sights on this lucrative market, making the competition for the North American nostalgic electric fan market suddenly fierce. However, Jiang Wenjie had already completed his layout, and the Ichang brand electric fan had established a firm foothold in the electrical market of Country M due to its first-mover advantage. Although its profits are no longer as outrageous as they were in the first 2 months, the steady monthly sales of 30 to 40,000 units still yield considerable net profits. As the year-end approached in mid-January, Jiang Wenjie called Lu Yongda, who was on a business trip in Country M, back to the office. He then arranged over 30 tables at the largest restaurant in Yuanlong for a small celebration. That evening, the restaurant was beautifully decorated, and the atmosphere was lively, with the management and all employees of Ichang Home Appliances present, filling 36 tables. "Everyone," Jiang Wenjie raised his glass and stood up. "Over the past few months, everyone has worked hard. The factory's revival and our entry into the Country M market all depend on your efforts. Let me toast to you all first. Cheers to the boss." Nearly 300 people raised their glasses in unison, creating a spectacular scene. After Jiang Wenjie downed his drink, he gestured for everyone to sit down. "Enjoy your meal, don't be shy, make sure to eat and drink well today." As the feast officially commenced, the workers began to indulge themselves, while the management table quickly became lively, as everyone took turns to toast Jiang Wenjie. At that moment, the technical director Yang Guozhong stood up. This usually taciturn senior technician had a flushed face today, clearly showing the effects of the alcohol. With a glass in hand and slightly red-rimmed eyes, he said, "Boss, to be honest, we were all anxious before." His voice trembled slightly. "Previously, when the old owner had the factory in disarray, and with the new owner being so young, we all doubted whether the factory would really have a future." He took a deep breath and continued, "But now we all realize how short-sighted we were to doubt your capabilities, boss. I will down this cup on behalf of everyone to apologize to you." With that, he tilted his head back and downed a full glass of liquor in one gulp. Drinking too quickly, he choked and coughed a few times, and those nearby hurried to pat his back. Yang Guozhong waved his hand and continued, "This time it's truly thanks to your keen insight, boss. You said that the energy crisis in Country M would lead to a boom in nostalgic fans, and at first we didn't believe it. But what happened? You were completely right. That's how our factory revived and made a fortune." He filled his second cup, saying, "Over these past few months, not only have we received our salaries on time every month, but we've also received bonuses. This year-end, we can finally have a prosperous celebration. All of this is thanks to you, boss. Let's raise another glass and hope you continue to lead us to prosperity. Cheers to the boss." The crowd erupted in a chorus of congratulations, the noise almost lifting the roof, and although Jiang Wenjie felt a bit moved, he was more sober than ever. After all, he knew that the workers' gratitude was genuine, but it was built on the foundation of benefits. If one day the factory faltered again, these smiles would disappear immediately, yet he still wore a gentle smile and raised his glass in response. After 3 rounds of drinks and various dishes, the atmosphere reached its peak. At this moment Jiang Wenjie stood up again, signaling for everyone to quiet down. Everyone, while we're in good spirits today, I have an announcement to make. He paused, looking at Lu Yongda. That is effective today. Director Lu Yongda will officially be promoted to the position of factory director of Yichang Home Appliances. Wow. Thunderous applause erupted and the workers all turned to look at Lu Yongda, their eyes filled with... Lu Yongda was completely taken aback. Although Jiang Wenjie had promised him this before, and he had always been looking forward to it, at this moment, he was still too excited to speak. Boss. He stood up, his voice choked with emotion. Director Lu, well deserved. Jiang Wenjie patted his shoulder and said, you've worked hard these past few months. Opening up the country market and establishing our channels, you played a crucial role. Thank you, boss. Lu Yongda bowed deeply, and when he raised his head, his eyes were already red. I will definitely not disappoint your trust. The applause grew even more enthusiastic and the workers urged Director Lu say a few words. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Lu Yongda said, Dear colleagues, my success today is entirely due to the boss' support and everyone's backing. Lu Yongda won't say anything flowery, just one thing. Follow the boss and you won't go wrong. Good. The atmosphere reached a climax and the workers took turns to toast Jiang Wenjie and Lu Yongda, expressing their gratitude as they had witnessed the factory's transformation from the brink of closure to thriving over these past few months. Since the new owner took over Yichang, not only have salaries been paid on time every month, but bonuses were also increased. The production line is fully operational and overtime fees are provided. The factory's accumulated products are now selling like hotcakes. Therefore, everyone genuinely respected the young new owner Jiang Wenjie from the bottom of their hearts. As the celebration banquet ended, it was already past 11 at night. Outside, the restaurant employees were saying goodbye to each other in small groups, all with satisfied smiles on their faces. Among them, Yang Guozhong was supported by a few apprentices repeatedly muttering, the boss is brilliant, while Chen Xiongyu and some other female accountants took a taxi to leave together. Jiang Wenjie stood on the steps at the entrance of the restaurant, lit a cigarette, and watched all this with a gentle smile, responding to each employee's farewell as they passed by, but in his heart, he was thinking about something entirely different. After all, the fan market in North America has already started to take off, and Lu Luangxing's Imei Gao has also entered the market just as it did in history. Meanwhile, manufacturers from country R and South Korea have arrived. The competition ahead will become increasingly fierce. Although his factory is currently able to maintain stable monthly shipments of 30 to 40,000 electric fans, Jiang Wenjie knows that such good days cannot last forever. Once the market is completely saturated, the classic electric fans will revert to their ordinary status as just regular home appliances with thin profits. Thus, he must transform quickly, just like Lu Luanxiong in his past life, before the wind dies down. At present, he must first create an illusion of prosperity, making the old foxes in Xiangjiang believe that Yichang Home Appliances has a bright future, is worth investing in, and is worthy of pursuit. Only then can he ride the fast train of the capital market. Boss, are you waiting for a ride? Lu Yongda's voice interrupted his thoughts. Jiang Wenjie turned his head and saw Lu Yongda parked in front of him in a Volkswagen Beetle. Lu Yongda leaned out and said, how about I give you a ride home? Sure. Jiang Wenjie was not polite, extinguishing his cigarette before opening the passenger door and getting in. The vehicle then slowly drove out of the parking lot and merged into the flow of late-night traffic, while Lu Yongda drove steadily, clearly having not drunk too much. Boss, everyone was very happy today, Lu Yongda said with a smile. I've been in the factory for so many years, and I've never seen the workers this joyful before. Everyone worked hard, it's only right. Jiang Wenjie leaned back in the seat, looking at the passing streetlights outside. Indeed. Lu Yongda sighed. Half a year ago, the factory was on the brink of closure. At that time, the workers went for months without receiving wages, and everyone in the factory was anxious. Who would have thought that now? Jiang Wenjie waved his hand, saying, this is the result of everyone's joint efforts. I can't do much by myself. Though he spoke humbly, Lu Yongda knew that without Jiang Wenjie's vision and decisiveness, the factory would definitely not have survived. The car drove on for a while. Lu Yongda suddenly seemed to remember something and said, by the way, boss, why don't you rely on taxis for your daily commuting, which is quite inconvenient. Jiang Wenjie smiled. I didn't have time to look before, and I don't know much about cars. That's not acceptable. Lu Yongda became enthusiastic. Boss, you're a big boss now. If you go out to discuss business, how can you do it without a good car? Those foreigners and our local bosses all pay attention to this. He continued while driving. Besides, having a car not only makes it convenient to go out, but also makes it easier to take the family out on weekends or go on dates. The last sentence was somewhat ambiguous, and Lu Yongda chuckled after saying it. Jiang Wenjie also laughed, immediately teasing. Oh, how come our director Lu is suddenly concerned about the boss' lifelong affair? Of course. Lu Yongda replied matter-of-factly. Boss, you are young and accomplished and look handsome. Who knows how many girls are keeping an eye on you? If you have a car, that would be like icing on the cake. His words were exaggerated, but Jiang Wenjie felt a stir in his heart. It wasn't about chasing girls, but Lu Yongda was right. In Xiangjiang society, a car is not just a means of transportation, but also a symbol of status. After all, if you drive a nice car to discuss business, people's attitudes will indeed be different. So what kind of car do you think is good to buy? Jiang Wenjie asked. That depends on what kind of style you prefer, boss. If you want to make a statement, then a Benz would be ideal, as German cars are sturdy and have a certain prestige when driven out. However, if comfort is your priority, then a BMW is the way to go. And if you want to be low-key, the Toyota Crown, which is affectionately referred to as the radish head in Guangdong for its popularity among our country folks, isn't a bad choice either. He paused for a moment, lowering his voice. But I've heard that recently in Xiangjiang wealthy people have been favoring Rolls-Royce. Those cars are truly extravagant, costing over $1 million. Over $1 million. Jiang Wenjie raised an eyebrow. Yes. Otherwise I wouldn't say it's a trend among the rich. Lu Yongda said enviously, but boss, with your current wealth, buying a Benz is definitely not an issue. Would you like me to accompany you to check it out? I know a car dealer who can get us a good price. Jiang Wenjie thought for a moment. Alright, are you free tomorrow? Absolutely. Of course I'm free. Lu Yongda quickly replied, the boss matters are the most important. As they spoke, the car arrived at the entrance of Yichang Appliance Factory, and security guard Old Li quickly opened the gate upon seeing the boss car. Old Li, you're still on duty. Jiang Wenjie rolled down the window. The boss is back. Old Li smiled and came over. I'm on night duty, have to stay until dawn. Jiang Wenjie took out 2 packs of cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to Old Li. Thank you for your hard work. It's cold at night. Take care of yourself. Thank you, boss. Old Li accepted the cigarettes, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. The car then drove into the factory area and stopped in front of the office building. Jiang Wenjie got out and told Lu Yongda, so come pick me up at 10 tomorrow morning and we'll go check out the cars together. Alright. Lu Yongda happily replied. Then boss, you should rest early. Watching Lu Yongda's car leave, Jiang Wenjie turned and walked into the office building. On the 3rd floor next to his office was a newly renovated suite, complete with a bedroom, bathroom, and a small living room. During this period, due to the busy factory, and since Yuan Long was far from Shamshui, Pa had decided to live directly in the factory. Aunt Lu next door had heard about it, and even sent him soup a few times through Zhou Huimin, claiming she was worried he wasn't eating well. After washing up, Jiang Wenjie changed into his pajamas, but didn't go to sleep immediately. Instead, he walked to his desk, turned on the lamp, and took out the ledger. The thick ledger recorded every income and expense of Yichang Appliance Factory over the past few months from the brink of bankruptcy when he first took over to its current flourishing state, each page witnessing his efforts. He opened the latest page and began calculating. After the North American market opened in October, the factory's revenue skyrocketed, shipping a total of 3600 units in the first month, including the 300 unit order signed with 2 American partners by Su Zhuwei, plus 600 units ordered by Lu Yongda's relatives and friends, with a net profit of over 314 million Hong Kong dollars. In the second month, they shipped over 300 units again with a net profit of 763 million, and in the third month up to this month so far. He calculated each figure, becoming more astonished with each calculation, deducting all costs: raw materials, worker wages, equipment depreciation, bank loan, interest, transportation fees, tariffs, and also deducting the payment due to suppliers, plus giving workers an extra month's salary and bonuses. The final figure left him gasping. 10 million Hong Kong dollars, a full 10 million, which in early 1979 Hong Kong was a substantial amount. Let alone the ordinary person who might not earn this much in a lifetime. Even he, before his time travel, would only see many on the other side earning this much in about 50 years, like the author himself. If he were to stop now and take this 10 million to buy property and become a landlord, he could easily live a comfortable life or buy a luxury mansion, a luxury car, and travel the world. Spending it would be no issue. But Jiang Wenjie knew this was far from enough, as his goal was not merely to be an ordinary wealthy boss, but to establish his own business empire, to become a true player in the capital game of Xiangjiang. But Jiang Wenjie knew this was far from enough, as his goal was not merely to be an ordinary wealthy boss, but to establish his own business empire, to become a true going public for financing capital operation. That's the real wealth code. After all, through going public, he could leverage tenfold, even hundredfold funds to acquire other companies, to have the money to venture into other industries, and to maneuver in the capital market. But the prerequisite was that Yichang Appliance Factory had to meet the listing standards. According to the current regulations of the Xiangjiang Stock Exchange, the minimum market capitalization for a listed company is 30 million Hong Kong dollars, which means he must scale the factory's assets to over 30 million. This isn't easy, but it's not impossible either. After all, the evaluation report can be technically processed, and the value of the equipment can be estimated higher, the brand value factored in, and future profit expectations considered. As long as it's handled properly, a 30 million market value is actually not a dream. The key point is, listed companies must be continuously profitable, which he is not too worried about. After all, considering the current sales enthusiasm in North America, And what he learned from interviews with DeLu in his past life, this wave of nostalgic electric fans has lasted for a full 2.5 years, which is more than enough for him to prepare for the listing. Actually, this wave of nostalgia for electric fans lasted for 5.5 years in North America. The protagonist just misremembered. In reality, it continued until 1983, with Lu Luangxing's Imei High Company, where the export value of nostalgic electric fans reached an astonishing 7.6 billion Hong Kong dollars, as can be verified with public data. It'll take about half a year. Jiang Wenjie closed his eyes, quickly calculating in his mind. In half a year, he needed to complete asset evaluations, hire lawyers and accountants, prepare listing materials, find underwriters, and set prices. None of these steps could afford to go wrong, but once successful, the returns would be astonishing, as going public for financing would allow him to raise tens of millions to over $1 billion in funds from the market. With such a large sum of money, he could do much more. At that time, whether investing in real estate, or entering the financial industry, or even continuing to navigate the acquisition battle in Kowloon Warehouse. With this thought, Jiang Wenjie opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing in them. Right, Kowloon Warehouse. That acquisition battle hasn't ended yet. The struggle between Bao Yugong and Iha is still ongoing. If I continue to hop on this train. He shook his head, temporarily suppressing this thought. One should eat a meal one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. The most important thing now is to ensure the factory runs well and prepare for the listing. As for buying a car, Jiang Wenjie smiled slightly. He would go see it tomorrow. After all, buying a good car isn't just for show, it's mainly to send a signal to the outside world. Yichang Appliance Factory is profitable and the boss is capable. This is highly significant in the business world. He took a deep breath, turned, and walked towards the bedside, as he still had many things to do tomorrow, and it was time to rest. Lying down on the bed and closing his eyes, Jiang Wenjie's mind continued to race, pondering what kind of car to buy. Benz, BMW. I'll forget it. I'll decide after looking tomorrow. The next morning, Jiang Wenjie inspected the factory area, where the workers had already arrived on time and the production line was operating smoothly. Yang Guozhong, responsible for the technical team, was guiding his apprentices in debugging the equipment. Upon seeing Jiang Wenjie, he nodded politely from a distance. Good morning, boss. Chen Xiongyu came out of the finance office holding a stack of documents. Would you like to review yesterday's shipping list? Please leave it in my office, Jiang Wenjie replied. They'll look at it when I return this afternoon. Sure. After finishing his daily tasks at precisely 10 o'clock, Lu Yongdao's somewhat old beetle parked in front of the office building. Today, Lu Yongdao was clearly well-dressed, wearing a sharply pressed dark gray suit, polished leather shoes, and even styled his hair with pomade, looking impeccably neat. Good morning, boss. Lu Yongdao got out of the car and eagerly opened the passenger door. Jiang Wenjie got into the car, glanced at his attire, and couldn't help but laugh. Wow, Director Lu, are you going to a wedding, or are you preparing to negotiate a business deal? Well, boss, you are going to buy a car today. It's a big deal. My childhood friend Hong Lekun has been working in sales at Hechuan Auto for 7 or 8 years, and we need to support him. The car exited the factory area and quickly merged into the flow of traffic on Kuntong Road. Despite the slight congestion during the morning rush hour in Kowloon, Lu Yongda skillfully maneuvered through the narrow alleys. At the same time as he drove, he introduced Boss. The area around Wanchai's Gloucester Road is a hub for luxury cars with all brands available. Jiang Wenjie gazed out at the passing street scenes without speaking. The primary reason he wanted to buy a car was due to Lu Yongda's words from last night, which he found very reasonable. After all, in the society of Xiangjiang, where appearances are paramount, a good car and a fine suit can sometimes be more persuasive than 1,000 words. Half an hour later, the car arrived at Gloucester Road in Wanchai, and indeed the street lived up to its reputation, with luxury car showrooms lining both sides: Renfu, Mercedes, Rolls-Royce, Porsche, Bentley. Boss, how about we just take a casual stroll first? Lu Yongda suggested. My friend's store is up ahead, but we can look at other stores first to compare prices. All right. The two parked the car and walked into the nearest showroom, which looked quite substantial. The glass doors opened automatically, and a rush of cool air greeted them, carrying the distinctive scent of new leather mixed with oil. Welcome. Sir, are you looking to buy a car? A young female salesperson dressed in a business suit approached them, wearing a standard smile. Yes, Jiang Wenjie nodded. What type of car are you looking for? I can assist you with that. The female salesperson glanced at Jiang Wenjie's attire, ordinary jeans and a t-shirt, and then looked at Lu Yongda behind him, who was dressed in a cheap suit from a Ready Tower store. Her smile appeared somewhat perfunctory, but her professional demeanor kept her polite. They'll just take a look around first, Jiang Wenjie said. Sure, feel free to do so. After the female salesperson finished speaking, she indeed stopped, following them, turning back to the reception desk, whispering something to another female colleague. Then both of them burst into laughter, the sound soft but clear enough for Jiang Wenjie to hear, an implicit mockery. He shrugged it off unconcernedly and began to browse the showroom, which was indeed spacious. It showcased dozens of brands of cars, including Toyota Crown, Honda Accord, Nissan Duke, Ford Thunderbird, all mainstream models of this era. After completing a round, Jiang Wenjie furrowed his brows tighter, feeling that the designs of these cars were too boxy, the lines too rigid, and the interiors too simplistic. Not only were the steering wheels mostly made of hard plastic, but the seats were also fabric and the dashboard had only the most basic set of gauges. To his eyes accustomed to the streamlined designs and intelligent technology of later models, these late 1970s cars felt like antiques that had stepped out of a black and white movie. "Boss, do you see anything you like?" Lu Yongda asked, softly following him. Jiang Wenjie shook his head. As they walked towards the exit, the female salesperson who had previously attended to them looked up, wearing a standard farewell smile. "Have a good day, sir." Her tone was flat. Even the "have a good day" was said casually, without any intention of seeing them off. "Boss, how about we check out my friend's store?" Lu Yongda suggested tentatively. His shop is even larger than the previous one with more models available. Jiang Wenjie thought for a moment and nodded. "Sure, let's take a look." Then the two walked along the street for a few minutes and arrived at the car dealership Lu Yongda mentioned. This shop was indeed bigger, more luxurious. Dark glass curtain walls, a golden sign reading Kowloon Auto, and a row of brand new luxury cars parked out front, glistening in the sunlight. "This is the place." Lu Yongda pushed the door open. The showroom was noticeably busier than the previous one, with several groups of customers accompanied by salespeople looking at cars, some trying out the driver's seat, others inquiring about configurations and prices. The air was filled with a blend of coffee and cigar scents, and soft jazz flowed in the background. After Jiang Wenjie and Lu Yongda entered, nobody immediately approached to greet them. A few idle salespeople cast a glance their way, exchanged looks, and then lowered their heads to continue chatting or organizing paperwork. To them, these two ordinarily dressed men were likely just curious tourists there to take a look. "Tycoon, Tycoon," Lu Yongda called out from inside. A man in his 40s dressed in a gray suit came out of the office. He was slightly plump with neatly combed hair and holding a folder. Upon seeing Lu Yongda, a smile instantly appeared on his face. "Yongda, what brings you here today? Aren't you supposed to be working?" He walked over quickly, patting Lu Yongda on the shoulder, his tone familiar. Then he noticed Jiang Wenjie beside him, his gaze lingering on the young man for a second, smiling as he asked, "Oh, bringing your child to see cars?" Lu Yongda's expression changed instantly, and he quickly explained, No, Tycoon, this is my boss Jiang from Yichang Appliances." Upon hearing this, Tycoon was clearly taken aback, and his gaze quickly swept over Jiang Wenjie. T-shirt, jeans, sneakers, adding up to no more than $200. He certainly did not look like a boss, let alone someone who could afford luxury cars here. However, having been in sales for 7 or 8 years, he quickly adjusted his expression, extending his hand towards Jiang Wenjie. "Boss Jiang, a pleasure to meet you. I am Tycoon, Yongda's childhood friend. I apologize for my rudeness earlier." Jiang Wenjie shook his hand. "No need for such formalities, Hong. Mr. Jiang, what type of car are you interested in?" Though he said this, Tycoon was apprehensive. He knew Lu Yongda well enough to understand that his childhood friend wouldn't joke around, but the way this boss was dressed did not resemble someone who could afford luxury cars from Kowloon Auto. He thought that at most he might buy a car worth around 100,000 from Country R. Most of the cars in the store were likely just browsing for now, Jiang Wenjie said, already beginning to wander around the showroom. Tycoon quickly followed, and Lu Yongda stayed beside them. As they passed a row of Mercedes cars, Lu Yongda subtly tugged at Tycoon's sleeve and whispered, "Tycoon, my boss is quite wealthy. He just prefers to keep a low profile. Do a good job introducing him, and he might make a big purchase." Tycoon was somewhat skeptical, but for the sake of his childhood friend, he mustered up the energy to introduce Mr. Jiang. "This is the Benz showroom. This model is the W116, which was just launched this year as the flagship model, equipped with a 3.0-liter inline 6-cylinder engine, and the interior is all genuine leather." Jiang Wenjie listened to the introduction, his gaze sweeping over the cars, but the old issue persisted. He found the appearance not to his taste. He walked to a Porsche 911, noticing that its lines were smoother, yet the interior still felt too simplistic and the space was too cramped. "Are you interested in sports cars, Mr. Jiang?" Tycoon asked tentatively. "Just taking a look," Jiang Wenjie replied noncommittally. At that moment, a voice with a heavy accent from Country Y came from behind Hong. "What are you doing here?" The three turned around and saw a foreign man in his 50s approaching. He was tall, with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a well-fitted dark suit with a name badge reading manager on his chest. At that moment, his brow furrowed, looking at Tycoon with obvious displeasure. "Manager, I am attending to a client." Tycoon quickly replied, his tone slightly nervous. "Client?" The manager's gaze swept over Jiang Wenjie and Lu Yongda, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Hong, are you too idle? Didn't you notice that the other salespeople in the store are busy? Go and make coffee for Mr. Johnson's group." He referred to a well-dressed white couple who were looking at a Rolls-Royce, clearly wealthy. Tycoon's face flushed. "Manager, these two are really clients." "Clients?" The manager scoffed, speaking in English. "Look at their attire. Do they look like people who can afford cars here? Don't waste your time. Go do what you need to do." His voice was loud, drawing the attention of several salespeople and customers around. Lu Yongda, having worked abroad before, understood English and was instantly furious, about to retort, but Jiang Wenjie gently pressed down on his arm. "Boss, we..." Lu Yongda's voice trembled with anger. Jiang Wenjie shook his head, signaling him not to get angry. People like this who are snobbish exist in every era and place, especially considering the foreign managers in Hong Kong during this era, so he couldn't be bothered to argue with such a person. His gaze wandered around the showroom, suddenly stopping at a car in the corner. He noticed that this car was completely different from the other boxy models in the showroom. Low-body wedge-shaped front scissor doors, slightly ajar, resembling a beast ready to pounce. With smooth lines and exaggerated rear wing and a futuristic design, it stood out starkly against the surrounding conservative models, striking and impactful. "What is that car?" Jiang Wenjie pointed at it. Upon hearing this, Hong Lekun looked in the direction he was pointing, stunned for a moment before replying. "Oh, that's the Lamborghini Countach LP 400, the new model released last year." Lamborghini. Jiang Wenjie's eyes lit up. He certainly knew this brand, though he was surprised to see it available in Hong Kong as early as the late 1970s. At that moment, the foreign manager interjected again, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Hey, that car isn't a toy. The bare price is $42,000 US, and the total price is 520,000 Hong Kong dollars. Are you sure you want to see it?" The figure of 520,000. This number made Hong Lekun gasp. In that era of Hong Kong, it was enough to buy a decent 1,000-square-foot luxury apartment in Kowloon Tong. Next to him, Lu Yongdao was also startled, so he quietly tugged on Jiang Wenjie's sleeve and whispered, "Jiang Sheng, this car is too expensive. Why don't we look at something else?" However, Jiang Wenjie became more interested instead. He walked up to the Lamborghini, scrutinizing it closely. The wedge-shaped body, scissor doors, mid-mounted engine. These design elements were still avant-garde even in later years. More importantly, compared to other models, the car's appearance was quite to his taste. At the same time, a thought formed in his mind: if he drove such a car to discuss business, how would others perceive him? As just an ordinary home appliance factory owner? Or as a scion of a well-connected family? In a place like Hong Kong, where people respected appearances first, this aura might bring considerable convenience. Not to mention, this car was indeed very cool. "Is this car in stock?" Jiang Wenjie turned and asked. The foreign manager was taken aback for a moment, then revealed an even more contemptuous smile, saying, "There's only this one left, and it's already been reserved. Mr. Cheng Yutung's nephew Cheng Weijian reserved this car 6 months ago. If you want it, you'll have to wait in line for the next batch that arrives in half a year." "Reserved?" Jiang Wenjie raised an eyebrow. "Did he pay a deposit?" "For someone of young Master Cheng's status, a verbal reservation is sufficient." Johnson said arrogantly, "Do you think he needs to pay a deposit like an ordinary person? So this car is still the dealership's property and hasn't actually been sold yet." "Well, that's what I said, but..." Jiang Wenjie ignored him and directly took out his checkbook and pen, quickly scribbling a few lines, then tore off one and handed it to Hong Lekun. 55,000. I want to drive it away right now. Can it be done?" The showroom suddenly fell silent, and Hong Lekun stared blankly at the check in his hand. The number made his hands tremble. 55,000 Hong Kong dollars was more than he earned in commissions over 5 years. The foreign manager's expression immediately changed, but he quickly regained his composure and snatched the check from Hong Lekun's hand, saying, "HSBC bank draft." "Then I need to verify it first." "Please do," Jiang Wenjie gestured. Then the foreign manager hurriedly walked toward the office, but his posture looked a bit hurried. At this time, Lu Yongdao leaned closer to Jiang Wenjie and whispered, "Boss, do you really want to buy it? That's 55,000. "I know," Jiang Wenjie said lightly, "but sometimes spending money is not about making more money, right?" Hong Lekun came to his senses and immediately said, "Jiang Sheng, this car was reserved by young Master Cheng. Although he hasn't paid a deposit, the Cheng family. Isn't it always the case in car dealerships that whoever pays in full first gets priority? Moreover, he only made a verbal reservation and didn't pay a deposit." Jiang Wenjie interrupted him. "Are you saying that your dealership only recognizes status and not money?" "Of course not." Hong Lekun hurriedly waved his hands. "It's just that the Cheng family might not take it well. That's your problem." Jiang Wenjie glanced at his watch. "He'll give you 5 minutes. If your foreign manager decides not to sell, he'll immediately go to the dealership next door." As soon as the words fell, that foreign manager had already come out of the office, and at that moment his expression had completely changed. The previous arrogance had vanished, replaced by an almost fawning smile. "Jiang Sheng, the check has been verified. There are absolutely no problems." He hurried over, hands outstretched to return the check. "This Lamborghini Countach LP 400 is yours now. 55,000 including all taxes, insurance, and registration fees. We can complete all the procedures today." "Manager, what about the Cheng family?" Hong Lekun couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing his subordinate's inquiry, the foreign manager waved his hand dismissively. "Young Master Cheng only made a verbal reservation, and he is still in M country, returning to Hong Kong after the new year. And of course we prioritize clients who can pay in full immediately." He turned to Jiang Wenjie, beaming. "Jiang Sheng is truly young and promising. This car suits you perfectly." Jiang Wenjie secretly found it amusing. The speed of the manager's change was comparable to that of a Sichuan opera face changer, making him want to retort, "I preferred your previous arrogant demeanor," but he kept that thought to himself. In the end, he still maintained his composure and asked, "How long will the procedures take?" 3 hours. "Oh no, we can complete everything in 2 hours." The foreign manager patted his chest in assurance. We can arrange for a temporary license immediately. The insurance will take effect right away, and you can drive it away today. By the way, Jiang Sheng, do you have a driver's license? Driver's license. Jiang Wenjie was taken aback. He had been so busy with business since he crossed over that he hadn't considered getting a license. Lu Yongda at this point also reacted, saying, "Right, Jiang Sheng, have you taken your driving test?" At this moment, the foreign manager's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "No license." "No problem. We offer a service to help obtain a driver's license here. Just spend an extra 2,000 Hong Kong dollars, and we can sort it out for you." Jiang Wenjie raised an eyebrow. "Can I get the license today?" "Absolutely." The manager quickly assured him, "We have good connections with the transport department. If we expedite the process, you can get your license this afternoon." "All right," Jiang Wenjie readily agreed. "Let's do it all together." "Sure thing." The foreign manager immediately became even more enthusiastic. "You can rest in the VIP room while I handle the arrangements." The subsequent process was astonishingly fast, signing contracts, making payments, arranging insurance, and obtaining a temporary license. The foreign manager personally ran around enthusiastically treating Jiang Wenjie as if he were an old friend, while Hong Lekun brewed fine Longjing tea, inviting Jiang Wenjie and Lu Yongda to rest in the VIP room. "Jiang Sheng, you really are generous," Hong Lekun couldn't help but say while pouring tea. "In over 10 years of sales, this is the first time I've seen such a straightforward customer." Jiang Wenjie smiled. "Money is meant to be spent, and this car," he glanced at the silvered Lamborghini in the showroom through the glass window, "is worth the price." At noon, the dealership even provided a simple lunch. After the meal, Jiang Wenjie told Lu Yongda to head back to the factory first. "Old Lu, the factory can't be left unattended. You go back first, and I'll return as soon as I finish the procedures here." "But boss, you alone?" Lu Yongda said, unconvinced. "Don't worry, I'll just drive slowly." Jiang Wenjie patted his shoulder. "It's not like I'm a child." At 3:30 in the afternoon, all the procedures were indeed completed. The temporary license was affixed to the front windshield, the insurance policy was in the glove compartment, and even the driver's license had been issued. A brand new Hong Kong driver's license with a photo of Jiang Wenjie taken that morning at the dealership, his expression still a bit stiff. The red Lamborghini Countach he had purchased was already cleaned to a shine, parked right in front of the dealership, attracting glances from passersby. Jiang Sheng, the paperwork and the car are all arranged. The foreign manager personally handed over the keys, his face beaming with smiles. "I wish you a pleasant driving experience. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come find me." Jiang Wenjie took the keys, sat in the driver's seat, feeling the low seat, the 3-spoke steering wheel, and the mechanical dashboard. Everything gave him an unreal sensation. He started the engine. The V12 engine roared with a deep, powerful growl, like a beast awakening. He shifted gears, released the clutch, lightly pressed the accelerator, and the car slowly rolled out of the dealership, merging into the traffic on Gloucester Road. In the rearview mirror, Johnson and Hong Lekun were still waving at the door, but what Jiang Wenjie didn't know was that as soon as he left, that foreign manager returned to the office and immediately dialed the phone number. "Hello, is this Butler Chung? This is Johnson from Huchuan Auto. About the Lamborghini that young Master Chung reserved previously." "Yes, I'm very sorry, but a customer just bought it outright today." "Yes, they paid in full with a price increase." If young Master Chung still wants it, he'll have to reserve the next batch again, but it will take about half a year." "I'm truly sorry, but you know we have our business rules." After hanging up the phone, Johnson lit a cigar, leaned back in his chair, and blew a smoke ring, knowing he would earn a considerable commission from the 55,000 sale. But what about the Chung family? After all, Chung Weijian was still in M country. When he finds out that the car has been sold, he might just throw a tantrum at home. What else can he do? Besides, Huchuan Auto was backed by a British consortium. Even if it was the Chung family, so what? Would they really tear their face over a mere car? Meanwhile, Jiang Wenjie was carefully adapting to his new toy as he drove along the street. Although he could drive from his past life, adjusting to right-hand drive and manual transmission required some habit. Thus, he drove slowly, even though he occasionally drew discontented honks from vehicles behind him. However, he remained unfazed, and as he passed an intersection, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of his reflection in a shop window. "It's time to buy a few decent outfits," Jiang Wenjie muttered to himself. He turned the steering wheel and drove toward Central. Since he had already spent 55,000 on the car, spending a few more thousand on clothes seemed insignificant. At 4:30 in the afternoon, several female students dressed in merino college uniforms had just finished school and were chatting and laughing on their way home along Nathan Road in Mongkok. However, Guan Jiahui, who was walking in the middle, suddenly stopped, her eyes wide open, staring ahead, and pointed at a bright red sports car parked by the roadside, saying, "Wow, look at that car." The other girls looked in the direction she pointed, and they saw a low wedge-shaped sports car parked at the roadside, its scissor doors slightly raised. The sports car glimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. Even someone who knew nothing about cars could tell at a glance that it was quite expensive. "Wow, what kind of car is that? It's so cool," exclaimed May, the girl with short hair. Hearing her friend didn't know the model, Guan Jiahui's lips curled into a smug smile. Influenced by her mother Zhang Bingxian from a young age, she was well versed in luxury goods and the lifestyle of the upper class. She started wearing high heels and learning makeup at 14, and she had done extensive research on luxury cars which were toys for the rich. Her mother had said that to blend into that circle one must understand their language. That's a Lamborghini Countach LP 400, Guan Jiahui said proudly, her tone revealing her hidden pride. It's a two-door two-seater sports car with a mid-mounted V12 engine, and I've heard it can reach a top speed of 300 kilometers per hour. Moreover, only about 150 of them are produced worldwide each year, and in the whole of Hong Kong, there are only 3 quotas. The current market price is said to be over 500,000 Hong Kong dollars. What? Over 500,000? A Ling, who wore glasses, gasped. With that amount, you could buy a nice apartment in Kowloon. I remember that Chung Chanto has one, May said. It was in a newspaper photo. Chung Chantos is bright yellow. Guan Jiahui shook her head, her eyes never leaving the car. And another one was bought by that Chun Huiman, who mixes filmmaking with the underworld. But his is silver, and this one. She scrutinized the bright red sports car in front of her. The media hasn't reported on this color, and it seems to be a custom color, suggesting the owner is quite wealthy as well. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenjie had just walked out of a department store, having changed into a new outfit, a black Armani suit paired with a white Dunhill shirt and Ferragamo shoes, along with a Rolex date just watch on his wrist. This trip cost nearly 20,000 Hong Kong dollars, but he felt it was worth it. After all, in Hong Kong, where people respect appearances, one must not skimp on their image. He looked at his watch. It was 4:45. Hey, it seems that men really are efficient when shopping, Zhang Wenjie muttered to himself. In less than an hour, I've got a complete outfit. He walked towards the parking area, planning to find a place to kill some time before looking for a restaurant to have dinner after 5:30 and then head back to the factory. However, as he turned the corner, he spotted his Lamborghini surrounded by people from a distance. Several young students were pointing and discussing his car, some even tiptoeing to see inside. At this, Zhang Wenjie couldn't help but smile. Honestly, this feeling of being watched was quite exhilarating. After all, he was just an ordinary person. In his past life, while working in Lujiazui, he had secretly envied those rich second-generation kids driving supercars with young models. Now he had become the object of admiration himself, and the satisfaction of this vanity was truly intoxicating. So after straightening his suit jacket, Zhang Wenjie pretended to be nonchalant as he took out his car keys, preparing to put on a show of the owner's grand entrance in front of the crowd. The keys glimmered in the sunlight, and he could almost imagine the astonished expressions of the onlookers. However, at that moment, a clear voice suddenly called out from beside him, "Hey, it's you." Hearing the voice, Zhang Wenjie turned around and saw a girl in a school uniform staring at him. The girl looked about 17 or 18, with an oval face, big eyes, fair skin, and a somewhat familiar look. Amiss, do we know each other? Zhang Wenjie wondered, quickly searching through his memory. His social circle was, except for factory workers and street vendors from the wholesale market, how could he know such a schoolgirl? Could it be a debt of passion left by the original owner? Before he could sort it out, the girl had already left her companions and walked briskly over to him. She circled around Zhang Wenjie twice and then examined him from head to toe, her gaze as if judging a treasure. Then she suddenly stopped and clapped her hands. "Yes, that's right, it's you. You deadbeat." Zhang Wenjie was taken aback, feeling that her tone didn't quite seem like a reunion of old lovers. "I knew it, you haven't changed a bit in over half a year. You're still quite fashionable," the girl said, hands on her hips, her posture fierce. "So have you struck it rich? Not selling bags on the street anymore?" Zhang Wenjie suddenly realized she was an old customer from when he used to sell on the street. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief, the tension in his mind relaxing instantly, while a gentle smile appeared on his face. "Yeah, I've switched to doing some other small business now. I just happened to have some free time today and came out for a stroll." Chatting with a pretty girl was inherently a pleasant affair. Zhang Wenjie was even mentally calculating how to flirt a little, but unexpectedly the next second the girl suddenly stepped forward and tightly grabbed his wrist. "Hey, what are you doing?" Zhang Wenjie was startled, and his mind began to race. What was happening now? Could it be that my new outfit is so handsome that she fell in love at first sight and wanted to confess on the street? But reality quickly shattered his fantasy. "That's right, you deadbeat." The girl gripped tighter, using her other hand to point at his nose, her face filled with indignation. "You're the one who sold me those 2 bags. Not only did you not give me change, but you also ran off. And those 2 bags, I barely used them for less than 2 weeks before they were all ruined. Now I've finally found you, and this time I will make you pay." With that, she turned to her companions and shouted, "May A-Ling, come here. I've caught the scammer who sold me fake goods." Upon hearing this, the other girls immediately gathered around, chiming in with their accusations. "So it's you. You're the one who made Jiahui waste $300 for nothing. Not giving change and running away, that's really despicable. Refund. You must refund." The streets of Hong Kong were already narrow, and with the commotion from several female students, the surrounding pedestrians stopped and gathered around. Some craned their necks to watch, while others whispered among themselves. Zhang Wenjie suddenly felt overwhelmed. He first gave an apologetic smile to the curious onlookers, and then turned his attention back to the girl holding his wrist. Strangely, he did not try to break free from her grip. Hey beautiful, Jiang Wenjie said with a helpless smile on his face. It's been over half a year, and you have a great memory to remember everything so clearly. Of course I remember, the girl exclaimed, her eyes wide. That was $300. That's half a month's allowance. And those 2 bags were of such terrible quality the straps broke, the buttons fell off, and even the lining inside came apart. I originally planned to carry it to a classmate's birthday party, but the strap broke on the bus, and the bag fell to the ground, scattering everything inside. I was so embarrassed at that moment. Exactly. Mei chimed in. Jiahui was so sad at that time, she cried for a long time when she got back. Refund. You must refund. Jiang Wenjie looked at the 3 girls filled with righteous indignation, feeling both amused and exasperated. After thinking for a moment, he spoke up. Look, miss, I admit that it was my fault for not giving you change and running away when I sold you those 2 bags. But there were police chasing me at the time. If I hadn't run, wouldn't I have been caught? He paused, his tone sincere. How about this? I'll refund your money, and I'll treat you to a nice meal as an apology. How does that sound? As he said this, Jiang Wenjie had his own little plan in mind, since the girl in front of him was indeed very beautiful. She had delicate features, fair skin, and especially captivating big eyes that slightly slanted upwards, giving her a natural allure. Though she looked angry now, it couldn't hide her youthful and vibrant aura. Since they had run into each other, it would be interesting to take the opportunity to get to know her better and flirt a bit. Hearing Jiang Wenjie's words, Guan Jiahui immediately scrutinized him with a suspicious gaze, as if assessing a shady character. After a few seconds, she slowly said, Hey, do you have any ulterior motives? I warn you, with your shabby appearance, you should better not have any ideas about me. My dad has connections in the business. Do you dare to mess with me? As she spoke, she deliberately pinched the tender flesh on Jiang Wenjie's wrist with her nails. Shabby appearance. Jiang Wenjie looked down at his brand new Armani suit and almost burst into laughter, but he maintained an innocent expression. Hey beautiful, it's broad daylight. I'm just trying to apologize and treat you to a meal. If you suspect that, you can choose the restaurant. If you don't want to go, then forget it. As he spoke, he switched the shopping bag to his left hand, then took out his wallet from the inner pocket of his suit and opened it. A thick stack of $1,000 bills was revealed, at least 20 or 30,000. Immediately a low gasp spread through the crowd of onlookers. After all, in Hong Kong at that time, not many people could carry around 20 or 30,000 in cash. Jiang Wenjie pulled out a $1,000 bill and handed it to the girl. Here, consider the extra as an apology. Guan Jiahui was stunned. She looked at the $1,000 bill, then at Jiang Wenjie's bulging wallet. Inside was a thick stack of $1,000 bills, at least 20 or 30,000, and the cards also hinted at wealth. She had only wanted to get back the $20 and change at most, hoping for compensation for a new bag, but she didn't expect her opponent to be so generous right away, handing her 1,000 without even blinking. You? Guan Jiahui was momentarily speechless, her hand shaking as she accepted the bill. Take it, Jiang Wenjie said lightly. I admit I was wrong back then. Guan Jiahui held the bill, her heart filled with mixed emotions. On one hand, she felt this person was quite generous, but on the other hand, she thought she shouldn't let him off so easily, so she rolled her eyes and immediately came up with an idea. Now this is what you said. She carefully tucked the bill into her school uniform pocket, pressing it down to confirm it was secure. I can choose the restaurant, so you better not back out. All right, you decide where to eat, Jiang Wenjie said generously. The Peninsula Hotel. The girl said without hesitation, her eyes gleaming with mischief. The Peninsula Hotel was one of the top hotels in Hong Kong, and a meal there would cost at least $1,000. She wanted to see if this former street vendor would be scared away. To her surprise, Jiang Wenjie didn't hesitate at all, and immediately agreed. Sure, the Peninsula Hotel it is. Now it was the girl's turn to be surprised. She re-evaluated Jiang Wenjie, his brand new designer suit, the Rolex on his wrist, the bulging wallet. Could he really have struck it rich? Wow, it seems you, the street vendor, really have hit the jackpot, she couldn't help but say. Hearing the girl call him a street vendor again, Jiang Wenjie couldn't help but chuckle. Please, I'm not selling bags on the street anymore. Don't keep calling me a street vendor, please call me handsome. Buffed. The girl laughed, turning to her companions. Did you hear that? He wants us to call him handsome. Several girls burst into laughter at this, but Ailing said, Jiahui, are you really going? The Peninsula Hotel is very expensive. Yeah, Mei quickly chimed in, and you don't know him that well. What if? What are you worried about? Guan Jiahui waved the $1,000 bill in her hand. Since I have the money already, why not eat for free? Do you want to come along? Let's have some fun. The two girls exchanged glances, hesitating. I have to go home, and my mom said I must be home by 6. I have plans with my boyfriend tonight to watch a movie, the 7 o'clock show, so I don't have time, Mei said. A few girls lowered their voices to discuss, but amidst the noise of the bustling street, their conversation intermittently drifted into Jiang Wenjie's ears. Probably money from dubious sources. Could it be from a gang? Jiahui, I think you should be cautious. Hearing her friends say this, Guan Jiahui began to hesitate. After all, she had not only gotten back the $300, but had also earned an additional $700. It wouldn't be bad to just cut her losses now. Jiang Wenjie stood by, clearly hearing their discussions. He couldn't help but murmur, hey, if you don't want to go, then don't. But to say all this in front of me, and so loudly I can hear everything. So he cleared his throat and raised his voice, saying, so are we going or not? If not, then forget it. As he spoke, he walked past a few girls and approached the sports car. Under the watchful eyes of many, he grabbed the smooth door handle of the Lamborghini Countach and gently pulled it, causing the scissor doors to slowly rise. He lifted his long leg and sat in the driver's seat, executing this series of actions with such fluidity that the girls were left dumbfounded. Jiahui. A female classmate stuttered, "That car. Is it really his?" Guan Jiahui was also stunned. She looked at the bright red sports car, then at the man inside who was dressed in a suit, looking composed, her mind momentarily unable to comprehend. A street vendor. Driving a Lamborghini. All right. She snapped back to her senses, waved at her classmates, trying hard to keep her voice steady. "Since you're all not going, then I'll go by myself. You all can head home." But Jiahui. May wanted to say something, but Guan Jiahui had already jogged to the sports car. She looked at the upward opening door and hesitated for a second. Was she really going to get into a stranger's car? But then she thought, since the $300 in compensation was already secured, there was no harm in going for another meal. Besides, if he dared to make a move, there were so many people at the Peninsula Hotel, would he really dare? So she bent down and got into the passenger seat like Jiang Wenjie had done, and then the scissor doors slowly fell, isolating them from the noise outside. The interior was narrower than she had imagined, but the exquisite red upholstery and the mechanical dashboard still dazzled her. Guan Jiahui cautiously touched the leather seats, feeling how great they were. At the same time, she curiously looked at the unfamiliar buttons on the center console. One had a small fan icon on it, and she reached out to press it. "Don't touch that," Jiang Wenjie's voice came. "That's the air conditioning switch. It's not hot outside right now." Hearing Jiang Wenjie's words, Guan Jiahui immediately retracted her hand awkwardly, her face turning a bit red. Jiang Wenjie pressed the accelerator, and the sports car emitted a deep rumble as it smoothly merged into the traffic. In the rearview mirror, Guan Jiahui's friends stood frozen in place, all wearing expressions of disbelief. As they passed a few intersections, Guan Jiahui remained quiet the entire time, occasionally sneaking glances at Jiang Wenjie's profile. She had to admit this guy did clean up well in a suit. Then she looked out at the rapidly retreating streets, calculating what dishes she should order later to make him spend a lot. "By the way, beautiful lady," Jiang Wenjie broke the silence, his eyes fixed ahead. "What should I call you?" "Guan Jiahui," the girl replied, her eyes still on the window. "What?" Jiang Wenjie suddenly turned his head, his eyes wide. "You're Guan Jiahui." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Wenjie shifted his gaze back to the front, but inside, he was already tumultuous. Guan Jiahui. Wasn't she Guan Jilin? That future first beauty of Hong Kong. The one who made countless wealthy men bend the knee. No wonder, though the girl before him still carried a youthful innocence, her features already hinted at the beauty she would become. Guan Jiahui was taken aback by his reaction, instinctively shrinking towards the car door, her hand even touching the handle. "Yes, what's wrong?" Jiang Wenjie quickly averted his gaze, looking back at the road, trying hard to calm himself. "It's nothing, just thought your name sounds nice." But inside he was screaming, "No way. No way. What kind of luck was this? To randomly bump into a debt collector on the street, and she turns out to be the future goddess of Hong Kong, Guan Jilin." He secretly glanced at the girl beside him. Indeed, upon closer inspection, the features, the face shape, though still carrying youthful innocence, already hinted at the future first beauty of Hong Kong. Only now she was dressed in a school uniform, barefaced, and completely different from the glamorous Guan Jilin of the Guan Jiahui looked at him suspiciously, feeling that his reaction seemed a bit strange. But she quickly became captivated by the scenery outside, as the sports car had already entered Tsim Sha Tsui, with the iconic white building of the Peninsula Hotel right ahead. "Are you really inviting me to dinner at the Peninsula Hotel?" Guan Jiahui couldn't help but ask again, her tone now more. "Of course," Jiang Wenjie smiled, having regained his composure. "I always keep my word, but..." He glanced at the school uniform she wore. "Are you really planning to go dressed like that?" Guan Jiahui looked down at her school uniform. A dark blue blazer and a matching straight skirt with a white long-sleeve shirt. It really was out of place for a place like the Peninsula Hotel. Her face turned slightly red as she stubbornly replied, "What's it to you?" "Don't get me wrong," Jiang Wenjie shrugged. "I just think the restaurant at the Peninsula Hotel might have a dress code. But no worries, I can take you shopping for some clothes first." "Shopping for clothes?" Guan Jiahui's eyes lit up, but she quickly became wary. "What kind of scheme do you have in mind?" "What do you mean by scheme?" Jiang Wenjie feigned innocence, his tone exaggerated. "Come on, I'm inviting you to dinner to apologize, and also helping you get some decent clothes. Isn't that reasonable? Or are you scared?" "Who's scared?" Guan Jiahui couldn't resist the challenge and immediately took the bait. "Let's go. But I want to choose myself." "No problem." Jiang Wenjie smirked. The sports car then slowly stopped in front of the Peninsula Hotel, and the doorman promptly stepped forward to open the door for him. When he saw the two people getting out of the car, a young man in a suit and a girl in a school uniform, his expression momentarily paused with subtlety, but his professionalism quickly restored his standard smile. "Welcome to the Peninsula Hotel." Jiang Wenjie got out first and gentlemanly opened the door for Guan Jiahui. As she stepped out of the sports car, the surrounding gazes all turned towards them. The combination of a beautiful girl and an expensive car was eye-catching in any era, especially since this pairing was so unique. Guan Jiahui held her head high, trying to appear calm, but her slightly trembling fingers betrayed her nervousness. Though she had often heard her mother talk about high society matters since she was young, this was her first time stepping into such a place. Jiang Wenjie handed the car keys to the doorman and gestured to Guan Jiahui. "Come on, Miss Guan, let's buy some clothes first, and then go for dinner." Upon hearing this, Guan Jiahui took a deep breath and followed Jiang Wenjie's steps. At this moment, her heart was both excited and anxious. Excited to be able to spend at the Peninsula Hotel, anxious because she didn't know what kind of plan this former street vendor had in mind. As they entered the hotel lobby, Guan Jiahui suddenly tugged at Jiang Wenjie's sleeve and lowered her voice to ask, "Hey, do you really have money to pay the bill? Please don't make me wash dishes after the meal." Jiang Wenjie nearly laughed out loud at her words. He pulled out his wallet and waved it in front of Guan Jiahui. "See this? This should be enough to wash dishes for a year, right?" Guan Jiahui looked at the thick stack of cash, feeling a bit reassured, but she still retorted, "Who knows if these few visible bills are real and the rest are all fake? My mom told me that there are many people who seem rich on the surface, but are actually not wealthy at all, and most are just pretending to be affluent. Do you want to check them then?" Jiang Wenjie pretended to open his wallet. "No need, no need." Guan Jiahui quickly waved her hand, her eyes darting to the opulent hotel lobby. "But does your offer to buy me clothes still stand?" "Of course it stands," Jiang Wenjie replied with a smile. "Let's go tonight. Whatever you want to buy, I'll cover the bill. Consider it interest on that $300. Upon receiving Jiang Wenjie's confirmation again, Guan Jiahui's eyes immediately turned crescent-shaped, finally revealing her first genuine smile of the evening. They soon arrived at the underground boutique of the Peninsula Hotel, where the lighting was soft, the environment elegant, and the air was filled with a faint scent of perfume. To the left was a beautifully decorated store with elegant women's clothing on display in the window, and the sign read Chanel, the first exclusive store set up outside Paris, which had just opened earlier this year and had already become a favorite among socialites in Hong Kong. At this moment, there weren't many customers in the store, but each was dressed splendidly. When Jiang Wenjie walked in with the school uniform-clad Guan Jiahui, the gazes of the several staff members instantly shifted to a subtle scrutiny. "Welcome," a 30-something female staff member approached with a professional smile, but her eyes lingered on Guan Jiahui's school uniform for a moment longer. Jiang Wenjie seemed oblivious to the subtle looks and directly spoke, "Help this young lady pick a few suitable outfits and make sure they're the latest styles." The staff member blinked in surprise before regaining her professional demeanor. "Sure, may I ask what style you prefer, miss?" Before Guan Jiahui could speak, Jiang Wenjie had already answered for her, "Something suitable for her age. Not too mature, but also not too childish. And oh, get her a pair of shoes to match." Guan Jiahui looked at Jiang Wenjie in surprise. How did he seem to know so much? The staff member nodded. "Please wait a moment." As she turned to fetch the clothes, another young staff member whispered, "Sister Wang, that girl looks like a student, right?" "This guy. Less talk, more work." The staff member called Sister Wang replied softly, "We shouldn't pry into the tastes of the wealthy." After a while, Sister Wang returned with a few pieces of clothing. She first showcased a light pink dress, simply styled with a cleverly designed waistline. "This is a new style for this spring. The color complements the skin tone well, and the cut is flattering." Guan Jiahui's eyes lit up. This dress was indeed beautiful. But when she glanced at the price tag, she gasped, "0 Hong Kong dollars. That's too expensive," she murmured softly. "Try it on quickly." Jiang Wenjie, however, was unfazed by the price. "If you like it, just buy it." Guan Jiahui hesitated for a moment, then took the dress into the fitting room. A few minutes later, when she emerged wearing the well-fitted dress, gracefully appearing before Jiang Wenjie, he couldn't help but be momentarily dazzled. Though the current Guan Jiahui was far from the alluring beauty she would eventually become, she exuded a certain purity and freshness. The light pink dress made her skin look even fairer, and the design of the waistline perfectly accentuated her slender figure. She twirled around the hem of the dress, lifting slightly to reveal her fair calves. "How does it look?" Guan Jiahui asked nervously. Jiang Wenjie was momentarily stunned and only came back to his senses when she asked again, "It looks great." He meant it sincerely, while in the eyes of some purity and innocence might be worthless compared to sensuality. At that moment, Jiang Wenjie found a unique charm in her. Moreover, he knew exactly what kind of beauty this girl would eventually become. This feeling was peculiar, like witnessing the process of a flower blooming in advance. Seeing Jiang Wenjie's expression in the mirror, Guan Jiahui felt a small sense of pride, but then she glanced at the price tag and still thought it was too expensive. "How about we look at something else?" "No need to look, it's this one," Jiang Wenjie said directly to the staff member. "Wrap it up, and also get her a pair of shoes to match." Sister Wang quickly retrieved a pair of off-white high heels with a manageable height suitable for young girls. Guan Jiahui tried them on and stood in front of the mirror looking at her transformed self a bit in disbelief. Was this really her? "You look truly beautiful in that, miss," Sister Wang praised sincerely. Jiang Wenjie took out his wallet. "How much in total?" "The dress is 280, the shoes are 1500, totaling 4300 Hong Kong dollars." Guan Jiahui nearly shouted, 4300. That was enough for an ordinary family's expenses for several months. But Jiang Wenjie didn't even blink, directly counting out $5,000 bills and handing them over. No need for change, I'll consider the extra as a tip. Sister Wang's smile became even more sincere after receiving the money, and she quickly responded, "Thank you, sir. Would you like us to help dispose of the old clothes?" No need, no need, Guan Jiahui hurriedly said, "Just pack it up for me." She couldn't bear to part with her school uniform. It was issued by the school, and losing it would incur a penalty. As they exited the Chanel boutique, Guan Jiahui still felt as if she were dreaming. One hand held the bag containing her school uniform, while the other subconsciously touched her new dress. The texture was exquisite, completely different from the clothes she usually wore. Stepping out of the Chanel store, Guan Jiahui felt a little dazed. One hand held a paper bag containing her school uniform, while the other unconsciously brushed against the fabric of her new dress. Delicate, soft, a world apart from the coarse, synthetic fabric of her uniform. For 1,300 Hong Kong dollars, that number buzzed in her mind. From childhood to now, the most expensive piece of clothing she had ever worn was a wool coat her mother bought her for New Year, costing $800, which her mother had fretted over for days. But now a man who had been selling goods at their school gate just a year and a half ago had just spent 4,300 without even blinking. Guan Jiahui secretly observed Jiang Wenjie walking beside her. He walked with composure, his back straight, and his Armani suit gleamed subtly under the hotel lights. She also thought of his flashy red sports car, one of only 3 in Hong Kong. What exactly is this man's background? Is selling handmade bags on the street that profitable? Thinking back to the morning when she was just a student in a school uniform crammed on a bus discussing last night's TV dramas with her classmates complaining about too much math homework, she felt as if she were living in a different world. But now she was wearing a Chanel dress, stepping in her newly purchased high heels, walking down the thick carpeted corridor of the Peninsula Hotel about to enjoy a dinner that might cost more than her monthly allowance, and all because of the man beside her. What's wrong? Jiang Wenjie noticed her silence and turned to ask. She hesitated to speak. I just feel like it's all a bit unreal. These clothes cost over 4,000, and you bought them without even blinking, didn't you? Still selling goods on the street. Jiang Wenjie interjected, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What can't someone sell on the street and still have some savings? It's not that you can't, but, Guan Jiahui frowned. Isn't that a bit too different? After all, how can street vendors make that much money? Jiang Wenjie laughed heartily, not directly answering, but instead asked, what do you think I look like I do now? Guan Jiahui studied him carefully from top to bottom. You look like a rich kid from a movie, or, hey. She paused. Regardless of how you look, you definitely don't look like a street vendor. What about that guy from this morning? Does he look like a street vendor? Jiang Wenjie asked again. Guan Jiahui recalled the man in the old t-shirt who had been chased by the police, unable to suppress a laugh. He does. He looks especially like one. In fact, he's practically a professional street vendor with 30 years of experience. So Jiang Wenjie shrugged. This is what life is like. It's all an act. I was once a street vendor, but now I'm a... Guan Jiahui was momentarily taken aback by his reasoning, feeling something was off, but unable to refute it at the moment. She tentatively asked, so what exactly do you do now? Can you tell me? Jiang Wenjie stopped, turned to face her, and in a mysterious tone lowered his voice. I want to say actually, I'm a secret agent. Jiang Wenjie spoke seriously. Recently, I completed my mission, so I've returned to my original self. Guan Jiahui paused for 3. Jiang Wenjie spoke seriously. Recently, I completed my mission, so I've returned to my original self. Guan Jiahui paused for 3 seconds, then punched Jiang Wenjie's arm. You're lying. Do you think I'm 3 years old? Jiang Wenjie rubbed the spot. She hit, grinning in pain. Ouch, that was strong. What I said is all true. Really sure. Guan Jiahui rolled her eyes, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise as she thought this man might talk nonsense, but at least he wasn't boring. As they joked, they reached the elevator. Jiang Wenjie pressed the button and the elevator door slowly opened. Once inside the elevator, Guan Jiahui looked at her reflection, wearing a Chanel dress, stepping in exquisite high heels, standing next to a sharply dressed man. The scene felt like it had stepped out of a movie. Hey, she suddenly spoke. Do you think we look like we're in a scene from a TV drama? What scene? Jiang Wenjie also looked at the mirror. You know, the kind where a poor boy meets a rich girl, and overnight their fate changes. Guan Jiahui said, laughing at herself. But our roles are reversed. You're the rich kid, and I'm the poor student. Jiang Wenjie met her gaze in the mirror, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He thought, silly girl, you will be the most beautiful woman in Hong Kong in the future. How many wealthy men will spend lavishly on you? If we're talking about wealth, your future worth will far exceed mine now. But he couldn't say that out loud. Instead, he smiled and teased. So how do you think this story will develop next? Guan Jiahui tilted her head and thought for a moment. According to the typical TV drama plot, next I should find out you're actually a fraud, then leave in sadness, or my family goes bankrupt, and you help me through the tough times, or... What then? We fall in love, but my family disapproves, so we elope. Guan Jiahui burst into laughter. I can't take it, it's too cliché. Jiang Wenjie laughed along. What's going on in that little head of yours? Just TV dramas. Guan Jiahui declared with confidence. My mom doesn't let me go out at night, so I just watch TV at home. I've seen every kind of drama. The elevator dinged as it reached the restaurant floor, interrupting their conversation. The door opened, revealing the Peninsula Hotel's Western restaurant, which was understatedly luxurious, with soft lighting, exquisite decorations, well-dressed guests conversing quietly, and the air filled with the aroma of food accompanied by soft piano music. Jiang Wenjie chose a table by the window, overlooking the night view of Victoria Harbor, illuminated brilliantly. When the server presented the menu, he gestured for Guan Jiahui to order first. Guan Jiahui opened the menu, her eyes scanning the prices, nearly gasping. 280 for a steak, 120 for a soup, even the cheapest appetizer was 60. She stole a glance at Jiang Wenjie, who was leisurely looking out at the night view, seemingly indifferent to the menu price. Order. Jiang Wenjie turned his head and winked at her. Didn't you say you were going to treat me lavishly? This is the perfect time. Guan Jiahui gritted her teeth, the little bit of embarrassment instantly replaced by the thought of, if I don't order I miss out. She pointed to the most expensive dishes on the menu. I want this, and this, and this too. Foie gras lobster soup, truffle pasta, Kobe beef. She ordered 4 or 5 dishes in one go, all among the highest priced ones. Then, after ordering, she discreetly observed Jiang Wenjie's reaction. Surprisingly, he remained unruffled and added a few more dishes. Let's have a portion of cod, and for dessert a chocolate lava cake. As for drinks, he looked at Guan Jiahui. What do you want to drink? Guan Jiahui had initially wanted to order red wine, but remembering she had to go home and that underage drinking was not appropriate, she said, I'll have orange juice. Then I'll have orange juice too, Jiang Wenjie told the server. I can't drink while driving. Once the server moved away, Guan Jiahui could no longer hold back and whispered, Aren't you worried about the cost? Worried about what? Jiang Wenjie countered. Of course about this meal. Guan Jiahui counted on her fingers. Foie gras 280, a lobster 380, Kobe beef 580, plus pasta, dessert, drinks. This meal must cost at least over 2,000, right? Just a few thousand, Jiang Wenjie said dismissively. I earn more than that in a day. Hearing Jiang Wenjie's words, Guan Jiahui was stunned. You can earn several thousand in a day. Sometimes even more, Jiang Wenjie replied. It depends on the situation. Guan Jiahui re-examined him, her eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry. What kind of business could this former street vendor possibly be in? Earning several thousand a day. Wouldn't that mean a monthly income of over 100,000? A year would be 1 to 2. She quickly calculated in her mind, growing more astonished. If what he said was true, his wealth might be even more substantial than she had imagined. The dishes were served quickly, the first being the foie gras, plated so exquisitely it looked like a piece of art. Guan Jiahui cautiously cut a small piece and placed it in her mouth, her eyes immediately lighting up. It was delicate and melted in her mouth, unlike anything she had ever had at a tea house. Delicious, she couldn't help but exclaim. If it's good, then eat more. Jiang Wenjie smiled, tasting a piece himself. It was indeed quite good, but compared to what he had experienced in Michelin-starred restaurants in his past life, it still lacked a bit. After all, at this point, the Hong Kong dining scene had not yet reached its later heights. The next several dishes were served one after another, each making Guan Jiahui exclaim in delight. The lobster soup was rich and delicious, the truffle pasta aromatic, and the Kobe beef tender enough to require little chewing. She couldn't stop eating, completely forgetting to maintain a ladle-like image. Seeing her enjoy herself, Jiang Wenjie couldn't help but smile. This girl, while a bit calculating, was genuine and cute, not pretentious at all, much more likable than the affected women he encountered in the finance world in his past life. As they ate and chatted, Guan Jiahui discovered that Jiang Wenjie was not only wealthy, but also well-informed. He could talk about movies and mention the director's style, discuss music, and analyze compositional techniques, and critique fashion brands. Moreover, he was humorous and witty, often throwing in a quip that kept her laughing. Oh, by the way, Guan Jiahui couldn't help but ask, you already know my name, so what's yours? Shouldn't you tell me? Jiang Wenjie thought for a moment, a mischievous idea popping into his head. In the original timeline, Guan Jiahui's first boyfriend was named Peter, a model and fur merchant. Since they seem so faded now, why not? You can call me Peter, he said. Just call me Peter. Peter, Guan Jiahui repeated. Is that your English name? What about your Chinese name? My Chinese name is Jiang Peter, Jiang Wenjie lied without batting an eye. My parents gave it to me, saying it's a mix of Chinese and Western styles, very trendy. Guan Jiahui was skeptical. Who in the Chinese community has a name like Peter? But seeing Jiang Wenjie's serious expression, she couldn't question it, and reluctantly accepted the explanation. She then began to probe Jiang Wenjie further. So Peter, you mentioned you switched to doing other business recently. What kind of business? Hearing that Guan Jiahui was probing, Jiang Wenjie replied nonchalantly, oh, just doing some home appliance business casually, and occasionally trading stocks in my spare time. Trading stocks? Guan Jiahui's eyes lit up. My dad trades stocks too, but he keeps losing money. My mom has had many arguments with him about it. Are you really that good at stock trading? Just lucky, Jiang Wenjie humbly replied. Can you teach my dad? Guan Jiahui blurted out. He keeps losing money and our family is almost going to be... Once she said it, she regretted it. It sounded too abrupt, as if she were coveting his financial skills. However, Jiang Wenjie didn't mind. Stock trading is 1/3 skill, 7/10 luck. It's hard to teach. But you should tell your dad to be careful. Don't really lose all your family's fortune. Guan Jiahui nodded, but in her heart she thought, oh, if I could be with this person, would I not have to worry about money in the future? The moment that thought arose, she was startled. After all, she was only 17. Oh, why was she thinking so far ahead? But looking at the young, handsome, wealthy, and witty man in front of her, she indeed felt a flutter in her heart. Gradually, the atmosphere at the dining table became more harmonious. Guan Zhehui felt Jiang Wenjie was a bit mysterious, seemingly not wanting to reveal too much. But she, being clever, didn't plan to pry too much. After all, they had only just met not long ago, and asking too much would... So she changed the topic, chatting about school events, celebrity gossip, recent movies. Jiang Wenjie patiently listened, occasionally chiming in with a few comments and sharing some jokes that made Guan Zhehui laugh heartily. Faced with Guan Zhehui's question, is it wall-passing technique, or can you fly? Jiang Wenjie was momentarily taken aback, then looked at her serious expression and nearly burst out laughing. It turned out she had misheard cash ability as superpower. However, even if she heard it wrong, she actually believed it, which made him secretly think this girl is just too adorable, isn't? He suppressed his laughter, picked up his water cup, and took a sip to calm himself, but almost choked. No, he couldn't laugh. He had to keep it together. Clearing his throat, Jiang Wenjie put on a serious expression and said, well, the secrets of heaven can... Oh, come on, just tell me. Guan Zhehui's curiosity was completely piqued as she leaned forward, her eyes sparkling. I promise I won't tell anyone. Jiang Wenjie shifted his eyes and deliberately changed the subject, saying, by the way, you mentioned you've watched a lot of dramas. What's your favorite one? Oh, Riding the Winds and Breaking the Waves. One of the earliest youth idol dramas from Hong Kong and Macau, starring Zhao Yaji. Guan Zhehui blurted out, then realized she had been led off track. Wait, don't change the subject. Tell me what your superpower is. What's the rush? Jiang Wenjie said leisurely while cutting his steak. Let's enjoy our meal first, otherwise the food will get cold. Guan Zhehui looked at the tender and juicy Kobe steak on her plate, reluctant to let it get cold, so she had to temporarily suppress her curiosity and focus on the delicious food in front of her. But after taking a couple of bites, she couldn't help but look up and ask, at least tell me, what is your superpower for? Jiang Wenjie found her relentless persistence amusing and suddenly thought of a prank. So he set down his knife and fork, leaned slightly forward, and lowered his voice deliberately, saying, well, my superpower is to attract beautiful women. Huh? Guan Zhehui blinked, not understanding. You see, Jiang Wenjie spoke earnestly, as soon as I activate my superpower, beautiful women around me will be irresistibly drawn to me, just like you are right now, constantly asking me questions. Isn't that because I've attracted you? Guan Zhehui stared blankly for 3 seconds, then her face turned beet red. You? What nonsense are you talking about? Who is attracted to you? Then why do you keep staring at me? Jiang Wenjie asked with a smile. I was just curious. Guan Zhehui argued, but her ears were already flushed. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Wenjie knew he couldn't tease her any longer, or the girl would really get angry. He picked up his knife and fork again, cutting the steak, while saying, all right, no more jokes. Actually, my superpower is being able to eat a lot. After saying this, Jiang Wenjie speared a large piece of steak and stuffed it in. Oh, you tricked me again. Guan Zhehui stomped her foot in frustration, but because she was wearing high heels, she couldn't move too much. The sight was both cute and comical. Jiang Wenjie couldn't help but burst into laughter at her antics. Once he calmed down, he said seriously, actually, I do have a superpower, but I can't show it now. After we finish eating, you'll take you to a place, and then you'll understand. Really? Guan Zhehui looked at him with some skepticism. You can't trick me again. Tricking you is for puppies. Jiang Wenjie raised his right hand in a gesture of swearing. You've already tricked me several times. Guan Zhehui pouted. By this logic, you should already be a big wolf dog now. Jiang Wenjie was amused by her retort. All right, you've learned to fight back. It seems you're not just a silly girl who only watches dramas. You're the silly one. Guan Zhehui glared at him, but there was no real anger in her gaze. As they ate and chatted, Jiang Wenjie even told a few slightly risque jokes. Of course, all were civilized. For instance, he said, hey, do you know why men love to see women in high heels? No, Guan Zhehui shook her head. Because high heels make women's legs look longer. Jiang Wenjie winked. This way men can save a few steps. Guan Zhehui initially didn't understand, but after pondering for a few seconds, she finally got it, and then blushed with anger. You? How can you be so indecent? Where's the indecency? Jiang Wenjie feigned innocence. I'm just stating the truth. Look, you're wearing high heels. Don't your legs look particularly long? Hearing this, Guan Zhehui looked down at her legs and found they indeed appeared much longer than when she wore her school uniform. She felt a bit smug about it, but replied, so what? So nothing. Jiang Wenjie laughed. I just think it looks great. This remark was a bit too straightforward, causing Guan Zhehui's face to turn red immediately. She then lowered her head, focusing on her meal, too shy to look at him again, yet her heart raced like it was carrying a little rabbit. Jiang Wenjie found Guan Zhehui's shy demeanor increasingly amusing. He thought the girl in front of him, although a bit vain, was essentially still a pure student, making it particularly fun to tease her. However, although Guan Zhehui was shy, she hadn't forgotten about the superpower thing. After eating a few more bites, she looked up and asked, hey, when will you showcase that superpower of yours? Why are you still thinking about this? Jiang Wenjie said with a wry smile. Of course I have to. Guan Zhehui replied assertively, didn't you just say you would show it to me later? You can't go back on your word. Hearing this, Jiang Wenjie shook his head helplessly. He thought this girl is really quite persistent. It seems that if I don't let her see it properly tonight, she won't let it go. With that in mind, a thought suddenly popped into his head. Why not really let her experience what cashability is? He had just bought a car in the afternoon and was recently considering buying a house, so why not take this opportunity to impress this little girl? All right, Zhang Wenjie said seriously after putting down his knife and fork. Since you're so curious, after we finish eating, I'll show you my superpower. Really? Guan Zhouwei's eyes brightened. Really? Zhang Wenjie nodded, but I have to warn you, my superpower might be a bit shocking, so you need to be mentally prepared. Oh, how shocking is it? Is it more impressive than the special effects on TV? Zhang Wenjie smiled mysteriously. You'll find out when the time comes. During the next moments, Guan Zhouwei noticeably increased her eating speed. She ate while occasionally glancing at Zhang Wenjie, her eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. Zhang Wenjie noticed all this and found it amusing, but he maintained his calm demeanor on the surface. He savored each dish leisurely, secretly evaluating the culinary skills of the Peninsula Hotel. The codfish was fresh and tender, cooked to perfection. The chocolate lava cake, when cut, oozed just right, sweet, but not cloying. Although it was still not as good as what he had tasted in top restaurants in his past life, it was already considered top-notch in this era of Hong Kong. I'm full. Guan Zhouwei put down her knife and fork, wiped her mouth, and stared directly at Zhang Wenjie. Can you show your superpower now? You are too impatient, aren't you? Zhang Wenjie glanced at her nearly empty plate, and then at his unfinished dessert, saying helplessly, can't you wait a bit? How can I not be impatient? Guan Zhouwei said, this is a superpower. I've never seen a real superpower person. Hearing Guan Zhouwei's words and seeing her serious expression, Zhang Wenjie couldn't help but laugh. All right, I'll show you after I finish eating. Although Guan Zhouwei was anxious, she could only wait. However, she sat in her chair, her toes lightly tapping the ground, and her fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, exuding impatience. After a while, Zhang Wenjie finally finished the last bite of cake, wiped his mouth, and waved to the waiter to settle the bill. The waiter brought the bill, and Zhang Wenjie casually glanced at the number, 2,860 Hong Kong dollars. Then calmly took out his wallet, counted out $3,000 bills, and said no need for change. Guan Zhouwei watched in shock as the bills were taken away, her heart racing. $3,000, just like that. Plus the $4,300 spent on clothes earlier. Had he really spent over $7,000 in one night? As they walked out of the Peninsula Hotel, the cool night breeze blew, causing Guan Zhouwei to shiver. Zhang Wenjie naturally took off his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders. You don't have to. Guan Zhouwei tried to refuse. Where to don't catch a cold, Zhang Wenjie said, already heading towards the parking lot. Guan Zhouwei watched his back, then glanced at the jacket on her shoulders, still warm from his body, feeling a mix. As the car drove away from the Peninsula Hotel, Pak Yuang's fourth daughter Pei Hui happened to catch a glimpse of Zhang Wenjie's red Lamborghini leaving. Then a hint of confusion flashed in Pak Pei Hui's eyes. Isn't that the car that Wei Jian reserved? On the other hand, Zhang Wenjie was already driving Guan Zhouwei towards Deepwater Bay. Along the way, she was like a curious baby, asking non-stop, where are we going? How much longer? Soon, Zhang Wenjie replied patiently, you'll know when we get there. Hey, can't you tell me first? Guan Zhouwei pouted, it's really annoying to keep people in suspense. Zhang Wenjie chuckled, isn't it nice to keep a life needs surprises? I don't want surprises, I want to know now. Guan Zhouwei threw a small tantrum. But deep down, she wasn't really angry. On the contrary, the anticipation of the unknown made her heart race, as if she were embarking on an adventure. After all, her life had always been routine, going to school, going home, watching TV, occasionally shopping with classmates. Experiencing something like today, following a mysterious man to an unknown destination, was her first time. The car drove along the coastline, and the night view of Victoria Harbor was as beautiful as a dream. Guan Zhouwei looked out at the scenery and gradually calmed down. After an unknown period, the car entered a serene area with lush trees lining the road and villas hidden among them, exuding understated luxury. How this place is. Guan Zhouwei suddenly recognized the location, Deepwater Bay. Zhang Wenjie nodded. While Deepwater Bay is a famous luxury residential area in Hong Kong where the residents are either rich or noble. Although Guan Zhouwei had never been here, she had seen many reports about it on TV and in magazines. Why are we here? Guan Zhouwei asked in surprise, looking at the scenery outside. Do you live nearby? Zhang Wenjie just smiled without answering. At this moment, he was contemplating that since he wanted to showcase the cash ability, he should make it substantial, and buying a house here in Deepwater Bay should be enough to shock this little girl. In fact, he had already planned to buy a house as the factory was now stable, and with the opening of the product market, his funds were also sufficient. Additionally, he had just promoted Liu Yongda to manager, so he no longer needed to stay in the factory. 247. The tenement buildings in Sham Shui Po were too small and old, and the environment was poor. Therefore, buying a nice house was not only an improvement in living conditions, but also an investment. He remembered clearly how crazy the housing prices in Hong Kong would become in the coming decades. Before long, the car stopped in front of a beautifully decorated sales office. Guan Zhouwei, sitting inside the car, looked at the impressive facade, and then at Zhang Wenjie, puzzled. Hey, weren't you going to show your superpower? Why did we come to a real estate office? Zhang Wenjie did not respond to Guan Zhouwei's question. Instead, he turned off the engine, got out of the car, and walked around to open the door for her, saying, you'll know when you go in. With that, Guan Jiahui, full of doubts, followed him into the sales office, her eyes continuously scanning the surrounding. She thought the office was very luxuriously decorated with a marble floor that was polished to a shine, crystal chandeliers sparkling brightly, and artworks hanging on the walls exuding an air of wealth. "Good evening, sir and miss." A female salesperson in a professional suit came over with a standard and enthusiastic smile. "Lin Na. How can I assist you too?" As she spoke, her gaze swept over them. The man was impeccably dressed in a suit, and the Rolex on his wrist glinted under the lights. The girl wore a Chanel dress, although she looked young, her demeanor was exceptional, clearly a wealthy person. Jiang Wenjie nodded slightly. "I would like to see your luxury houses, preferably with a sea view." Lin Na's eyes lit up. Requesting a sea view luxury house was a sign of a big client. "You have great taste, sir." Lin Na's smile became even brighter. "We happen to have several high-quality sea view luxury houses available. Let me take you to see the show flat right away." Guan Jiahui followed Jiang Wenjie, her curiosity deepening. She secretly tugged at the hem of Jiang Wenjie's clothes and asked in a low voice, "Hey, what are you bringing me here for? You aren't really planning to buy a house, are you?" Jiang Wenjie turned his head and winked at her. "Aren't you the one who wanted to see my superpower?" Upon hearing Jiang Wenjie's words, Guan Jiahui was momentarily stunned. Before she could react, she was led by Lin Na towards the show flat area. As the saleswoman opened the door to the show flat, Guan Jiahui was immediately stunned by the sight in front of her. In front of her was a spacious and bright living room as large as her entire house. The floor-to-ceiling windows on the entire wall offered a breathtaking view of the sea. The night view of Victoria Harbor, with its dazzling lights, resembled stars reflecting in the water. The living room was furnished with high-end leather sofas and marble coffee tables, along with abstract paintings on the walls. Every detail showcased luxury and taste. "Wow!" Guan Jiahui couldn't help but exclaim, "This place is really beautiful." Lin Na smiled warmly as she introduced, "This residence spans over 330 square feet, featuring 4 bedrooms, each with a breathtaking ocean view. The master suite includes a private en-suite bathroom and a walk-in closet, while the kitchen boasts an open-plan design equipped with premium German appliances. Moreover, our residential community offers exceptional amenities: a private beach, a fully equipped fitness center, an infinity swimming pool, and 24-hour security." Guan Jiahui listened, her mouth unconsciously parting in awe. She then approached the window, gazing out at the shimmering sea, and murmured softly, "Wow, it's truly magnificent here." Yet almost immediately a question surfaced in her mind. She turned to Lin Na and whispered, "But such an exquisite property surely commands a steep price, doesn't it?" Lin Na maintained her poised smile. "Madam, the asking price is $1 Hong Kong. 9 million. 1.9 million. Guan Jiahui gasped sharply, her jaw dropping open, stunned into silence. After all, $1 Hong Kong. 9 million. What did that even mean? Her family's modest apartment, under 80 square meters, had cost only several $100,000 Hong Kong upon purchase. This single residence could easily match the value of more than 10 such units. She stole a glance at Jiang Wenjie, searching his face for any flicker of reaction. Yet his expression remained utterly unruffled, as if Lin Na had just quoted 190 Hong Kong dollars instead of $1 Hong Kong. 9 million. He stood with arms crossed, pacing slowly through the rooms, occasionally running a hand along the walls, inspecting door frames and windows with practiced scrutiny. He did not appear to be evaluating a home. He looked rather like a sovereign surveying his domain. In truth, he was silently appraising its worth: prime location, exceptional views, and a thoughtfully balanced floor plan. At $1 Hong Kong, 9 million, the price was neither bargain nor exorbitant. Yet, given projected market appreciation, it represented an outstanding investment. Guan Jiahui's heart pounded. She edged closer to Jiang Wenjie and lowered her voice. "Peter, that's nearly 2 million. Are you truly planning to buy it?" Jiang Wenjie tilted his head toward her, offering a faint, enigmatic smile, then walked to the center of the living room, scanning the space before turning to Lin Na. "The natural lighting is excellent and the layout is well conceived, but," he gestured toward the kitchen, "isn't the kitchen somewhat compact?" Lin Na hastened to explain, "Sir, this unit follows a light kitchen, grand living philosophy. For homeowners at this tier, daily cooking is rare. Formal dinners are primarily hosted for guests. Hence, greater emphasis is placed on spacious living and dining areas." "That makes sense," Jiang Wenjie nodded, then proceeded toward the master bedroom. Guan Jiahui followed closely, her pulse fluttering. Part of her fervently hoped he would indeed purchase the property. That would mean she'd met a genuine tycoon. Yet another part of her recoiled at the staggering sum, whispering doubt. What if he were merely posturing? The master bedroom left Guan Jiahui utterly spellbound: an oversized king bed, a walk-in closet, and, astonishingly, a deep-soaking jetted tub nestled within the marble-clad bathroom. Even more astonishing, a sleek flat-screen television was seamlessly embedded into the wall. Television in the bedroom. How extravagantly indulgent. "The tub is German-engineered with hydromassage and temperature regulation features," Lin Na explained. "And the bedroom television is the latest model from her country, designed for leisurely viewing from bed." Guan Jiahui imagined herself submerged in warm water, gazing at the endless horizon, her breath caught at the sheer luxury of it. Jiang Wenjie inspected every room meticulously, even stepping onto the balcony to feel the ocean breeze. Finally returning to the living room, he said to Lin Na, "Very well. I'll take this unit." His words carried effortless nonchalance, as if ordering a cup of milk tea. Though Lin Na had anticipated such confidence, hearing the decision so swiftly still sent a jolt of exhilaration through her. "Excellent, sir. You possess remarkable discernment. This is unquestionably our finest residence. Let me prepare the contract immediately." With that she all but dashed from the room. Guan Jiahui stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. She stared at Jiang Wenjie speechless for a long moment before finally stammering, You actually bought it. 1.9 million, just like that." Jiang Wenjie stepped toward her, watching her incredulous expression with quiet amusement, and deliberately teased, "What? Do you doubt my ability to afford it?" No, not at all." Guan Jiahui waved her hands frantically. "It's just it happened so suddenly. How long have you even been looking?" 10 minutes. Less than 20. And you've already committed to spending $1 Hong Kong. 9 million. Purchasing is about resonance. Jiang Wenjie shrugged lightly. When something feels right, you act. Hesitation only invites regret. Guan Jiahui still couldn't fathom such spontaneity. Her family haggled for hours over a single television, yet here a $1 Hong Kong. 9 million residents had been claimed after barely a glance. She sidled up beside him, half joking, half serious. "Hey, surely you're not just burning money. Why buy something this expensive?" Jiang Wenjie studied her, eyes glinting with playful mischief, then leaned in and murmured, "Oh, does my fortune make you anxious?" I most certainly do not." Guan Jiahui flushed crimson. "I simply think it's just extraordinarily costly." "Cost reflects value," Jiang Wenjie replied. "Consider the ocean vista, the craftsmanship, the location. I believe it's worth every cent." Then, recalling their earlier conversation at the Peninsula Hotel, his mention of a superpower, a sudden thought struck her. "Wait, is that what you meant by your superpower?" Jiang Wenjie didn't deny it, only smiled. "Call it that if you like. So, how do you find my cash power?" Her eyes widened in realization, then she blurted, "You meant cash power, not superpower." "I misunderstood completely." "You misheard," Jiang Wenjie said, feigning innocence as he spread his hands. "I clearly said cash, as in currency, not capes." Guan Jiahui flushed deeper, mortified, and let out an indignant little huff. "It's your mumbled pronunciation that's to blame." "Nonsense, I enunciate perfectly." Jiang Wenjie laughed. "You simply misinterpreted. Don't hold me responsible." Guan Jiahui stamped her foot in frustration, yet inwardly conceded yes, this cash power was undeniably staggering. How many people in Hong Kong could casually spend $1 Hong Kong, 9 million on a whim? Suddenly Jiang Wenjie asked, "By the way, would you like one too? I'll gift it to you." Guan Jiahui's first instinct was disbelief, but the sincerity in his gaze gave her pause. Then, remembering how often he'd teased her before, a spark of defiance ignited. She tilted her head, feigning eagerness, and pouted, "Really? Then I'll accept. No backing out now." She wanted to see exactly how he'd wriggle out of this one, only for him to burst into laughter. I'm joking. You actually believed me." Her face flared scarlet, anger surging. She stomped her foot again. "Ugh, why must you always tease me like that?" Still angry, Jiang Wenjie drew nearer, blinking playfully. "Don't sulk, it's just a light-hearted jest. Not funny at all." She turned away, though her lips trembled, threatening to betray her composure. Jiang Wenjie found her indignation utterly charming, and pressed further, "Really? You won't accept? I'm genuinely prepared to give it to you." Convinced he was still jesting, Guan Jiahui rolled her eyes, folded her arms, and retorted, "I won't fall for it again. If I do, I'm a puppy." Truly refusing, Jiang Wenjie persisted, grinning. "Think carefully. This opportunity won't come twice." Guan Jiahui searched his face, suddenly uncertain. What if, this time, he meant it? A 2 million Hong Kong dollars residence. Who wouldn't want it? Torn between pride and temptation, she hesitated, then whispered almost inaudibly, "Yes." Before she could finish, Jiang Wenjie interrupted, chuckling. You just swore that if you trusted me again, you'd be a puppy. Remember?" She froze, then, mortified beyond measure, stamped her foot, and actually yelped, "Woof! Woof!" Jiang Wenjie blinked, genuinely startled. He hadn't expected that. A wave of amused disbelief. Guan Jiahui instantly regretted it. Her cheeks burned, her hands flying to cover her face. How could she have been so impulsive? She'd utterly humiliated herself. Jiang Wenjie watched her flustered, crimson-cheeked distress, and burst into unrestrained laughter. When he finally calmed, he shook his head, smiling fondly. "My dear, you're far too sincere for your own good." "Whose fault is that?" Guan Jiahui shot back, glaring. "You keep deceiving me." All right. My mistake." Jiang Wenjie raised his hands in surrender. "But now, you do believe in my cash power, don't you?" Though still flustered, Guan Jiahui had to admit his cash power was undeniably formidable. Few in Hong Kong could, or would, pay $1 Hong Kong, 9 million in full without hesitation. Stealing another glance at Jiang Wenjie, she realized her perception of him had irrevocably shifted. Earlier he'd seemed enigmatic, perhaps even suspicious. Now she saw undeniable wealth. Not ordinary affluence, but extraordinary means. Then a memory surfaced, his earlier claim of having multiple girlfriends. Her skepticism rekindled. Surely someone newly wealthy wouldn't need to purchase a home unless their prior residence was inadequate. That logic led her to a swift conclusion: his boast about numerous girlfriends was almost certainly fabricated. After all, a man so young, so striking, and so financially formidable could scarcely juggle countless relationships and spare time for dinner dates and property viewings. He must still be unattached. That thought sent a quiet thrill through her. Her pulse quickened, her breath catching faintly. Just then Lin Na returned, clutching the contract, her face alight with unrestrained delight. "Sir, the agreement is ready. Please review it at your convenience." Jiang Wenjie skimmed the document briskly, then signed with decisive flourish. Guan Zhehui watched mesmerized, calculating silently. $1 9 million in cash. How vast a stack would that be? Once the signature was complete, Jiang Wenjie told Lin Na, "The remaining formalities can be handled by your team. I'll return later to finalize them." Of course. Lin Na beamed. "Mr. Jiang, rest assured, we'll manage everything flawless." Emerging from the sales office, the salty sea breeze enveloped them. Guan Zhehui still floated in a daze, her steps light, her thoughts unmoored. Only once seated in the car did she regain her senses, then turned to study Jiang Wenjie's profile, her emotions swirling with newfound complexity. As the vehicle glided away from Deepwater Bay toward her neighborhood, she kept stealing glances at him, her heart fluttering with nervous anticipation. A sudden fear gripped her. Perhaps tonight would be their last meeting. He was a multi-millionaire, she merely an ordinary university student. Their worlds belonged to separate strata. The thought filled her with poignant reluctance. Tonight had felt like a dream, ethereal, perfect, unreal. She didn't wish to awaken so soon. Again and again she gathered courage to speak, then faltered. Would asking, "Will we meet again?" seem too bold? Would inquiring, "What are your plans tomorrow?" sound contrived? She wrestled with indecision all the way, fingers twisting nervously at her hem, until the car pulled smoothly to a stop beneath her building. Guan Zhehui took a deep, steadying breath, and finally turned to him. May I join you again sometime?" Her heart hammered wildly, heat flooded her cheeks. Jiang Wenjie's eyes gleamed, barely perceptible triumph dancing within them. He'd anticipated her vulnerability, sensed her trembling hope, yet outwardly he remained composed, deliberately unhurried. "Oh, certainly. Though as you know, a man of modest means like myself must attend to myriad affairs daily. My schedule is perpetually full." He deliberately twisted Wanji 10,000 matters into Wanji 10,000 concubines, but Guan Zhehui missed the pun entirely, interpreting it as a polite refusal. Her face reddened anew. "I understand, but I truly enjoy your company. Your knowledge is vast, your wit delightful." Her voice dwindled to a whisper barely audible. Jiang Wenjie observed her tender vulnerability with quiet satisfaction. He knew better than to rush. She was already hooked. Now came the delicate art of reeling her in. "Here's what I propose," he said gently. "Share your home telephone number with me. Should I find a free moment, I'll call." And a hint of disappointment flashed in Guan Zhehui's eyes. She wished she could directly obtain Jiang Wenjie's contact information, but then she thought, since he had taken the initiative to ask for her information, could it mean there might still be a possibility for them? Suddenly a wave of sweetness surged in her heart. Thus she quickly rummaged through her small bag for paper and a pen, and then carefully wrote down her home phone number and school information. Then she handed the note to Jiang Wenjie with both hands, her eyes filled with anticipation as she said, "You must remember, okay? When you have time you must come and play with me. You absolutely must not lie to me." Jiang Wenjie took the note, and their fingers accidentally brushed against each other, causing both of them to pause slightly. "Don't worry, I've noted it down," he said. Jiang Wenjie nodded with a smile, carefully putting the note away. Then Guan Zhehui reluctantly got off the car and stood by it as if she still wanted to say something more, but in the end she didn't know what to say, so she just waved her hand and said, "Well, goodbye." "Goodbye," Jiang Wenjie waved back. Guan Zhehui turned to walk home, her steps light, as if she could fly. However, just after a few steps, she couldn't help but look back, only to find that the red sports car was still there and Jiang Wenjie was watching her from inside. She blushed, quickly turned her head, and then skipped into the hallway, while Jiang Wenjie leaned back in his seat, lightly tapping the steering wheel, watching Guan Zhehui slowly disappear behind the door, a smile gradually forming on his lips. He knew that this fish had already taken the bait. The next step was to wait for the line to be slowly reeled in, but he would, after all, when dealing with a girl like Guan Zhehui, who was precocious, being too eager would backfire. It was better to maintain some distance, to keep her guessing, and to make her want more. Thinking of this, he recalled her expressive big eyes, remembered how she blushed and got angry when he teased her, and couldn't help but smile. This girl was even more interesting than he had imagined. Meanwhile, when Bao Peihui returned home to Qianshui Bay, it was already past 11 at night. At this time the maid took her coat and handbag, softly asking, "Miss C, would you like a midnight snack?" "No need, just bring me a cup of tea to the study," Bao Peihui said as she went straight upstairs. The study was very quiet, and on the mahogany desk was a family photo. Bao Peihui sat down on the large leather chair, her fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk. The shadow of that red Lamborghini from earlier lingered in her mind. After all, it was too eye-catching. There were only 3 of them in all of Xianjiang, she wouldn't mistake it. After pondering for a moment, she picked up the phone on the desk, dialed the international number, and while waiting for the call to connect, the beeping sound in the quiet study seemed exceptionally clear. After a while, a slightly sleepy male voice came through. "Hello, Wei Jian, it's me." Bao Peihui's voice softened a bit. "Did I wake you up?" "Ah, it's Peihui." Zheng Weijian's voice became more awake. He looked at the clock on the bedside table and found it was just past 7 in the morning. However, he still said, "No, I just woke up and was about to get up. By the way, it should be around 11 at your place, right? What's up? Why are you calling so late?" "It's nothing serious." Bao Peihui considered her words carefully. "I just saw a red Lamborghini Countach at the Peninsula Hotel earlier. Isn't that the one you ordered? I thought you secretly returned to give me a surprise." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. "Oh, you're talking." Zheng Weijian's tone showed no emotions. "I received a call from the butler last night," Hechuan said. "That car has already been sold." "Sold?" Bao Peihui frowned slightly. "Did you not order it 6 months ago?" "I did order it, but didn't pay a deposit. It was only a verbal agreement." Zheng Weijian's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Hechuan said a customer paid the full amount directly and even added 30,000 more, so they sold the car. After all, business people who would turn down money. Upon hearing this, Bao Peihui lightly clicked her tongue and said, "That's really untrustworthy. Do you know who bought?" "The butler said it was a young man with the surname Jiang," Zheng Weijian recalled. "But I haven't heard of anyone with that surname in the wealthy circles of Xianjiang. He probably isn't from a noble family, just a nouveau riche." After all, Hechuan also mentioned that he paid, without hesitation, 55,000 without even blinking. A nouveau riche. Bao Peihui's tone carried a hint of the disdain typical of high society. "No wonder I saw someone driving such an eye-catching car at the Peninsula Hotel." "Did you meet him?" Zheng Weijian asked. "No, I only saw the car leave." Bao Peihui paused. "But that's not important. Weijian, when are you coming back?" "My father asked about you a few days ago." "I'll be back next week." Zheng Weijian's voice softened slightly. "The paperwork at the hospital has been completed. By the way, about your father. Your father is very satisfied with you, as you know." Bao Peihui's lips curved slightly. "He said that you are willing to give up your job as a doctor in M country to take over the family business, and he thinks you are very responsible." The two chatted about trivial matters over the phone. Zheng Weijian mentioned his plans for his last few days in M country, while Bao Peihui informed him of recent social activities in Xianjiang. Their conversation gradually shifted from sports cars to serious business, and then slowly transitioned to their respect. By the way, just before hanging up, Bao Peihui seemed to suddenly remember something. "Can you make it back in time for the banquet at the Zhou family next Friday?" "I should be able to. My flight is on Wednesday." "All right, I'll come to pick you up then." Bao Peihui's voice carried a hint of joy. "It's been a long time since we last met, and I miss you a bit." A low laugh came from the other end of the phone. "I miss you too, but we'll see each other soon." Then the two exchanged sweet words before reluctantly hanging up. Bao Peihui put down the receiver and leaned back in her chair, gazing out at the night outside. The matter of the red sports car and that mysterious nouveau riche was quickly cast aside in her mind. To her, it was merely an insignificant little episode that happened daily in Xianjiang. Just a lucky nouveau riche buying a good car, nothing more. However, what she didn't know was that this so-called insignificant nouveau riche would stir up great waves in Xianjiang in the future. A week later, in the office of Yichang Appliance Factory in Yuanlong Industrial District, the aroma of tea wafted through the air. He Yanfeng sat in the opposite chair, gently placing a folder on the desk. "Jiang Sheng, this is the information on the financial personnel you previously entrusted me to find." He Yanfeng was dressed in a proper business suit today, her hair neatly tied back, looking particularly capable. "I screened a batch of qualified candidates through a local accounting firm, including cashiers, financial managers, accountants, auditors, bookkeepers, and regular clerks." Jiang Wenjie did not rush to look at the documents, but pushed a cup of brewed kung fu tea towards He Yanfeng, saying, "Miss He, please have some tea." "Thank you, Jiang Sheng." He Yanfeng accepted the teacup with both hands and took a small sip. "Miss He, I really troubled you recently," Jiang Wenjie said while pouring tea. "Thanks to your help with the loan and connecting with Boss Su last time." "You're too polite, Jiang Sheng. The reason HSBC was willing to lend was due to your abilities and the collateral of the factory." He Yanfeng humbly smiled. "And Boss Su was willing to place an order because of the quality and price advantage of Yichang's products, as well as the demand from North America, which proves your good eye. I'm just making a connection. I really can't take credit for that." Jiang Wenjie shook his head. "You can't say that. In this society, sometimes connections are more important than ability and vision. After all, if it weren't for your help, I might still be worrying about sales channels." After a round of polite exchanges, Jiang Wenjie finally turned the topic to serious matters. "Miss He put down the teapot and looked directly at He Yanfeng. "I would like to invite you to join my factory as the financial manager." Hearing Jiang Wenjie's words, He Yanfeng was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting such an invitation from Jiang Wenjie. Continued, "As for the salary, I can offer a monthly salary of 10,000 Hong Kong dollars along with a year-end bonus of at least 10,000. If the factory performs well, the bonus will be even higher. This figure genuinely surprised He Yanfeng. As a VIP account manager at HSBC, her monthly salary was only a little over 4,000 Hong Kong dollars, while Jiang Wenjia's offer was nearly double her current income. But she quickly calmed down, rapidly analyzing the pros and cons in her mind. On one hand, the income from this job was indeed very attractive. After all, that's a monthly salary of 10,000 plus at least 10,000 in year-end bonuses, which amounts to a total annual salary of 130,000. But on the other hand, her major was not accounting, but finance. Moreover, more importantly, whether it was wise to switch from a large international financial institution like HSBC to a medium-sized appliance factory that had just regained its vitality was another question for her career development. Jiang Sheng, thank you for thinking so highly of me. He Yanfeng carefully considered her words. But my major is finance, and am not well-versed in accounting practices. Also, I've built up some client resources in HSBC after almost a year there if I suddenly switch fields. She did not finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. Switching from a prestigious international bank like HSBC to a factory and doing a financial job she wasn't skilled at seemed hardly worthwhile. Jiang Wenjia understood the implication of her words and did not insist, only smiling and saying, I understand that everyone has their aspirations. If Miss He has better opportunities, I certainly wouldn't want to force you. Seeing his calm demeanor, He Yanfeng felt a bit guilty, so she quickly picked up the folder on the desk, opened it, and pulled out a resume saying, Jiang Sheng, if you don't mind, I can recommend someone. This is my university classmate and best friend Li Yufan. She holds a bachelor's degree in accounting from the Chinese University of Hong Kong and just obtained her CPA qualification last year. She is down-to-earth and very diligent. Currently, she is interning at a small trading company with a simple background and definitely reliable. Jiang Wenjia took the resume and examined it closely. Li Yufan, 22 years old, holds a bachelor's degree in accounting from the Chinese University of Hong Kong. She had excellent grades during her studies and passed the Hong Kong Institute of Certified Public Accountants exam last year. The photo on the resume showed a girl wearing glasses looking quite pleasant and indeed appeared to be earnest and diligent. She looks good, Jiang Wenjia nodded. Let's have her come for an interview tomorrow. All right, I'll call her tonight to inform her. He Yanfeng quickly replied, then pointed at the other materials in the folder saying, what about these other candidates? Bring them all in, Jiang Wenjia said. I plan to replace the entire financial team at Yichang. Not just the finance department, but cashiers, accountants, clerks, all need to be replaced with new ones. He Yanfeng nodded, secretly admiring Jiang Wenjia's decisiveness. After all, replacing the entire financial department at once was no small matter. It required a lot of determination. The Yichang appliance factory was previously managed as a family business, and the financial team mostly consisted of relatives of the former owner, so it indeed needed to be replaced. Since Jiang Wenjia took over the factory, he immediately entrusted her with recruiting financial personnel. Since that time, she realized that this young man, who appeared amiable on the surface, was actually quite decisive in his actions. He would not hesitate when it was necessary. By the way, Miss He, Jiang Wenjia set down the folder and suddenly remembered something. I would like to ask you for one more. Please go ahead, Jiang Sheng. I'd like you to help me find an assistant. Jiang Wenjia carefully considered his words. Ideally, someone with a degree in finance or economics who is proficient in English, has a certain understanding of the stock market and futures, and is also familiar with the operations of major exchanges and banks. Hearing Jiang Wenjia's request, He Yanfeng became interested. Is Jiang Sheng planning to venture into the finance? Jiang Wenjia did not answer directly, but smiled, saying, I just want to understand some investment opportunities. After all, while doing business is stable, the cash flow is slow. If I can find suitable investment channels to make money generate more money, the efficiency could be much higher. In his heart, he had deeper considerations. Although he had revived this factory, which was on the brink of bankruptcy, through his past life memories and efforts, his understanding of the financial market was limited to a few major trends. The economy of country R was taking off, the stock market and real estate were starting to rise, and country M was about to enter a period of high inflation, while Hong Kong real estate was about to enter a golden decade. But this information was too vague. Specific stocks that would rise, which futures had potential, when to enter the market and when to exit, he couldn't remember all the time. It was like playing a game where only a small part of the map was opened with the rest shrouded in fog of war. He needed someone to help him keep the map open to stay updated on global political and economic dynamics. He Yanfeng nodded thoughtfully after hearing his needs. Does Jiang Sheng want a full-time or part-time assistant? It is best to be full-time, Jiang Wenjia said with certainty. You must devote at least 80% of your energy to this position. Much of the information is time-sensitive, and if it were part-time, I'm afraid you would miss crucial opportunities. And the compensation? He Yanfeng asked. A guaranteed monthly salary of 10,000 Hong Kong dollars, Jiang Wenjia stated. If you last a full year without being dismissed, the year-end bonus will be at least 50,000 and could reach as much as 300,000 depending on performance. The compensation again stunned He Yanfeng. A 10,000 monthly wage was already generous, and a year-end bonus ranging from 50 to 300,000 was astonishing. This meant that with good performance, annual income could exceed 400,000 Hong Kong dollars. She mentally tallied the numbers. As a client manager at Huifeng Bank, her position was respectable, but even after 5 or 8 more years, she probably would not reach that level of income. Under Zhang Wenjia's offer, the guaranteed minimum for a year was already 170,000. With strong performance, it might even surpass 400,000. Although Yichang was only a small to medium home appliance factory at present, it was growing rapidly, and she had personally seen how Zhang Wenjia had revived a near-bankrupt plant in just 4 months. Previously, Zhang Wenjia's personal savings at the bank were only about 3.9 million Hong Kong dollars. Now his deposits neared 10 million. Although he still had a 3 million bank loan, he and another client, Su Zhirui, had signed long-term orders. Every month, Mr. Zhus orders alone guaranteed a revenue floor of $1.2 million ample to secure the factory's future cash flow. He was a young man of limitless potential. Following him might offer far more opportunity than climbing the ranks at Huifeng. With that thought, He Yanfang had already made her decision. Mr. Zhang. She sat up straight, her gaze steady on Zhang Wenjia. What do you think of me? Zhang Wenjia was slightly taken aback. You? Yes, me. He Yanfang sat even straighter. I graduated from Xiangjiang Chinese University with a degree in finance. My English is perfectly fine. She began to promote herself. I would not claim mastery of stocks or futures, but I understand the fundamentals. During my time at Huifeng, I became familiar with the workings of major exchanges and banks. Most importantly, I know what kind of information you, Mr. Zhang, need and how to organize and present it. She finished in one breath and looked at him beseechingly. I believe I am capable of this job. Zhang Wenjia did not answer immediately. He lifted his teacup and took a slow sip. The atmosphere in the office grew suddenly subtle. He Yanfang's heart pounded. She knew her decision was risky. Abandoning the stability of Huifeng to become an assistant at a factory would make many think her mad. Yet she had a strong intuition. Following Zhang Wenjia might offer far greater development than remaining at the bank, and besides, his offer was generous. If Missy is willing to come, I certainly welcome it. Zhang Wenjia finally said, his tone teasing. But didn't you just say you wanted to stay at Huifeng? What made you change your mind so suddenly? At his teasing, He Yanfang blushed and answered at once. What was said before was then, now is now. Given how good Mr. Zhang's offer is, I'm not a fool. Of course I'm tempted. But this job is not easy. Zhang Wenjia set down his cup. I want you to collect global financial intelligence every day, political developments and market movements, and compile them into a briefing for me before you leave. For major events, report to me at once. In short, this role has virtually no fixed quitting time. I can do that, He Yanfang replied without hesitation. I often worked overtime at Huifeng, and I have a genuine interest in finance. This post would be both work and study for me. Since Miss He says so, you are welcome. Zhang Wenjia smiled. But are you sure? Resigning from Huifeng to be my assistant? Others might think you are foolish. I don't care what others think. He Yanfang shook her head. I care about what I can actually earn in the space for future development. Mr. Zhang, I trust your vision and ability. Good. Zhang Wenjia banged the table. If Miss He is willing to come, I could not be more pleased. What about Hui? Rest assured, Mr. Zhang. They'll submit my resignation as soon as I return, He Yanfang said decisively. By contract, I have a 1-month handover, but he'll try to shorten it and aim to start within 2 weeks. All right. Zhang Wenjia rose and extended his hand. It's settled then. Miss He, welcome to Yichang. He Yanfang stood quickly and took his hand. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for this opportunity. I will work hard and never betray your trust. At the instant their hands met, an indescribable thrill swept through He Yanfang. She felt that her life's trajectory might be changing from this moment. Zhang Wenjia studied the determined young woman before him and thought He Yanfang was capable and well-connected and, most importantly, ambitious and hardworking. Used wisely, she might become a powerful aid. He released her hand and sat back down. By the way, once Miss He arrives about Li Yufan, he'll arrange Yufan's interview, she interjected. He Yanfang said at once, if you think she is suitable, I'll take her through the factory's finances quickly to ensure a smooth. Much obliged. Zhang Wenjia smiled in satisfaction. They talked a little longer before He Yanfang rose to leave. At the door, she turned suddenly and asked, Mr. Zhang, may I ask you a question? Go ahead. Is your interest in the financial markets short-term speculation or long-term investment? Zhang Wenjia was silent for a moment, then answered slowly, both. Short-term to seize opportunities, or long-term to lay out the grand plan. How to act specifically must be guided by careful data analysis. He Yanfang nodded and asked no further questions. She knew she was about to embark on a new professional chapter, and that the captain of this voyage was the seemingly carefree, but actually far-sighted young man before her. After returning to Huifeng Bank, He Yanfang did not immediately hand in her resignation, as she first called her close friend Li Yufan. Yufan, it's me, Yanfang. Yanfang, why are you calling now? Aren't you at work? Li Yufan's bright voice came over the line. I need you. It's important. He Yanfang lowered her voice. Are you free tomorrow? They'll bring you to meet someone. Mysterious, she said. A boss looking for a finance person, so I quietly recommended you and submitted your resume, He Yanfang explained. They offer a high monthly salary, but it's a rare chance. You must prepare well. Li Yufan was silent for a few seconds. Yanfang, my current job. Trust me. Take a day off tomorrow, He Yanfeng interrupted. He Yanfeng cut in. The factory owner is decisive and the business is growing fast. You won't regret going. All right, Li Yufan finally agreed. He'll take the day off. What time? Where shall we meet? He Yanfeng gave her the time and address, added a few reminders, and then hung up. She took a deep breath, drew stationery from a drawer, and began to write her resignation letter. The fountain pen whispered across the paper. Every word was written with unusual care. She knew that once the letter was submitted, there would be no turning back, yet she felt no regret. After finishing the resignation, she did not hand it in immediately. She waited until just before the end of the day, and then knocked on the department manager's door. Manager Zhang, I have something to tell you. Manager Zhang looked up, saw her serious expression, and felt a premonition. Oh, what is it? He Yanfeng set the resignation letter on the desk. Thank you for your care, manager, but I have new career plans, so. Manager Zhang picked up the letter side and said, Yanfeng, you are one of the most promising young people in our department. The bank is considering promoting a batch of middle managers. You're a strong candidate. Have you reconsidered? Thank you for your kindness, He Yanfeng replied politely, but firmly. I have thought it through. Knowing he could not keep her, Manager Zhang nodded. Very well. Since you have decided, I will not insist. But by contract you require a 1-month handover. All right, I will complete the handover as soon as possible, He Yanfeng said. After leaving the manager's office, He Yanfeng felt a lightness. Standing in the corridor of the Huifeng building and looking through the window at the bustling street, she brimmed with anticipation for the future. Meanwhile, in his office, Jiang Wenjie brewed gongfu tea. He sipped and wrote the next plans in his notebook. The finance team would be reshuffled. He Yanfeng would come as assistant. Production would expand and preparations for a public listing would begin. There was much to do, but he did not feel tired. Rather, the sense of having everything under control invigorated him. He suddenly remembered his date with Guan Jiahui a week earlier, and how she had blushed at his teasing. His lips curved. Once this busy spell was over, he would ask her out again. For now, he must handle the work at hand. Career came first. He finished the last slightly cool sip of tea and checked his watch. 4:30 in the afternoon. There was nothing urgent at the factory today. Since his promotion to factory manager, Liu Yongda had been exceptionally energetic, managing production with meticulous order. With him watching over the plant, Jiang Wenjie felt reassured. With nothing pressing, he decided to leave early. After all, the Shinshui Bay villa he had purchased last week had completed its paperwork yesterday, and he had received the keys. He planned to return to his old residence in Shinshubu to tidy up. There were no valuable items, but his diplomas and important documents remained, and he wanted to say farewell to the Zhou Huimin family across the way. Thinking of this, Jiang Wenjie grabbed his car keys and left the office. Passing the workshop, he saw Liu Yongda discussing production details with several senior workers and did not disturb them, heading straight downstairs. As the red Lamborghini exited the factory, gatekeeper Old Li's eyes widened. Though the boss had driven it for over a week, Old Li could not help but marvel each time. Mr. Jiang leaving for the day. Old Li greeted with a broad smile. Yes, heading home for something. Jiang Wenjie nodded, pressed the accelerator, and the sports car emitted a low roar as it merged onto the road. An hour later, his car entered Xiankai Street in Shinshubu. It was past 6 in the evening, the rush hour. The streets near the Tong Lao were thronged with commuters, students, and housewives. The street stalls had lit their lamps. The clatter of walks mixed with diners' laughter, and the air was perfumed with the scent of food and the warm bustle of daily life. The sports car looked conspicuously out of place on the old street. Its low engine note drew many sideways glances, and when that vivid red came into view, several people stopped in their tracks. Wow, what a car! That roar! A middle-aged man in work clothes exclaimed as he halted his bicycle and squinted toward it. What is that? I've never seen one. An auntie murmured, narrowing her eyes. It's a Lamborghini. There are only 3 in all of Hong Kong. A young man who seemed knowledgeable said excitedly. Who would have thought we'd see one in Shinshubu? The sports car stopped near the Tong Lao, where Jiang Wenjie had once lived. Because it was the dinner rush, many residents were coming and going. Spotting the abrupt appearance of a luxury car, they instinctively slowed their pace. Don't get too close, you couldn't afford to pay for a dent, an auntie warned as she tugged her little grandson and carefully skirted the car. Who is this driving such a fine car to our neighborhood? Jiang Wenjie opened the door and stepped out with long strides. As he emerged from the car, a low murmur of admiration rose from those nearby. He wore a simple white shirt and black trousers, no tie, 2 buttons at the collar casually undone, relaxed yet tasty. A few old neighbors who had just come out of the Tong Lao recognized him. Isn't that Jia Zai? Chun Bo, who lived on the 3rd floor and worked as a waiter at the tea restaurant, was the first to call out. Jiang Wenjie. It's him, Mrs. Li on the 4th floor exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Wasn't he selling goods at a street stall before? How is it that now? For a moment, the neighbors who knew Jiang Wenjie were all stunned as they remembered him as the street vendor in an old t-shirt chased around by the police. Although they had heard recently that he made some money from investing in movies through a childhood friend, how could he afford a sports car in just a few months of not being seen? Could it really be that making movies is that profitable? A few neighbors who usually interacted with Jiang Wenjie mustered their courage to approach him. Jizzy, is that really you? Chun Bo looked him up and down, still a bit in disbelief. Jiang Wenjie smiled politely. Chenbo, long time no see. Wow, Jizzy, you've made it big. The young couple living next door to Jiang Wenjie also gathered around with husband A Chong staring at the sports car. I've seen it in magazines that cost hundreds of thousands, right? Not bad, Jiang Wenjie downplayed, not wanting to elaborate too much. I'm just back to tidy up a few things. Oh, you're moving out. Mrs. Lee suddenly realized, her voice unintentionally rising. Yes, now that you've made it big, you must be moving to a better place to live. Jiang Wenjie smiled, without speaking, as more neighbors gathered around him. Ajia, where are you working now? This car is really nice, can I touch it? Ajia, I'm your Aunt Wang, living on the 5th floor, remember? My son is looking for a job, could you help him out? Faced with a barrage of questions and requests, Jiang Wenjie felt a bit of a headache. He politely replied, I've been doing some small business lately, and luckily made some money. The car is just a means of transport. Aunt Wang, I might not be able to help with the job search. As he spoke, he glanced around, noticing that more and more people were gathering, and the curious and probing gazes were darting back and forth between Jiang Wenjie and the sports car. Jiang Wenjie knew that if he didn't leave quickly, more people would soon gather to ask questions. So he glanced at his watch, showing an apologetic expression, and said, Sorry neighbors, I have something to attend to. I'll head up first and invite everyone for tea another day. Saying that, he nodded to the crowd and turned to walk toward the staircase of the building. The neighbors watched his departing figure and began whispering among themselves, Tisk, it's true that a person can change in just a few days. Who would have thought back when he was setting up his stall every day? Now Luani's place next door will be vacant. I wonder if they will rent it to someone else. What business could he possibly be doing to earn so much? It wouldn't be anything illegal. Jiang Wenjie ignored the gossip behind him and walked straight to the staircase. He was all too familiar with this kind of Previously, when he was investing in movies with a few housewives in this building, they had also gossiped like this, when some of them suddenly wanted to back out and caused a scene in the hallway. He sighed inwardly, realizing that people are like this. They step on you when you're down and rush to flatter you when you're doing. Just as he was about to step into the stairwell, a crisp female voice suddenly called out from behind, Jiego. Hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Wenjie stopped in his tracks and turned around, seeing a girl in a school uniform, backpack in tow, jogging towards him. With her ponytail bouncing and cheeks slightly flushed from running, those clear bright eyes were filled with delight as she looked at him. It was Zhou Huimin. Seeing this neighbor girl, Jiang Wenjie immediately broke into a genuine smile, a stark contrast to the politeness he had shown to the neighbors earlier. Amin, Jiang Wenjie said with a sincere smile, just got out of school. Zhou Huimin stood before him, panting slightly, and looked up at him after catching her breath. Yes. Her eyes, however, couldn't help but dart towards that red sports car. Instantly, a glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes, but more so was the joy of meeting a familiar face. Jiego, that car. Is it yours? Yes, Jiang Wenjie smiled. Are you surprised? Zhou Huimin nodded, then shook her head, unsure of what to say. She was indeed very surprised. After all, not long ago, she had visited Jiang Wenjie's electronics factory to deliver soup her mother made for him. She knew Jiang Wenjie was wealthy now, but she never imagined he would be this rich, able to afford such a beautiful. But she quickly recalled her mother's words, don't pry into other people's private affairs, especially about money. Jiego, you haven't been back for a long time. She changed the subject, her voice tinged with a hint of complaint. Have you been busy lately? Yes, there's a lot going on at the factory, Jiang Wenjie replied, feeling soft-hearted at her obedient demeanor. Noticing the curious eyes of the neighbors still glancing over, he said to Zhou Huimin, let's go upstairs and talk. I just need to go home to tidy up some things. Zhou Huimin was taken aback and her eyes widened in surprise. Tidying up? Are you moving out? Yes, I bought a. Jiang Wenjie tried to keep it light-hearted, not wanting to make her sad. But don't worry, I'll still come back to see you all. Hearing Jiang Wenjie's words, the young girl lowered her head, tracing circles on the ground with her toes, her voice muffled. Are you moving out now? Yes, today I'm just here to pack up some things. Jiang Wenjie noticed her disappointment and gently ruffled her hair. What's wrong? Are you going to miss Jiego? Zhou Huimin said nothing, but the slightly reddened circles around her eyes betrayed her feelings. After all, over the past 6 months, ever since Jiang Wenjie lent money to pay their rent, he would occasionally bring her treats and buy popular music tapes and novels. To her, Jiang Wenjie was like an older brother. Her father had passed away early, leaving only her mother and grandmother at home, and Jiang Wenjie's presence filled the void of a male role in her life. At the same time, because girls generally mature faster at this age, she had developed a vague affection for Jiang Wenjie, who was kind to her and also quite handsome. After all, lacking a father's love from a young age, how could she not develop feelings for a good-looking, capable, and kind neighbor brother? Silly girl, Jiang Wenjie said gently. I'm not moving to outer space. If you miss me, you can just call me. By the way, how about I give you my phone number? He pulled out a business card from his suit pocket and handed it to Zhou Huimin. This is my factory's number. You can usually find me during the day. Zhou Huimin took the card carefully, as if it were something precious, then looked at the card printed with Jiang Wenjie, general manager of Yichang Electronics Factory, along with the phone number and address, feeling a mix of emotions. Jiegu, she said softly. If you move away, will you really come back to see us? Seeing her aggrieved, yet trying to hold back tears, Jiang Wenjie felt his heart soften, realizing that this girl probably really regarded him as her older brother. Of course I will, he said gently. Even though I'm moving away, it doesn't mean I'll cut off contact with you all. How about this, when you get a break later, I'll invite you all over as guests, okay? Zhou Huimin looked up, her eyes brightening. Really? Why would I lie to you? Jiang Wenjie smiled and pinched her cheek. I'll take you and your grandmother to Deepwater Bay for some fun. It's by the sea and has great scenery. Then, it's a deal. Zhou Huimin finally smiled, extending her pinky finger. Pinky promise. Jiang Wenjie chuckled at her childlike behavior, extending his pinky to promise back. Pinky promise, 100 years without changing. After they made the pinky promise, they exchanged smiles, and the earlier feelings of parting seemed to dissipate a little. As they spoke, they had already reached the 3rd floor. Jiang Wenjie took out his keys and opened the door, a musty smell from a long-ventilated space hitting him. The room was small, less than 500 square feet, with only an old refrigerator, a black and white television, a tea table, and a set of old sofas. On the tea table, besides a set of kung fu tea set, there were also several old books and magazines. As for the bedroom, it contained only a bed, a desk, and a simple wardrobe with a few outdated movie posters stuck on the wall. Jiang Wenjie surveyed the place he had lived in for over half a year, feeling a mix of emotions. This place had witnessed his most destitute times, and also marked the beginning of his rebirth. All right, I'll pack up first, Jiang Wenjie said. Is your mother and grandmother home? I'm not sure if Mom has come back from work, but my grandmother should be watching TV. Zhou Huimin looked up, her eyes filled with anticipation. Diego, why don't you come over for dinner later? My mom and grandmother have been talking about you recently. Jiang Wenjie thought for a moment and nodded. How about this, if your mom hasn't returned yet, when she does, you tell her not to cook. After I finish tidying up, I'll take you all out to eat. Really? Zhou Huimin's eyes lit up. Of course, Jiang Wenjie smiled. Go tell your grandmother now. Zhou Huimin nodded, but stood still, watching Jiang Wenjie, busying himself, a complex wave of emotions rising in her heart. On one hand, she felt happy for Jiang Wenjie. He really had made it, no longer needing to set up his stall early and late, or being chased by the police. But at the same time, she felt a bit sad, as this building would have one less person who cared about her. However, seeing Jiang Wenjie busy and hearing him say he would take them out for food later, she slowly walked towards her own home, looking back 3 times before finally opening the door softly, saying, Diego, make sure to hurry up. Understood, Jiang Wenjie replied without turning back. Zhou Huimin then opened the door to go home, and Jiang Wenjie heard the sound of the door opening from the opposite side, along with Zhou Huimin's clear voice. Grandma. Diego is back. He said he would take us out to eat later. Then came the surprised and delighted response from the elderly. Jeze is back. Oh, this child really. Jiang Wenjie smiled and continued packing. In fact, there wasn't much to take. After all the few decent clothes he had already moved to the factory. He only had some documents, the original owner's graduation certificate and the property deed of this house, etc., to take with him. As for clothes and other daily necessities, he planned to buy all new ones and didn't intend to bring any. About half an hour later, after Jiang Wenjie finished packing and locked the door, he went to Zhou Huimin's house across the hall, knocking on the door, which was opened by Zhou Huimin. Diego. The little girl's eyes brightened, stepping aside to let him in. Inside, the room was slightly larger than Jiang Wenjie's, but equally simple. The living room's most conspicuous feature was an old television playing a Cantonese film. Zhou Huimin's grandmother was sitting in a rattan chair, and upon seeing Jiang Wenjie enter, she hurried to stand up. Jeze is here. Come sit. Grandma. Zhou warmly welcomed him. Amin, hurry, and pour tea for your Diego. No need to trouble yourself, Grandma. Jiang Wenjie sat on the sofa looking around. Although this home was humble, it was kept clean. On the walls were Zhou Huimin's awards, and on the shelves were a few family photos, one of which showed Zhou Huimin with her parents when she was much younger, with her father still alive. Ajia, I heard Amin say you are moving. Grandma, Zhou asked, her eyes filled with reluctance. Yes, Grandma. I bought a new house elsewhere, and I'm here to pack today. Jiang Wenjie said gently. That's good, young people should live in better places. Grandma. Zhou patted his hand. But you must come back often to see Grandma. Definitely, Jiang Wenjie nodded. Just then the door suddenly opened. It was Zhou Huimin's mother, Luani, returning from work with a basket of groceries. Upon seeing Jiang Wenjie, she was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Jeze. Long time no see. Luanti. Jiang Wenjie stood up to greet her. Luanti set down the basket and examined him closely, exclaiming, You've really changed. By the way, what brings you back today? Isn't it busy at the factory? Zhou Huimin quickly chimed in. Mom, Diego is moving. Hearing her daughter say that Jiang Wenjie was moving, Luani was immediately stunned, taking a while to process. Moving? Yes, I'm here to pack today, and to say goodbye at the same time, Jiang Wenjie said. By the way, Luani, don't cook tonight. I'll take you all out to eat. Luani quickly waved her hand. No. We should be sending you off instead. You've helped our family so much. She showed a hint of embarrassment on her face. I still haven't paid back the money I borrowed last time. How can I let you? Oh, Luani, don't say that. Back when I just started the factory, you and Amin would often bring me soup from so far away. Jiang Wenjie insisted. As we Chaozhou people say, neighbors are like family. We've been neighbors for so many years, it's all fate. Luani wanted to decline further, but Zhou Huimin tugged at her arm and shook her head. Mom, go on. I still want to spend more time with Jia. Aunt Lu wanted to decline, but Grandma Zhou spoke up. A Fong Jizai means well, don't refuse. Let's go out for a meal and treat him as a farewell. Hearing his mother-in-law speak, Aunt Lu glanced at her daughter, then at Jiang Wenjie, and finally nodded. All right, then let me trouble you. But next time you must come to our home. He'll prepare a proper meal. Of course, Jiang Wenjie replied with a smile. Wait here a moment while I change my clothes, Aunt Lu said as she stepped into the inner room. Soon she returned in a clean dress, and Jiang Wenjie invited everyone to go downstairs. As they descended, neighbors were still murmuring about the sports car. When they saw Jiang Wenjie escorting Aunt Liu's family out, the whispers grew louder. Oh, Aunt Lu, where are you all headed? Judging by this, Jia must be treating them to dinner. Aunt Liu's family is so fortunate to be so close to Jia. Hearing the neighbors' comments, Aunt Lu felt embarrassed and hurried on with her head bowed. Jiang Wenjie remained composed, nodding greetings to a few familiar faces as they walked. When they reached the bottom of the building, a problem arose. Jiang Wenjie's sports car had only 2 seats. How about this? He quickly said. I'll call a taxi for you. You can go ahead. I'll give the driver the address. He stepped to the curb, hailed a taxi, told the driver the restaurant's address, and prepaid the fare. Then he turned to Aunt Lu. You go ahead and wait at the restaurant door. He'll drive over shortly. Aunt Lu nodded and was about to get into the taxi when her daughter, Zhou Huimin, suddenly spoke from behind. Jiega, may I sit in your car? Her voice was small and tremulous, laced with hope and nerves. Her wide eyes looked at Jiang Wenjie imploringly, making it hard to refuse. Hearing Zhou Huimin asked, Jiang Wenjie smiled and answered, of course. Aunt Lu, you and Grandma Zhou take the taxi. Huimin can ride with me. Is that all right? Aunt Lu looked at her daughter, then at Jiang Wenjie, and finally nodded. Very well, then Huimin will trouble you. With her mother's permission, Zhou Huimin's face lit up. She bounded to the sports car. Jiang Wenjie opened the door for her, and she awkwardly eased into the passenger seat. She had never sat in such a low car before. The scissor door closed, gently shutting the world out. The cabin was compact yet refined, red leather seats, a mechanically handsome dashboard. Everything felt new and nerve-tingling to Zhou Huimin. Jiang Wenjie started the engine. It rumbled low and deep. Seeing Zhou Huimin tense and rigid beside him, he could not help but laugh. Relax, I want to eat you. I'm not nervous, she protested, though the slight tremor in her voice betrayed her. Really? Jiang Wenjie raised an eyebrow. Then why are your hands clenched so tightly? Zhou Huimin looked down and realized her fingers were white at the knuckles from gripping each other so hard. She hurried to unclench them, her cheeks flushing deeper. Jiang Wenjie laughed at her reaction. Huimin, you are still the same. Whenever you get nervous, you always clench your hands. No, I'm not, she muttered, but warmth spread through her as she realized Jia remembered this small habit of hers. By the way, how have things been at school lately? Jiang Wenjie changed the subject. Did you do well on exams? Mentioning school loosened Zhou Huimin up, and she began to chat more. Not bad. I got 3rd in the last math quiz, but the Chinese teacher keeps saying my essays lack depth. As he drove, Jiang Wenjie listened to her stories and interjected with teasing remarks. Gradually, Zhou Huimin relaxed and regained her usual liveliness. Jiang Wenjie recounted childhood mishaps that had her laughing aloud. And that teacher chased me for 3 whole streets until I hid in the market to escape, Jiang Wenjie said, telling of skipping school. Jiega, you were so naughty as a child. Zhou Huimin laughed uproariously. Yes, my mother says it's a miracle I'm still alive, Jiang Wenjie replied with a grin. They smiled together. Their relationship, warmed by jokes and laughter, slipped back into the easy intimacy of old times. Seeing Zhou Huimin's eyes crescent with laughter, Jiang Wenjie felt a tender warmth. This innocent, kind girl made the cold city feel softer. Before long, the car stopped at the restaurant. Aunt Lu and Grandma Zhou were already waiting at the entrance. In Sham Shui Pu, this restaurant was considered mid-upscale, decorated with grandeur. Aunt Lu lingered awkwardly at the door, clearly unaccustomed to such places. Aunt Lu, Grandma Zhou, shall we go in? Jiang Wenjie parked and came over naturally, escorting Grandma Zhou. A waiter led them to a private room tasteful with landscape paintings on the walls and a round table laid with a white cloth. Once seated, the waiter handed a menu. Jiang Wenjie passed it to Aunt Lu and said, Aunt Lu, you pick. Aunt Lu flipped through the menu and was startled by the prices. The cheapest vegetables cost more than she was used to. Fish cost 70 or 80, a whole chicken over 100. Jizai, this. It's too expensive, she whispered. Shall we go somewhere else? We've already come, you just enjoy the meal, Jiang Wenjie said, understanding their hesitation. He took the menu and with practiced ease ordered several dishes: steamed grouper, white-cut chicken, braised ribs, vegetables, and superior broth, and an old fire soup, finishing with red bean soup for dessert. He chose authentic Cantonese dishes that were tasteful without ostentation, enough to spare Aunt Liu's family discomfort while letting them savor true flavors. When ordering finished, he asked Zhou Huimin, what would you like to drink? He'll have orange juice, she replied. 2 glasses of orange juice, he told the waiter. Also a pot of tea guanyin, he added. After the waiter left, quiet settled in the room. Aunt Lu looked at Jiang Wenjie with eyes full of sentiment. Jizai, you've really grown. Remember when your father and mother suddenly... She began and faltered. Yes, time passes swiftly, Jiang Wenjie said as he poured tea for Grandma Zhou. Grandma, please have some tea. All right. Grandma Zhou accepted the cup, but kept her gaze on Jiang Wenjie. Jizai, where will you move to? Is it far? Over toward Shinchuan, Jiang Wenjie said casually. I bought a small place. The surroundings are quite pleasant. Shinchuan. Aunt Lu and Grandma Zhou exclaimed together, and even Zhou Huimin widened her eyes. Though young, she had heard Shinchuan was where the wealthiest people in Hong Kong lived. Yes, Jiang Wenjie, not wishing to dwell on his wealth, steered the conversation elsewhere. Aunt Lu, after I move, my current flat will be empty. Would you and Huimin like to move in? I won't charge you rent. Aunt Lu waved her hands in protest. No, we can't accept that. We must not keep taking advantage of you. She glanced at her daughter. Besides, Huimin will be going to Shengshi Tifantang next semester. We plan to move close. Jiang Wenjie nodded. That makes sense. Shengshi Tifantang is in Zhejiang. It is a bit far from here. He understood her decision. Mothers will bear any hardship for their children's education. Dishes began to arrive one after another, exquisite and aromatic. Aunt Lu and Grandma Zhou were initially reserved, but under Jiang Wenjie's warm attention they relaxed and enjoyed the rare feast. Halfway through the meal, Aunt Lu suddenly produced an envelope from her pocket and pushed it toward Jiang Wenjie. Jizai, this is the 1100 I borrowed from you before. Well, I never had a chance to repay you until now. Jiang Wenjie looked at the thick envelope and did not take it. Aunt Lu, keep this money. Huimin needs funds for school. Consider this a small token from me. No, that won't do, Aunt Lu insisted. Debts must be repaid, and you've done so much for us. You must accept that. Jiang Wenjie thought a moment, then took out an even thicker envelope from his pocket and pushed it across to her. If you are determined to return money, then accept this as well. It's for Huimin, an early gift toward her further studies. Aunt Lu opened it and found a stack of $1,000 notes, easily 20 or 30,000. She gasped and hastily pushed it back. This is too much. We cannot accept it. Aunt Lu, Jiang Wenjie held her hand and spoke earnestly. I know how hard you have it raising the family by yourself. Huimin is a good child and will achieve much. Consider this an investment in her future. She can repay me after she graduates from university and finds a good job. He paused and continued. And I have not forgotten how you stood by me after my parents passed and handled everything from start to finish. That kindness cannot be measured in money. Let me express my gratitude in this way, please. Aunt Lu looked at Jiang Wenjie's sincere eyes, then at her daughter. Tears welled in her eyes. Her husband had died early. She worked 3 jobs to support the family. Only she knew the hardship of those years. Tuition, coaching fees, and future university costs pressed like mountains on her shoulders. Jiang Wenjie's gift was without doubt timely relief. Yeah. Aunt Lu choked you. You really didn't have to do this. Aunt Lu accepted as my small token, Jiang Wenjie said gently. Besides, Huimin calls me Jiega, so I am her brother. Isn't it only natural for a brother to help his sister? Watching the scene, Zhou Huimin held back tears. Though young, she understood how much the money meant to her family. Grandma Zhou dabbed her eyes and murmured, Jizai is truly a good person, a merciful heart. Aunt Lu looked at her daughter, then at Jiang Wenjie, and finally nodded as she accepted the envelope. Her hands trembled. It was more than money. It was a weighty kindness. Ajia, thank you. Aunt Lu wiped her eyes. Truly thank you. You are a good person. You will be rewarded in time. Jiang Wenjie smiled. Please don't say that. Eat before the food grows cold. Dinner continued in a warm atmosphere. Jiang Wenjie told anecdotes about starting his factory. Zhou Huimin shared school tales. Grandma Zhou interjected occasionally with stories of the past. This costly meal filled with sincere exchange became especially precious. Afterward, Jiang Wenjie saw them home. Standing beneath the Tong Lao, he parked and looked at the familiar building with a heart full of emotion. Jiega, will you really come back to visit us? Zhou Huimin asked from beside the car, reluctant to part. Of course. Jiang Wenjie ruffled her hair. Didn't I give you my card? Call me when you miss me. And study hard. Get into a good university. I will. Zhou Huimin nodded vigorously. You must take care of yourself too. I will. Jiang Wenjie turned to Aunt Lu and Grandma Zhou. Aunt Lu, Grandma Zhou, take care of your health. If you need anything, come to me anytime. We will. You be careful out there too, Aunt Lu cautioned. No matter how busy you are, remember to eat. Jiang Wenjie nodded, took one last look at the Tong Lao that held so many memories, then slid into the car. The engine started, the red sports car rolled away and disappeared around the corner. Zhou Huimin stood where she was, watching the car vanish for a long time. She clenched the card in her pocket and silently vowed to herself, I will study hard, practice the piano diligently, and one day repay his kindness. At 9:30 m. The following day, in the general manager's office of Yichang Household Appliance Factory, Jiang Wenjie sat behind a broad rosewood desk, his fingers lightly tapping the surface as his gaze rested upon the young woman seated before him. Her posture tense, her composure fragile. Li Yufan wore a light gray business suit. Her hair was neatly coiled into a chignon at the nape of her neck, and a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles perched delicately on her nose. Her hands were folded demurely atop her knees, her spine rigidly erect, yet the faint tremor of her fingertips betrayed her nervousness. Beside Jiang Wenjie, He Yanfang moved with practiced grace, brewing gongfu tea. Hot water cascaded into the purple clay teapot, releasing a delicate fragrant mist. She had taken the day off deliberately to accompany her best friend and former classmate Li Yufan to this job interview. Though she herself would not officially begin work until next month, she had already assumed the role of assistant, anticipating duties before they were formally assigned. Miss Li, Jiang Wenjie lifted his teacup and took a measured sip. You mentioned earlier that you graduated from the accounting department of Zhongwen University. Yes, Mr. Jiang, Li Yufan replied, promptly nodding. I graduated last June and subsequently completed a 7-month internship as an accounting clerk at Yongchang Trading Company. Jiang Wenjie nodded absently while flipping through her resume. Though finance was not his area of expertise, his prior life, nearly 15 years immersed in the financial sector, had endowed him with a solid grasp of fundamental principles. He had already posed several standard questions on account classification, financial statement preparation, and tax compliance, and Li Yufan's responses had been methodical, precise, revealing a firm grounding in professional fundamentals. Then, Jiang Wenjie set down his cup and leaned forward slightly. What would you do if the declared value on the customs declaration differed from the invoice amount? The question was more nuanced than those preceding it. Li Yufan adjusted her glasses, paused for a thoughtful moment, then answered with careful deliberation. If declaring under FOB terms, the discrepancy should first be allocated to the freight expense account. However, should the variance prove substantial, we would need to re-examine the contract clauses, determining whether the discrepancy stems from a misinterpretation of pricing terms or an error in allocating transportation costs. A flicker of approval passed across Jiang Wenjie's eyes. Though visibly anxious, the young woman possessed remarkable clarity of thought and responded with seasoned professionalism. Just as he prepared to continue questioning, a sharp knock sounded at the office door. Enter, Jiang Wenjie said casually. The door opened. Plant manager Lu Yongda stepped in, holding a document file. Upon seeing the ongoing interview, he halted mid-stride, his expression apologetic. Boss, my apologies. I didn't realize you were occupied. It's fine, Jiang Wenjie waved dismissively. What is it? Lu Yongda hurried forward and placed the file on the desk. Boss, regarding the enameled copper wire used for winding motor coils, the long-standing supplier has just announced a 5% price increase. I've checked an alternative source in Taiwan. Their pricing remains unchanged and their insulation performance meets specifications, though delivery will be delayed by 2 days. He paused, then added, if we switch suppliers, we'll need to notify our client in country M immediately. But if we retain the current one, production costs for this order will rise significantly. Your thoughts? Jiang Wenjie did not reply immediately. He sipped his tea, mind racing as he weighed options. For several seconds, silence settled over the room, broken only by the soft, rhythmic whisper of tea pouring into a cup. First, demand assurances from the incumbent supplier. Jiang Wenjie finally spoke, voice calm, yet resolute. They must guarantee on-time delivery and maintain raw material quality without compromise. We must safeguard production schedules for the country M order. After all, shipping slots have already been reserved. The penalties for delayed shipment would far exceed the cost impact of a 5 materials hike. Yes, boss, Lu Yongda nodded quickly. Second, negotiate supplementary terms with them, Jiang Wenjie continued. Offer to double future purchase volumes. If they reduce the price increase to just 2, we may consider binding them into a long-term partnership. As for the Taiwanese supplier, retain them as a contingency option. Initiate small batch trials first and only proceed with full-scale adoption once product consistency is confirmed. Understood. Lu Yongda's eyes lit up. Brilliant, boss. An approach that secures immediate delivery while preserving strategic leverage for future negotiations. I'll act on it at once. He turned to leave, but paused abruptly, recalling something else. Oh, and boss, our client in country M just called, urgently requesting an additional 1 individual ceiling fans with fixed pricing and volume to be shipped aboard the same vessel. He withdrew another document from his folder. I've consulted the workshop. Capacity can be stretched with overtime shifts, and combined with existing inventory, we can meet the quantity required. Pricing at the original rate would thin margins slightly, but it would secure the client relationship. If you approve, I'll coordinate immediately with both production and the shipping line. Inventory. Jiang Wenjie raised an eyebrow. Where does that come from? From the OEM orders previously placed with other manufacturers, Lu Yongda explained. We subcontracted part of the production to over a dozen smaller factories. They've already completed their batches. Originally scheduled for staggered delivery, these units can now be reallocated as emergency stock. Jiang Wenjie recalled the arrangement, instigated earlier to fulfill Su Jirui's massive order. He had indeed instructed Lu Yongda to engage auxiliary workshops for OEM manufacturing, intending to disperse fulfillment gradually over several months. Accept the order, Jiang Wenjie decided without hesitation, but relay 2 conditions to the client. He raised one finger. First, price lock-in is acceptable at the original contract rate, but the buyer must bear all freight charges. Given the urgency of this add-in order, we will not absorb shipping costs. He raised a second finger. Second, volume lock-in is permitted. Production begins tonight and inventory will be consolidated. E-goods will enter the warehouse by month end. However, the client must remit 50 of the total as advance payment, with the balance payable against the bill of lading, or no shipping slot will be held. Lu Yongda listened intently, nodding as he jotted notes in his small personal notebook. Once instructions concluded, Jiang Wenjie turned unexpectedly toward Li Yufan, who had remained quietly attentive throughout, and asked, "By the way, Miss Li, how would you account for such an urgent price-locked, volume-locked order?" The sudden interrogation startled her momentarily, but she steadied herself swiftly. Adjusting her glasses, she paused briefly before speaking, her voice still edged with nervousness, yet strikingly articulate. "Boss, the accounting treatment must follow 3 key principles. First, the 50 deposit received from the client should be recorded under unearned revenue. Only upon receipt of final payment and dispatch of the bill of lading should the full amount be recognized as sales revenue, ensuring compliance with revenue recognition standards and avoiding premature taxation. Second, freight charges must be invoiced separately, posted to accounts receivable, freight advances clearly annotated as client responsible. This maintains clean separation from the main transaction, preventing reconciliation complications during audits. Third, although the selling price is locked, raw material costs must be provisionally booked at today's procurement. Adjustments will be made at month-end based on actual material consumption, ensuring accurate calculation of gross profit for these 1 units, even if input prices fluctuate later." Additionally, she added, if the client refuses to cover the booking fee for reserved shipping space, that cost must be expensed under selling expenses, never absorbed into production costs. Otherwise, cross-order cost allocation would become distorted. She fell silent, awaiting his judgment. A hush descended again. He Yanfang ceased pouring tea. Lu Yongda forgot his intention to depart. Both turned expectantly toward Jiang Wenjie. A slow smile spread across Jiang Wenjie's face. He lifted his teacup, sipped once more, then looked directly at Lu Yongda, who had not yet left. "Manager Lu, what's your assessment?" Lu Yongda, caught off guard, hesitated, then realized the boss was evaluating the candidate and soliciting his operational perspective. He mentally reviewed Li Yufan's answers, logically structured, practically grounded, and above all lucid enough for non-accountants like himself to comprehend effortlessly. "Boss," Lu Yongda chose his words carefully, "Miss Li's reasoning is sound, particularly her insistence on isolating freight accounting and classifying deposits as unearned revenue. These are precisely the areas where real-world accounting often falters. Her ability to identify and articulate them speaks to strong hands-on experience." His tone was restrained, yet the meaning was unmistakable. He endorsed her unequivocally. Jiang Wenjie nodded, then turned back to Li Yufan and declared decisively, "Very well, you're hired. Monthly salary 4500 RMB during a 3-month probationary period, 600 RMB upon confirmation. Year-end bonus will reflect performance. Guaranteed no less than 2 months' salary. Any concerns?" Li Yufan froze, then after a beat sprang to her feet. "And no concerns at all. Thank you, mister. Call me boss." Jiang Wenjie smiled. "Can you start today?" "Yes, I'm ready immediately," Li Yufan replied, elated. Her previous internship paid barely over 300 RMB monthly. This offer more than doubled her income. She could hardly refuse. Jiang Wenjie glanced at Lu Yongda. "Manager Lu, please escort Miss Li to Chen Xiongyu for handover." And then, he paused deliberately. "Provide Chen Xiongyu with a severance equivalent to 2 months' salary. Let it be a graceful parting. We trust she'll understand the implication." Lu Yongda understood instantly. The generous-sounding compensation was in fact a tactful, yet unmistakable invitation to resign voluntarily, avoiding public discord. "Understood, boss," Lu Yongda affirmed, then paused, hesitant as if weighing whether to speak further. Jiang Wenjie noticed his hesitation. "Anything else?" Lu Yongda stepped forward, cautiously lowering his voice. "Boss, since finance is being restructured, might we also consider procurement? Chen manager is a relative of the former owner, and rumors suggest he's recently grown unusually close to several suppliers." Jiang Wenjie's smile remained, but his gaze chilled. He'd anticipated exactly this. In any factory, newly acquired old loyalties inevitably linger, especially within pivotal departments like finance and procurement, where influence runs deep and risks run higher. "Naturally," Jiang Wenjie replied. "First, implement everything I've instructed. Escort Miss Li for handover, then address procurement this afternoon." "Yes, boss." Lu Yongda bowed his head. "Oh, and boss, what is it? You mentioned interviewing someone this afternoon." "Of course, the new procurement lead," Jiang Wenjie said. "In fact, we'll replace all roles in finance today: cashier, finance manager, accountant, auditor, bookkeeper, even clerical staff." Lu Yongda drew a sharp breath. "Replace everyone, entirely, all at once." The scale of the move was. Glancing surreptitiously at Jiang Wenjie, he reflected that though the young boss appeared courteous and mild-mannered, his execution was swift, decisive, and ruthless when necessary. Yet pragmatically, such thoroughness made sense. Only by fully dismantling the predecessor's network could the factory truly fall under new command. Stability had been the priority before, but now with operations normalized, the time for decisive action had arrived. "Boss," Lu Yongda ventured cautiously, "so many positions. Have candidates already been secured?" "Ms. He assisted in recruitment." Jiang Wenjie gestured toward He Yanfang, who was still preparing tea. All hires came through formal channels, recommended by certified accounting firms, recent university graduates, and professionals poached from peer companies. Liu Yongda now understood why no public notices had appeared outside the factory gate, nor advertisements in newspapers. It was a discreet, targeted search executed privately to avoid alerting incumbents prematurely. He dared not probe further, only nodded firmly. Yes, I'll arrive punctually this afternoon. Remember this, Jiang Wenjia's tone grew sterner. Once hiring concludes, handle all terminations with precision, provide fair severance, settle accounts scrupulously, and ensure no whispers, no grievances, no disruptions. Liu Yongda felt the weight of the mandate, and the implicit test it represented. Rest assured, boss, I'll manage it flawlessly. Good. You may go. Jiang Wenjia waved, gently lifting his teacup once more. Liu Yongda departed, guiding a still-dazed Li Yufan out. As the door clicked shut, only Jiang Wenjia and He Yanfang remained in the quiet office. He Yanfang refilled his cup and murmured, Boss, isn't this upheaval rather drastic? Jiang Wenjia gazed into the amber tea, its leaves swirling gently. In times of chaos, strict measures are essential. For deep-rooted illness, potent remedies are required. This factory suffers from too many systemic flaws. Without bold, sweeping reform, it will never grow beyond its limits. He turned to her. Reform is akin to surgery. The longer it's deferred, the greater the patient's suffering. When the time comes to operate, it must be thorough and swift. He Yanfang nodded thoughtfully. She recalled cases from her tenure at HSBC. Enterprises that collapsed precisely because they lacked the courage to undertake necessary personnel restructuring. In commerce, as on the battlefield, decisive, even harsh, decisions are sometimes indispensable. Meanwhile, in the finance office at the other end of the factory, Chen Xiongyu was focused on verifying last month's payroll. Xiongyu, are you busy? Liu Yongda's voice made her look up, and seeing him standing at the door with a complex expression, an ominous premonition suddenly arose in her heart. She put down her pen and forced a smile, saying, Director Liu, is there something you need? Liu Yongda walked in, followed by a young woman dressed in a professional suit, looking to be in her early 20s, with a somewhat reserved demeanor. Chun Qianji's gaze lingered for a moment on the woman's face before turning back to Liu Yongda. Xiongyu, this is Miss Li Yufan. Liu Yongda introduced the new finance employee interviewed by the boss today. Chun Qianji's heart sank sharply. She slowly stood up, her hands instinctively clutching the hem of her clothes. At Fortitwo, the wrinkles on her face seemed to deepen at that moment. She looked at Li Yufan and then at Liu Yongda. Her lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. The office was terrifyingly quiet, and the factory noise outside seemed to vanish at that moment, leaving only the monotonous ticking of the old wall clock. Chun Qianji's face shifted from shock to paleness, then broke into a bitter smile. 2 months' salary as compensation. She murmured, her voice so soft it felt like she was talking to herself. Director Liu, did the boss really say that? Liu Yongda nodded and took out an envelope from his briefcase, placing it on the desk. Xiongyu, the boss said this is a normal personnel adjustment, not targeted at you personally. You have worked diligently in the factory for so many years, and everyone sees that. This 2 months' salary is a token of the boss' appreciation. Chun Qianji's gaze fell on the thick envelope, lingering for a long time. She recalled the scene from 15 years ago when her cousin and sister-in-law established this factory. At that time, the factory wasn't as large, and there were only a couple of dozen employees. She had just graduated from accounting college, and her cousin had said to her, Xiongyu, come help me. The factory needs someone trustworthy to manage the accounts. And so it began, and that was 15 years ago. During that time, she witnessed the factory grow from a small workshop to a medium-sized enterprise with over 200 employees, saw her cousin and sister-in-law go from youthful exuberance to gray hair, and witnessed the sudden car accident last year that took their lives. After her nephew Chen Jiaxiong took over the factory, everything changed. The young man who had studied abroad was filled with unrealistic ideas, directly introducing expensive equipment without considering market demand. Then, due to blind expansion, it ultimately led to a broken capital chain, pushing the hard-earned business of his parents to the brink of bankruptcy in less than 6 months. Later, the factory was transferred to the current owner, Jiang Wenjia. Chun Xiongyu initially thought she would be the first to be dismissed, believing the new boss would bring in his own finance team. As the saying goes, a new emperor brings his own ministers. Unexpectedly, after taking over, Jiang Wenjia did not immediately dismiss anyone. Instead, the next day, he promptly cleared the 2 months' salaries owed to the employees. He also provided an additional month's salary to those willing to stay, and at that moment, she was filled with gratitude and anticipation for this young new boss. But what surprised Chen Xiongyu even more was that under the new boss leadership, Yichang Home Appliances factory revitalized in just 4 months, bouncing back from the brink of bankruptcy. With a steady influx of orders, the workshop became busy again, and the employees wore smiles once more. Having witnessed all this, she watched the factory improve day by day, saw the monthly salaries being paid on time, and even received a bonus at the recent annual meeting. Chun Xiongyu originally thought that as long as she worked diligently, she could stay until retirement, but she never expected that the new boss ultimately wanted her to leave. After a long silence, Chun Xiongyu finally sighed deeply and said, I understand now. The finance department is the core of a company. The owner needs their own people. I get that. With that, she stood up directly and began to organize the documents on her desk, her movements slow and heavy. Her fingers gently brushed over the yellowed account books, as if caressing the face of an old friend, as this place held her 15 years of memories. Li Yufan stood by, her hands tightly clasped together, feeling somewhat at a loss. She hadn't anticipated that her joining would directly lead to someone else's departure, and she felt both guilty and anxious. She opened her mouth to say something, but found herself unable to utter a word. Miss Li, right? Chen Xiongyu suddenly spoke, her voice much calmer now. The finance office will be handed over to you. She opened the filing cabinet, took out stacks of materials, and neatly arranged them on the desk. These are the recent accounts, this is the supplier list, and this is the bank transaction details. I've marked everything clearly. On the accounts payable side, there are 3 suppliers' payment terms that need special attention. Her voice was steady and clear, as if she was merely conducting a routine handover, but Li Yufan noticed that Chen Qianjia's fingers trembled slightly as she flipped through the documents. Sister Chen, Li Yufan's voice choked slightly. Chen Xiongyu waved her hand, revealing a hint of a weary smile. Although the boss is young, he is someone capable of great things. I can see he has ambition and ideas. Do your best, and don't let his trust go to waste. Li Yufan hadn't expected Chen Xiongyu to say that, and hurriedly replied, Thank you, Sister Chen. I will. Lu Yongda stood by watching this scene, feeling a mix of emotions. He had been prepared for Chen Xiongyu to cry. He even thought about whether to call security before coming in, but to his surprise, this longtime colleague acted so calmly and gracefully. This relieved him, but then he remembered that in the afternoon he still had to dismiss the other people in the finance department, most of whom were relatives and friends of the former owner. His brow furrowed again. The handover went even smoother than expected. Although Chen Xiongyu felt reluctant, she remained serious and responsible, clearly explaining each task. Li Yufan listened attentively, occasionally asking professional questions. Her humble and focused attitude earned Chen Qianjia's recognition of this young woman taking over her position. By midday, the handover was basically complete. Chen Xiongyu took out a cardboard box from the cabinet, beginning to pack her personal belongings. A teacup she had used for many years, a few professional books, and a photo of her and her cousin's family pressed under a glass plate. In the photo, her cousin looked very young, smiling brightly. She carefully took out the photo and placed it in the box. Finally, she stood up, gazing around the office she had worked in for 15 years. The sunlight still streamed in through the window, casting striped shadows from the blinds onto the concrete floor. The factory regulations plaque on the wall had faded somewhat. The paint on the iron filing cabinet in the corner was chipped, and a corner of her desk had been accidentally scratched off. Everything felt so familiar enough that she could vividly recall every detail with her eyes closed. Chen Xiongyu picked up the cardboard box and said to Li Yufan, If there's anything unclear, you can call me. Thank you, Sister Chen. Li Yufan stood up and bowed deeply. Chen Xiongyu nodded, taking a last deep look at the office before turning to leave without a hint of hesitation, with no quarrels or complaints, only a silent back and the soft sound of the door closing. Li Yufan sat in the office chair, feeling very complicated. After all, she had just received a good job, a high-paying position, and a platform to showcase her abilities, but all of this was built upon someone else's departure. Don't think too much about it. Lu Yongda seemed to see through her thoughts. The business world is like this. When someone comes, someone leaves. Being chosen by the boss shows you have the ability. Work hard, and don't let this opportunity go to waste. Li Yufan nodded, taking a deep breath as she began to go through the documents on the desk. She knew that from this moment on she was the new finance employee at Yichang Home Appliances Factory. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenjie was in his office processing some documents that needed his approval today. Suddenly, there was a faint sound of footsteps outside, followed by a knock on the door. Come in. Lu Yongda pushed the door open, looking somewhat fatigued yet bright-eyed. Boss, I've completed the handover with Chen Xiongyu. Her emotions are relatively stable. She accepted the 2 months compensation and left after the handover. Good. Zhang Wenjie nodded. What about Accountant Li? She is familiarizing herself with the finance department's work, reviewing previous accounts. Lu Yongda paused before adding, Boss, I found Miss Li to be quite professional. During the handover, she asked very detailed questions. Zhang Wenjie smiled, not pursuing the topic further. The interviews for today will start at 2 o'clock. After you finish lunch, come over at 1:30. We need to have a brief meeting. The recruitment for the finance department is a priority, and the procurement department cannot be neglected either. As the factory director, you should have a deeper understanding of procurement work, so I want to hear more of your opinions this afternoon. Understood. Lu Yongda nodded seriously. Okay, go have lunch. We have a tough battle to fight this afternoon, Zhang Wenjie said. After Lu Yongda left, Zhang Wenjie also exited his office, heading to the cafeteria. In the hallway, several employees saw him and respectfully greeted him, saying, Good day, boss. Zhang Wenjie responded to each of them with a gentle attitude. He knew that his actions today would soon spread throughout the factory, causing some to feel uneasy, some to be hopeful, and others to watch cautiously. But regardless, the transformation had already begun. The afternoon recruitment interviews proceeded orderly in Zhang Wenjie's office. He Yanfang had made arrangements in advance, and the applicants entered one after another according to their scheduled times. Since this recruitment was conducted through formal channels, recommended by accounting firms, recent graduates from schools and professionals poached from other companies, the overall quality was quite good. Jiang Wenjie sat behind his desk attentively listening to each applicant's answers. Lu Yongda sat to his left responsible for assessing applicants for the procurement position. Li Yufan sat to his right responsible for evaluating finance-related positions, while He Yanfang was beside her taking notes and occasionally handing over the applicant's materials. If a supplier suddenly raises prices but can deliver earlier, how would you handle it? Jiang Wenjie asked the candidate for the procurement position. The candidate was a man in his 30s named Tong Jingjie who had previously worked as a procurement manager at a trading company. After a moment of thought, he replied, "First, I would assess the impact of this price increase on product costs and confirm whether earlier delivery would yield other benefits such as reducing storage costs or meeting urgent orders. Then I would attempt to negotiate with the supplier to see if I could keep the price increase within an acceptable range or exchange for price concessions by increasing the order volume. If negotiations fail, I would immediately activate the backup supplier plan to ensure that the factory's production is not affected." Jiang Wenjie nodded at Tong Zengjie's response and made notes in his notebook. He noted that Tong Zengjie's answers were both strategic and practical, clearly indicating rich procurement experience. As the interviews progressed, by 4:30 in the afternoon, the recruitment for the 8 positions in the finance department was basically completed. Jiang Wenjie closed the file of the last candidate and said to the 3, "Today's interviews went smoothly. Thank you all for your hard work. Director Lu, the task of dismissing the former finance department staff will be handed over to you. Remember, be kind in your attitude and ensure that compensation is distributed on time." "Understood, boss," Lu Yongda replied. "Accountant Li, the establishment of the new finance team is your responsibility. I hope the new finance department can operate normally from next Monday." "Okay, boss, I will arrange it well," Li Yufan said seriously. "Alfong, please organize today's interview records and provide me with a detailed report tomorrow." "Yes, boss." After everyone left, Jiang Wenjie stood alone by the window watching the candidates leaving one after another below. The sunset painted the sky in shades of orange and red, making the factory's silhouette appear particularly clear in the twilight. He knew that today's personnel adjustments were just the beginning and more changes would need to be pushed forward. However, he was both gratified and surprised that the dismissal of the former finance department personnel went unexpectedly smoothly. Following his instructions, Lu Yongda issued 2 months' compensation to everyone and did so sincerely, clearly explaining that this was due to the company's strategic adjustments. Although many of the former owner's relatives and friends were dissatisfied, most chose to leave gracefully in the face of generous compensation. After all, they understood that it was perfectly normal for the new owner to bring in their own people after taking over the company. Now receiving 2 months extra compensation was far more generous than being directly laid off at many other companies. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and as the Lunar New Year approached, a festive atmosphere filled the factory. Although the production workshop was still busy, the workers wore smiles as they discussed year-end bonuses and spring festival plans. At 10 in the morning, Jiang Wenjie convened the management team in the meeting room, which included Factory Director Lu Yongda, newly appointed Purchasing Director Tong Jingjie, new Finance Officer Li Yufan, Production Supervisor Yang Guozhong, and Assistant He Yanfang, who was listening in. A faint aroma of tea wafted through the office as He Yanfang prepared to take minutes, while Lu Yongda held a production report, looking more proactive than ever. Ever since the financial department underwent a major change last week, he had felt the boss' decisive style and knew that this was a person who truly wanted to get things done. "The urgent orders from our client in Country M at the beginning of the month have been shipped, and the shipping schedule is on track, expected to arrive at the port in 3 weeks. Jiang Wenjie began. "I gathered everyone today mainly to discuss the arrangements during the Spring Festival and the development plans for next year." Lu Yongdao was the first to speak. "Boss, the holiday schedule for the Spring Festival has been finalized. The production line will stop working from the 28th of the lunar year and resume on the 8th of the Lunar New Year. I've also arranged the duty roster to ensure the safety of the factory." Jiang Wenjie nodded. "Have the year-end bonuses been distributed to the workers?" "Yes, according to the standard you set, each person received an additional month's salary as a year-end bonus." Li Yufan interjected. "Everyone is very happy." "Yes, as it should be. Everyone has worked hard this year." Jiang Wenjie smiled. "If we do better next year, the bonuses will only increase." The atmosphere relaxed, and it was at this moment that Lu Yongda brought up another topic. "Boss, I would like to report something. I've learned that there has been an increase in off-season ceiling fan orders from North America, mainly due to the recent revolution in Iran, which has sharply reduced oil production. Particularly on the 16th of this month, the sudden flight of King Pahlavi and his subsequent exile caused oil prices to soar. Customers predict that sales of nostalgic ceiling fans will definitely surge after the new year, fearing we might raise prices then, which is why they placed emergency orders." Jiang Wenjie nodded, not responding immediately. He picked up his teacup, gently blew on it, and took a small sip. The tea was of high-quality Longjing, and He Yanfang's tea brewing skills had improved considerably. At this moment, He Yanfang suddenly took out a document and handed it to Jiang Wenjie, saying, "Boss, I believe the fan craze in Europe and America may continue for quite a while. I think our Ichong home appliances factory should take this opportunity to expand production. All eyes in the meeting room turned to He Yanfeng, the young assistant, who usually spoke little, mainly responsible for arranging schedules and organizing documents, unexpectedly took the initiative to make a suggestion in such a meeting. Jiang Wenjie took the document, gesturing for her to continue as he lowered his head to browse through it. The document contained various data charts, international oil price trends, electricity generation structure analysis in Europe and America, comparison of household appliance energy consumption, and even a timeline of the Middle Eastern political situation. Seeing Jiang Wenjie signal her to continue, she went on, "The reason I suggested you expand production capacity is that I have recently researched the situation in Europe and America and found that many power plants there still use oil. Given the situation in the Middle East, I believe stability is unlikely in the short term. As oil prices soar, their electricity costs will definitely spike, and consumers in Europe and America will look to save on electricity, meaning the fan craze will likely continue for a long time." She paused, noticing Jiang Wenjie listening intently, and continued, "After all, even if the power plants in Europe and America wanted to switch to coal, it would take time to make changes, and the coal supply chain would also need to be rebuilt. This would take at least a year or two, and during this period high electricity prices will continue to stimulate demand for fans." Jiang Wenjie looked at the materials in his hand, his eyes filled with admiration. He Yanfeng's analysis was not only logical and substantiated, but also considered the long-term changes in energy structure surpassing the perspective of an ordinary assistant. "That's quite a good analysis," Jiang Wenjie nodded. "The data collected is comprehensive and the logic is clear." He then turned to the others and continued, "What do you all think?" Yanfeng proposed that we expand production capacity to seize the market. Liu Yongda, hearing this, displayed a hesitant expression. He rubbed his hands and cautiously said, "Boss, didn't you analyze before that the fan craze in Europe and America would last at least 6 months to a year? What if we increase production lines and the fan craze suddenly ends midway? What then? The investment in production lines is not small." This was a practical concern, and the atmosphere in the meeting room became serious. Tong Jingjieli Yufan and others looked at Jiang Wenjie, waiting for his response. Jiang Wenjie set down the materials, leaned back slightly, and smiled. "Director Liu's concerns are quite valid. However, I believe Yanfeng's analysis just now is insightful." His gaze swept over everyone. Currently, power plants in Europe and America mainly rely on oil for electricity generation. With the sudden outbreak of the oil crisis, it is impossible for those power plants to immediately switch to other energy sources, and given the situation in the Middle East, stability is unlikely in the short term. He stood up and walked to the world map on the wall, pointing to the Middle East. "The Iranian Revolution has only just begun. Look here, this is Iraq, this is Saudi Arabia, and this is Kuwait. The entire Middle East is like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. If there is an issue with oil supply, global oil prices will soar immediately." Turning back, he looked at everyone present. "Therefore, I believe that in addition to the fan craze in Europe and America, there should be demand in the local Middle Eastern market as well. Think about it, summer temperatures in the Middle East can reach 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. Air conditioning consumes a lot of electricity. If electricity costs soar due to rising oil prices, wouldn't local residents also turn to more energy-efficient fans?" His words left everyone in the meeting room stunned, as they had only focused on the European and American markets, completely overlooking the potential for the Middle Eastern market. A few seconds later, Tong Jingjia was the first to react, his eyes lighting up. "The boss is right. It's so hot in the Middle East during summer. Air conditioning is a necessity. If electricity costs rise too high, many people there might really consider using fans to help cool down, or even completely switch to electric fans." Li Yufan also nodded in agreement. "Moreover, there is a significant income disparity in the Middle East. Not all families can afford high electricity bills. Fans are inexpensive and consume less electricity, so there should be a large market potential." Liu Yongda's frown gradually relaxed, but he raised a practical question. "But boss, how do we enter the Middle East? We have never done business there before, have no customer resources, and are not familiar with the local market and demands." This question left Jiang Wenjie momentarily at a loss. As a time traveler, he knew the Middle Eastern market held great potential, but he did not have a mature plan for how to develop it. While he was pondering how to respond, Tong Jingjia spoke up. "Boss, I have some ideas regarding the Middle Eastern market." Tong Jingjia said, "When I worked at a trading company, I came into contact with some Middle Eastern clients. If we want to enter that market, we can use one of the following 2 methods." As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned to him, and Jiang Wenjie gestured for him to continue. "The first method is to directly rely on a professional export company. For example, the Hong Kong Nanyang Electrical Appliance Export Company on Duck Lane has been doing business in the Middle East for a long time and has a mature channel and client network. My previous company collaborated with them to export a batch of small appliances to Saudi Arabia. The second method is to directly connect with Middle Eastern traders." He continued, "There is a street in central Hong Kong known as the India-Pakistan Trade Street, where many Middle Eastern and South Asian trading companies are located. One such company is Badr Trading Company, which specializes in importing home appliances to the Middle East. We can contact them directly and provide samples and quotes. Jiang Wenjie listened attentively, nodding occasionally. He noticed that Tong Jingjie not only made suggestions, but also provided specific company names and addresses clearly based on practical work experience rather than mere talk. However, Tong Jingjie shifted the topic. If we want to export to the Middle East, our products will need some adjustments. Oh, what adjustments? Jiang Wenjie asked with interest. First is the voltage, Tong Jingjie explained. Many countries in the Middle East generally use 220V 50Hz, which is different from Europe, America, and Hong Kong. Additionally, due to the large amount of dust, the products will also need to be fitted with dust filters. The appearance design may also need adjustments, as Middle Eastern customers generally prefer metallic colors like gold and silver and have a low acceptance of plastic shells. He paused and added, moreover, while the Middle Eastern market is large, it is price sensitive. We must focus on volume rather than price. The profit will be relatively thinner than in the European and American markets. His professional and comprehensive analysis impressed Jiang Wenjie. He had initially hired Tong Jingjie because of his excellent performance in the interview, but it seemed this person truly had real talent. Very good, Jiang Wenjie said approvingly. Director Tong's analysis is spot on. Now, considering the sustained demand in the North American market and the potential in the Middle Eastern market, does everyone agree to expand production capacity? Everyone exchanged glances. Liu Yongda still seemed hesitant, but Li Yufan, responsible for finance, spoke first. From a financial perspective, if market demand indeed continues, then investing in expanding production capacity ahead of time is reasonable. However, we can first create a detailed financial model to calculate the return periods and risks at different investments. Production supervisor Yang Guozhong also expressed, technically there is no problem. We have experience in increasing production lines, and worker training can keep up. Jiang Wenjie looked at Liu Yongda. Director Liu, what's your opinion? Liu Yongda pondered for a moment before finally nodding. If the market is indeed as the boss and assistant, he analyzed, then I support expanding production capacity. However, we need a detailed plan on how to expand. Great. Jiang Wenjie clapped his hands. Since everyone agrees, let's draft a detailed expansion plan. He turned to Liu Yongda. Director Liu, if we want to add a production line, how much will the machinery and equipment cost? How much will production capacity increase? What will be the additional operational costs? Liu Yongda was evidently well prepared. He directly took out a report from his folder. Boss, I did some research last week. If we purchase locally assembled second-hand production lines, the price is around 600 to 800 HKD, but the equipment stability is poor and the maintenance frequency is high. If we buy standard production lines from country, the price ranges from 1.5 to 2 million Hong Kong dollars, and the equipment quality is good with high efficiency, but the investment is larger. The European production lines are even more expensive, over 3 million Hong Kong dollars, but they have the highest precision and automation level. Jiang Wenjie examined the table carefully. What about the production capacity? That depends on the configuration of the production line, Liu Yongda explained. If it's just a new assembly line, it requires 8 to 12 workers for a single shift. If we have a 2-shift configuration, we would need 16 to 24 workers. The division of labor includes 3 workers for motor assembly, 4 for fan blades and shell assembly, 2 for wiring quality inspection, and 1 for packaging. With such a production line, the monthly output for 2 shifts would be about 8,000 units. He wrote down some numbers in his notebook. Labor cost would be about 3,500 to 4,000 HKD per month. Material costs 4,000 to 4,000 HKD, and additional utilities would be around 5,000 HKD, making total costs approximately 4,500 to 5,000 HKD. What if it's a full process production line that includes injection molding? Jiang Wenjie continued to ask. That would be much more complicated, Liu Yongda said. A full process line requires injection molding machines, molds, and other equipment, and the investment is larger. For a single shift, we would need 15 to 20 workers, and for 2 shifts, around 30 to 40 workers. The division of labor includes 4 for injection molding operations, 2 for mold maintenance, 8 for assembly, 3 for quality inspection, and 3 for packaging. He calculated quickly this type of production line would have a monthly output of around 4,000 units. But since we produce our own plastic parts, material costs can be reduced by about 20. Labor costs would be approximately 5,000 to 6,000 HKD per month. Material costs 1,600 to 5,000 HKD, and additional costs around 4,000 HKD, making total costs about 2,500 to 3,000 HKD. Jiang Wenjie pondered. Although the investment return period for a full process production line is longer, in the long term, producing core components in-house can reduce costs and better control quality. What if we acquire other factories? Jiang Wenjie suddenly asked. What is the current market acquisition price? Liu Yongda obviously considered this option as well. If we acquire a small assembly factory, we can secure it for around 3,000 HKD, but the equipment may be outdated and require renovation. A medium-sized factory would cost around 5,000 to 8,000 HKD with slightly better equipment, but the land cost would be separate, as many factories rent their spaces. At this point, Tong Jingjie interjected, "Boss, I suggest direct acquisition would be better. Direct acquisition can save time as equipment workers and factories are ready, and with some renovations we could start production quickly, allowing for the fastest expansion of capacity." He added, "Moreover, with the Spring Festival approaching, some small factories are short on funds, making it a great time for acquisition, and we can take the opportunity to lower prices." Jiang Wenjie listened intently, refusing to decide on the spot. Instead, he turned to Yang Guozhong and asked, "Director Yang, if we are to export to the Middle East, how long will the product adjustments take? How much will the costs increase?" The question focused everyone's attention on Yang Guozhong. At 45, this technical stalwart spoke little in ordinary times, yet when the subject was technology, he became loquacious. He adjusted his glasses, paused to consider, and replied, "Adjusting the product is not difficult. Changing the voltage simply means replacing the motor. The Middle East uses 220V 50 Hz, the same as Hong Kong, but the socket specifications differ, so we must create new plug molds. Adding a dust screen is merely another step. Fit a removable metal mesh outside the fan shroud." He picked up a pen and sketched a quick diagram. "If we begin preparations now, a sample can be produced within a week. But mass production adjustments will take about half a month, mainly to wait for molds and to train workers. As for costs," Yang Guozhong continued, "adding a dust screen will raise material costs by roughly 5%, mainly due to the metal mesh and mounting clips. However, if we procure in bulk and leverage scale, that premium can be driven down to around 3%. Changing the plug will incur mold expenses, a one-time outlay of about 20,000 Hong Kong dollars, which when amortized per unit is practically negligible." Jiang Wenjie nodded as he listened, a clear plan taking shape in his mind. He looked at each person present. Lu Yongda's prudent pragmatism, Tong Zhengji's seasoned experience, Li Yufin's meticulous professionalism, Yang Guozhong's solid technical skill, and He Yanfang's acute analysis. This newly assembled management team was more capable than he had expected. "Very well." Jiang Wenjie made the final call. "Since everyone agrees we should expand capacity, then that is what we shall do." He rose, went to the whiteboard, picked up a marker, and began to outline. "First, Director Lu, after the new year, start keeping an eye out for suitable small to medium home appliance factories. The acquisition standards are threefold: equipment in good condition, a competent workforce, and a location not too remote. As for price, you handle it yourself. Anything over 1 million you must discuss with me." Lu Yongda nodded briskly and scribbled notes in his notebook. "Second, whether or not an acquisition succeeds, we must prepare additional production lines. Plan for a full process line, because in the long run, producing our own components allows better control of cost and quality. Director Tong, you will cooperate with Director Lu to survey injection molding machines and related equipment prices. Report to me in the first week after the Spring Festival." Tong Jingjie pushed up his glasses and replied, "Understood, boss." Third, regarding the Middle East market. Jiang Wenjie tapped the whiteboard with his marker. "Director Tong, after the new year, begin contacting Nanyang Electric and Badra Company to learn about cooperation conditions. At the same time, have RD design several sample products suited to the Middle Eastern market. Focus on dust protection and voltage adaptation. Director Yang, you will take charge of this." Yang Guozhong nodded solemnly. "All right, I will personally lead the..." Fourth, Jiang Wenjie turned to Li Yufin. "Accountantly calculate the funding needs. If we proceed with both factory acquisitions and new production lines, can our cash flow sustain it? If loans are necessary, how much will we require? Provide me with a preliminary plan before the holiday." Li Yufin opened the calculator she always carried. "Boss, I'll start the calculations at noon and aim to give you a draft before the end of the day." Jiang Wenjie nodded with approval and looked to He Yanfang. Yanfang continued gathering market intelligence, especially developments in the Middle East. "After the new year, give me a detailed report. I want to know the current situation in ZZ, local consumer habits, and the competitor landscape." "Understood, boss." He Yanfang answered, her eyes bright with eagerness. Jiang Wenjie set down his pen and faced the team. "This expansion is a pivotal turning point for our factory. If executed well, we may grow from a medium-sized workshop into a major player within the Hong Kong industry. If executed poorly, it could drag down our existing operations." His gaze swept each face, his tone grew grave. "Therefore, everyone must give their utmost while acting with caution. I do not demand overnight miracles, but I insist that every step be sound. Report problems promptly, and we will solve difficulties together. As long as our team stands united, there is no hurdle we cannot overcome." A firm chorus replied from the conference table, "Understood, boss." At that moment, Lu Yongdao suddenly asked, "Boss, if we acquire a new factory, how should we arrange its management? We need to prepare in advance. We need to prepare beforehand." Jiang Wenjie had already given this thought. "You will temporarily oversee the new factory's management. Key posts will be staffed by core personnel transferred from our existing plant, while we also recruit newcomers. Build a talent reserve. Yichang's development cannot rely on just a handful of us." He paused, then added, "Those dispatched will receive a 20% salary increase as an overseas assignment allowance. Draft the list and show it to me after the Spring Festival." Lu Yongda breathed a sigh of relief, believing the boss had considered the matter thoroughly. This approach both solved management issues and would motivate the staff. He Yanfang interjected with a tentative suggestion. Boss, I propose we consider setting up an assembly plant in South. Labor there is cheaper and the distance to the Middle East is shorter, which would lower transportation costs. Once our Hong Kong capacity stabilizes, we can seriously contemplate expansion in that direction. Jiang Wenjie regarded her with evident approval. The assistant not only possessed a broad vision, but also understood phased implementation. She was truly a talent. A fine suggestion, but we must not overreach, Jiang Wenjie said. First we must secure the tasks at hand and establish a firm footing. Only then should we consider outward expansion. He continued, Yanfang, prepare a feasibility study for a Southeast Asian plant, and we will discuss it in detail after the new year. He Yanfang's eyes lit up. Very well, boss. The conversation turned to a more immediate matter, the earlier price hike by the enameled wire supplier. His expression hardened as he said, regarding raw material supply, I propose that from now on we must not rely on only a few long-standing suppliers. Otherwise we remain vulnerable to their whims. He looked at Tong Jingjie. After the new year, your first task is to establish a diversified supplier network. For every important raw material, ensure at least 2 to 3 qualified suppliers are available. Tong Jingjie spoke immediately, evidently prepared. No problem, boss. After the new year, I'll go to Aplia Street to compare several suppliers. That area is an electronics distribution hub with many vendors and transparent pricing. We can negotiate better terms. He added, as for ABS plastic pellets, I suggest sourcing new suppliers from Taiwan or Southeast Asia. Taiwan's plastics industry is advanced with stable quality. Southeast Asia offers lower labor costs and price advantages. He'll contact several firms and have them send samples for testing. I can first request samples from those suppliers and run tests. Jiang Wenjie nodded in agreement, impressed that the new procurement director not only knew where to look, but also thought to obtain samples for testing. Then Jiang Wenjie raised a subject that surprised some in the room. In addition, I am considering renaming the remark elicited a subtle reaction. Li Yufan, Tong Jingjie, and He Yanfang remained composed. After all, they were recent hires, but the older hands Lu Yongda and Yang Guozhong showed clear surprise. Lu Yongda opened his mouth as if to speak, but fell silent. Yang Guozhong lowered his head and stared. Jiang Wenjie took in their reactions, his tone gentle but resolute. The name Yichong was chosen by the previous owners couple during their founding. It carries their toil and memories. Yet I believe a company seeking progress sometimes needs a new beginning, a new image. He paused to ensure everyone grasped his meaning. This is not to erase the past. We will always remember the founders' contributions, but the future requires a new brand to carry it forward. Lu Yongdao lifted his gaze, his surprise softened into understanding as he slowly nodded. You are right, boss. When a company changes hands, renaming is common. Perhaps we should consult a feng shui master and together with your BAZ choose an auspicious brand name. Yang Guozhong chimed in. Yes, a name matters. It should sound strong, be easy to remember, and carry it. Others joined the discussion. He Yanfang said, I think a fashionable simple name would be better, easier to break into international markets. Li Yufan considered the financial angle. A name that is not overly complex will simplify registration. Tong Jingjie proposed, boss, we might consider combining Chinese and English, preserve our cultural character while aligning with international trends. The meeting room filled with a flurry of suggestions. Jiang Wenjie listened patiently, a faint smile on his face. When the discussion had largely run its course, he withdrew a prepared sheet from his folder. Take a look at this first. He held the paper up. All eyes rested on the A3 sheet. It displayed an exquisitely designed trademark, a lion's head rendered in smooth, amiable lines, bearing Eastern charm, yet retaining a modern sensibility. Beneath the lion were 3 Chinese characters, Su Bor, accompanied by the English super. Silence hung for a few seconds before exclamations of admiration arose. Wow, this little lion is adorable. He Yanfang was the first to speak, eyes alight. It is dignified yet approachable. Li Yufan studied the design closely. Su Bor. The name is pleasant, it rolls off the tongue. From a market perspective, Tong Jingjie observed, the Chinese-English combination is well balanced. It caters to the domestic market and facilitates exports. The lion motif is striking and memorable. Lu Yongda and Yang Guozhong exchanged a look and both nodded. Lu said, boss, the design looks professional. The name Su Bor conveys a sense of quality. Yang Guozhong added, in tradition, the lion symbolizes auspiciousness. The connotation is very positive. Jiang Wenjie concealed an inward smile. He had chosen the name Su Bor partly because this brand had been successful in his previous life, and partly because the name sounded fashionable and suited international ambitions. As for the logo, he had copied Suning Yiga's design. In this era, the modern minimalist style was ahead of its time and would leave a strong impression. All right, since everyone approves, it is settled. Jiang Wenjie put the drawing away. After the new year, we will officially adopt the new name and logo. Accountant Li, remember to handle the business registration changes. Understood, boss. Li Yufan quickly recorded the instruction in her notebook. Jiang Wenjie glanced at his watch and saw it was nearly noon. The meeting had run for over 2 hours, but had yielded rich results. The expansion direction was clarified and the product adjustment issues were resolved. They had also confirmed the brand upgrade plan. More importantly, the team had demonstrated commendable collaboration and professional competence during the discussion. He rose, and the others followed. All right, let me wish everyone an early Happy New Year. Jiang Wenjie smiled. This afternoon after work, go home and spend the holiday with your families. After the new year, we will work with renewed vigor. Meeting adjourned. At these words, the group rose, exchanged New Year greetings, and gradually left the conference room. Each wore a thoughtful expression, some with eager anticipation of the future. Jiang Wenjie was the last to exit. He watched the team members departing backs and exhaled a long, steady breath. Back in his office, Jiang Wenjie did not immediately attend to paperwork. He moved to the sofa area to sit. He needed time to digest the meeting's outcomes and to let his taut nerves relax. On the rosewood tea table sat a set of purple clay gongfu tea utensils he had deliberately purchased. Brewing a pot of tea and sitting quietly between busy tasks had become an essential way for him to recalibrate his state of mind. He switched on the electric kettle and filled it with tap water. While waiting for the water to boil, he leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and replayed every detail of the meeting in his mind. The caution of Lu Yongda, the efficiency of Tong, Zhengjie Li Yufin's thoroughness, Yang Guzhong's expertise, He Yanfang's acuity. This team held more potential than he had expected. Each member possessed strengths, and more importantly, they were willing to strive for a shared goal. In the realm of management, such unity was more valuable than any resource. The kettle came to a boil, and steam hissed from its spout. Jiang Wenjie opened his eyes and began the tea ritual, warming the pot, placing the leaves, waking the tea, pouring. The sequence flowed with practiced ease. The aroma of the first infusion began to diffuse through the air, the orchid fragrance characteristic of superior tea guanyin. Just as he was about to lift the cup, the telephone on the desk rang. He frowned slightly. Who would call at this hour? He rose, went to his desk, and lifted the receiver. Hello, who is this? A crisp, slightly shy voice answered on the other end. Brother Jia, it's me, Amin. Brother Jia, it's me, Amin. Time flew. By mid-April, after the spring festival, Subor had prospered almost effortlessly in those few months. Through the brokering of the newly appointed procurement director Tong Xinjie, Subor Home Appliance Factory not only secured cooperation with Xiangang Nanyang Dianqi Export Company and won ceiling fan export orders for the Zhongdong region, but also began deep collaboration with Badila Trading Company in the Zhonghuan Suhao district. At last, the gate to the Zhongdong market had been opened. Data showed that beginning this month, Subor Home Appliance Factory's ceiling fan export orders would leap from roughly 1 to 200,000 units per month to over 300,000. Although the unit price of these new orders was not as high as in the Beimei market, the Zhongdong market favored volume over. Thus, margins appeared somewhat thinner, yet the sheer scale compensated, and overall monthly net profits remained. This ought to have been cause for celebration, but Jiang Wenjie felt no joy lately. He had poured every ounce of effort into getting Subor Home Appliance Factory listed. To that end, for weeks, he had been calling in favors and visiting several of Xiangang's major exchanges and financial institutions. And what was the result? Not a single exchange was willing to open its doors to Subor's listing, offering the usual explanations: factory scale, insufficient financials, insufficiently transparent market share, too unstable. Behind those high-sounding pretexts, Jiang Wenjie understood the truth. His background lacked clout, and the inducements he offered were not large enough. Are we to give up just like that? He murmured, his voice threaded with fatigue from days of running about and anxiety, and laced with deep reluctance. He rose and paced the office. The hem of his dark suit swayed with each step. His leather soles clicked sharply in the empty room, and his thoughts drifted far away. If Subor could not be listed, he could not rapidly amass capital. He would be forced, like his fellow Chaozhou native Lu Luanxiong, to accumulate wealth gradually through industry. He remembered that in his previous life, Lu Luanxiong had exploited the Beimei energy crisis by selling nostalgic electric fans, and it had taken him more than 2 years to amass 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Now he was following the same route, making nostalgic electric fans, having opened the Beimei market even earlier than Lu and adding the Zhongdong market as well. So logically his accumulation should have been swifter, yet Jiang Wenjie remained unsatisfied. Too slow. Still too slow. He muttered, his fingers tapping the desk unconsciously. In this turbulent age, time was money and speed was life. He needed capital, vast sums, to seize the looming opportunities: real estate, the stock market, and even future technology industries. At that thought, he stopped, hands braced on the desk. No, he would not concede. There had to be another way. His mind raced, dredging memories from his former life, whispered rumors and secrets of Xiangang's early financial markets and the operations that skirted the gray areas. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, a flash of inspiration ignited his mind, and he slammed the desk with a sharp. The papers trembled, and a fountain pen rolled to the floor with a crisp sound. Of course, the Yuandong. A gleam lit his eyes, and he seemed suddenly reinvigorated. From his prior life memories, he recalled that the man running the Yuandong exchange, Li Fuzhao, was ravenously greedy, someone whose principles could be readily rewritten before the altar of profit. He remembered later reports from the 1970s into the early 1980s. Many firms that did not meet listing standards had, with Li Fuzhao's nod, received green lights and unanimous board approvals to list. Some had been registered less than 3 years, others showed volatile performance, some bore obvious financial blemishes. But so long as the right connections were in place under Li Fuziao's stewardship of the Yuandong exchange, none of that seemed to matter. Li Fuziao. Didn't that man later get imprisoned for corruption and bribery? Jiang Wenjie strained to recall the details. Yes, it was in 1988. He accepted share-based bribes from prospective listing companies and was sentenced to 4 years in prison. But it was only 1979 now, nearly a decade remained before Li Fuziao's exposure. Those 10 years would be the height of his power and his most unrestrained period. Jiang resumed pacing. The Venetian blinds cast alternating bands of light and shadow across his face, mirroring the fluctuations of his thoughts. If the orthodox route fails, why not try this shortcut? He murmured, a flash of resolve passing through his eyes. If we allocate some dry shares and dress up the terms. His thoughts raced. Li Fuziao's appetite is considerable, but given Subor's current performance and prospects, he should be attracted. He recalled a dossier from his previous life. Li Fuziao favored receiving dry shares from companies seeking listing. Shares obtained without real payment, later cashed out once listed. Moreover, Li acted cautiously, rarely taking cash directly. His schemes relied on convoluted related party transactions and nominee holdings. However, this needed to be handled by someone sharp and preferably familiar with how the Yuandong exchange operated. At once a name rose in Jiang's mind: He Yanfeng. She was the assistant he had poached from Huifeng earlier that year. She had said she had dealt with the management of various exchanges, so she should have some contacts there. More importantly, after months of working together, Jiang had found He Yanfeng not only capable, but meticulous and perceptive, someone who could maneuver through a complex situation. With that, he returned to his desk and picked up the phone. Outside at the assistant station, He Yanfeng was absorbed in organizing documents. Her workstation was obsessively neat, files sorted by category and date, pens in the holder arranged by color, even the edges of sticky notes perfectly aligned. Her slender fingers flipped swiftly through economic reports and business briefs. Her gaze was focused, and she frequently jotted notes in her notebook. Suddenly, the intercom shrilled, shattering the quiet. Her hand froze. An intercom call at that hour meant the boss. She picked up quickly. Jiang Wenjie's voice came through, a little tired, but urgent. "Yanfeng, come to my office." "All right, sir, right away," she replied, setting down the receiver and smoothing her hair and collar. Inwardly, she calculated the boss' tone had sounded odd. It was neither the casual tone of a routine report nor the calm of an ordinary assignment. It was a restrained urgency. What had happened? Her heels clicked along the quiet corridor. Her steps were light, yet carried a faint, barely perceptible tension. Her mind raced. The factory's performance had been solid. The Zhongdong market opened with exploding orders. Finances looked good. So why had the boss summoned her now? Had her market reports been untimely? Or? She drew a deep breath, paused before the general manager's office, and knocked 3 times. "Come in." She entered. Jiang sat behind his desk, forcing a thin smile, and gestured to the chair opposite. "Have a seat." He Yanfeng sat obediently, hands folded on her knees, back straight. A professional posture drilled into her. At Huifeng, no matter how nervous within, one must appear composed. "How's work been lately?" Jiang asked, striving for a casual tone. "Have those materials been collated smoothly?" She nodded slightly and answered in a soft, clear voice. "All is proceeding well, sir. I have compiled the latest market analysis. Sales in Zhongdong exceeded expectations, and the Beimei market continues to grow steadily." Her voice held professional courtesy, yet inwardly, she wondered why the boss had suddenly taken interest in routine matters. This was not his usual habit. He normally cared about results rather than process. Jiang nodded, sipped the cold tea on his desk, as if unconcerned, and when he set the cup down, his expression turned serious. "Yanfeng," he leaned forward, "you once said you had dealings with various exchanges. Are you acquainted with the people at the Yuandong exchange?" Yanfeng felt a sudden tightening in her chest. An exchange? Her attentive mind connected the word exchange with the boss' recent outings and with rumors at a former colleague's dinner that her new employer had been soliciting favors widely. A hypothesis instantly formed. The boss wanted to list Subor, had likely hit walls at other exchanges, and was now pinning hopes on the Yuandong exchange. Her mind raced as she reviewed her contacts with Yuandong personnel. At Huifeng, she had indeed dealt with management from several exchanges. She had met Li Fuziao of the Yuandong exchange a few times, but could not claim closeness. The thought chilled her. Given Subor's current scale and market position, it still fell short of listing standards, and forcibly engineering a listing would be extremely risky. She betrayed no outward change, answering cautiously, "Oh, we're reasonably acquainted." She added, "While at Huifeng, due to clients' listing needs, I engaged with management from several exchanges. I have had the honor of meeting Mr. Li from the Yuandong exchange a few times." She paused and tentatively asked, "But boss, may I ask, what is this regarding?" Jiang inhaled and came straight to the point. "I intend to get Subor listed." Sure enough. Her heart sank. She straightened and gripped the armrests. "Boss, from what I know, given Subor's present credentials, its finances, market share, and production scale, we still fall short of listing requirements." Her tone carried worry and disbelief. Having handled the data herself, she knew the truth. Growth was rapid, but the foundation shaky. Zhongdong was newly opened. and the Beimei market faced intensifying competition. This was hardly a prudent time to list. Jiang leaned forward, hands clasped on the desk, eyes fixed on her. I know all of that, he said calmly, though she sensed an unusual undertone. But I have heard, he continued slowly, that the man in charge at the Yuandong exchange can be swayed if we put up some dry shares and make the terms look presentable. There may yet be a chance. Her eyes widened. Dry shares, bribes, engineering, a listing. Those words together made his intent clear. This was not a normal listing application, but an attempt to employ us. Boss this. She began swallowing the rest as she rapidly weighed the pros and cons. To refuse. The boss had clearly decided. To agree would mean being dragged into a high-risk operation, and if everything went wrong, her career might be ruined. Seeing her hesitation, Jiang said in a low voice, so I need you to manage this for me. His gaze brimmed with expectation and trust, but she felt the pressure. Such trust concealed enormous risk. She looked troubled and after a moment voiced her concerns. Boss, this is no small matter. Such methods must be executed with extreme subtlety. If mishandled, the plan would not only fail, but could provoke grave trouble. If regulators detected it, they would face huge fines and legal peril, and the factory's reputation would collapse. She paused and added, at Huifeng, I encountered a similar case. A company forcibly engineered a listing, was exposed, failed to list, and its leaders ultimately went to prison. She spoke sincerely, brow furrowed and full of worry. She was not unwilling to help, but the risks were enormous, capable of destroying everything. Jiang cut in, I know that. His tone was resolute and unambiguous. Yanfang could sense that the boss had already made his decision, and the question was no longer whether to proceed, but how to do it. But taking the company public is only a part of my plan. Jiang Wenjie leaned back in his chair and gazed out the window. I'll be frank with you, I cannot be content with merely being a modest appliance tycoon. Making money and rapidly accumulating capital is my true objective. The words were stark and unvarnished, and Yanfang was momentarily stunned. She looked at Jiang Wenjie and suddenly realized that the young boss' ambition far exceeded what she had imagined. He did not merely want to run a successful factory, he sought to amass capital swiftly and then enter a much larger. The room fell into a brief hush, while Yanfang's mind raced as she weighed the pros and cons. She recalled her days at HSBC, stable yet a career with a visible ceiling. She remembered the potential and opportunities she had seen since joining Super and the trust and patronage Jiang Wenjie had bestowed upon her. She opened her mouth slowly, her tone tentative. Boss, are you perhaps intending to fish? The term was discreet, but Jiang Wenjie understood. This so-called fishing meant taking the company public, immediately driving up the share price, and then selling at the opportune moment to cash out and multiply wealth rapidly. Jiang Wenjie smiled, a mixture of helplessness and resolve in it. Yes, I have that idea in mind, but the primary motive remains to make money. But boss, Yanfang inhaled sharply. Are you really confident? Don't let us fail to catch the prize, yet drag the super factory down in the process. Her anxiety was evident. Once set in motion, there would be no turning back. Success could send Super soaring, but failure could lead to irretrievable ruin. Where there's a will, there's a way, Jiang Wenjie said simply. In his eyes was a resolution and confidence Yanfang had never seen before. Not blind optimism, but firmness born of careful thought. She suddenly realized that her boss seemed to have contemplated every possible outcome and was prepared to bear the attendant. The thought took her back 6 months to when she had been a respectable but modestly paid account manager at HSBC. It had been Jiang Wenjie who offered terms she could not refuse, granting her the salary and status she now enjoyed. In the 6 months they had worked together, she had witnessed firsthand how this young boss had turned a near-bankrupt factory into its present scale. She believed he had vision, courage, and the means to execute. And more importantly, he had shown her recognition, and seeing his resolve, Yanfang ceased to press the point. She lowered her gaze and pondered for a moment, then bit her lip. When she raised her head, her expression was resolute. All right, boss. We'll try. A hint of gratified smile flickered across Jiang Wenjie's face. However, Yanfang continued, we must first iron out the details, otherwise it's easy for things to go wrong. We must draft a detailed plan. Who to approach, how to make contact, how to measure our steps. Everything must be Her voice regained its professional calm. We must outline a meticulous plan, who to target, how to approach them, how to gauge our tempo. Every step must be flawless, otherwise all our earlier efforts will be for naught. No problem. Jiang Wenjie rose and strode to the whiteboard in the corner, seizing a marker. Let's begin now. If this succeeds, you'll be the principal architect of our achievement. Yanfang did not answer verbally. She stood, moved to the whiteboard, and prepared to record and discuss. Thus began 3 hours of lengthy and meticulous consultation. Jiang Wenjie wrote Super IPO plan in bold at the center of the whiteboard and drew a timeline beneath it. Yanfang took a notebook and pen to record the key points. First, Jiang Wenjie tapped the board with his pen. We must package Super's performance. The current numbers are decent, but still fall short of what a listed company requires. He listed Super's current state and problems on the board: financial statements, not eye-catching enough, market share figures in need of optimization, production scale that might be embellished, and so forth. After noting each item, he paused and looked to Yanfang. How do you think we should handle this in a prudent way? He Yanfeng frowned slightly, reflected, and offered her opinion. First, we can exaggerate market share. Jiang Wenjie circled the words market share with his pen. Invent some potential orders, but the figures must appear. Exactly, He Yanfeng nodded. We need to study market reports thoroughly and fabricate data that aligns with the industry's average growth trends. For example, cite forecasts from industry analysts and fit our projected growth onto the industry's overall growth. She paused and added, and the numbers must not be too extreme. If the industry average is 20% growth, we can claim 25 to 30%, enough to accentuate our advantage without arousing suspicion. Jiang Wenjie nodded approvingly. Reasonable. As for the financials, we need to adjust certain cost items to make profit margins appear higher. We must be careful, He Yanfeng warned immediately. During audits, costs are the easiest to scrutinize. I suggest we route this through related party transactions. For example, transfer part of the costs to offshore companies or use a complex supply chain arrangement to optimize the cost structure. They unpacked every detail, debating each datum line by line, repeatedly testing plausibility and operability, leaving no point vulnerable to questioning as they strove for flawless execution. Next, the topic shifted to how to discreetly deliver dry shares, the most sensitive and pivotal link in the entire. Rubbing his temple, Jiang Wenjie reflected aloud, dry shares cannot be handed over directly, that's too blatant. Use offshore holdings, then channel the dry shares to the recipient through convoluted equity transactions. He drew a complex ownership structure diagram on the whiteboard, from super to an offshore company to another shell, and finally to the target individual, annotating each layer with share ratios and transaction methods. He Yanfeng studied the diagram intently. We must line up reliable lawyers and financial advisors in advance to ensure every transaction complies with the law, she said. And the equity transfer path must be designed to look natural, preferably executed in stages, each supported by a reasonable commercial explanation. She sketched an ownership map in her notebook. For instance, establish a Keiko company in the Cayman Islands to hold, then through equity pledges, debt-equity conversions, and similar mechanisms gradually transfer the shares to an offshore company controlled by the target. Jiang Wenjie looked at the diagram with approval. He Yanfeng's professionalism was stronger than he had imagined. As for the choice of lawyers and financial advisors, Jiang Wenjie said they must be reliable and discreet. When I was at HSBC, I dealt with several law firms and accounting houses, she replied. He Yanfeng continued, there are firms that specialize in these kinds of special services. Expensive, but very confidential. I can make the contacts. Good. Jiang Wenjie checked his watch. It was already 5:30 p.m. Let's call it a day for now. Yanfeng, go back and prepare. Starting tomorrow, you'll be responsible for liaising with Li Fuzhou. Remember, safety first. If any problem arises, communicate with me immediately. He Yanfeng closed her notebook and nodded solemnly. Understood, boss. He'll be cautious. She gathered her belongings and prepared to leave, but at the doorway she turned back to face Jiang Wenjie and began. Are we really going to do this? She finished. Jiang Wenjie stood before the whiteboard staring at the dense plan. After a few seconds of silence, he replied decisively, do it. He Yanfeng nodded without another word and left the office. As the door shut, Jiang Wenjie exhaled and sank back into his chair, staring at the plan on the board with a complex light in his eyes. Excitement, tension, anticipation, apprehension, all these emotions braided together. He knew he was treading a perilous path, but at its end might lie the stage he had long coveted. The next day, He Yanfeng set her plan in motion. She did not contact Li Fuzhou directly. Instead, she used an intermediary to express her wish to pay a visit. This approach is common in business, neither abrupt nor revealing, and it gauges the other party's stance. 2 days later, the intermediary replied Li Fuzhou would meet, but only for 30 minutes. He Yanfeng understood this was both a show of stature and a test of super sincerity. She had no hesitation and accepted immediately. The meeting was set in a private room at an upscale club. He Yanfeng arrived half an hour early, deliberately dressed in a dark professional suit. Professional, yet understated. Her hair was neatly pinned back and her makeup refined but restrained. She appeared efficient and confident. Li Fuzhou arrived on time. In his early 50s and slightly portly, he wore a bespoke suit and a gold watch that gleamed under the lights. His face showed a professional smile, but his gaze was evaluating and distant. Mr. Li, thank you for taking the time to meet, He Yanfeng said as she stood and greeted him politely. Ms. He, please sit, he replied. Li Fuzhou waved off the courtesy, sat on the sofa, and regarded He Yanfeng with a cool appraisal before saying in a measured tone, I know why you asked to see me. Previously, your new employer had already sent people to approach me, but I refused, he continued. You should be aware of the His voice was steady and detached, a typical posture of a negotiation expert asserting the initiative. He Yanfeng nodded slightly to acknowledge him, but did not reply immediately. Instead, she poured tea for Li Fuzhou with composed elegance. The tea's fragrance filled the room, slightly easing the tension. She maintained her smile and spoke calmly. Mr. Li, I understand your concerns. Indeed, Super's current scale is not yet large, but its development potential is tremendous. She produced a stack of materials from her folder and placed them on the table. Here are the detailed documents we've prepared. We have a unique strategy for growing market share. Moreover, we've invested heavily in product research and development. The prospects for the future are very promising. Li Fujiao flipped through the documents, a faint curl of derision at his mouth. These numbers look fine on paper, but in commerce paper figures alone are insufficient. He set the materials down and sipped his tea. Besides, your factory's financial state still falls considerably short of listing standards. That's not something that can be easily glossed over. He Yanfang remained composed. Mr. Li, we are well aware that the requirements for listing are extremely strict. Her tone stayed respectfully measured. Nevertheless, we are sincere. Mr. Jiang expressly instructed that if this can be facilitated, Super is prepared to allocate a portion of dry shares as remuneration. She deliberately emphasized the words dry shares and watched for Li Fujiao's reaction. Upon hearing dry shares, Li Fujiao's expression shifted subtly before settling back into composure. He set down his cup, leaned back, and tapped the armrest with his finger. Missy, dry shares are not something to be offered casually. His tone was cool, yet He Yanfang detected a trace of interest. The exact proportion and distribution involve many intricacies, and if anything goes awry, it could be serious business. She understood he was probing Jiang Wenjie's limits, so she measured each word carefully, conveying sincerity without revealing too much. Mr. Li, Mr. Jiang is thoroughly earnest. She leaned in slightly and lowered her voice. His bottom line is a 10% allocation of dry shares. She paused to observe his reaction. Li Fujiao's brow lifted just a fraction, but his face remained large. He Yanfang continued, moreover, we will use offshore holding structures and complex equity transactions to ensure the entire process is legal and compliant, and will not bring you any trouble. She finished speaking and looked at Li Fujiao with hopeful expectation, silently praying to move him. The room grew quiet, the only sounds the hum of the air conditioner and distant city noise. Li Fujiao remained silent for a long while, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. The sound was oddly clear in the still room and frayed He Yanfang's nerves. Her heart involuntarily quickened, but she forced herself to remain composed, wearing an appropriate smile. She knew that any sign of panic now could undo all their prior efforts. Time dragged on second by second, each moment stretching into an unbearable eternity. He Yanfang could even hear her own heartbeat, thump, 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 like a drumbeat echoing in silence. Across from her, Li Fujiao of the Far East Exchange sat at ease, sipping tea, with deliberate calm, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the rosewood tabletop. Tap, tap, tap. The private club's private room was lavishly appointed Ming Dynasty-style landscape paintings adorned the walls, and the air carried the rich woody fragrance of aloes wood. Yet He Yanfang paid no heed to any of it. Her entire focus was fixed upon Li Fujiao's impassive face. 20 minutes had passed since she presented Jiang Wenjie's proposal, a 10 equity stake, plus substantial additional remuneration upon successful listing. Throughout those 20 minutes, Li Fujiao had done nothing but sip tea, or occasionally lift his gaze toward her, without uttering a single word. A faint sheen of sweat gathered on He Yanfang's palms. She recalled Jiang Wenjie's warning: Li Fujiao is an old fox, he will not yield easily. Yet a 10 equity stake, worth several million, was too great a temptation to resist. Her task, therefore, was to convince him that the risks were manageable and the rewards substantial. She drew a slow, steadying breath, forcing composure. The tea before her had long gone cold, but she hadn't touched it. In this setting, even the slightest gesture might betray her inner tension. At last, after a long silence, Li Fujiao spoke. Though hesitation still lingered in his tone, He Yanfang detected a subtle softening in his stance. Miss He said slowly, his fingers ceasing their rhythmic tapping, your terms do hold a certain appeal, but listing is no trivial matter. The risks involve the responsibilities assumed. You must weigh them carefully. Her pulse quickened. She sensed a turning point. Mr. Li, she replied without delay, we have weighed them thoroughly. We will fully comply with all exchange requirements, ensuring the entire process remains lawful and above board, never exposing you to the slightest inconvenience. Her voice was firm and sincere, designed to dispel his lingering doubts. She knew he was already swayed. Now only one final nudge remained. Mr. Li, you know Super is a new factory, but its performance is solid and verifiable. She pressed further. North American orders are growing steadily. Our Middle Eastern market has just opened. Monthly output has surpassed 300,000 units. Such a company once listed will undoubtedly see its share price soar. Today's stake of 10, worth several million, could easily become tens of millions post-listing. A flicker crossed Li Fujiao's eyes, a fleeting telling detail that He Yanfang caught, instantly strengthening her confidence. In the following hours, the two engaged in intense negotiation, back and forth, probing and precise. How should financial statements be optimized? How could market share data be substantiated? What ownership transfer structure could circumvent regulatory scrutiny? Who would bear responsibility if something went awry? Each question was incisive and pragmatic, and He Yanfang responded with deft precision, adhering firmly to Jiang Wenjie's pre-established red lines, while demonstrating remarkable flexibility. For auditing, she stated, we will engage a reputable accounting firm. They will issue reports meeting all requirements. Ownership transfer will proceed in 3 stages, she sketched on paper. First, Super will issue a 10 equity increase subscribed by Keiko Company. Second, Keiko will pledge this stake to another offshore entity. Third, upon maturity of the pledge, the shares will automatically transfer to that entity, whose ultimate beneficial owner may remain entirely anonymous. Li Fuzhao studied the diagram, unconsciously tracing the rim of his teacup. Across the table, He Yanfang sensed him weighing the proposition carefully. That 10 equity stake, valued between 5 million Hong Kong dollars and 6 million Hong Kong dollars at Super's current valuation, could multiply several times, even tenfold upon successful listing. To anyone, such a prospect was an irresistible allure. After another 10 minutes of silent deliberation, Li Fuzhao finally relented. He lifted the now cold tea and took a measured sip. Miss He said, in light of your employer's evident sincerity, I agree to assist Super's listing. Hearing those words, He Yanfang's heart nearly leapt from her chest. Yet she suppressed her elation, striving to appear. However, he continued, the subsequent process must be flawless. Financial statements must be impeccably prepared, legal documents fully complete, responses to exchange inquiries rigorously standardized. These are non-negotiable. Absolutely, absolutely. She replied swiftly. Mr. Li, thank you so much. We will not let you down. From her document folder, she produced a draft agreement and placed it before him. Mr. Li, this preliminary agreement was prepared at Mr. Zhang's instruction. Please review it and suggest any necessary revisions. Li Fuzhao accepted the document and read it attentively, his expression grave and focused, nodding, occasionally frowning at others, while He Yanfang waited quietly beside him, equal parts exhilarated and anxious. Finally, he closed the agreement and nodded. Broadly speaking, it is sound, but several details require adjustment. The initial equity disbursement must rise to 8. The remaining 2 shall be delivered 3 months after successful listing, to ensure your commitment remains unwavering. Agreed. I will inform Mr. Zhang immediately. She answered crisply. Very well. Li Fuzhao nodded approvingly. Also, the accounting firm shall be Deckhang Accounting Firm. They have collaborated with me for years and understand precisely how to proceed. For legal counsel, I recommend Chinfeng Law Firm. Understood. She noted both names. Lastly, Li Fuzhao fixed her with a direct gaze. Convey this to your Mr. Zhang. Speed is essential. Market conditions are favorable now. Delaying will only complicate execution. Within 1 month, I expect all materials to be fully prepared. Within 1 month, we guarantee it. She affirmed solemnly. The meeting concluded. He Yanfang personally escorted Li Fuzhao to the club entrance, watched him step into his car, and only exhaled deeply, her body trembling with exhaustion, as the taillights vanished around the street corner. But there was no time to rest. Immediately, she retrieved her notebook and recorded every detail of the conversation, knowing Zhang Wenjie would interrogate her exhaustively. Once finished, she checked her watch. It was past 8 o'clock. Instead of heading home, she returned directly to the appliance factory, certain Zhang Wenjie would still be waiting there for news. Indeed, his office light remained on. She knocked softly. His voice came from within. Come in. Zhang Wenjie stood at the window back, turned to the door. At the sound of her footsteps, he turned, his face alight with anticipation and quiet tension. Boss, the deal is done. Her voice was simple, yet unmistakably charged with excitement. Zhang Wenjie's eyes brightened. Truly. She nodded, producing both the draft agreement and Li Fuzhao's proposed amendments, then recounted the entire negotiation in meticulous detail. She described every nuance, each expression, every phrase, each demand, down to the small. Zhang Wenjie listened intently, nodding thoughtfully, pausing in deep reflection, his brow furrowing slightly when hearing of the 8 upfront equity, then relaxing just as quickly. 8% it is, he said. If it secures listing, every sacrifice is justified. He took the agreement and reviewed it under the lamplight, his profile sharp with concentration, while He Yanfang stood silently beside him watching. She sensed the transformation in him. The earlier anxiety and fatigue had vanished, replaced by resolute determination and a quiet, simmering excitement. At last he closed the agreement and smiled, not with relief, but with gravity and resolve. Yanfang, excellent work. His gaze held hers, warm with admiration and trust. There remains much to do, but at least we have taken the first step. Yes, boss. She nodded. Next, we begin preparing all listing materials, financial statements, legal documentation, market analyses. Each must be flawless. That falls to you, Zhang Wenjie said. Require anything, resources, support, authority, name it. I will provide it without reservation. He walked to the window and gazed out over Hong Kong's night skyline, its lights shimmering like stars, its traffic flowing like rivers, a city pulsing with opportunity and peril alike. You know, Yanfang, he murmured, half to himself, half to her, Hong Kong is a miraculous place. Here audacity, paired with action, can forge miracles. She stood behind him, silent. She understood. He was not merely speaking of listing. He was voicing a far. Yet he turned back, his expression sobering. Miracles conceal costs few dare imagine. The path we have chosen, once begun, admits no retreat. She nodded gravely. I understand, boss. Good. He clapped her shoulder. Rest now, you've earned it. Tomorrow we face another hard-fought battle. She left the office. The corridor was hushed. Only her footsteps echoed. Her emotions tangled, exhilaration, tension, hope, apprehension, woven tightly together. Yet she knew There was no turning back. Having chosen this road, she would walk it forward however daunting the way. Days later, whispers of the factory's impending listing swept through the premises, spreading first from the finance. Li Yufan, while preparing listing documents, inadvertently let slip the news, and like wildfire it surged across offices and workshops, reaching managers and laborers alike before noon. At lunchtime, the factory canteen bustled with workers. A group of young men huddled at one table, speaking in hushed tones. "Have you heard? Our factory is going public." A youth in his early 20s exclaimed, incredulous. "Going public? What does that even mean?" Another worker asked. "It means becoming a publicly traded company. Shares bought and sold on the stock market," explained a third. "My cousin works at a securities firm. He told me. But our factory is thriving. Why does the owner need more capital? Why not simply expand production and grow wealth quietly, instead of sharing profits with strangers?" An older worker at the next table shook his head and sighed. "Who can say? Still, the owner must have his reasons. I heard from Xiao Wang, who trades stocks, that listing raises enormous capital. Perhaps the owner intends to pursue something far larger." "Larger? How much larger could it get?" scoffed the young worker. "We're already producing over 300,000 ceiling fans monthly. Isn't that massive enough?" The elder worker smiled faintly, saying nothing more. 50 years of life had taught him much about rise and fall, and he sensed this young owner was no ordinary man. Meanwhile, in the management dining room, Lu Yongda, Li Yufan, and Tong Jingjie discussed the same news. "Wow, our boss moves fast," Tong Jingjie marveled. "From decision to qualification in under 2 weeks. I've spent over a decade in trading firms and never seen such efficiency." Lu Yongda nodded, but his expression remained uneasy. "Fast, yes, but something feels unsettling. Listing is monumental. Shouldn't we proceed with greater caution?" Li Yufan looked up from verifying a report. "Director Lu, the boss, has his rationale. We need only fulfill our duties meticulously. I've cross-checked the financial statements repeatedly. They are impeccable." "I'm not questioning the reports," Lu Yongda clarified. "I mean, perhaps I'm overthinking it." He Yanfang sat quietly in the corner, eating in silence, neither joining nor interrupting the conversation. She knew more than anyone else, and precisely because of that she understood better than anyone that not a single word of this could pass her lips. Workers debated, perplexed, curious, anxious. Their voices wove a restless hum across the factory floor. They watched Jiang Wenjie stroll through workshops, ever smiling, observed He Yanfang darting urgently between departments, noticed unfamiliar accountants and lawyers coming and going. And they sensed dimly that the place sustaining their livelihoods was undergoing a profound metamorphosis, though what it entailed, or what consequences it might bring, remained utterly unknown to them. As the saying goes, to catch a wolf one must risk the lamb, to apprehend a rogue one must part with one's wife. Earlier, Jiang Wenjie had gifted Li Fuzhao a 10 equity stake, an amount that appeared substantial. At the time, Super Electrical Appliances Factory was valued at approximately 60 million Hong Kong dollars, making that 10 equivalent to 6 million Hong Kong dollars. 6 million Hong Kong dollars. Few could amass such wealth in an entire lifetime, and even decades later many across the strait would still find it unattainable. Yet compared to the colossal returns soon to follow, this sum was but a drizzle. Jiang Wenjie knew full well that grand ambitions demand magnanimity in small matters, a truth he had grasped long ago while navigating the cutthroat financial circles of Lujiazui in his previous life. None who truly built empires ever haggled over trifles. Under Li Fuzhao's special attention, Super Electrical Appliances Factory secured its listing qualification in less than 2 weeks, and would officially debut on the Far East Exchange the following Monday. The listing plan was meticulously crafted, an initial issuance of 15 million shares at 5 Hong Kong dollars each, with 25 free-floating, priced conservatively to preserve ample room for appreciation. To enhance the stock's allure, Jiang Wenjie had laid groundwork well before listing. He discreetly seeded market rumors, via carefully placed intermediaries, that North American demand for Super's retro-style electric fans had surged dramatically, with orders poised to double. Simultaneously, he incorporated several trading firms in the Cayman Islands and orchestrated fictitious transactions, shipping ceiling fans overseas only to re-import them, thereby fabricating an illusion of explosive sales growth. These stratagems were hardly sophisticated, but in a market weakened by lax oversight and intoxicated by collective frenzy, they proved more than sufficient. On listing day, the exchange erupted in feverish energy. A cacophony of voices filled the hall as stockbrokers waved order slips aloft, shouting figures hoarsely yet fervently. Super Electrical Appliances. New listing. Stock code 0837. A trader in a waistcoat, hair slicked back with oil, stood atop the counter and bellowed, the clarity of his voice cutting through the din, a skill honed over years of relentless practice. Opening price 5 Hong Kong dollars. Any takers at HK5? And no sooner had the words left his lips than the floor exploded. And I'll take 10,000 shares. Over here, 20,000 and 50,000. Reserve 50,000 for me. Arms waved like a forest. Cantonese, English, and Teochew dialects tangled together. Brokers in sharp suits pressed forward, clutching client signed by orders, thrusting them desperately toward the counter. The trader swiftly chalked 08375 0" onto the blackboard and began recording bids, the grating scrape of chalk quickly swallowed by the swelling roar. 5 Hong Kong dollars. 10. Someone's offering 5 Hong Kong dollars. 10. NHK 5. 20. Over here, 5 Hong Kong dollars. 20. N prices climbed visibly the digits after 0837. On the board were erased and rewritten again and again 5. 1 5. 2 5. 3. In the second-floor VIP lounge, Jiang Wenjie stood by the railing gazing down upon the raw primal spectacle below. He wore a bespoke black suit, his hair immaculately combed, and a Rolex gleamed with quiet authority on his wrist. Beside him, He Yanfang stood in a polished professional ensemble, clutching a file folder, her fingers trembling slightly, not from anxiety, but from irrepressible exhilaration. "Boss, the price is rising," she whispered, eyes locked on the shifting figure beside 0837 on the board. "Up 6% in 10 minutes. Jiang Wenjie nodded, expression unreadable, yet a flash of keen, incisive light flickered behind his half-lidded eyes. He had waited for this moment far too long. From the moment negotiations with Li Fuzhou concluded to today's listing, barely a month had passed. Yet within it they had executed countless maneuvers, Deloitte's, optimized financial statements, legal documents prepared by Chun Feng Associates, and fortuitous leaks of bullish news in trusted newspapers. Everything had been orchestrated for this day. NHK 5. 50. The trader's voice was now ragged with strain. He Yanfang's pulse quickened as she recalled the shipments she'd handled at the docks just a week earlier. 3 consignments of fans, each bearing labels of different trading firms, had all originated from Super's warehouse. A circuitous voyage across international waters, document swaps, and re-entry into Hong Kong transformed them into evidence of surging overseas demand. Commercial invoices, customs declarations, and letters of credit were flawlessly complete. Any observer would conclude Super's products were sweeping foreign markets. Even more ingenious was Jiang Wenjie's arrangement with a reporter from the Business Daily, publishing an exclusive feature the day before listing. North America's energy crisis ignites retrofan craze. Super orders booked through next year. Now the article's effect was unfolding in real time. NHK 6. The trader's cry ignited an even greater commotion. Within 30 minutes of opening, the share price had soared 20, sending the trading floor into ever greater delirium. A middle-aged man in a flamboyant shirt shoved his way to the counter and shouted, "Buy me 10,000 shares of Super. I have insider intel. This stock will hit 10 Hong Kong dollars. Me too. I'm buying. My son says the boss is brilliant. He took a factory from near bankruptcy to listing in half a year," insisted an elderly woman beside him. "Make way. I want 50,000 shares. In bodies jostled, voices clamored, and the air thickened with sweat, tobacco, and perfume. Staff attempting to restore order vanished beneath the surging tide. He Yanfang watched, her heart churning with conflicted emotion. She knew many of those investors, the elderly aunties and uncles, had likely staked their life savings. They believed the newspaper's narrative, the rag storage's prodigy, the visionary young entrepreneur, the shining new star of the appliance industry. But what if they learned the truth? She shook her head, banishing the thought. Business is war, especially in finance, and the soft-hearted are always the first to fall. "Boss, Mr. Li has arrived," He Yanfang murmured softly. Jiang Wenjie turned to see a man in his 50s clad in a deep blue three-piece suit. Li Fuzhou, the de facto power behind the Far East Exchange. "Mr. Li, thank you for gracing us with your presence," Jiang Wenjie said, stepping forward to extend his hand. And Li Fuzhou clasped it warmly, beaming. "Mr. Jiang, please. Your humility does you no justice. Super's stellar debut reflects glory upon us all." Their eyes met in silent understanding. The 10 dry stake had already been transferred, through an intricate web of offshore entities, to accounts designated by Li Fuzhou. They were now bound by shared interest. "It seems the market has embraced Super's story," Li Fuzhou remarked, stepping to the window to survey the frenzied crowd below. "A masterful move, Mr. Jiang. All thanks to your support, Mr. Li," Jiang Wenjie replied modestly. "Without the exchange's endorsement, our listing would never have proceeded so swiftly." Mutual success, mutual success." Li Fuzhou waved a dismissive hand, lowering his voice. "But remember this, Mr. Jiang. Listing is merely the first step. The next 3 months are pivotal. Your financial reports must dazzle, and your press must remain uniformly positive. Hold the share price steady. Survive these 3 months, and everything else falls into place." "Understood," Jiang Wenjie affirmed. "We've prepared a comprehensive roadmap to ensure sustained earnings growth." "And excellent." Li Fuzhou smiled with satisfaction. "I must attend to other matters. I'll take my leave. Mr. Jiang, may prosperity be yours." "And likewise, likewise." "Boss, what did he mean by surviving 3 months? He Yanfang ventured once Li Fuzhou had departed. Jiang Wenjie gazed downward, his expression inscrutable. "There's a 3-month quiet period post-listing. Any adverse news during this window invites regulatory scrutiny. But once it passes, maneuverability expands exponentially." He paused, then added, "Moreover, Li Fuzhou needs time to gradually liquidate his stake. We must cooperate. maintaining the share price at a premium. Only then did He Yanfang grasp the full design. Li Fuzhao facilitated the listing and received his equity. Jiang Wenjie secured capital and multiplied wealth. A symbiotic alliance, precisely calibrated, flawlessly executed. Only the unwitting investors bore the cost. NHK7. A gasp from below broke her reverie. And she stared at the board and drew a sharp breath. Super's share price had leapt to 7 Hong Kong dollars, 30 up 46, and it had been little more than an hour since opening. Jiang Wenjie remained outwardly serene, but a subtle upward curve touched his lips. This surge had already surpassed his most optimistic projections. Yanfang notify factory director Liu, he instructed suddenly. Effective tomorrow, full overtime. Monthly output must rise by 20. But boss, our order book is already saturated. She replied, perplexed. Produce first. Store it in the warehouse, Jiang Wenjie said. We need rising inventory reflected in our upcoming financials. Her mind clicked instantly. Another data fabrication. The fans might sit unsold for now, but on paper, increasing inventory would credibly signal preemptive stockpiling for anticipated demand. A perfectly plausible justification and a seamless narrative loop. I'll inform him immediately, she said, turning to leave. Wait. Jiang Wenjie halted her. Also contact the media, arrange a factory tour. Let journalists witness our bustling red-hot production lines. Understood. After He Yanfang departed, Jiang Wenjie stood alone by the window. Below, Super's share price continued its ascent. Cheers rose in thunderous waves. He lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. And this moment had been long in coming. From acquiring Yichang Electrical Appliances Factory, on the brink of collapse last September, to standing in this VIP lounge watching his company's valuation soar, just 8 months had elapsed. 8 months, from a few million to nearly 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Such is the sorcery of capital markets. And boss, we've made it. We're rich. Her words echoed in his memory, her face a complex tapestry of elation, awe, and faint dread. He understood her fear, the fear of his methods, the fear of this irreversible path. Yet he had no alternative. In this era in Hong Kong, rapid ascent demanded precisely this kind of game. What had Chen Qingsong of the Carrion Group built his billion-dollar empire upon? In more intricate schemes, bolder gambits, and by comparison, Jiang Wenjie considered himself restrained. At least Super possessed genuine products, a real factory, and authentic profits. Its financials contained embellishments, its order forecasts exaggerations, but its foundations were solid. And that in this world was enough. At the closing of the day, Super's stock price settled at 7.25 yuan, with an increase of 45 throughout the day. Based on the issuance price of 5 yuan, a Super's market value reached approximately 94 million Hong Kong dollars. In the following days, Super's stock price continued to soar. On Tuesday, it broke the 8 yuan mark. On Wednesday, it rose to 9 yuan. On Thursday, it directly surged past 10 yuan. By Friday, it stabilized at 10.5 yuan. In just 5 days, Super's stock price skyrocketed from the issuance price of 5 yuan to 10.5 yuan, an increase of 110. This astounding rise created a tremendous wave in the stock market. Those investors who bought at around 5 yuan were now grinning from ear to ear, while those who hesitated and missed the buying opportunity were lamenting their decision. Soon many investors followed suit and began to buy in. At that time, there were only 3 new stocks in Hong Kong for the entire year, and with more investors entering the market, the entire city was soon abuzz with talk of this stock and the young boss named Jiang Wenjie. In tea restaurants, on buses, and in office building elevators, similar conversations were everywhere. Did you buy Super? I bought it 6.2. I'm making a fortune now. That's impressive. I hesitated for a moment and didn't chase the price, and now I'm regretting it. All my wife said to wait and see, and now we can't buy even if we wanna. As the investors' attention grew, and with Super's stock price continuing to skyrocket, the Hong Kong media immediately reacted like sharks sensing blood, starting to frantically report on Jiang Wenjie and his super appliance factory. Among them, Chun Jindong from the Oriental Daily was one of the first to focus on this topic. On the morning of May 25th, he arrived at the Sai Ying Pun Western Vegetable Street with a photographer. The street was as crowded and noisy as ever, with various vendors on both sides selling vegetables, fish, and daily necessities, the sounds of their calls rising and falling, and the air was filled with the mixed odors of fish sweat and various foods. Chun Jindong found the tenement where Jiang Wenjie had once lived, and just then saw an old man coming out of the building, so he hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Sir, do you know Jiang Wenjie? Did he used to live here?" Upon hearing this, the old man squinted his eyes and looked the reporter over. "Oh, I know him. He lived on the 3rd floor. Can you tell us about his past?" "I'm talking about Jiezi, it's really." The old man shook his head, his tone filled with emotion. "This child has had a hard life. At the end of the year before last, his parents suddenly died in a car accident, leaving him alone. At that time, he was still in school and had no choice but to drop out and start selling on the street." The old man pointed to the street corner, saying, "Over there he sold handmade bags and small accessories. At first, business wasn't good. Sometimes he couldn't even make a sale in a day. I often saw him squatting by the roadside eating bread, and it was heart-wrenching to watch. The photographer took the opportunity to snap a few pictures of the street corner. What happened later? Chen Jindong asked. Later. It seems he suddenly had money. The old man scratched his head. I don't know the specifics, but once I heard the neighbors say he had a childhood friend working at the Hong Jinbao Film Company. Maybe. He invested in films. And then later he moved away. I heard he opened a factory in Yuanlong. What do you think of him as a person? The old man thought for a moment. A hard-working young man setting up his stall early and returning late every day. Sometimes he was chased by the police and had to run, but he was very polite and greeted people when he met them. At that moment several neighbors happened to pass by, and upon hearing that a reporter was inquiring about Jiang Wenjie, they all immediately became interested. Jizzy. I watched him grow up. Aunt Zhang, who lived on the third floor, spoke loudly. This child has been clever since he was little and had excellent grades in school. It's a pity his parents passed away so early. But now he has become successful, so it can be said that he has finally reaped the rewards of his hardships. Uncle Li from the grocery store interjected. He even came back at the beginning of the year driving a red sports car, looking very impressive. He even said he would treat us old neighbors to tea next time. Is that true? What kind of sports car? A Lamborghini. I heard there are very few in all of Hong Kong. The neighbors exchanged words, vividly recounting Jiang Wenjie's deeds. Some details were clearly exaggerated, such as someone claiming to have seen Jiang Wenjie dining with the stock god in Temple Street, while others said he once wandered outside the stock exchange at midnight, and some even claimed he was chased for selling counterfeit bags by the police. As Chun Jindong recorded, he understood how much embellishment these stories contained, but he didn't care. What readers wanted was the legend, the drama, the myth of a grassroots rise. As for the facts, a little processing is all it takes. The next day in the office of the general manager of Super Appliance Factory at 10 in the morning, Jiang Wenjie stood by the window facing away from the office door, and outside was the busy scene of the factory. Trucks lined up to load goods, workers bustling in the workshop, and the roar of machines faintly echoing. At this moment, he held a copy of the Oriental Daily that had just been delivered. The headline boldly proclaimed in striking red letters, "The myth of grassroots rise." A street vendor transforms into the chairman of a listed company. Jiang Wenjie's net worth approaches 100 million. The subheading read, 8 months to revive a bankrupt factory. Super stock price doubles in 5 days. The youngest billionaire in Hong Kong is born. Next to the article was a photograph, taken yesterday afternoon when he was listed at the exchange, showing him in a black suit wearing a tie standing in the trading hall with a background of a frenzied crowd, while his expression remained calm, even somewhat indifferent, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding environment. Boss, the price has risen to 10.9 again today. He Yanfang entered holding the latest stock price report. If this trend continues, it is likely to break 11 in the afternoon. Upon hearing He Yanfang's voice, Jiang Wenjie turned around, took the report, glanced at it, and showed no expression. But as He Yanfang looked at his calm demeanor, she couldn't help but feel amazed. This young man, facing a net worth nearing 100 million, could remain so composed. It must be noted that the media said he was just a street vendor chased by the police a year ago. How's the media situation? Jiang Wenjie walked back to his desk and sat down, asking. It's already out of control, He Yanfang said with a wry smile. Since yesterday, at least a dozen newspaper reporters have called for interviews, and 2 television stations want to schedule exclusive interviews. By the way, the reporter from the Oriental Daily even went to Siang Pun to interview your former neighbors at that tenement. Jiang Wenjie raised an eyebrow. Oh, what did they uncover? Basically, they dug out all your past. He Yanfang took out a collection of clippings. This is the coverage from various newspapers that I collected this morning. Jiang Wenjie opened the clipping collection. The first one was from the Oriental Daily, titled, "From Western Vegetable Street to Far East Exchange, the Rise of a Street Vendor." The article detailed his experience of being forced to drop out after his parents' unexpected death, and then surviving by selling on the street in Siang Pun. It even mentioned his embarrassing moment of being chased by the police for selling counterfeit bags, and also included an interview with his former neighbor Uncle Chun, who said in the interview, Jia was really miserable before his parents suddenly passed away. He couldn't go to school and had to sell on the street. I often saw him going out to set up his stall before dawn and returning home at midnight. Sometimes he was even chased by the police all over the street, running so fast that he lost his shoes. Alas, who would have thought that just over a year later he would become so successful? So they say life is truly 30 years east and 30 years west. Next to the article was an old photo of Western Vegetable Street and an exterior view of a tenement. The second clipping was from the Sing Pao with a more sensational title, "Possessed by the Stock God." A street vendor earns his first pot of gold from stocks, reviving a bankrupt factory in 8 months, creating a miracle. This report focused on uncovering the source of his first pot of gold. The reporter interviewed his former trader Lu Chunhong at the Kowloon Stock Exchange, who said, Jiang used to trade stocks at our exchange, and believe it or not, he was really impressive. He invested 3000 in his first stock, and in less than a month it doubled and more. Then his second stock was even more remarkable. He directly spent 300 to leverage and buy Wharf Holdings, and we all know how crazy Wharf Holdings was last year. In just over 2 months, he made a profit of 450 million, and now it's evident he truly has the capability. The third clipping was from the Daily News taking a gossip route. Hong Jinbao is bewildered. Jiang Wenjia's rise. Is it film investment or stock market myth? This report was the most interesting as the reporter first unearthed Jiang Wenjia's earlier claim to the neighbors about investing in Hong Jinbao's films to earn his first pot of gold, and then went to interview Hong Jinbao himself. The article stated, our reporter called Mr. Hong Jinbao yesterday to verify this matter, and Mr. Hong initially looked bewildered. Jiang Wenjia. I don't know him. When the reporter mentioned investing in Mr. John and Fine Money Hua, Mr. Hong immediately denied that film was fully funded by Golden Harvest and just the director and actor. How could I have the authority to let others invest? You must not mislead me. Please don't write recklessly, or it will cause misunderstandings. Then the reporter contacted Jiang Wenjia himself, and Jiang clearly stated that his first pot of gold came entirely from the stock market, and that he had never invested in any films. So the question arose, why were there two completely different accounts? Did Jiang originally tell the neighbors a kind lie, or was there some hidden truth? After reading this, Jiang Wenjia couldn't help but laugh. These media reporters are truly relentless. Boss, regarding the matter of Hong Jinbao's film, He Yanfang said with some concern, should we issue a statement? No need, Jiang Wenjia waved his hand. Such tabloid news will be forgotten in a couple of days and, he paused, controversy creates topics and topics create heat. What Super needs now is heat. Upon hearing this, He Yanfang nodded thoughtfully. Jiang Wenjia continued to look through the clippings, but the subsequent reports became increasingly exaggerated. The overseas Chinese daily The Young Boss, iron-blooded reforms, eliminating old hands, introducing new equipment, turning losses into profits in 2 months. The Hong Kong commercial daily mysterious orders rained down, uncovering the truth behind Super's tenfold export growth in 8 months. The new daily is their overseas capital supporting the complex offshore company network behind Super. Almost every newspaper was interpreting his rise story in their own way, embellishing, capturing shadows, portraying him as a business genius, hinting at mysterious backgrounds, and even directly beginning to analyze how much further Super's stock price could rise. After finishing the clipping collection, he stood up and walked to the window. The sunlight outside was glaring, but he did not flinch. Yanfang, why do you think people love to watch other people's success stories? He suddenly asked. He Yanfang paused, thought for a moment, and replied, perhaps. It's because everyone wants to succeed, but most people can't. So when they see others achieving it, they become particularly curious and want to know how they did it. And then follow the path of others' success, hoping to succeed themselves. Jiang Wenjia interjected. Jiang Wenjia smiled a complex smile. But they don't know that everyone's path is unrepeatable, and my success has too many coincidental factors and unspeakable secrets. So what they see will always be merely the surface, the part one wished to show them. He Yanfang fell silent, knowing that Jiang Wenjia was speaking the truth. Behind Super's listing, there was Li Fizeo's support, the packaging of false transactions, and carefully designed hype. These the media did not know, and the investors could never know. Boss, what shall we do next? She asked. Jiang Wenjia turned around, his gaze sharpening. First, we need to maintain the stock price's heat. Then, when the price rises to around 15 yuan, we will gradually begin to reduce our holdings. He spoke very calmly. But we must take it slow and cannot cause market panic. Every reduction must not exceed one of the total share capital, and we will complete it in 10 phases. What? Are you planning to reduce 10 of the shares? He Yanfang was somewhat surprised, as this was indeed a large sum. Yes, I will cash out 10. Jiang Wenjia confirmed. I have great use for this money. He did not specify what it would be used for, but He Yanfang could guess. It must be another grand plan. In Yaomati, inside the general manager's office of Imigo Home Appliance Factory, Lu Wanxiong sat behind a wide rosewood desk, the Dongfang Daily in his hands, now read through 3 times. On the newspaper's front page, a face unervingly young smiled into the camera. Jiang Wenjia, chairman of Subor Home Appliances, the youngest listed company chairman in all of Hong Kong. Smack! Lu Wanxiong slammed the paper onto the desk. The cigar in his other hand was half consumed. The curling smoke made his expression look even darker. Several butts dotted the ashtray. The office air hung heavy with stale tobacco. He fixed his gaze on the photograph with a look so sharp it seemed to pierce the page. In the picture, Jiang Wenjia stood in a well-tailored suit within the hall of the Yuandong Exchange, a feverish crowd behind him, and the headline blazed in bold red. A miracle at 19. Subor lists, market value surges past 100 million in 3 days. Jiang Wenjia becomes the youngest billionaire. The subheading read, from stall vendor to listed chairman, an 8-month reversal of fortune. The article traced Jiang Wenjia's rise in meticulous detail. How he entered the market with 30,000 Hong Kong dollars, used leverage to profit from Zhejiang, acquired the near-bankrupt Yichang appliance factory, rode the Beimei energy crisis to open markets, and ultimately orchestrated the listing. Each step was narrated as a flawless commercial fable. To Lu Wanxiong it read, not as legend, but as a threat. 19, that brat. He ground his cigar between his teeth, the words forced from him through clenched teeth. Dares to... Who after all was Lu Wanxiong? He had studied abroad, drunk foreign ink, seen the wider world, and survived many scrapes in commerce. Last year, he had sniffed out the business opportunity in the Beimei energy crisis. Rising oil prices drove Western households to use fans instead of air conditioners, a vast market opening. Convinced he was among the first in Hong Kong to perceive it, he quarreled with his family to seize the chance, severed ties with the family business, had his wife, Bao Yongqin, sell all her dowry jewelry, even mortgaged the family home to raise the startup capital. He partnered with his childhood friend Liang Yingwei to found Imigo Home Appliance Company, producing vintage-style ceiling fans for export to the West. In the past half-year, Imigo's development had been moderately successful, although small in scale, orders steadily increased, and the factory began to turn a profit. Liu's plan was to operate 3 years in industry to accumulate capital and experience. Once the company met listing requirements, he intended to launch it immediately, completing the transformation from manufacturing to capital operation. He knew that in this cramped Hong Kong, to stand firm and wield influence, mere industrial accumulation was far. Only by listing and tapping capital markets for mergers and expansion could one grow swiftly into power. Hong Kong's magnates, Li Ka-shing's Changjiang Zheng Yutong's New World, Li Zheoji's Henderson. None rose without financing and capital maneuvers. Lu Wanxiong had ambition and ability. He would not be a comfortable small-time factory owner like his father. He wanted to become a genuine business tycoon. And now a 19-year-old upstart had beaten him to the listing. Subor made nostalgic fans and targeted the same Beimei market. This was naked competition. What angered him further was Jiang Wenjie's brazen media promotion of the Beimei fan market's prospects. It was as if he were broadcasting to all of Hong Kong, money to be made, come and take it. Fool. Lu pressed the cigar into the ashtray with a sizzle, venting his fury. He wants to smash every... He rose and paced the office, his leather shoes thudded on the carpet. The sunlight outside was bright, but it felt like, after all these years scraping and clawing in the marketplace, I get jumped by a mere kid. He muttered through clenched teeth. Ridiculous. At that moment, the office door opened gently. His partner Liang Yingwei entered and immediately registered Liu's storm-dark expression and the haze of smoke that filled the room. "Daxiong, what's wrong?" Liang asked, cautiously, moving to the window to air the room. "You look like someone with the roof on." Fresh air swept in and diluted the tobacco stench. Lu halted and fixed Liang with an intense stare. "Away, who is this Jiang Wenjie really? Where did he spring from? And how did he manage to list a factory?" Liang crossed to the desk, picked up the Dongfang Daily, and relaxing somewhat smiled. "Daxiong, if he could get the company listed, he must have something special that shows competence." Pointing at the figures in the paper, he continued, "Look, Subor's market value soared past 100 million within a week of listing. What does that tell us? It means the market favors this industry, which is good for us too. Our fan sales are doing well and market feedback is positive. You need not be so distressed. Getting yourself ill over it would be wasteful." "You don't understand." Lu snorted, his brow nodding. "This is not a simple rival going public. Once he lists, he will seize market share and attract capital and attention. Soon more manufacturers will flood in and competition will intensify. Our profit margins will be squeezed and our growth slowed." He moved to the window and looked down at the street. A listed company has financing power, brand influence, and risk resistance that a small factory like ours cannot match. If Subor uses listing funds to expand production, cut prices, and seize channels, how can we compete? Liang's smile faded. He thought it over and conceded that Lu had a point. "So what do we do?" Lu resumed his seat, hands steepled on the desk, eyes sharp. "First, accelerate expansion. Add production lines, hire workers, increase capacity. Second, open other markets beyond Beimei. Third," he paused, tapping Jiang Wenjie's photograph on the paper, "we must probe Subor to the bone. Product quality, cost control, market strategy. Any weaknesses?" Liang nodded. "I understand. They'll send people to find out." "No." Lu shook his head. "You must supervise this personally and find trustworthy people to extract intelligence from inside Subor. Pay well. The key is accurate information." Liang hesitated. "Daxiong, isn't that a bit extreme? Competition is one thing, but those underhanded moves. Business is war." Liu's voice rose. "Away, haven't you grasped it? This is not child's play, it's fight. Xianjiang is so small and the market so limited. If we do not strike first, we will be devoured." He walked to the window with his back to Liang, his tone sinking. "Do you know why I broke with my family? Because my father's generation clung to the inherited business, afraid to risk or adapt. Times have changed. Zhangjiang's Chinese capitalists are rising while the British interests recede. This is a once-in-a-century opportunity. Time does not wait." He turned, eyes alight with flame. "We will not play small games. We will build our own commercial empire. Listing is only the first step. Next comes mergers, expansion, becoming a figure who truly shapes." Liang watched his impassioned friend with mixed feelings. He admired Liu's ambition and daring, but sometimes felt his friend moved too fast and took too many risks. "All right," Liang finally relented. "He'll arrange it. But Daxiong, mind the measure. Don't make things ugly." Lu waved a hand. "I know my limits. Go on." After Liang left, the office fell silent again. Lu picked up the paper once more and stared long at Jiang Wenjie's photograph. The young man smiled gently, his eyes clear and guileless, harmless at first glance. But Lu knew that such a rapid, astonishing reversal of fortune could not be as simple as it seemed. Jiang Wenjie. He whispered the name, his expression clouded by a compound of anger, envy, vigilant wariness, and, subtly, an almost imperceptible admiration. At Malinuozak's Weiyuan, an old ceiling fan creaked as it turned useless against the stifling heat and powerless to disperse Guan Jiahui's restlessness. She propped her cheek on one hand while doodling with the other. On the podium, an English teacher spoke in a proper Oxford cadence about Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream, but the ornate language drifted past Guan's ears as meaningless buzzing. Hermia Helena Demetrius Lysander. These entanglements of lovesick fools, the teacher intoned, exemplify Shakespeare's profound insight into human. Guan drew circle after circle in her notebook and finally wrote the name Jiang Bide in the center. As if scalded, she frantically tried to blot it out, and the ink bled into a blue smear on the page. "Oh," she murmured. A nearby classmate, Lin Meichi, glanced over and offered a questioning look. Guan shook her head lightly. Nothing was wrong, yet her cheeks flushed faintly. When the bell liberated them, at last Guan began packing her bag. Her close friend Lin Meichi leaned in and lowered her voice. "Ahui, what's with you lately? You seem distracted." "Am I?" Guan feigned nonchalance with a small smile as she stuffed her books into her bag. "Maybe it's just this heat. Don't give me that." Lin nudged her shoulder teasingly. "Are you thinking about some boy? I heard a jeune from class 3 say an affluent student outside school is courting you. Could it be him?" Guan rolled her eyes and shot back, "Stop listening to a jeune. Her mouth could turn the dead into the living." The two girls laughed as they walked out of the classroom and strolled along the long corridor toward the school gate. Guan Jiahui returned home from school. As she turned the key in the lock, the house was enveloped in silence. She pressed the switch at the entrance and the dim yellow light illuminated the empty living room. Indeed, tonight she was once again the only person at home. Recently, her father Guanshan had been filming a new drama called The Heavenly Dragon's Legacy at Li TV, playing an important guest role as one of the three lords. These days his scenes were being shot intensively, so he often left early in the morning and returned late at night. Guan Jiahui had grown accustomed to this solitude. She kicked off her black student leather shoes at the door, letting them lie haphazardly. Next, she casually tossed her heavy school bag onto the armrest of the sofa, her movements reflecting the nonchalance and rebellious spirit typical of a young girl. Just as she was about to turn towards the kitchen to find something to eat, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of several newspapers scattered across the glass coffee table in the living room. The newspapers were all crumpled with their corners turned up, clearly having been hastily flipped through and carelessly discarded, likely by her father, while having breakfast before leaving in the morning. Guan Jiahui wrinkled her nose and bent down to pick them up. Her father never changed this habit. He never bothered to put away the newspapers he had read. However, just as her fingers touched the top newspaper, the Sing Tao Daily, her movements froze. The front page of the newspaper featured a familiar young face wearing a faint smile, looking towards her through the course. The photo was in black and white, but she would never mistake that face or expression. It was Jiang Bide. What was more striking was the large black headline, "The Rise of a Financial Genius, from Street Vendor to Chairman of a Public Company." Seeing the headline, Guan Jiahui's heart skipped a beat. She almost snatched the newspaper up, quickly sat down on the sofa, and spread it across her lap, reading it word by word. The article was written in an extremely exaggerated tone. Ordinary people might spend their entire lives striving for heights that Jiang Wenjie effortlessly surpassed in just under 8 months. At first, the editor thought this young public company owner was just an ordinary rich second generation, but after in-depth investigation, the reporter discovered that Jiang Wenjie's rise was nothing short of legendary. Guan Jiahui read each word carefully, her heartbeat unconsciously quickening. The article detailed Jiang Wenjie's glorious achievements, starting from selling cheap handmade bags on the street to investing his entire savings of 30,000 Hong Kong dollars into the stock market, purchasing shares of Yonghua Textiles. Then, after half a month, due to favorable news about the acquisition of Dachang Textiles, the stock price soared, netting him a profit of over 70,000, and then he reinvested, leveraging to buy into Kowloon warehouse, cashing out 4 million a month later. Every number was shocking, every experience thrilling. In just a month, Jiang Wenjie achieved financial freedom. Then he decisively withdrew, acquiring the nearly bankrupt Yichang Electric Factory and capitalizing on the nostalgia for electric fans born from the North American energy crisis, successfully expanding into the North American market, ultimately taking the appliance company public. Guan Jiahui's gaze lingered on the words 19 years old for a long time. 19. She was 17 this year, just 2 years younger than him, yet look at what he was doing. Starting from scratch, taking a company public with a fortune already exceeding 100 million, becoming the youngest chairman of a listed company in Hong Kong. And what about her? Lately, she had been worrying about next week's English test, troubled by the unsolved equations in her math homework, and conflicted about whether to buy that dress she had been eyeing for a long time, but was too expensive. This comparison stirred up a complex emotion within her: admiration, surprise, longing, and a hint of barely perceptible inferiority. She continued flipping through other newspapers, noticing that the report in the Oriental Daily was even more detailed, documenting not only Jiang Wenjie's rise, but also when he operated stocks, and which traitor assisted him. The report also included a photo taken by a reporter of Jiang Wenjia's former residence in a Tong Lao at the Western Vegetable Street in Shamshui, along with a photo provided by a certain enthusiastic former neighbor from when he first dropped out of school to sell on the street. In the photo, a slender young man squatted by the roadside with a plastic sheet spread in front of him, displaying several cheap handbags, and that image made Guan Jiahui's heart tremble. She remembered that last June, she had bought a handmade bag from that young man right at the school gate. At that time, she thought the design was special, and although the material was ordinary, the craftsmanship was exquisite, so she didn't hesitate to pull out over $300, almost half a month of her allowance. But in the end, not only did he not give her change, he ran off, and later she discovered the bag's quality was subpar. It broke after just 2 days of use, leaving her infuriated and unable to sleep well for several days. Thus, when she encountered Jiang Wenjia again on the street at the beginning of the year, she was so excited and persistent. Now that she thought about it, she really was. Guan Jiahui shook her head, brushing aside those chaotic thoughts. She redirected her focus to the newspaper, carefully reading the reports about Jiang Wenjia's background. His parents tragically passed away 2 years ago, becoming an orphan, living alone in a Tong Lao in Shamshui, initially making a living by selling on the street. That feeling was not pretended, but a natural protective hue formed through experiences of loss and hardship. So he must be working hard to succeed in his career. Guan Jiahui murmured to herself, her fingers unconsciously tracing Jiang Wenjia's photo on the newspaper. Her gaze lingered on the name Jiang Wenjia for a long time, and then a thought suddenly popped up. Every report mentioned Jiang Wenjia, but not one referred to Jiang Bide. She clearly remembered that during their encounter at the beginning of the year, Jiang Wenjia had told her himself that his Chinese name was Jiang Bide. Why? Guan Jiahui furrowed her brow. A wave of inexplicable annoyance and frustration surged in her heart. She felt deceived again, not intentionally, but the feeling of being concealed still made her uncomfortable. Liar, she muttered softly, tossing the newspaper onto the coffee table. But soon she picked the newspaper back up, her gaze falling once more on Jiang Wenjia's photo, staring at that familiar, yet unfamiliar face, gazing into those bright and profound eyes. Her anger, unbeknownst to her, had faded away. Oh, what good does it do to be angry? So what am I compared to him now? He's the youngest chairman of a public company in all of Hong Kong, worth nearly 100 million, busy every day, and what about me? Just an ordinary student still in school. This realization made her feel a wave of melancholy, and she suddenly became aware that the gap between her and Jiang Wenjia was not merely a thin layer of paper, but a deep chasm. He was a rising star in the business world, the focus of media attention, someone envied and discussed by countless people. While she was just an ordinary student at Merino School, her father was an actor, but had already passed his prime. Her family situation was average, and her future was uncertain. Such a disparity made the budding fondness in her heart suddenly seem somewhat ridiculous. Guan Jiahui stood up and walked to the window. Outside, night had fully descended, streetlights illuminated the streets, and the flow of cars resembled a river. This city was always so prosperous and busy, everyone following their own life trajectory. Her and Jiang Wenjia's paths had briefly crossed, then extended in different directions. Maybe this is how it should be, she said softly, her voice carrying an unrecognized sense of loss. But just then a scene suddenly flashed in her mind. At the beginning of the year at the Peninsula Hotel, Jiang Wenjia had smiled at her and said, "Sure, next time I have free time I'll take you out to play again." That smile was sincere, his eyes gentle, unlike mere polite words. And at the moment of parting, he sat in the car, watching her go upstairs before he drove away. If he had no feelings for her, why would he agree to take her out again? And why did he compensate her $700 back then? And why did he agree to invite her to dine at the Peninsula Hotel? And why did he give her clothes? Guan Jiahui's thoughts. Perhaps Jiang Wenjia was genuinely too busy after all. As an orphan who had lost both parents, starting from scratch, previously living off street vending, and now transitioning his business with his company just recently listed, he must be overwhelmed. Maybe he hadn't forgotten her, but rather, just couldn't spare the time perhaps. A bold thought suddenly emerged. Since he was so busy, since he hadn't actively contacted her, why couldn't she take This thought quickened her heartbeat, her cheeks flushed slightly. She returned to the sofa, picked up the newspaper, and focused again on Jiang Wenjia's photo. This time her gaze was no longer confused or melancholic, but rather filled with determination. The newspaper mentioned that Jiang Wenjia currently lived in a villa in Deepwater Bay, a place she had visited. On that day at the beginning of the year, Jiang Wenjia had taken her to see that villa, showcasing his money power. It was a beautiful house facing the sea with a serene environment. Guan Jiahui glanced at the wall clock. It was 7:30 in the evening. Tomorrow was Saturday, and she didn't have school. A plan slowly formed in her mind. She could go visit him in Deepwater Bay tomorrow. This reason might be a bit flimsy, but at least it was an excuse, and she genuinely wanted to see him again, to ask him directly why he hadn't contacted her for so long. This reason might be a bit flimsy, but at least it was an excuse, and she genuinely wanted to see him again, to ask him directly why he hadn't contacted her for so long, and why he had lied about his name being Jiang Bide. Thinking about this, a small smile involuntarily curved her lips. She secretly praised her own cleverness, but soon she hesitated. Would this be too forward? Would it make her seem too cheap? After all, she was a girl, and should be a bit more reserved. But if she didn't take the initiative, Jiang Wenjie might never contact her again, and that fragile connection between them could very well be severed. Guan Zhehui paced back and forth in the living room. Two voices fiercely argued in her mind. One voice said, Guan Zhehui, you are a girl. You should be reserved. Taking the initiative to find a man is too degrading. The other voice countered, if you like him, go for it. If you miss this chance, you might never have another. Thinking this, she walked to the dressing mirror, looking at herself in the reflection. A 17-year-old girl, her figure had started to develop. Her features were lovely, her skin fair, and her large eyes bright and spirited. Many boys at school pursued her, but she had never looked at them because her heart had long been occupied by a shadow with a warm smile, a magnetic voice, and eyes that could see through people's hearts. Forget it, Guan Zhehui suddenly said to her reflection in the mirror. What good is it to be reserved? Liking someone is just liking. Then she turned and walked directly towards her bedroom, rummaging through her clothes. What should she wear to meet Jiang Wenjie? It shouldn't be too formal, nor too casual, not too revealing, but not too conservative either. It should be beautiful, have style, and make him take notice. She tried on different outfits, spinning around in front of the mirror, sometimes frowning, sometimes smiling. In the end, she chose a light blue dress, the hem reaching her knees with delicate lace at the neckline, embodying both purity and a hint of flirtation. This was a gift from her father for her birthday last year, which she had never dared to wear. She carefully hung up the dress, found matching white sandals, and a small handbag, and when everything was ready, she sat on the edge of the bed, feeling both excited and nervous. Tomorrow she would go to Deepwater Bay to find Jiang Wenjie. Regardless of the outcome, at least she put in the effort, and she wouldn't have any regrets. As the night deepened and the city's lights remained dazzling, Guan Zhehui lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep, her mind continuously replaying Jiang Wenjie's face and their brief interactions. Jiang Wenjie. She softly uttered the name, feeling both familiar and foreign. This time she wouldn't call him. She wanted to ask him face to face why he had deceived her, why he hadn't contacted her for so long. If his explanation was reasonable, and if he still had feelings for her then. Guan Zhehui's face flushed again as she buried her head into her pillow, not daring to think further. At 10:30 on Saturday morning, the villa district of Deepwater Bay basked in a languid tranquility as sea breezes drifted through the palm trees, carrying a faint briny scent. Jiang Wenjie sat on the expansive leather sofa in his living room, having just finished a sumptuous breakfast prepared by his housekeeper, Aunt Jo. Perfectly fried sunny-side-up eggs, golden brown toast, and a cup of freshly ground coffee. Aunt Jo had been hired only after his company went public. In her early 50s, she was efficient, discreet, and precisely suited to his current needs. Several newspapers lay scattered across the coffee table. As Jiang Wenjie boiled water for gongfu tea, he flipped idly through them. Unsurprisingly, the front pages still carried stories about him, though the fervor had noticeably subsided from the previous 2 days. He shook his head, faintly offering a wry, resigned smile. For the past few days, he hadn't even visited his factory, not out of disinterest but reluctance. Ever since the Oriental Daily had exposed every facet of his glorious past, revealing even the make of his car and the exact address of his residence, reporters had begun staking out both his home and factory gates. Yesterday afternoon, he'd attempted to leave the villa, but before his car had even cleared the estate's entrance, journalists swarmed him at the gate, cameras flashing relentlessly. Truly a case of hoisting oneself with one's own petard, Jiang Wenjie murmured softly to himself. The pre-IPO publicity campaign had been jointly devised with Li Fuzhou, and it had succeeded spectacularly. Super stock surged dramatically on its first day of trading. As media coverage persisted throughout the week, the share price continued its steady ascent, though he had not anticipated such enduring, all-encompassing scrutiny. Yet what unsettled him more deeply was another matter entirely. His gaze lingered on the newspaper's detailed report on his wealth, and a subtle furrow formed between his brows. The 1980s were fast approaching, and Hong Kong in that decade would be far from peaceful. Reports of wealthy tycoons kidnapped for ransom were already circulating. Though the film The Shanghai-Hong Kong Connection dramatized such events, its roots were not wholly fictional. His current level of exposure was perilously conspicuous. Perhaps I ought to hire security personnel, Jiang Wenjie mused, stroking his chin. And this car is far too conspicuous. I should replace it with something more understated, perhaps even retain a driver. Just then the doorbell chimed. The crisp, clear chime echoed distinctly through the spacious living room. Aunt Jo, who had been polishing the glass cabinet, straightened up immediately and wiped her hands on her apron. Sir, I'll go see who it is. She crossed the living room and opened the heavy solid wood door at the entrance hall. Morning light flooded in, bathing the foyer in radiant brightness. Retrieving the brass key hanging behind the door, she walked along the flagstone path toward the ornate wrought iron gate at the edge of the courtyard. Standing outside the gate was a young woman in a pale blue dress, its hem lifted gently by the sea breeze to reveal slender fair calves. She clutched a small white handbag tightly, her knuckles whitening with tension. Stray strands of hair fluttered across her forehead. She swept them back behind her ears, a gesture imbued with the tender awkwardness unique to youth. Upon seeing Aunt Jo approach, the girl offered a polite smile, yet her eyes betrayed unmistakable nervousness. Aunt Jo grasped the iron gate's handle, but did not open it immediately. Instead, she asked courteously through the bars, "Miss, may I ask whom you're here to see?" Guan Zhaohui's heart skipped a beat at the sight of Aunt Jo in simple domestic attire. Her first thought was that she might have come to the wrong place, though Jiang Wenjie had brought her here once it had been at night, and only that single time. She remembered the villa's exterior yet. It must be correct, Guan Zhaohui whispered inwardly, drawing a deep breath to steady her voice. "Hello, I'm here to see Mr. Jiang." Her voice was soft-laced with the gentle melodic cadence characteristic of Hong Kong girls. "My name is Guan Zhaohui. I know Mr. Jiang." Hearing this, Aunt Zhou's brow furrowed slightly. She had only been with the Jiang household for 3 days and knew nothing of her employer's social circle. Only that this young man was chairman of a publicly listed company whose visitors were usually sharply dressed businessmen. Yet this girl appeared no older than 16 or 17, fresh-faced, elegant, and far more suited to the role of a student. What then could her relationship with Mr. Jiang possibly be? Though puzzled, Aunt Zhou remained outwardly composed. "Please wait a moment," she said, turning promptly and walking back into the house, swiftly crossing the living room to the coffee table. Jiang Wenjie was just lifting his teacup to his lips, steam curling delicately above the amber liquid. "Sir," Aunt Zhou murmured quietly, "a young lady named Guan Zhaohui is at the gate. She says she knows you and wishes to see you." Jiang Wenjie paused mid-motion. A tiny ripple trembled across the surface of the hot water in his cup, mirroring the fleeting flash of astonishment in his eyes. "Guan Zhaohui? What brought her here?" Memories surged forth. His encounter with her on the street earlier that year when she tugged indignantly at his sleeve, demanding compensation for a counterfeit handbag. Then at the Peninsula Hotel, where she'd sampled each dish with cautious curiosity, and at the Deepwater Bay Villa sales office where her wide-eyed awe had shimmered as she watched him sign the check. And that evening as they parted, his casual promise, "Next time I'm free, I'll take you out again." 5 months had slipped by in the blink of an eye. The IPO had consumed him utterly. He'd nearly forgotten the entire episode. Yet now she had appeared unannounced at his doorstep. Jiang Wenjie set down his teacup, its warm porcelain soothing against his fingertips. He looked up at Aunt Zhou, paused for a thoughtful moment, then allowed a faint knowing smile to play upon his lips. "Let her in." "Yes, sir." Aunt Zhou nodded and returned to the gate. Outside, Guan Zhaohui stood motionless, her skirt fluttering in the wind, her heart pounding erratically. She kept telling herself not to falter, but as Aunt Zhou reappeared, she instinctively tightened her grip on her handbag. With a soft metallic click, the lock disengaged. Aunt Zhou opened the gate just wide enough, stepping aside with a gentle smile. "Miss Guan, please come in." "Thank you," Guan Zhaohui replied, her voice tight with restraint, following Aunt Zhou into the courtyard while glancing around curiously. The garden was immaculately tended. Lush emerald grass carpeted the ground, exotic flowers bloomed vibrantly, and in the distance the swimming pool shimmered under the sun, its crystalline waters reflecting the azure sky. The 3-story white mansion framed by sea and sky exuded quiet grandeur. Guan Zhaohui's pulse quickened. This was the life she longed for. No, this was the life though her family had always been comfortably well off, her father Guanshan an actor, she had never lived in a residence of such caliber. Especially not after her father's infidelity shattered their home completely. Her mother had taken her younger brother to America, her father, having found new affection, rendered her superfluous within that household. At 16, the age when love and security mattered most, she found herself alone each day in an echoing empty house. That profound sense of abandonment, those late-night sorrows left unspoken, only she understood them. And now this garden, this pool, this villa, and the air itself fragrant with blossoms and salt-kissed wind, felt like a dream too exquisite to be real. In this moment, even the breeze tasted sweet. "Miss Guan, this way, please." Aunt Zhou's voice gently anchored her back to reality. Guan Zhaohui quickly steadied herself and followed her inside. The living room remained as opulent and spacious as she recalled from her visit with Jiang Wenjie during the property viewing. Soaring ceilings, floor-to-ceiling windows opening onto turquoise sea and sky, luxurious leather sofas, refined rosewood furniture, and newly hung paintings whose artistic merit eluded her, yet whose prestige was unmistakable, all testifying to their owner's immense wealth and discerning taste. Her gaze settled upon the man seated on the sofa, calmly preparing gongfu tea. Today he wore a light gray shirt, its sleeves casually rolled to his forearms, revealing sinewy, well-defined arms. Over 5 months apart, he seemed unchanged, yet profoundly transformed. His skin had darkened slightly in the sun, his features more chiseled, his aura as a successful man, now deeper, more contained and commanding. Yet when he raised his eyes to meet hers, warmth and kindness still shimmered in his gaze, just as she remembered. At the sight of that familiar smile, the inexplicable anger she'd carried dissolved halfway. The litany of grievances and wounded pride she'd rehearsed the night before suddenly felt impossible to utter. His gaze, however, made her uneasy, unabashed, direct, and intensely focused, without pretense or resistance. Guan Zhehui felt it clearly. His eyes traced from her face down her throat, skimmed over her arms and waist, and finally rested on her bare calves. She had chosen this pale blue dress deliberately, knowing blue enhanced her fair complexion and that the hem ending just above her knees showcased her slender, graceful legs, the feature she cherished most. Yet under Jiang Wenjie's unwavering regard, her cheeks flushed warmly, and a mixture of embarrassment and indignation stirred within her. This man, how dare he stare so brazenly? Oh, Zhehui, long time no see. Jiang Wenjie greeted her with a slight nod, his voice smooth and warm. Please have a seat. Guan Zhehui remained standing in the center of the living room, lifting her chin ever so slightly, her expression carefully arranged into one of wounded pride. Jiang Wenjie continued his tea preparation, glancing up at her pouting expression with quiet amusement. This little one, 5 months apart, and her temper has only grown sharper. Setting down the teapot, he feigned concern. Ah, Zhehui, what's wrong? You seem rather pale. Has something happened? Guan Zhehui couldn't help rolling her eyes inwardly. What could possibly be wrong? It's all you're doing. 5 months. Not a single call, not one. And now he dared to look at her so openly, so shameless, yet she couldn't say any of it aloud. To do so would betray how deeply she cared, and how utterly undignified it would appear for a young woman to demand, "Why didn't you contact me?" After holding her breath for what felt like an eternity, her face flushing crimson, she finally managed only one sentence, her tone feigning irritation, yet her rising inflection betraying a stronger undercurrent of playful pleading. Mr. Jiang, should I call you Peter Jiang? Or Jiang Wenjie? By then Aunt Zhou had tactfully withdrawn to the kitchen, leaving only the two of them in the living. Jiang Wenjie smiled. He recognized the meaning behind her words. She was reproaching him for the false name he'd used. He lifted the purple clay teapot and poured golden-hued tea into the waiting cup, movements unhurried and assured. That's unimportant, he said lightly. A name is merely a name. Setting down the teapot, he met her gaze with quiet warmth. By the way, how have you been lately? His nonchalant tone only inflamed her further. She slowly approached the sofa, but did not sit. Instead, she stood beside it, her voice cool and detached. Oh, same as always. She paused, deliberately emphasizing her next words. Nothing like Mr. Jiang, of course, gracing the front pages daily, basking in boundless glory. Jiang Wenjie caught the sharp tang of sarcasm and chuckled more deeply. Oh, you're angry. Are you upset I haven't contacted you in so long? Who's angry? Guan Zhehui turned her head away, gazing out the window at the endless sea. Whether you call or not has nothing to do with me. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the strap of her handbag, betraying the turmoil beneath her composure. A classic case of saying one thing and meaning another. Jiang Wenjie shook his head, his tone laced with gentle indulgence. You're right, it is my fault. But the IPO proved far more complex than anticipated. Since the Lunar New Year, I've been in meetings non-stop, consulting lawyers, accountants, and fielding relentless press inquiries. He paused, his voice softening. I've scarcely slept. Some nights I've worked straight through in the office. Guan Zhehui's ears twitched faintly, though she still refused to turn around. Jiang Wenjie continued, sincerity coloring his words. But I've never forgotten you. I'd planned to visit you as soon as things settled down, just a few days from now. And yet, you arrived today. He smiled warmly. Seems we're remarkably well attuned. His words softened her resolve. She had read those reports yesterday, knew full well how overwhelmed he'd been these past 6 months preparing for the IPO. She wasn't some naive child unaware of a man's professional obligations, and the way he spoke, it genuinely sounded as if she held a place in his thoughts. Still she held firm, turning back to face him, her voice edged with skepticism. How am I to know whether you're telling the truth? Men like you, tycoons, excel at flattery. Oh dear, miss. Jiang Wenjie feigned wounded dismay, pressing a hand to his chest. Didn't you read the news? My company only just went public. I've been drowning in work. And you doubt me. He let out an exaggerated sigh. Oh, my heart aches, grievously misunderstood. His comical expression juxtaposed with his striking features created an irresistible contrast. Guan Zhehui stared for a beat, then burst into laughter, a bright, unrestrained sound. That laugh melted barriers like spring thaw. 5 months of distance, the sting of waiting, the ache of neglect, all dissolved in that single luminous peal. Jiang Wenjie watched her laugh, a flicker of genuine admiration in his eyes. When Guan Zhehui smiled, she truly glowed. Her eyes crinkling into crescents, dimples appearing on her cheeks, her youthful radiance and innocence illuminating her entire being. Laughing suits you, Jiang Wenjie said, smiling in turn, gesturing to the sofa opposite. Don't stand there, sit. Try this tea. I've brewed authentic Phoenix Dansong. You won't find better outside these walls. Only then did Guan Zhehui settle onto the sofa, poised and elegant, though the faint blush on her cheeks betrayed her inner turbulence. She accepted the delicate teacup he offered. The liquor shone golden and translucent, its fragrance rich and intoxicating. She took a small sip. The aroma bloomed on her tongue, bitter at first, then yielding to a lingering sweetness. Is it good, eh? Jiang Wenjie asked. She nodded, her voice softer now. Silence settled over the living room, broken only by the subtle fragrant steam rising from their cups. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, the waters of Deepwater Bay glittered, occasionally pierced by the sleek silhouette of a white yacht. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting warm, dappled patches across the polished floor. Guan Zhehui stole a glance at Jiang Wenjie, finding him absorbed in brewing the next infusion, his profile sharp and serene, his lashes casting delicate shadows across his cheekbones. Such a man, youthful, handsome, wealthy, cultured, and so tender. At that thought, her heartbeat quickened, helplessly, irrepressibly. In the living room of a Deepwater Bay villa, tea fragrance curled gently in the air as the two chatted idly over steaming cups, conversing first about tea leaves, then the weather, from school to cinema, and naturally, to recent news. By the way, she suddenly remembered, setting down her teacup. I saw you in yesterday's Oriental Daily. Your home address, your car model, even your license plate number were all published. Jiang Wenjie furrowed his brow briefly, then relaxed it with a soft sigh. Ah, these journalists, truly. His tone carried resignation, but more than that, quiet acceptance. After all, he had previously orchestrated media hype himself, deliberately enlisting reporters to boost his company's stock price post-IPO. Though the share price had indeed surged, he had grown thoroughly weary of relentless press intrusion. Reporters loitering at factory gates outside his villa estate, and even ambushing him on open roads with sudden questions and flashing cameras. Actually, it was only after reading yesterday's paper that I learned your real name is Jiang Wenjie, not Jiang Peter. Guan Zhehui continued, and that for these past 5 months you've been fully immersed in your company's IPO. Not deliberately avoiding me. Her voice softened slightly on the words, avoiding me, carrying a subtle, almost imperceptible note of wounded tenderness. Jiang Wenjie smiled, a teasing lilt in his voice. Why would I avoid you? You won't devour me, will you? Well, not necessarily. Guan Zhehui pouted, unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt, her tone playful and girlishly petulant. If you ever deceive me again, then Then what? Jiang Wenjie arched an eyebrow, watching her with amused curiosity. I'll ignore you completely. The moment she spoke, Guan Zhehui herself realized how childish it sounded. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze dropped shyly, and even her earlobes tinged pink. Jiang Wenjie watched her rosy cheeks and the slender pale calf peeking beneath her dress, and something warm and restless stirred within him. At this age, Guan Zhehui radiated youthful innocence edged with unconscious allure, like a freshly ripened honey peach, irresistibly tempting to bite. Leaning forward slightly, he lowered his voice with deliberate playfulness. So, Zhehui, did you come here because you missed me? At his words, Guan Zhehui's face instantly flared deeper, like a perfectly ripe tomato. Flustered, she shook her head vigorously, her voice dropping to a faint, breathy whisper. W missed you. I came to demand an explanation. Oh, what explanation? Jiang Wenjie asked, feigning ignorance. You lied to me before. You said your Chinese name was Jiang Peter. Guan Zhehui seized upon this justification, her voice rising just enough to retain its soft, velvety warmth. What kind of trick is that? Passing off a false name to fool me? Jiang Wenjie laughed, his eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Wasn't I just teasing you? You're simply too adorable. You. Guan Zhehui glared, her beautiful eyes shimmering with flustered indignation. She recalled their chance encounter on the street earlier this year, and that elegant dinner at the Peninsula Hotel where Jiang Wenjie had solemnly introduced himself as Jiang Peter. And back then she had actually believed him. Now reflecting on it, she could only think how utterly foolish she'd been. All right. I admit I was wrong. Jiang Wenjie raised his hands in mock surrender, his expression earnest. As penance, shall I take you out today? Where would you like to go? At the prospect of going out with him, Guan Zhehui's eyes lit up instantly. Indeed, before coming here, she'd secretly hoped exactly that. Yet hesitation flickered across her face as her fingers nervously traced the rim of her teacup. But didn't you just say there are reporters everywhere? She remembered his earlier complaints, worried that being photographed might cause him trouble. Reporters? Wife? Jiang Wenjie dismissed the concern with easy nonchalance. We're doing nothing illicit. And surely taking a young woman out for a day is perfectly ordinary, isn't it? His words sent a sweet, fluttering warmth through her chest. Did ordinary mean he often took girls out? Or did it mean she was ordinary to him? That is natural, unremarkable, yet welcome. She dared not dwell too deeply, afraid of overinterpreting. But the quiet certainty of being valued, of mattering to him, made the corners of her mouth lift instinctively. But will it cause you trouble? Her voice remained hushed, tender with concern. Not at all. Jiang Wenjie rose smoothly, decisive and unhurried. Wait for me a moment. I'll change. With that, he turned and ascended the stairs. Guan Zhehui sat on the sofa, watching his tall, upright silhouette vanish around the landing, her heart swelling with inexplicable anticipation. Minutes later, he reappeared in casual attire, a crisp, white polo shirt, black relaxed fit trousers, and pristine white sneakers. Simple, effortlessly elegant, and strikingly handsome on him. Seeing him descend, Guan Zhehui's eyes brightened anew. Having grown up amid Hong Kong's entertainment industry, she'd encountered countless celebrities, but Jiang Wenjie possessed a rare intrinsic charisma, not the manufactured charm of stars, but an authentic, self-assured composure emanating from deep within. Shall we go? He stepped before her and extended his hand. She hesitated for a heartbeat before placing her hand in his. His palm was large, warm, and lightly calloused, likely from years of manual labor or street vending. That small, honest detail softened her heart entirely. As they stepped out of the villa, the housekeeper, Aunt Jo, stood at the entrance. Mr. Jiang, Miss Guan, have a safe journey. Outside, sunlight bathed the world in golden clarity. Sea breezes drifted softly. Summer arrived early in Deepwater Bay. By late May, warmth already lingered in the air, yet the ocean wind swept away most of its weight. Jiang Wenjie opened the door of his crimson Lamborghini with practiced courtesy, allowing Guan Jiahui to settle in before circling to the driver's seat and starting the engine. As the car exited the Deepwater Bay estate, several reporters indeed waited roadside. In the instant they spotted Jiang Wenjie's vehicle, they raised their cameras. The sharp click-click of shutters echoed, flashes glinted across the tinted windows. Guan Jiahui tensed, her fingers tightening involuntarily. Will they misrepresent us? Let them write what they wish, Jiang Wenjie replied, unruffled and lighthearted. After all, reporting that I'm dating someone is far preferable to rumors about my company's instability, wouldn't you agree? Dating. The word made her pulse skip. She stole a glance at Jiang Wenjie, focused on driving his profile sharply defined by the sun's gentle glow. Was he hinting at something, or merely speaking casually? She couldn't be sure. Yet a sweet, hopeful thrill bloomed inside her. Perhaps a story truly could begin between them. She turned her gaze to the passing cityscape beyond the window. May in Hong Kong, radiant and alive, trees lush and verdant along every avenue. All of it felt richer, brighter, because he sat beside her. The car wound steadily upward along the mountain road toward Victoria Peak. Jiang Wenjie navigated it with practiced ease, swift yet steady, while Guan Jiahui, seated beside him, glanced at him repeatedly, discreetly. She noticed he drove with intense concentration, yet occasionally checked the rearview mirror, catching her gaze there. Each time he offered a gentle, warm smile. Her heart beat rapidly. This blend of exhilaration and nervousness was entirely new to her. Soon they reached the summit. Jiang Wenjie parked deftly, then turned toward Guan Jiahui, only to find her still gazing at him wide-eyed and rapt as if studying a priceless work of art. Hey, what are you looking at? He asked, smiling. Guan Jiahui snapped back to reality, cheeks flaming. Nothing. I was looking at the car. Yes, the car. It's incredible, and so fast. We're already at the peak. Her excuse was transparent, yet Jiang Wenjie didn't tease her further. Instead, he simply smiled and asked, do you like it? I love it, absolutely. Guan Jiahui declared without hesitation, her eyes sparkling. I wish I owned one. As she spoke, she reached out tentatively to touch the steering wheel, her movements reverent as though handling something sacred. Watching her adoring fascination, a sudden impulse rose in Jiang Wenjie's mind. With a quiet, knowing smile, he said, then it's simple. Like it? I'll give it to you. Silence fell instantly inside the cabin. Guan Jiahui froze, utterly still, as if time itself had paused. Her eyes widened, her lips parted slightly, but no sound emerged. For a fleeting second, she wondered whether she'd misheard. She knew the price of this Lamborghini Countach. After their first meeting earlier this year, she'd researched it carefully. The landed price was HK500, and only 3 existed in all of Hong Kong. That sum was astronomical to a student still in school. Yet Jiang Wenjie had just offered to gift it to her. Her heart hammered violently, threatening to burst from her chest. She drew a deep, steadying breath, but her voice still trembled. What did you just say? Seeing Guan Jiahui's mixture of eager hope and anxious uncertainty, Jiang Wenjie understood this surprise was overwhelming. For a 17-year-old girl, however precocious, such a lavish gift was nearly unfathomable. He smiled faintly and repeated calmly, I said, if you truly love this car, then consider it yours. As he finished, he gazed at her, half smiling, expectant. Guan Jiahui's luminous eyes blazed with sudden dazzling brilliance, her breath caught sharply. She was utterly swept away by euphoria. Even hearing his affirmation a second time, disbelief still clung to her. Her cheeks burned scarlet, her fingers trembling faintly with emotion. This was her first experience receiving a gift of such staggering value. Her mind went utterly blank, forgetting where she was or what she ought to say next. Jiang Wenjie watched Guan Jiahui, who remained silent for a long while, and deliberately furrowed his brows. What's wrong? Don't you like it? His words acted like a switch. Guan Jiahui jolted awake from her overwhelming elation, shaking her head vigorously like a pendulum. I love it. I truly deeply love it. Her voice trembled with excitement, tears glistened in her eyes. But such an exquisite gift. It feels almost improper to accept. It's far too precious. Yet even as she spoke, her delicate jade-like fingers had already drifted gently onto the steering wheel, tentative, reverent, as though caressing a treasured toy, fearful that even a single glance might diminish its magic. Watching her protest with words while her actions betrayed her, Jiang Wenjie teased lightly, oh, if that's how you feel, then perhaps I'll simply give it to someone else instead. No. Guan Jiahui nearly leapt to her feet. I want it. I love it. I love it so much. Her words tumbled out in breathless disarray, her cheeks deepening into a richer crimson. Seeing this, Jiang Wenjie chuckled softly, knowing with quiet certainty that this girl was now at last tentatively his. It reminded him of a saying he'd once heard in his past life: a fish that has never seen the ocean finds contentment in its humble pond. Guan Zhihui at this moment was precisely that fish, her heart blooming with pure delight at the mere sight of a Lamborghini. By the way, he asked, can you drive? And have you obtained your license yet? She answered honestly, I can drive. I used to sneak out and drive my father's Austin 1100, but I don't yet hold a license. Still, her eyes lit up anew. In just a few months I'll turn 18. On September 24th, right after my birthday, I'll be eligible to take the driving test. As she spoke, anticipation shimmered in her voice, as if sketching the first tender lines of a radiant future. Jiang Wenjie nodded. Very well, I'll give it to you, but only on 2 conditions. Hearing this, Guan Zhihui sat up straight, at once attentive as a diligent schoolgirl. What are they? Tell me. First, Jiang Wenjie raised one finger. The car won't be yours until September, after your birthday, and once you've officially earned your license. Absolutely no problem. Guan Zhihui nodded emphatically. Second, he lifted a second finger, his tone growing more solemn. No other man is permitted to ride in this vehicle. Should I ever discover otherwise, I reserve the right to reclaim it immediately. Can you abide by that? The demand was unmistakably possessive, yet Guan Zhihui felt a honeyed warmth flood her chest. She nodded firmly, her gaze soft and luminous as she looked upon Jiang Wenjie. Don't worry. I'd never let any other foul-smelling man near it. I'll honor both conditions, without fail. Then it's settled, Jiang Wenjie smiled. After your birthday it belongs to you. No sooner had the words left his lips than Guan Zhihui burst into unrestrained joy. She cried out, lunged forward, and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck before planting a firm, resounding kiss squarely on his cheek. The gesture caught Jiang Wenjie off guard. He froze for a heartbeat. Only afterward did Guan Zhihui realize what she'd done. Her entire face flushed crimson like twilight's gentle blush carried on a summer breeze. She lowered her gaze nervously, twisting the hem of her skirt, suddenly shy, vulnerable, like a little girl who'd just committed a sweet, foolish transgression. Jiang Wenjie felt the faint, lingering warmth on his cheek and allowed himself a quiet, inward smile. Without a word, he opened the car door and walked to the railing atop the peak, where he stood facing the gentle wind and gazed down upon Hong Kong's sweeping vista. Victoria Harbor glittered beneath the sun's golden light. Across the water, Central's gleaming skyscrapers rose in proud succession. The entire metropolis laid bare before him. The breeze carried the fresh green scent of mountain flora. Guan Zhihui watched Jiang Wenjie's back, her heart fluttering wildly. Uncertain of his true feelings, she began to doubt herself. Was I too impulsive just now? Did it upset him? Yet, he seemed perfectly cheerful, had even whistled while stepping out of the car. So why didn't he? Could it be? I'm simply not appealing enough. At that moment, Guan Zhihui truly felt flustered. His calm, unruffled response defied all her expectations. She had imagined him returning her kiss, or whispering tender words, yet neither had occurred. Cautiously, she slipped out of the car and approached him, standing beside him as she glanced at his profile, her expression tinged with quiet anxiety. In a hushed voice she asked, Are you angry? Jiang Wenjie turned, meeting her nervous gaze, and without hesitation he swept her in. That embrace instantly anchored her trembling heart. Nestled against his chest, listening to the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, a wave of pure, unadulterated sweetness washed over her. Yet almost immediately she chided herself. How utterly helpless I am. Just because he doesn't hold me, my composure crumbles. She feigned reluctance, shifting slightly in his grasp, but within his strong, unwavering embrace resistance melted away swiftly. Soon she surrendered, fully resting quietly against his chest. Gazing down at Guan Zhihui's blissful expression, Jiang Wenjie thought, Riley, money truly is a marvel. This goddess, once impossibly distant in his past life, now offered her affection freely, then willingly stepped into his arms, all for the sake of a supercar. Though the triumph thrilled him, a subtle melancholy unfurled in his chest the very moment he claimed her. A quiet echo of the ancient truth: what remains beyond reach stirs eternal longing, what is grasped too easily loses its luster. Still, he knew her affection ran deeper than wealth alone. Youthful, affluent, and strikingly handsome, what maiden's heart could remain untouched? Moreover, Guan Zhihui was only 17, untouched by the trials that would later reshape her. Her heart still held love's innocent, radiant idealism, and a paragon like Jiang Wenjie. No sensible girl would ignore him. Guan Zhihui was undeniably beautiful, but never haughty. As she'd later confess, truthfully, I'm quite easy to win. Just bring wealth and charm, and you're halfway there. Jiang Wenjie held Guan Zhihui close, and neither spoke. They simply stood side by side, gazing silently at the city below, savoring the wind's tender caress, time itself seeming to soften, to slow, to linger. After nearly 10 minutes, Jiang Wenjie stirred from his reverie. A gentle smile touched his lips as he looked down at her flawless face, and unable to resist, he pressed a soft, tender kiss to her smooth forehead. Indeed, Guan Zhihui's beauty was quite simply intoxicating. Feeling the warmth of his kiss, Guan Zhihui blushed again, glancing up at him through shy, luminous eyes brimming with joy. To her he was perfection, handsome, tender, generous, accomplished. A prince stepped straight from the pages of fairy tales. Then with tentative breath she whispered, "Jiang, what exactly is our relationship now?" Jiang Wenjie blinked, surprised she'd asked so directly, and smiled. "What do you think it is, eh?" Her eyes shimmered with nervous hope as she murmured, "So, we're officially boyfriend and girlfriend now." Her heart hammered like a drum as she awaited his answer, dreading rejection above all else. Jiang Wenjie nodded, his voice warm and certain. "Of course. Would you be my girlfriend?" Relief flooded her. She nodded shyly without hesitation, yet murmured, "Isn't this happening rather quick?" "Not at all," Jiang Wenjie replied with a soft laugh, brushing a strand of hair from her brow. "When two hearts meet in perfect harmony, one glance is enough to glimpse forever." The words were achingly romantic. Her heart dissolved like sugar in warm tea. Eyes closed, she waited breathless for that sweet promised kiss, the cinematic culmination of every confession. She felt him drawing nearer, his warm breath brushing her skin. Her pulse raced wildly, threatening to leap from her chest, while her fingers clenched tightly at the fabric of her skirt. Under ordinary circumstances, winning Guan Zhehui's affection would have taken Jiang Wenjie at least a week. But today his sudden offer of the Lamborghini struck like lightning, stunning her senses, leaving her dazed and unable to think clearly. And then came his heartfelt declaration, further clouding her mind with euphoric haze. She floated in pure, unthinking delight. Truly he gave too much, and Guan Zhehui possessed no strength to refuse. Now she waited, heart pounding, for that anticipated kiss. Yet moments passed, and no kiss fell. Instead she heard the sharp, decisive click of a car door closing. Bewildered, Guan Zhehui opened her eyes, only to find Jiang Wenjie already seated in the driver's seat, watching her with an amused, knowing half-smile. "What's going on in that head of yours?" he teased. "Such a young lady, always thinking improper thoughts. Hurry up." Her cheeks flared crimson as realization struck. She closed her eyes, waiting to be kissed, only to discover he'd never intended to kiss her at all. Flustered and indignant, she shot him a playful glare before scrambling into the passenger seat, and immediately leaned over to deliver a light, petulant tap on his arm. "Ugh, you love teasing me." The blow landed as softly as a feather's touch. Seizing the moment, Jiang Wenjie caught her hand and pressed a gentle kiss to her knuckles. The instant his warm, supple lips brushed her skin, a delicious shiver ran through her. Her pulse quickened anew. She tried to pull away but lacked the will, or perhaps the desire, to do so. Blushing deeply, she let him hold her hand. "Let's go," Jiang Wenjie said, releasing her hand and fastening her seatbelt with practiced ease. Guan Zhehui nodded obediently, her cheeks still faintly flushed. With a press of the accelerator, the crimson Lamborghini shot forward like a streak of lightning, departing Victoria Peak. Outside, the window scenery blurred past, but Guan Zhehui paid it no mind. Instead, she stole glances at Jiang Wenjie's focused profile as he drove, her heart overflowing with honeyed sweetness. Yes, the moment had been slightly awkward, but undeniable truth remained: they were at last boyfriend and girlfriend. The thought lifted the corners of her lips into an irrepressible, radiant smile.